intellectual disability, akin to a discarded treasure, was entrusted to the care of a restaurant owner in town. It became a mere shadow, a creature of instinct, knowing only the pleasures of eating and sleeping. The owner, diligent and uncomplaining, toiled tirelessly to ascend to the pinnacle of wealth. Thus, the little pig, once a mere fragrant delicacy, gradually transformed into a golden symbol of prosperity. As an extraordinarily fortunate yet intellectually challenged piglet, it believed it should be named Fortune. Chapter 1. An Urgent Illness. Jean strolled down the largest street in their village. The only sign illuminating the street was that of the Shanghai restaurant, adorned with a circle of neon bulbs that cast a faint glow at dusk. However, today he did not gaze upwards as he typically did, his large eyes vacant and unseeing as he entered the establishment. Inside the restaurant's main hall, there were 7 or 8 round tables. 2 or 3 tables were occupied by patrons, presumably miners from the nearby quarry, their faces flushed and voices boisterous as they shouted animatedly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, and Jean anxiously paced, resembling a slick little rat, until he finally located the small door leading to the kitchen. His slender hands clung tightly to the seams of his trousers. Uncertain, he raised his hands to part the curtains before him, pushing through the greasy fabric with his face. Flames leapt high from the frying pan, and the man at the stove wore a sleeveless shirt. The long ladle in his hand seemed diminutive, his arms thicker than Jean neck, glistening with sweat in the flickering light. As Zhao Feng turned, he was startled to find a child standing before him, barely reaching his chest in height. Dressed in a reddish-brown cotton coat, the boy raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, silently gazing at him. This was the grandson of the old fisherman who delivered fish during the day, a child of limited intellect, unable to speak. Zhao Feng was taken aback. The old man lived quite a distance away, and for Jean to come here was no small feat. Recalling the old man's pallor from earlier that day, Zhao Feng felt a sense of foreboding and wiped his hands on his apron. "Jean?" he called out. Jean nodded, lowering his hands to tug at Zhao Feng's apron as if attempting to pull him outside. Zhao Feng had always given the old man a bit extra when settling accounts, for the old man was diligent in delivering fish, with Jean accompanying him each time. Now, the child had come alone and was audaciously tugging at his clothing. It was likely that something unfortunate had befallen the old man. Zhao Feng, fearing that an urgent illness might claim the old man's life before he could reach the hospital, hastened to the dining area to inform the guests, donned his coat, and took Jean to the backyard to fetch the car. Worried that Jean might cause a commotion in the vehicle, he retrieved a length of rope. He secured both himself and Jean to the seats before speeding off to the old man's home. Upon arriving at the small house with its green, weathered brick walls, Zhao Feng found the old man indeed lying ill on the floor. Without hesitation, he lifted the old man and carried him to the car. Feeling the old man's icy body, he rushed into the inner room to grab a blanket to wrap around him. Placing him in the truck bed, he sped towards the only hospital in town, which took an hour to reach the emergency room. Zhao Feng could not rely on a half-grown child, so he took it upon himself to ensure the old man received proper care, running back and forth to complete examinations and make payments. After a night filled with turmoil, the old man finally stirred awake. He opened his eyes to glance at Jean before turning away to thank Zhao Feng. He referred to Zhao Feng as Boss Zhao, repeatedly expressing gratitude, likening him to a benevolent deity. After expressing thanks, the old man ignored the silent Jean standing by the bedside, his murky eyes staring vacantly for a moment. With frail hands trembling upon the white sheets, he slowly sat up. The old man wished to reach out to Zhao Feng, but hesitated, withdrawing his hand. "Boss Zhao, I've incurred quite an expense for this fine hospital stay, haven't I?" He informed Zhao Feng that the money was tucked beneath Jean sleeping mat, instructing him to retrieve it when they returned home. After a brief silence, the old man continued, "What do you think of Jean? Jean may not speak and has his limitations. However, he possesses some strength. He can assist with lifting goods in your restaurant without causing damage. Feeding him leftover food is far better than keeping a cat or dog." His speech was slow, with long pauses between sentences. Just as Zhao Feng was about to respond, the old man added, "He can guard the premises." The old man looked at Zhao Feng, awaiting a definite response. And just as Zhao Feng was about to speak, he interjected, preemptively countering any potential refusal. As long as he doesn't die, living is certainly better than not. If Boss Zhao grows weary of him, he can always pass him on to someone else, ensuring he remains alive. In the worst-case scenario, for my sake, after I pass, may my spirit bless you with wealth and fortune, and I shall never reincarnate. Zhao Feng observed the old man and the child in silence. He recognized that the old man understood he might not leave the hospital this time. Old man, this is not merely about keeping a small cat or dog. I need to consider this. With that, Zhao Feng stood and exited the hospital room, rummaging in his pocket for a cigarette. Having spent the night awake, his mind was plagued by turbulent thoughts that demanded clarity. He needed to regain his composure. The room must afford some privacy for the grandfather and grandson. He knew that if he remained, the old man would continue to implore him until his last breath. After smoking a cigarette, Zhao Feng returned to the door of the hospital room, where the old man's spirits appeared to have lifted, his voice audible through the glass. Jinyu, Grandpa says, you must remember not to shout. Just raise your hand, and if they see you, they will respond. When living among others, keep your distance. If you're not hungry, refrain from eating their food. If someone is fond of you, they may scold you, but you must not cry or make a fuss. Do you understand? The slender child stood before the hospital bed, tilting his head, seemingly unaware of whether he comprehended. His thin shoulders suddenly rose and fell, and a timid voice emerged from the hospital room. Grandpa. Zhao Feng's head snapped up, and after a moment's silence, he heard no further sounds from within. His heart raced as he decisively pushed open the door, only to find the old man hurriedly wiping away tears. You foolish child, you're not mute. I had no idea you were merely pretending all these years. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, the old man nudged Jinyu. Come, today is truly a blessing from Boss Zhao. You can speak now. From now on, Jinyu must refer to Boss Zhao as Brother Zhao. The old man repeated Brother Zhao several times, yet Jinyu merely blinked, his eyes wide, remaining silent. The old man, frustrated, turned red and awkwardly explained to Zhao Feng, this little one lacks ambition. Zhao Feng took another drag from his cigarette and exhaled, his voice dry. I will take care of Jinyu. I won't let him suffer, and he shall live a long life. The old man, overjoyed, forgot to wipe away his tears, responding with several affirmations. With his worries alleviated, it seemed as if the very breath sustaining him had dissipated. He had no choice but to entrust Jinyu to Zhao Feng, as he could no longer survive. The old man gestured toward Zhao Feng, who leaned in to hear him, comforting Jinyu. You're tired. Grandpa needs to rest for a while. You should find a corner to nap. Today, Grandpa gets the bed. Jinyu indeed moved away, squatting in a corner of the hospital room, eyes closed. Zhao Feng removed his coat, wrapping it around Jinyu, and absent-mindedly tousled his unruly hair. He spoke no further. The old man remarked, Boss Zhao has a kind heart. Soon, he will take Jinyu away. I will discuss with the hospital shortly. I have a bone to pick, and it won't cost much to resolve. Zhao Feng remained silent, observing the old man gradually losing the fleeting glimmer of vitality that had briefly returned to him. His eyes were almost closing. He quietly averted his gaze, resting it upon Jinyu in the corner, and said, Old man, I harbor selfish intentions. Do you resent me for it? Chapter 2. The orphan. The dawn never arrived. Zhao Feng issued a death certificate for the old man and took him to the crematorium in town for his final rites. Jinyu, cradling the warm ceramic urn, sought to dispel the morning chill as they returned together. The old man had spent years fishing by the river for a living, with little contact from relatives. The family land had long been divided among older brothers, leaving no place for burial. Zhao Feng guided Jinyu back to the inn, where he found a table in the backyard to place the urn. He resided in the backyard himself, as he was the sole occupant of the household. His parents had passed away early, leaving behind a modest restaurant with little income. In his youth, he had catered for local funerals and celebrations, saving enough to construct a dining area in the front. Across the hill, a mine opened, attracting workers who visited his establishment for leisure, which helped him accumulate some savings. Jinyu followed closely behind him, silent and unobtrusive. Once he finished tidying up the tasks left from the previous night, the sun had risen, and he turned to find Jinyu raising his hand. Zhao Feng noticed that Jinyu's small hand was either pressed tightly against his side like a soldier or raised high above his head, signifying he had something to say. Unaccustomed to this, Zhao Feng did not know how long the hand had been raised, now flushed from the cold. "What is it? Are you hungry?" he asked, having to split some firewood, bits of wood shavings falling down. Jinyu glanced at him, then at the door, calling out, "Grandfather." Zhao Feng led him to the table to see the old man's urn. "This is it." Jinyu looked around, searching for the person he should hold on to, and called again, "Grandfather." Zhao Feng took his hand to touch the urn. "Jinyu, I do not think of you as a fool. This is your grandfather. He simply cannot speak anymore." After a moment of contemplation, Jinyu withdrew his hand, his eyes wide and glistening, clearly unable to comprehend. Zhao Feng patted his small back, saying, "You didn't speak at first either. Is it unacceptable for your grandfather to be silent? We will eat soon. Play for a while." With that, Zhao Feng donned his apron and headed to the kitchen. When he returned with the meal, Jinyu remained in place, staring at the urn, lost in thought. Perhaps his slight frame made his eyes appear disproportionately large. When he focused intently, they resembled two glass beads. At first glance, it seemed somewhat unsettling. toiled, Cao Fing, a robust man, felt no fear in this situation, though he was uncertain of how much Jinyu would consume. He recalled his own appetite as a teenager and served Jinyu a generous bowl of rice. Jinyu's small nose twitched as he shuffled over, standing silently by the dining table, head down, and began to eat without a word. Zhao Feng had not eaten since the previous night, and he was even less aware of Jinyu's state. However, he could see the boy was ravenous, his head buried in the bowl, unable to lift it. Zhao Feng tapped the small stool behind Jinyu, urging, "Don't stand, sit down." Jinyu stood rigidly, as if he did not comprehend. Zhao Feng, unsure of the boy's stubbornness, did not force him. He stood and placed the dishes between Jinyu's eyelashes and the rim of the bowl, atop the rice. Like feeding a puppy, the meat slices quickly disappeared into her mouth. Although Jinyu held the chopsticks very close, her delicate fingers grasped them with grace. Her posture was correct, with her forehead resting against the edge of the bowl, beads of sweat forming from the steam of the rice. Once satiated, Zhao Feng intended to take Jinyu back to the old man's home. As time passed, news of the old man's passing would spread, and the house would soon attract the attention of the villagers. It was essential to help Jinyu make an appearance there before it was too late. With the old man gone, it was important to leave Jinyu with a memory. Zhao Feng let out a dry sigh as the two of them set off on the motorcycle tricycle, its engine sputtering to life. The old man's yard was adorned with numerous fishing nets, some still damp, exuding the scent of fish. In their haste yesterday, they had left the door unlocked, and as soon as they arrived, Jinyu darted out from under his arm like a little fish. Zhao Feng did not restrain her. She behaved well, and he felt immensely satisfied. Observing her, he followed Jinyu into the house, where she hurried to the bedside and retrieved a small cloth bag from the mattress's crevice, turning around to place it in Zhao Feng's hands. Her memory was quite impressive, prompting a chuckle from him. Upon inspecting the plump cloth bag, he noted that it contained a modest sum of money. However, estimating the old man's income over the years, Zhao Feng surmised that this money had been painstakingly saved through frugality. Additionally, the inner side of the bag was stitched with a piece of cloth, which occupied a considerable portion of the bag. As Zhao Feng adjusted it, he discovered a line of crooked writing inscribed above. Picked up Jinyu on April 1st, 1992. Cannot speak, is a silly child, approximately 2 years old. After contemplating the words for a moment, he tucked the bag into his pocket and gently patted Jinyu's head. "Little Jade, your grandpa's money is saved for you, to buy you food." Jinyu appeared oblivious to his words, her gaze wandering around the room without much animation. She picked up a round, hand-sewn cushion from the bed, placed it on the floor, and sat down contentedly, her feet swinging leisurely. Zhao Feng recalled the hurried breakfast they had eaten while standing, realizing that Jinyu was unwilling to sit and eat at his place, having yet to find her special cushion. He did not linger, aware that the stove in the house had long since gone cold, and the air was damp and chilly. Zhao Feng busied himself organizing the belongings in the old man's house, placing anything that could gather dust into cabinets. Items intended for Jinyu were moved to the bed of the tricycle for immediate transport. Together, the possessions of the grandfather and granddaughter were not substantial, and Zhao Feng secured the yard gate with a large lock before it was nearly noon. Jinyu remained on her cushion, resembling a porcelain doll, playfully blowing out puffs of air. Zhao Feng urged her to bring the cushion onto the vehicle, and Jinyu slowly hugged the cushion as she climbed on, allowing Zhao Feng to lift her onto the tricycle. After securing the door, he greeted the neighbors, returning with Jinyu under the curious gazes of several onlookers to the restaurant. It was only in the afternoon that Zhao Feng opened the doors for business. True to the old man's words, Jinyu remained remarkably quiet, and as soon as her cushion was placed anywhere, she sat still like a decorative piece for the entire afternoon. The kitchen posed dangers, and the backyard contained a well. Zhao Feng dared not leave him alone at the back, so he placed Jinyu beneath the counter. From the outside, it was impossible to see anyone beneath the table. However, Zhao Feng could easily spot him by lifting the curtain in the kitchen. Before long, Zhao Feng returned to check on him, meticulously explaining the location of the restroom. He also placed some snacks beside Jinyu's cushion and managed to find an old radio in the house that had not been used for years, allowing Jinyu to listen to the music broadcast. That evening, many farmers came for dinner, but fortunately, they all retired early, and the cleaning was completed by just before 10 o'clock. Around 7, Zhao Feng served Jinyu a bowl brimming with rice topped with tender, flavorful braised ribs, nearly obscuring the rice beneath the rich sauce. Upon seeing the sumptuous meal, Jinyu's previously vacant gaze seemed to awaken with life, rendering him unable to even glance at Zhao Feng. Amused and exasperated, Zhao Feng returned to collect the empty bowl, finding it as spotless as if it had just been washed. Holding the empty bowl, he felt as though he had been caring for a small puppy. When he returned to the courtyard, he found Jinyu dejectedly hanging his head, which Zhao Feng gently guided into the bedroom. Before Jinyu's arrival, Zhao Feng had lived alone in a clean but solitary bedroom. The other room, previously occupied by his parents, had remained unused for far too long. Zhao Feng had sprayed insecticide during the day, and it would take a few days for the smell to dissipate before anyone could stay there. Zhao Feng's usual sleeping space was narrow and meticulously organized, devoid of anything extraneous apart from the bedding. He ventured into the yard to select some wooden planks, constructing a makeshift extension beside the bed, layering it with a winter quilt and a cotton mattress, thus preparing a place for Jinyu to sleep. The stove in the room required additional firewood in the middle of the night, and Zhao Feng arranged for Jinyu to lie in the warmer section, wrapped in blankets. Only a fuzzy head peeked out. Zhao Feng gently touched Jinyu's cool cheek, feeling it gradually warm, which finally allowed him to relax and sleep. However, with the sudden addition of a new occupant in the house, Zhao Feng found it difficult to rest. Before long, he was startled awake by the sound of Jinyu retching softly at the bedside. Zhao Feng immediately sprang up, concerned, as he saw Jinyu covering his mouth, glancing up at him in fear. As Jinyu climbed down from the bed, he dared not look at the floor and made a dash for the door. Zhao Feng caught him gently, but was inadvertently pulled outside. "What's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable? Is it cold?" Zhao Feng asked, a mix of frustration and amusement in his voice, realizing he was not one for eloquence. Jinyu continued to cover his mouth, tightly biting his lip in silence. Fearing he might have eaten something bad, Zhao Feng rushed back to inspect the floor. When he returned, he quickly enveloped Jinyu in a coat and placed a hand on his abdomen. It felt round and firm, suggesting he had overeaten. Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief, half amused and half concerned, asking Jinyu if he still felt nauseous. Jinyu immediately shook his head, his hands still soiled. Yet he clung tightly to his mouth. Zhao Feng led him to the trash bin, firmly prying his hand away. Jinyu hesitated, but ultimately retched several more times. Zhao Feng patiently waited until Jinyu's stomach felt softer before taking him to wash his face and hands. Although Jinyu obediently followed him, it was evident that he had become anxious, his eyes darting towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng went to the kitchen to fetch a clean cup for him to rinse his mouth. Jinyu complied, and Zhao Feng felt a sense of relief. At least he could understand and obey. "Don't be scared, I'm not angry," Zhao Feng reassured him, gently patting Jinyu's head like a small dog. Contemplating how he would organize Jinyu's belongings at home the following day, he intended to find some cherished items for Jinyu to keep. fearing that a sudden change of environment might make him ill. "Jinyu, why not say a word to me?" Zhao Feng took Jinyu for a stroll in the yard, waiting for his stomach to settle before allowing him to sleep. Jinyu let himself be led, yet he still strived to press closer to Zhao Feng's pant leg. They seemed to be engaged in a tug-of-war. While Zhao Feng spoke to him, Jinyu would occasionally glance up at him before lowering his gaze to the ground. After walking a while, Zhao Feng would reach down to pat his belly, and after a few laps, Jinyu learned to stick his belly out whenever they paused, inviting Zhao Feng to touch him. Zhao Feng chuckled, playfully exclaiming, "Oh no, I've trained him too well." He had a cousin who ran a dog breeding business, selling pet dogs to city dwellers, and the dogs there would sit at the slightest gesture. He found it amusing. On winter nights in the mountainous regions, the moonlight was so bright that one could see the ground clearly without a flashlight. Jinyu, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared like a featherless little bird, tilting his head to show off his throat. Zhao Feng's gaze focused on Jinyu's slender neck, adorned in his little coat. It comprised merely a front and back piece, with a few ties at the sides, exposing a considerable portion of his neck and ribs when he raised his arms indoors. His trousers were also an old-fashioned pair of shorts. Now, dressed in Zhao Feng's clothes, he appeared even more forlorn, his thinness somewhat pitiful. Zhao Feng made a mental note to buy Jinyu some clothes, feeling joyous that Jinyu often proved he could comprehend a great deal. Aside from his slight difficulty in speaking, the child was not so bad. He could take care of himself and was not troublesome. While reflecting, a sudden chill brushed his face, and Zhao Feng noticed a few white flakes had fallen from Jinyu's hair. He gently brushed them away and softly said to Jinyu, "Jinyu, it's snowing." Chapter 3. Fear after Jinyu settled down to sleep. Zhao Feng first tidied the floor before going to bed. Upon climbing into bed, he discovered that the child was still awake, forcing his eyes open to look at him. "What's wrong?" Zhao Feng asked, thinking he might still be feeling unwell. However, Jinyu slowly closed his eyes, gradually adopting a posture of reassurance. Zhao Feng observed him for a moment, said nothing, turned off the light, and closed his eyes as well. He needed to rise early to prepare the meals. Over the years, he had developed a biological clock that woke him at the first light of dawn. When Zhao Feng opened his eyes, he was greeted by a furry little head. He was still not accustomed to having someone else in bed, and his drowsiness dissipated quickly. He sat up, taking in Jinyu with the faint light. He was thin, resembling a curled-up fist while asleep. The back half of the quilt lay empty, with only a small portion at the front occupied, accentuating his frailness. Zhao Feng frowned slightly, choosing not to comment, and headed to the front yard to prepare the ingredients. The day before, the first snow of the year had fallen, yet by morning, not a trace remained. Typically, the early morning deliveries of vegetables were made by local farmers, eking out a modest living. After attending to the scattered vendors, Zhao Feng finally received the truck delivering meat from the town. In his kitchen, he had a canvas water tank where live fish were kept, while the meat was stored in an ice cellar he had dug himself. Upon returning to his room, he found Jinyu still in slumber. Zhao Feng gently touched his face, which, hardened by the winter chill, felt coarse like that of a Shar-Pei. When Jinyu opened his eyes and saw him, confusion flickered across his features. It was as though he had suddenly found himself resting upon a rough stone, his face registering sheer terror as he sat up abruptly. "Grandfather?" His hoarse voice trembled with fear and despair. As he regained his composure, his frail shoulders began to quake, as if gripped by an intense cold. It was then Zhao Feng realized the gravity of the situation. Lacking the aptitude to console a child, he merely supported Jinyu, yet felt the unease radiating through their touch. Despite the warmth of the room, the atmosphere grew chillingly tense, only to transform into a fervent heat fueled by Jinyu's sobs. Zhao Feng understood that presenting the urn of ashes would not suffice as a suitable explanation for Jinyu. "Jinyu, grandfather has gone to a very distant place," Zhao Feng articulated, carefully choosing his words as he rummaged for comforting phrases. Jinyu's thoughts swiftly followed suit, plunging him deeper into a state of fear. "Take me with you." His voice, almost unrecognizable, was engulfed by a profound sense of abandonment. Suddenly, Zhao Feng noticed Jinyu's voice ceased abruptly. Startled, he reached out, but it was too late, Jinyu had bitten his own lip, drawing blood that trickled down his chin. The depth of the wound severe enough to suggest he had nearly bitten through. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Feng pried open Jinyu's mouth, inserting his own hand inside. It dawned on him how foolish it was to weave a so-called benevolent lie to Jinyu. He clutched Jinyu tightly, desperate to prevent any further acts of self-harm, urgently whispering repeatedly into his ear, "Brother is here, brother is here. Jinyu, don't be afraid. I am watching over you." It was unclear how long they remained in that tense standoff. Only when the blood at their lips dried did Zhao Feng realize that Jinyu had finally loosened his grip. The deep imprints of his fingers were now a gruesome blend of flesh and blood, making it impossible to discern whose blood it was. His hand was numb from pain as Zhao Feng carefully cradled Jinyu's face, discovering tears streaming down, while his eyes remained closed, perhaps exhausted from the ordeal. Zhao Feng gently lifted Jinyu and laid him down on the bed. He fetched a first aid kit, meticulously cleaning the gruesome traces of blood from Jinyu's face and tending to the wounds on his lips. Once he had finished, Jinyu had the time to collect himself, though the injuries on his hands were considerable. Frustrated, Zhao Feng wiped his face, disinfected his own wounds, and then stepped out to secure the front door. He sat by the bedside, and after half an hour, Jinyu awoke, once more engulfed in tears, his voice hoarse from weeping. Zhao Feng held him tightly, determined to prevent any further biting of his lips. Throughout the day, both remained on edge, having consumed not a single drop of water. Zhao Feng could hardly feed Jinyu even half a grain of rice, as if the tears that had been pent up for over a decade were destined to flow out entirely on this bed. The tears that should have been shed by the old man at his sickbed were instead spilled upon Zhao Feng. In the end, Zhao Feng was almost terrified of Jinyu opening his eyes, fearing that he might weep himself to death in his embrace. The tears that fell upon him felt as scorching as molten iron. How could a mere child possess so many tears to shed? For 4 consecutive days, Zhao Feng and Jinyu scarcely changed their positions. Jinyu, having taken only a few sips of water, went from a hoarse cry to losing his voice entirely. His tears dried up, leaving him resembling a lifeless doll, stripped of its soul. Zhao Feng kept repeating, "Brother is here, do not be afraid," cried out. "It will be all right," his voice now so hoarse that the melody was indistinguishable. After preparing rice porridge one last time, Jinyu graciously drank nearly half a bowl, allowing Zhao Feng to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Should he refuse to eat any longer, he would have to take him to the hospital. After drinking, Jinyu fell back into a deep sleep, and Zhao Feng finished the remaining porridge. The agonizing emptiness in his stomach was finally met with a morsel of food for the first time in 4 days, prompting it to resume its normal function. He mustered the strength to tidy up the disarray in the room, changed the dressings for both Jinyu and himself, and then heavily collapsed onto the bed. Only by pressing Jinyu close to his chest beneath the covers could he finally close his eyes. On the 5th morning, Jinyu finally maintained a semblance of tranquility. Though his mood still appeared poor, he at least seemed aware of his surroundings and no longer inquired about where the grandfather was. Zhao Feng felt a shiver of anxiety, suspecting that perhaps the crying had strained his throat. After several days of turmoil, one would expect the door to finally open. Yet Zhao Feng did not entertain this notion in the slightest. First, he took Jinyu to an old temple in the town to seek a talisman for protection. He then proceeded to the hospital to procure anti-inflammatory and throat-soothing medication. Jinyu drifted in and out of sleep, and whether it was the effect of the talisman or not, by that evening, he was finally able to eat normally. Yet he still appeared somewhat listless upon waking. He often displayed a foul mood for a while before gradually recognizing Zhao Feng and drawing near to him. Zhao Feng dared not allow him to awaken naturally any longer, opting instead to rouse him to hasten his return to consciousness. On the 6th morning, Zhao Feng leaned close to Jinyu's ear, softly calling his name, "Jinyu. Jinyu." Jinyu opened his eyes in confusion, his black pupils forever as transparent as if washed with water. After 5 or 6 minutes, he rolled over and sat up in bed. Zhao Feng affectionately ruffled his hair, his rough palm creating a deep, rustling sound as his fingers wove through Jinyu's locks. Jinyu had grown fond of that sound. During this time, he had half-heartedly, yet somewhat willingly, become accustomed to Zhao Feng's large hands meandering over his head and back. Unconsciously nudging his head, Zhao Feng felt a sense of joy that Jin Yu still responded to external stimuli. With a smile, he said, "Get up for breakfast soon. We shall venture into town together." Chapter 4. Preparation. There were still prearranged meal delivery orders that could not be neglected. After both had washed up, Zhao Feng first took Jin Yu to deliver the dishes ordered by the mine owner earlier. Jin Yu followed him into the tin factory at the mine, where a familiar face inquired about his origins. Zhao Feng, holding Jin Yu's hand to prevent him from wandering, smiled and replied, "This is my younger brother." A dark-skinned man approached, draping an arm over Zhao Feng's shoulder, examining Jin Yu with a teasing grin. "Have you given any thought to what I mentioned before? My uncle has only this one daughter. You should be looking out for her." Zhao Feng chuckled lightly, dismissing the comment. "I lack such fortune." The man, dissatisfied, turned his gaze back to Jin Yu, asking, "Where is your brother from?" "From the Li family?" The Li family is known for selling pet dogs in the city, and their cousin frequently visited the local breeding farm to select dogs, thus becoming a familiar presence. "Not from there," Zhao Feng replied tersely, but the man continued to scrutinize Jin Yu. Noticing the boy's unchanging expression, he perceived something unusual. "This brother of yours?" The man hesitated, contemplating how to inquire further, but Zhao Feng had already taken Jin Yu and walked away. Once they left the mine, they headed towards the town. Zhao Feng selected a few trendy short-sleeve shirts for Jin Yu to wear to sleep, adorned with characters from anime. The vendor asked Zhao Feng how old Jin Yu was. Recalling the fabric strip left by the old man, he calculated 16 this year. Jin Yu obediently tried on whatever clothes were offered, ultimately returning to the inn in a deep green camouflage jacket. From a distance, Zhao Feng spotted a motorcycle parked at the inn's entrance, beside which stood a familiar figure. Jin Yu sat next to him, pointing and waving at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng smiled and halted, saying, "This is my cousin. You can call him Brother Li Ku." Li Ku had already noticed Jin Yu and approached, taking the luggage from Zhao Feng and circling around Jin Yu. "A child left by our fellow villagers. I will look after him from now on." Zhao Feng patted Jin Yu's head reassuringly, encouraging him not to feel anxious. Li Ku opened his mouth, but paused, unable to articulate his thoughts. Gazing at Jin Yu, he remarked, "This child is truly striking. It's quite remarkable to see someone like him in such a small place." Zhao Feng had long recognized this fact. Even with his rosy cheeks, Jin Yu's delicate features hinted at an unusual elegance, with his brows and eyes possessing a subtle, feminine quality. Such a visage had foretold the unpredictable fortunes that lay ahead. Zhao Feng was not surprised by Li Ku's comments. He ushered them inside, where Li Ku continued to observe Jin Yu, quietly inquiring about his age and education. 16, and he hasn't attended school, Zhao Feng replied on his behalf. Once they settled, Li Ku began to ponder Jin Yu's peculiar demeanor. Zhao Feng, wishing to avoid discussing Jin Yu's mental state in the open, poured tea for both Jin Yu and Li Ku before speaking. He isn't very talkative. In those brief minutes, Li Ku's confusion crystallized into understanding, yet he remained uneasy, casting hesitant glances at Zhao Feng. "Go play in the backyard for a while. I will call you for dinner later. Stay away from the well." Zhao Feng placed the bag of clothes he had purchased into Jin Yu's hands. Once Jin Yu departed, Li Ku could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Is he a fool, or perhaps a mute?" Zhao Feng instinctively frowned, merely noting that his speech was somewhat less than fluent. Li Ku, filled with disbelief and a furrowed brow, lamented, "You haven't even married yet, brother, and you're already burdened with such a simpleton?" Although Zhao Feng had been managing the shop for several years, he was still only 20. When he was Jin Yu's age, he had already lost everyone in his family, left with only a modest physique and a small inherited eatery. "You're worrying too much about me. I've heard from Annie that you are already in a relationship. When will you bring her home to meet us? Isn't it too early?" Typically, people start having children in their early 20s. Li Ku deflected the conversation. Still possessing the heart of a child, he quickly became shy, sharing the details of his romantic journey. His girlfriend was a nurse at a prestigious hospital. Yet before long, he returned to fretting over Zhao Feng. "What will you do, brother?" Nowadays, Matchmakers provide introductions devoid of love. The youth of today seek that connection. With a simpleton in your home, who would engage in a free romance with you? Zhao Feng, listening to his complaints, did not take them to heart. Ever since he had brought Jinyu home, he had no intention of letting him go. What is there to be disdainful of? He playfully tapped Li Ku on the head. Mind your own business. Focus on your own romance. If that girl is with you, don't do anything foolish that might upset her. Understood, Li Ku replied. During their meal, Li Ku observed as Zhao Feng retrieved a hand-sewn cushion from somewhere and placed it on Jinyu's chair. Once Jinyu was seated comfortably, Zhao Feng presented a carefully prepared bowl of food, perfectly portioned, and placed it steadily in Jinyu's hands. He then drizzled a few drops of sesame oil on the food and affectionately patted Jinyu's head, advising, "Finish this bowl, and that will be enough." After their meal, night had fully descended. Li Ku settled into a freshly treated room, while Jinyu remained with Zhao Feng. Jinyu shuffled along in his slippers, following Zhao Feng to the courtyard, where a toothbrush and toothpaste had already been prepared. Zhao Feng squeezed toothpaste onto Jinyu's brand-new toothbrush and instructed him, "Now, rinse your mouth, but don't swallow." Jinyu, without any head shaking or distractions, fixated his gaze on Zhao Feng's apple and did not look away. If he were to check his appearance, he would have to tilt his head back. Upon hearing the instruction, Jinyu obediently rinsed as Zhao Feng guided him. And in the next moment, the toothbrush was inserted into his mouth. The taste of toothpaste spread within his mouth, and Zhao Feng, though inexperienced, fluctuated between gentle and firm in his actions, his voice resonating above. "Don't swallow. If it hurts, just tap my arm." Jinyu seemed indifferent to this kind of assistance, obediently clenching his teeth when told and opening his mouth as instructed. Finally, Zhao Feng had Jinyu stand still and added a small warm vest over him, encouraging him to stroll about the courtyard for a while to aid digestion. Li Ku sat on the threshold, observing Zhao Feng tending to Jinyu as one would a child. He found it utterly perplexing. Yet, upon reflection, he thought that if Zhao Feng were to continue caring for a future wife in such a manner, it might not be so difficult for him to find one. As Jinyu wandered around the courtyard, he passed by Li Ku's door, where Li Ku leaned against the threshold and called out to him, "Jinyu, come here." Li Ku had anticipated being ignored, yet to his surprise, Jinyu halted right before him. His dark eyes seemed to inquire if there was something amiss. Have you eaten enough?" Li Ku asked awkwardly. Jinyu approached, crouched down, and once his gaze aligned with Li Ku's, he nodded, indicating he was indeed quite full. Li Ku scratched his head, beginning to comprehend why his cousin had accepted Jinyu. Although somewhat simple-minded, he was undeniably well-behaved. The commotion drew the attention of Zhao Feng, who was fetching water and bathing by the well. Approaching with a glistening, bare torso, he emanated a humid aura. Li Ku marveled at Zhao Feng's physical resilience, especially in winter. "It seems he really likes you," Zhao Feng remarked uncertainly, glancing at Jinyu. Li Ku, incredulous, replied, "Is that true?" Zhao Feng recalled the Jinyu he had seen by the old man's side, who disregarded the village children that spoke to him as if he were deaf. Before the old man passed away, Jinyu would practically tiptoe beside his grandfather when delivering fish, ensuring not to brush against anything with his little arms and legs. Previously, Jinyu had even been reluctant to sit and eat with him. The more Zhao Feng reflected, the more bitterly he gazed at Jinyu, who was squatting nearby. He resolutely made Jinyu stand up and slowly walked back behind him. Only then did Zhao Feng feel somewhat at ease and told Li Ku, "How would I know if it's true? He hasn't said he likes you." Chapter 5. The beginning. Li Ku observed the two return indoors before he too rose to leave. He had just purchased a new phone after saving for a long time, perfect for calling his girlfriend. The following day, Zhao Feng woke up early to prepare breakfast. By the time the meal was ready, Li Ku was already seated at the dining table, waiting. Zhao Feng was about to rouse Jinyu from his slumber when Li Ku grabbed him, hesitating to express something. "Cousin, I mentioned Jinyu's situation to my girlfriend yesterday. She said there's an organization near her workplace that specializes in caring for children like him. They provide food and shelter and teach them some skills, eventually placing them in factories for work." Li Ku's voice dwindled as he spoke, his good intentions faltering under the scrutiny of Zhao Feng's expression, which seemed to convey an unexplainable apprehension. Jinyu was so well-behaved. He worried about whether he would face bullying at work. Yet, he couldn't bear to watch his cousin muddle through such a predicament. Li Ku felt a surge of frustration, knowing that when he returned home to discuss his cousin's circumstances with his mother, she would undoubtedly worry as well. Zhao Feng, appearing rather displeased, cautioned, "Let's not discuss this in front of Jinyu when it's time to eat." Li Ku quickly nodded in agreement, falling silent. When business called, Zhao Feng was too occupied to attend to Li Ku. Li Ku also had connections at the local dog training facility, and by the time he returned after socializing, night had already fallen. Upon his return, he found Zhao Feng waiting for him. "Your girlfriend is at the hospital. Could you ask her where the best place is to treat Jinyu's condition?" Zhao Feng inquired. Li Ku, slightly tipsy, suddenly became alert, acutely realizing the significance of Jinyu's situation. He swallowed hard, pondering the situation. Given Jinyu's condition, even with treatment, the effectiveness was uncertain. Straining to maintain his composure, he was about to continue persuading Zhao Feng when he heard Zhao Feng say, "Yes, I understand the likelihood of it having no effect, but consistent, targeted exercises should help him become more alert than he is now." After a brief pause, Zhao Feng added, "He can speak. His voice is intact." Li Ku found himself momentarily speechless. Zhao Feng's words revealed the depth of his commitment, indicating that he had invested considerable effort into understanding the matter. "Let me inquire for you, brother." Zhao Feng smiled, patting his shoulder. "It's all right if we can't find it. I plan to move to the city in a couple of years, and I can search for it myself then." Li Ku felt invigorated upon hearing this. "That's wonderful. It will be much more convenient for my mother to visit you then." As for the motivation behind this decision, Li Ku recognized that Zhao Feng had strong convictions, so he refrained from worrying about it. The next morning, Li Ku provided Zhao Feng with a phone number, the contact for a neurology expert at the municipal hospital. He said nothing further and hopped back on his motorcycle. Upon hearing Zhao Feng describe the condition, the physician was unable to definitively categorize the illness. However, there was finally some clarity regarding the matter of speech. The doctor advised that as parents, they must avoid being overly accommodating. The use of language necessitates essential stimulation. In simpler terms, they should not treat Jinyu with excessive consideration. He needed to feel urgency to speak, reluctant to let him go hungry or thirsty. After much contemplation, Zhao Feng decided to encourage Jinyu to search for things. He would instruct Jinyu to fetch a calculator and then hide it away. When Jinyu inquired about its whereabouts, this dialogue would occur once or twice daily, as winter in that region was long. Approaching the year's end, when Zhao Feng asked him to find his small cushion, Jinyu finally uttered his first word. Zhao Feng had anticipated he would ask where the cushion was or utter some incoherent nonsense. Thus, when Jinyu softly called out "brother," Zhao Feng was nearly moved to tears. The last time he heard such sounds was during moments when he held Jinyu close, who would then bite himself in distress. Since then, Jinyu had shown no desire to speak, and his spirits had remained low. Now, unexpectedly perceiving Jinyu's improvement, Zhao Feng felt a surge of compassion, which arrived even before the relief. He felt heartache for Jinyu's suffering due to his fractured psyche. "Brother." After a period of collaborative training, Jinyu no longer raised his hand to express his needs. Zhao Feng encouraged him to tug on his arm or hold his hand instead. Thus, when Jinyu took Zhao Feng's hand and called out "brother," Zhao Feng immediately embraced him, planting 3 tender kisses on his forehead, wiping away the moisture from his eyes. He urged him to repeat it. "Brother." Again, "Brother." Once more, "Brother." Once he began to speak, the subsequent words flowed with far greater ease. Yet during Jinyu's progress, there were moments when his less than astute mind grasped a cleverness that was quite surprising. When he was disinclined to speak, Jinyu would incessantly call out to his brother. Typically, regardless of the question posed, the response would be nothing but a single utterance of "brother." After repeating this exchange no more than 3 times, he would be granted respite. The new year arrived swiftly, and in the days leading up to it, Li Ku would usually come to stay for a few days. However, this year, due to an unexpected surge in work commitments, he made only a single visit. Upon entering the room, he immediately called out for Jinyu. Jinyu peeked out from beneath the counter, receiving several affectionate ruffles from Li Ku, only to be nudged aside by Zhao Feng. "Brother, what's the matter?" he exclaimed. I brought toys for Xiaoyu. Li Ku produced several boxes from his backpack, including Go, Ludo, and a set of checkers. He proudly arranged the boxes before Jinyu and declared, I consulted an expert on these games, and he said learning to play chess would be excellent for Jinyu, as it exercises the brain's neural pathways. Jinyu embraced the box that was placed into his arms, while Zhao Feng patted his head, assuring him they would teach him how to play shortly. Li Ku, grinning widely, greeted Jinyu, who still could not converse with anyone other than Zhao Feng. Li Ku expressed his regret over this, but soon shifted the conversation to his girlfriend, mentioning that he might meet her parents after the new year. Zhao Feng chimed in, all right, if it happens, I'll give you a red envelope. Li Ku, delighted, hopped on his motorcycle and sped away. Although the pair had no worries about procuring ingredients, they still ventured out to buy New Year's goods. The primary item on their list was 2 sets of cotton clothing for Jinyu. At one point, Jinyu chose a light pink cotton outfit for himself. The town had very few garments in this hue, especially in men's fashion. As they reached the entrance, Jinyu took the initiative to touch the fabric for the first time. Zhao Feng, without a moment's hesitation, purchased it. The pink complemented Jinyu, making him resemble a peach. Unlike his earlier, gaunt appearance, he had gained nourishment, and his complexion was now rosy. To prevent the cold from reddening his face further, Zhao Feng also bought Jinyu a child-sized Prince Frog moisturizing cream, which he applied daily after washing his face. After their outing, Jinyu, resembling a rosy fruit, returned to the shop just in time to encounter several young boys from the village. Their faces were rough and chapped, starkly contrasting with Jinyu's smooth complexion. Jinyu and the boys exchanged glances, and the leader of the group, with a face like a muddy monkey, handed Zhao Feng a box of firecrackers meant for children. The reason for not offering them to Jinyu was well understood. Anything not passed through Zhao Feng's hands would never be accepted by Jinyu. Although it was Jinyu's first encounter with them, the boys had long been eyeing him, who resembled a soft, white bun. The flimsy, poorly made cardboard box contained several firecrackers known as wolf bombs. One needed to scratch the red tip in the designated area before throwing it. Noticing Jinyu's uncertainty, the muddy monkey demonstrated how it was done. Jinyu possessed an innate sensitivity to the tension of the atmosphere. Almost instantaneously, as the firecracker exploded, a large hand covered his ears. Instinctively, Jinyu burrowed into Zhao Feng's cotton coat. To the boys, this was an exceedingly awkward display. Unfazed, Jinyu remained oblivious to their judgment. The moment the noise subsided, he poked his tousled head out to gaze at the explosion point. A grayish scent of gunpowder lingered in the air as Jinyu wrinkled his nose, indicating a slight distaste. Zhao Feng, sensing Jinyu's lack of fear, encouraged him to try it himself. The other children, observing the adults treating Jinyu with such seriousness, felt they could not mock him for his timidness. They stood in a line, awaiting Jinyu's turn, as if anticipating a solemn scientific experiment. Go on, give it a try, Zhao Feng urged him. Mimicking the earlier actions of the other children, Jinyu pinched the firecracker between his fingertips and struck it, a cool flame erupting from its tail. Throw it, Zhao Feng urged, his gaze fixed on him. Jinyu, moving sluggishly, handed the firecracker to Zhao Feng. Due to his delay, Zhao Feng instinctively took it and tossed it into the air, both boys watching as it exploded above them. With a loud bang, Jinyu blinked in surprise. Zhao Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by the boy's apparent lack of fear. When it was time for the second firecracker, Jinyu knew better than to pass it to Zhao Feng, yet he threw it perilously close to him, seemingly eager for Zhao Feng to experience the explosion up close. Zhao Feng, noticing this, kicked the firecracker away and pretended to be affected by the blast, crouching down and clutching his foot with a feigned groan. Chapter 6. A new life in Zhao Feng's exaggerated performance. Jinyu truly believed that he had hurt himself, his eyes welling up with tears after a moment of shock. The other children, seeing his distress, quickly vanished from sight. Zhao Feng stood up and wiped Jinyu's tears with his sleeve, looking down at him while Jinyu stared at his feet, softly murmuring, I won't do it again. Silly boy, I was just teasing you. You can't throw it so close to yourself. I wouldn't want you to get hurt, Zhao Feng said, wrapping his arms around Jinyu and lifting him as if uprooting a turnip. As Jinyu's toes lifted further from the ground, He clung tightly to Zhao Feng's head. Zhao Feng playfully nudged him with his nose until he saw Jinyu smile, then gently set him down. Throw another one, let me see. It seemed that the new year was indeed the season most cherished by children. Early the next morning, Zhao Feng and Jinyu were awakened by the commotion of the children outside. Today, they could no longer be referred to as mud monkeys. Dressed in their new festive attire, their faces were scrubbed to a fair hue. The dirt from their necks and fingernails had been meticulously cleaned, and for reasons unknown, they had formed a group to seek out Jinyu. Zhao Feng prepared roasted chicken legs for each of them, and they sat around the table, watching Jinyu complete his morning routine. The boy who had led the firecracker antics yesterday was named Zhang Shicheng, who, despite being several years younger than Jinyu, appeared quite tall and robust, making their age difference hardly noticeable at first glance. We want to take Jinyu ice skating, declared Zhang Shicheng, attempting to assert himself as the leader of the group. Zhao Feng affectionately ruffled Jinyu's hair and firmly stated, "No, Jinyu cannot go, and neither can you. If you do, I will have to inform your families." Zhang Shicheng's eyes widened in shock, the chicken leg in his mouth suddenly losing its appeal, and the freshly bathed feeling of significance evaporating. The alarm had been sounded. Not only was the princess not to be taken away, but their own cover would surely be exposed as well. Indeed, they firmly believe that Jinyu is a princess. Only a princess would possess a pale pink cotton jacket and the ability to weep at will, coaxed gently into calmness. Furthermore, only a princess would be subjected to such meticulous control over her freedom. At this juncture, as Zhang Shicheng was preparing to bid an emotional farewell to Jinyu, Zhao Feng suddenly rose to his feet. Outside the shop, two individuals entered, carrying a large box, its cardboard surface adorned with inscriptions and illustrations. Household television. Zhao Feng instructed the staff to place it upon the table against the wall. Once the outer casing was removed, the nimble technicians adjusted the signal using a remote control. Zhang Shicheng stood agape, transfixed by the vibrant animations that danced across the smooth television screen, his legs seemingly rooted to the ground. In their mountainous town, the prevalence of televisions was quite low. Most families could only afford a second-hand black and white set. Color televisions were a common sight only in the homes of city dwellers. And even then, most households had access to only a handful of channels. Adults seldom allowed children to choose their own programming, and the screen often flickered with static, requiring a firm knock to restore clarity. Yet, the picture quality of Jinyu's television was remarkably superior. The television itself appeared somewhat streamlined, as if it had been shorn of half its form. In front of it lay a disc case, and, according to the installer, this television could also play discs. As Zhao Feng observed, he jotted down several channels featuring fixed children's programs, patiently teaching Jinyu to recognize them and encouraging him to select his preferred channel with the remote. One by one, the children quietly lined up beside Jinyu, their eyes riveted to the screen. Noting their newfound attentiveness, Zhao Feng drew back the curtain to the kitchen, ensuring Jinyu was seated in a spot where he could easily see. His life had always been rather mundane. He had never felt the absence of a television in his home. A simple radio sufficed for his leisurely pursuits, particularly with Jinyu's presence now. Recently, he had consulted a doctor who advised him to introduce Jinyu to fresh stimuli, lest his life become excessively monotonous. At some point, a small basket of tapes had found its way into their home, while discarded clothing perpetually littered the bed. A few chess pieces were lodged in the corner of the table, and even within the room's vase, a few small fish swam, kept for Jinyu's amusement. As the year drew to a close, Jinyu became increasingly familiar with the local children and could now engage in brief games of chess with them. Typically, after losing a match, Jinyu would refrain from touching the chessboard for the rest of the day, opting instead to watch cartoons. On New Year's Eve, after sending off a few children who had come to watch television, Zhao Feng served up steaming dumplings. The two of them ate, perspiration beading on their foreheads, as Zhao Feng tuned the television to the Spring Festival Gala, wrapping an arm around Jinyu's shoulders as they watched the program. As the clock struck midnight in 2007, Zhao Feng embraced Jinyu tightly and planted a gentle kiss on the forehead of the already slumbering child, whispering, "Happy New Year, little you. Thank you for coming to be by my side." After a brief respite following the new year, as the mine resumed operations, the Shanghai restaurant reopened its doors. Zhao Feng purchased a string of firecrackers and ignited them together with Jinyu. As the firecrackers crackled and popped, the Lunar New Year swiftly passed. With the arrival of spring, the weather warmed rapidly. Jinyu, having watched numerous animated shows, absorbed a wealth of knowledge and began tentatively exploring other channels. Zhao Feng did not inhibit her curiosity, and soon, a cluster of children in the house became enamored with Qiong Yao's works. However, Jinyu rarely engaged in conversation with them. Zhang Shiqing occasionally referred to her as Gij or Princess Jinyu. Although Jinyu remained unresponsive, it did not deter the other children from their spirited calls. Despite her silence, Zhao Feng perceptibly noted an increase in Jinyu's vocabulary. Her speech flowed more smoothly, and her chess skills had improved slightly. This enhancement was not overt, as Zhao Feng still needed to guide her during the game. Yet, one day, Jinyu pointed at his white piece and declared, "You cannot play here." Zhao Feng was taken aback by her assertiveness. That day, visitors arrived at the mine for a meal. The previously encountered dark-skinned man brought up his cousin again while settling the bill. "Your life seems increasingly mundane, always trailing a fool around. It hardly resembles anything of substance," he remarked. Lu Gang casually snatched a lighter from the counter and pocketed it. "Just wait. Tomorrow I'll send someone to meet you. Don't be ungrateful. If a woman comes to see you, you ought to buy her some clothes and shoes. Do you understand?" Lu Gang continued as he exited, leaving no room for Zhao Feng to refuse. With a sigh, Zhao Feng lowered his gaze and affectionately patted Jinyu, who was nestled beneath the counter. The small space was filled to the brim with Zhao Feng's presence. Beneath him was a soft cushion of sponge complemented by Jinyu's little seat. Sitting on the sponge, Zhao Feng inquired, "Would you like to go to the city? Shall we leave this place?" He gently encouraged her to speak. Jinyu hesitated, nodding her head halfway, and slowly articulated, "Okay." Although she did not initiate contact with anyone besides Zhao Feng, she seldom rejected invitations. He stroked her face. Jinyu had rounded out considerably, her cheeks plump enough to pinch, resembling a chubby white bun. "When spring arrives next year, we shall depart." Zhao Feng still had not saved enough money, as the winter in the village often saw numerous celebrations and funerals. He planned to take on several jobs and, seizing the season, sell the shop, which would nearly suffice. Furthermore, he was mindful of Jinyu, who had spent her entire life in this place. He worried that a sudden departure from this land might unsettle her, fearing she would react as she did upon their initial arrival. Chapter 7. Others early the next morning, Zhao Feng spotted a woman waiting for him at the door. He had heard her name before, Cui Cui. Beside her stood a boy, no older than 7 or 8, his appearance disheveled, contrasting with the cleanliness typically associated with women. "This is my son from a previous relationship," Cui Cui stated, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair while stealing a glance at Zhao Feng. Towering at over 6 feet, Zhao Feng possessed broad shoulders and sun-kissed skin. His ordinary short-sleeved shirt clung tightly, accentuating his muscular form. Lu Gang had never mentioned the child to him, and Zhao Feng felt little reaction upon learning of it. He stepped aside to allow them entry. As Cui Cui entered, she began to survey the furnishings of the room. The tables, chairs, and benches had been meticulously cleaned over the years. The tabletop bore no grease, and despite the frequent presence of diners and smokers, the air was devoid of lingering tobacco scent. She felt quite satisfied, appreciating both the lack of superfluous chatter and the diligent effort put into managing the establishment. Zhao Feng was clearly a capable individual. He poured a glass of water for Cui Cui and retrieved 100 yuan from the counter. "I do not intend to marry. Take this money as fare for your journey home," Zhao Feng said, pushing the red banknotes towards Cui Cui. They were from neighboring towns, and earning 100 yuan in this place was no simple task. Initially, Cui Cui instinctively accepted the money, but soon she resolved not to relinquish it. She still hoped to find a formidable stepfather for her child, envisioning a future where they could afford to build a house and marry. "Yes, I'm a bit older than you, and I have a child. It is only natural that you might not find me appealing." Cui Cui feigned disappointment, intending to say more when a boy entered from the back courtyard of the restaurant. He possessed a beauty akin to that of a girl. with longish hair and sparkling eyes that gleamed like glass beads beneath his slightly long bangs. "Brother," Zhao Feng immediately turned, extending his hand toward Jinyu. "Why are you awake so early? Is it cold?" Cui observed Zhao Feng's familiar touch of the boy's hand and, noticing it was warm, said, "Go lie down a little longer. Later, your brother will call you when he finishes cooking." The boy remained silent, but Cui recognized him. Her cousin had mentioned that Zhao Feng had a simple-minded younger brother, whom he had taken in from an old bachelor in the village, named Jinyu. A fool. With such a fine name, one wonders what purpose it serves. Jinyu glanced at Cui and asked Zhao Feng, "Who is she?" Zhao Feng tidied the unruly strands of hair near the boy's ear and replied, "A guest. You do not know her," repeatedly being rebuffed. Cui could no longer maintain her smile. "Well, it seems rather inappropriate for me to leave after coming here. Accompany me to the mine. We ought to send a message back to our cousin." Zhao Feng quickly acquiesced to the suggestion and planned to drive the two of them there. Cui nudged her son's shoulder. "What use is it for him to tag along? It's sufficient for just the two of us to go. Let him wait here." The boy had no objections, his gaze already wandering around the room in search of something entertaining. Zhao Feng, disinclined to discuss such matters in front of the child, stated, "I will send him next door to have someone look after him for a while." Cui pointed at Jinyu, asserting, "He can do it. He is not so foolish that he cannot watch over a child. Be careful with my son. Don't let him get hurt," she added. Zhao Feng blocked Jinyu, his expression darkening considerably. "Be good, go back to sleep." Jinyu looked at Cui for a moment before turning and returning home. Cui let out a cold laugh, watching as Zhao Feng escorted her son to the neighbor's house. Since she had uttered the word fool, his demeanor had grown increasingly frosty. Along the way, Cui attempted to lighten the atmosphere, engaging in conversation, but the man ignored her. Agitated, they remained silent until they reached the mine. Meanwhile, Jinyu lay in bed, unable to sleep, soon hearing the rustle of movement in the courtyard. Although Zhao Feng had prepared a room for him, in reality, he had never moved his belongings. Jinyu still slept in Zhao Feng's bed. Upon hearing footsteps, Jinyu first held his breath, waiting for a moment, recognizing it as a completely unfamiliar sound. He dared not engage with strangers in Zhao Feng's absence. His instinctive reaction was to hide. Uneasily, he climbed down for the bed, his greatest progress during this time being the restraint of his urge to conceal himself. He contemplated seeking out Zhao Feng, but hesitated to venture outside. After a while, a series of knocks echoed on the door. Jinyu peered through the crack and saw the child who had accompanied the stranger. The child was dirty, clutching a handful of mud seemingly scavenged from nowhere. "Fool, open the door and let me see," the child shouted, throwing the mud against the door with a resounding thud. "Open the door quickly. I've never seen a fool before. Can you eat?" Jinyu kept the door tightly shut. Yet he heard the child persistently inquiring from the outside. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound, tentatively knocking on the door from within. This action stirred the hornet's nest. The boy began to pummel the door with his fists. Imitating Ultraman's moves, he kicked the door, eager to catch a glimpse of the fool up close. Unbeknownst to Zhao Feng, Jinyu's interactions with the other children unfolded right beneath his nose. The children served as Jinyu's external courage. With Zhao Feng absent, he instinctively realized he was ill-equipped to handle the boy before him. The cacophony escalated. Startled, Jinyu cried out, trembling as he crouched beside the door. When Zhao Feng returned, he found their neighbor standing awkwardly in the yard. The boy dashed past him in search of Cui, while Zhao Feng immediately noticed the mud and scratches on the door. He quickly approached the entrance, and just as he was about to push it open, the door swung open from within, as if Jinyu had sent something. A small figure shot out like a cannonball, tightly embracing Zhao Feng's waist. Jinyu quaked all over, and Zhao Feng knelt down to envelop him completely in his embrace, soothing his back until the trembling subsided. Zhao Feng felt a wave of moisture spreading across his chest, his heart nearly shattering as he whispered, "Do not be afraid. Jinyu, do not fear. I am here." Upon hearing that familiar, deep voice, Jinyu burst into tears, wailing like an injured kitten, tearing at Zhao Feng's heart. Concerned that Jinyu might have bitten his lip again, Zhao Feng quickly extended his hand, inviting Jinyu to bite him instead. Jinyu noticed the wrist presented before him, marked by the scar from their last encounter, quite conspicuous. Zhao Feng felt no pain, while Jinyu cautiously traced the scar with his fingers. Cui approached with her child, observing the scene with an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Before she could speak, Zhao Feng glanced back at them, his expression freezing Cui in her tracks. "Get out," he commanded sharply, his gentle tone transforming into a chilling coldness as he held Jinyu tightly. Cui, unable to withstand this, felt a surge of anger rising within her. A fool! What does he understand? My son playing with him is already a blessing, yet you dare to show me your displeasure. She spoke harshly. I regard you as something precious. But perhaps you are merely a worthless scoundrel pretending to be virtuous. What are you nurturing this fool for? Leave, Zhao Feng barked sternly. Cui felt his dark expression and grew anxious, her bravado faltering. I must discuss this with my cousin. What kind of person have you introduced me to? She hastily departed with her child. The neighbor lady incessantly grumbled nearby. How could this be? With such a commotion, how will you find a wife? You really don't discern the gravity of the situation. Enduring some humiliation is hardly a concern. Zhao Feng chose to ignore her, leaving the neighbor to her own frustrations as she ultimately departed. Chapter 8. Sister-in-law. Time passed, and gradually, Jinyu calmed down. His eyes were slightly red and swollen. Zhao Feng lifted him as one would a child, walking to the front yard to hang the sign, declaring the business closed before returning indoors. Jinyu clung tightly to Zhao Feng's neck, and they sat together on the bed. Zhao Feng took his hand, noticing the red marks on his palm, nearly bleeding. He gently blew on it, whispering, "Good boy you. Brother's breath will ease the pain." "Brother," Jinyu spoke slowly, "is she my sister-in-law?" Zhao Feng suddenly tightened his grip on Jinyu's hand and asked in a hushed voice, "Who told you that?" After a moment, Jinyu replied, "Just now. The old lady said so." Zhao Feng cupped Jinyu's face and kissed his forehead. "It's not true. There is no sister-in-law, and there will never be one. Brother will always be with little you." Jinyu remained silent, waiting patiently, and Zhao Feng understood his slow comprehension, allowing him time. "Sister-in-law, what is it?" Zhao Feng hesitated briefly, feeling Jinyu's gaze fixed upon him, awaiting his response. "The one who stays with brother is the sister-in-law." Zhao Feng gently averted Jinyu's clear eyes, for the first time responding to him with ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Jinyu rubbed his eyes, but was caught by Zhao Feng before he could finish. "I." Zhao Feng held Jinyu's soft palm, momentarily taken aback. "What?" "I am the sister-in-law." Jinyu lowered his head, his damp eyelashes clumping together, and repeated, "I am." Zhao Feng stood stunned, tightening his embrace around Jinyu. He murmured helplessly, "Where's the foolishness? You're clearly quite clever." Jinyu understood the compliment, his eyes brightening with a smile. His fluffy head nestled against Zhao Feng's chest. Lu Gang's reputation at the mine was neither particularly good nor bad. The people were few and far between. After the rumors spread, business at the restaurant had significantly declined. During his idle moments, Zhao Feng diligently taught Jinyu to speak. He calculated the time, and by the time they reached the city, Jinyu's speech had become more fluent, and he was no longer as fearful. When Zhao Feng first brought Jinyu home, he walked hunched over, his gaze vacant and anxious. Now, Jinyu had grown taller and plumper, roaming the house like a small beast surveying its territory. Standing tall, with his head held high, one might mistakenly believe he had returned victorious from a battle. Whenever the children in town had a holiday, they would flock to the restaurant, and though they were younger, they possessed fewer toys than Jinyu. While Zhang Shicheng made a ruckus watching television, Jinyu remained unperturbed. On April 1st, Zhao Feng deliberately closed the shop and took Jinyu to escape the distractions of Zhang Shicheng's television. They set off early for the city. The urban development in H City was rather lackluster, marked only by a few fast food chains that welcomed patrons with a desolate ambience. Aside from that, there was only one amusement park that remained open. Many parents brought their children to enjoy the modest electric airplanes and sluggish roller coasters, none exceeding 5 meters in height. Jinyu, holding Zhao Feng's hand, stood out among the throng of parents and children. Unfazed, Zhao Feng purchased tickets and led Jinyu inside, but upon seeing the crowd, Jinyu timidly hid behind him, reluctant to show his face. Zhao Feng did not press him, opting instead to take Jinyu to the pricier attractions with fewer visitors. The most expensive ticket in the park was for the Ferris wheel, which at that time was the tallest structure in the entire amusement park. The steel frame was adorned with neon lights that glimmered even during the day, unlike the restaurant that only illuminated for a few hours at night. Zhao Feng had long noticed Jinyu's fascination with neon lights, allowing him to watch them whenever they were lit at night. A ride on a Ferris wheel for two cost 100 yuan. After paying, Zhao Feng, guided by the staff, lifted Jinyu onto the Ferris wheel. Jinyu clung tightly to Zhao Feng's waist, nestling against his shoulder like a little kitten. As the height of the Ferris wheel gradually increased, Jinyu timidly peeked out from Zhao Feng's shoulder. "Are you scared?" Zhao Feng inquired. Jinyu, like a snail extending its antennae, gently touched the cool glass window with his fingertips. He whispered in Zhao Feng's ear, "Yes." Zhao Feng chuckled, playfully nuzzling his ear, "Yet you still look." Jinyu gazed at the diminishing crowd below and softly corrected himself, "Not scared." After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, Zhao Feng bought Jinyu an ice cream, sitting in a chair, watching him lick the ice cream like a puppy. They picked up a children's meal from the newly opened fried chicken shop. By the time Jinyu was full, the amusement park was nearing its closing time, with the crowd trickling out. Zhao Feng led Jinyu back to the carousel, now surrounded by the ebbing throng. After paying, Jinyu was placed once more atop a horse on the carousel. They departed just before the park closed, resembling delicate creatures in a damp environment, carefully seeking solace in the human world. On the way back, Jinyu asked why. Zhao Feng, understanding the abruptness of his question, responded softly, "Happy birthday, little you. Our outing was to celebrate your birthday, to commemorate another year of your existence in this world." Jinyu pointed at himself, "Mine?" Without waiting for Zhao Feng's affirmation, he confidently proclaimed, "My spring festival." Zhao Feng chuckled for a moment and replied, "Even if it's not a festival, I'll still spend time with you." As the summer solstice swiftly approaches, Jinyu has begun to utter a few words to those familiar to her, with Zhang Shicheng being a significant benefactor in this regard. A fantasy drama has captured the attention of both Zhang Shicheng and Jinyu, and at the hour of its broadcast, the two young ones sit before the television, engrossed. However, Zhang Shicheng, having caught a cold while playing in the water, has been absent for several days. Upon his return, he finds himself lost in the storyline and seeks Jinyu's assistance in recounting the plot. Yet, asking Jinyu for a summary is akin to putting glasses on a blind person. It proves to be utterly futile. Zhang Shicheng finds himself tormented by the unfolding narrative, his eyes wide open in anticipation. Initially, Jinyu can keep up, but soon she becomes aware of a holiday known as summer vacation. Countless times, Zhang Shicheng inquires, "Where has that person in the red clothing gone? Why can't I see him?" Jinyu, her small face stern, responds, "He jumped off a cliff." At this revelation, the two exchange bewildered glances, and Zhang Shicheng bursts into tears. Zhao Feng, appearing gleefully from behind, rewards Jinyu with a piece of chocolate. Jinyu looks at Zhang Shicheng with confusion, while Zhao Feng playfully ruffles Zhang Shicheng's messy hair, chuckling, "You seem quite fond of that person in red." Zhang Shicheng sniffles, takes the chocolate from the table, and shoves it in his mouth, chewing indignantly while asserting, "I was crying because Jinyu spoke to me. You wouldn't understand." Zhao Feng laughs heartily. When Li Ku arrives for work once more, it is already the summer solstice. He brings with him vocabulary flashcards and a selection of snacks favored by city children. Jinyu clutches the bag of treats, her eyes sparkling with delight. She glances from one item to another, her round eyes eventually seeking Zhao Feng's affirmation. With a nod from Zhao Feng, she turns to Li Ku and says, "Thank you." Li Ku's eyes widen in disbelief, and he takes 2 steps back, astonished. She can really speak. During this time, Li Ku has been quite concerned about Jinyu, frequently calling to inquire after her. Having learned a little about her condition, he can hardly fathom the amount of effort Zhao Feng must have exerted. He looks at Zhao Feng with a mixture of suspicion and admiration, to which Zhao Feng candidly replies, "You may find it hard to believe, but I feel Jinyu's condition might not be too severe. Her recovery has surpassed my expectations. Li Ku's confusion dissipates quickly, replaced by joy. It is, after all, good news. He rummages through his bag to find some money for a red envelope for Jinyu, only to discover a photograph of a dog falling out. Jinyu tilts her head, staring at the large eyes of the dog in the picture, captivated. Noticing her interest, Zhao Feng picks up the photograph from the table and places it in Jinyu's palm. After giving Jinyu the red envelope, Li Ku sees her fascination with the photo and decides to gift it to her. The dog, a foreign breed known as Saint Bernard, is said to weigh over 180 pounds, and currently, only a few dog kennels in the north of the country have them. Once I earn some money, I shall bring one back for you to raise, Li Ku promises enthusiastically, oblivious to whether Jinyu comprehends his words. As night falls and Jinyu drifts off to sleep, Li Ku retrieves a bottle of alcohol from the counter. Zhao Feng brings forth the glasses, and the two clink their cups together in a toast. Li Ku gazed at Zhao Feng, puzzled, and inquired, "Why haven't tea I seen you smoke today?" Zhao Feng poured himself a drink before responding, "I've quit. It's not good for Jinyu." Li Ku chuckled, recalling that he had heard smoking during childbirth could adversely affect a child's brain development. "Jinyu is already quite grown. You won't have the chance to be his father now," he jested. Zhao Feng playfully reprimanded him, mentioning that Jinyu occasionally coughed. "Is it serious?" Li Ku asked. "He coughs sporadically, not every day," Zhao Feng replied. Li Ku casually remarked, "You're just as meticulous in attending to your wife." Realizing the inappropriateness of his comment, he felt uneasy since Jinyu was somewhat simple-minded yet strikingly handsome. In a world where finding a wife is challenging, one could imagine Jinyu living alone in a small fishing hut, potentially vulnerable to mistreatment. He genuinely regarded Jinyu as a brother, and such words felt distinctly different from their usual banter. Just as Li Ku was about to amend his statement, he turned to see Zhao Feng silently downing his drink. For several minutes, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Li Ku swallowed a sharp mouthful of liquor, pondering whether today's drink was particularly potent, as he felt a dizzying sensation. He sensed that his cousin's level of concern for Jinyu was somewhat troubling, yet this was a matter best left unexamined. Perhaps there was a significant resemblance between Jinyu's plight and that of his cousin, possibly stemming from shared empathy. As the effects of the alcohol intensified, Li Ku contemplated the prospect of Jinyu recovering. After all, his cousin was unlikely to abandon Jinyu. Once Jinyu was no longer simple-minded, he could accompany his brother for a lifetime. Then again, he mused, what if, upon recovery, Jinyu developed a fondness for girls? Many young women in the city favored delicate-looking boys. Such appearances were quite appealing in films from Hong Kong and Taiwan. If his brother remained single, Jinyu could potentially bring home a sister-in-law, leaving his brother in a precarious situation. Rubbing his head, Li Ku attempted to dispel his chaotic thoughts as the two continued to drink, remaining in silence. The following morning, Li Ku set out for work, while Zhao Feng and Jinyu sat behind the counter engaged in a game of chess. When customers arrived, Zhao Feng attended to them, and, upon returning, found Jinyu still pondering his next move. In the afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived at the shop. Cui plopped down in the sole boss chair, her neighbor's son standing behind her. "I'm getting married, and I want to hold the reception here," she announced, her expression radiating triumph. The neighbor's son, smiling and standing tall, added with me. Unexpectedly, after their previous disagreement, Cui had been invited over for tea by the neighbor, and by a twist of fate, the two had formed a bond. Zhao Feng hesitated momentarily. This slight pause elicited an impatient sound from Cui. "If your shop weren't conveniently located and decent, do you think I would come here? Business has been slow lately, hasn't it? My brother is just like that. I'll one tea shortchange you for hosting the reception." In a fortunate turn of events, it provided a graceful exit for you. And since we shall be neighbors henceforth, maintaining a cordial relationship is of utmost importance. As Cui's tone grew increasingly terse, she delivered her words with a rigidity that was hard to ignore. Zhao Feng, the son of the neighbor. Affectionately parted qui esse shoulder. Brother, you may consider yourself a half-mediator in our meeting, Cui mused, her heart not malicious. For she did not intend to allow the shop to fall into desolation, though a sense of discomfort tugged at her heart. She decided to regard this encounter as a peace-seeking endeavor. Xiao Feng adopted a humble demeanor, and Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, politely wishing them a joyous marriage. After Xiao Feng and Cui confirmed the date with Zhao Feng, they took their leave. Turning back, Zhao Feng caught a glimpse of Jinyu, who was peering intently at him from behind the counter. Approaching, Zhao Feng ruffled Jinyu's hair, who inquired, "What are you writing?" "They're getting married." "So, I'm writing about the wedding." Jinyu nodded and retreated under the table, where he proceeded to play a game of chess. When Li Ku returned that evening, Jinyu asked him, "Are you getting married?" Li Ku, taken aback, responded, "Who told you about marriage?" Jinyu produced Zhao Feng's phone and displayed a photo of Li Ku with a young lady, holding it up for Li Ku to see. Li Ku's face flushed, and he playfully pinched Jinyu's cheek, admonishing, "You become quite the little rascal. Mind your own business regarding adult matters." Jinyu cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Feng, who gently swatted Li Ku's hand away and tapped Jinyu's nose, assuring him that during the wedding, Li Ku would indeed call for him. Soon, the day of Cui's wedding arrived, and a lively procession filled with drums and gongs made its way to the shop. Jinyu tightly grasped Zhao Feng's hand, his gaze fixed on Cui, who donned a vibrant red dress adorned with a large red flower in her hair, her head uncovered. Jinyu, wide-eyed, recalled from a television show that brides were typically veiled. Yet, Cui sported vivid red lips and thick, curled false eyelashes. "How can you see the bride if her head is covered?" Zhao Feng pinched his cheek, redirecting his attention, and whispered, "You little rascal." Jinyu, filled with anticipation, had been eagerly awaiting the sight of the bride for several days. No matter how Zhao Feng explained, Jinyu remained oblivious to the fact that the Cui he had seen that day was indeed the same. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Feng became busy, and Jinyu was sent back to the courtyard. The front yard had been decorated the night before with red lanterns, a crimson carpet, and festive symbols. Jinyu trotted down the red carpet and entered the house, where remnants of red decorations lay piled in a corner. Zhao Feng continuously brought forth cold and hot dishes to the table. A considerable number of workers from the mine had arrived, including Lu Gang, who insisted on stopping Zhao Feng for a drink. Before long, Lu Gang, with a beaming smile, looked at Zhao Feng and remarked in a teasing tone, "My cousin is quite the good woman. If you can't hold on to her, it's no wonder you are destined to merely serve tea and water in this restaurant." Sensing the tension, the workers hastily attempted to defuse the situation. Zhao Feng said nothing as he was escorted away from the gathering. After the bride and groom had toasted their guests, as Zhao Feng approached with fruit, he found Lu Gang already inebriated, with dark fingers clenching a wine glass. His voice boomed, "You have no idea how truly delighted I am that my cousin is getting married, the previous brother-in-law of mine, despite having found a mistress outside. However, aside from this matter, there is nothing else for which I feel wronged as a sister. Women should not dwell on grievances. When one lets go, everything will fall into place. Now, she must remarry with a child in tow, a troublesome affair indeed. Thankfully, there are still those naive enough to be taken in by her." The guests in the hall appeared to be subtly straining to hear, and Cui's complexion shifted to an ashen hue. Zhao Feng placed the fruit platter on the table, then calmly took the wine glass from Lu Gang's hand, saying, "You've had enough. Drink less and sober up." Lu Gang's bleary gaze settled on Zhao Feng. Even in his inebriated state, he realized he had lost face at that moment, and his expression turned sour. He patted the shoulder of his closest companion and grumbled, "Damn it, why can't we drink at a restaurant? What a farce. Come on, help me find a place to relieve myself." The man assisted Lu Gang outside, where he found a corner to urinate. The cool breeze revived him slightly, yet he still felt drowsy and lethargic. Lu Gang smacked his lips and declared, "I'm going to sleep for a bit in the back. You continue dining." The man hesitated, pondering how the boss had turned against him and how he could rest in the back. Damn it, is this really a problem? Taking a break here is me giving him face. Does he truly dare to extort those who pay to eat? With that, Lu Gang staggered toward the back courtyard. As he entered, he noticed it resembled the main room and prepared to push the door open. His hand rested on the door frame, and, as he pried it ajar, his eyes were suddenly met with an unexpected sight. On the bed sat a young woman with a red paper covering her head. Chapter 10. A fight. No wonder he rejected his cousin. It turns out Zhao Feng harbors a diversion in his abode. Though her bosom was modest and her frame slight, her figure bore some allure. Lu Gang frowned, on the verge of entering when the woman abruptly yanked off the red paper from her head, revealing a pale face. She glared at him warily and insisted, "Get out." Upon seeing her face, Lu Gang's intoxicated mind struggled to process the situation, and he stared at Jinyu for a while before asking, "Hey, aren't you Zhao Feng's sister?" Zhao Feng, realizing Lu Gang was missing, immediately inquired about his whereabouts. Upon learning he had ventured to the back courtyard, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his palms. His steps grew heavy and hurried as he swiftly made his way to Jinyu's door. Meanwhile, Lu Gang stood at the threshold, bleary-eyed, with his hands busily working at his waistband, seemingly intent on loosening his belt to rush inside. Zhao Feng's fury surged, clouding his vision in crimson. He could almost hear the strain on his teeth from the mounting pressure. Unaware of his own presence at the door, his hand shot out like a vice, gripping Lu Gang's shoulder. Jinyu, hearing Zhao Feng's footsteps, felt her racing heart stabilize. "Quick, get him out, brother." The unfolding events exceeded her comprehension, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhao Feng cast a glance, finding the bed empty, while Jinyu's voice echoed from beneath it. "He seems intent on assaulting me." At that moment, sensing the shift in atmosphere, Jinyu rolled beneath the bed, her vibrant red flower cap askew, pitifully protruding. In a moment of fear, I inadvertently bit my lip, creating a small wound. Jinyu emerged from beneath the bed, her head poking out, and absent-mindedly smeared the crimson mark across her face as if it were lipstick. When she glanced up at Zhao Feng, she instinctively recoiled slightly. She had never seen him display such an expression, which filled her with an unbidden sense of trepidation. Unbeknownst to Zhao Feng, his voice carried an icy chill. He stood by the door, with Lu Gang's physique appearing almost like that of a cowering monkey in contrast to him. "Xiaoyu, I will return shortly. You must wait here and not emerge, no matter what sounds you hear, understood?" "All right, brother. Are you angry?" Jinyu cautiously licked the blood from her lip, her gaze fixed on Zhao Feng. "No." Zhao Feng decisively closed the door, securing it with a lock. Lu Gang did not perceive the gravity of the situation. After all, he was a man. What could possibly be the issue? With a swift punch followed by another, Zhao Feng rendered Lu Gang nearly silent, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. It was unclear how many blows were exchanged before the commotion alerted others in the front hall, who rushed in to restrain Zhao Feng and carry the barely breathing Lu Gang away. The moment Lu Gang stirred, he coughed up more blood, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Zhao Feng's ears buzzed for quite some time. Eventually, he comprehended that Shui was inquiring about the incident. He paused, declaring, "Cancel today's feast. You may eat and depart." Upon glancing at the locked door, Shui suddenly felt an ominous premonition. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she disdainfully remarked, "The miners have taken him to the hospital. Do not worry." Zhao Feng rose, washing the blood from his hands beneath the faucet. His voice was low and sharp, imbued with a chilling resolve. He would pay dearly for this. Torn red paper lay discarded at his feet amidst the chaos outside. Jinyu remained still, obediently waiting as her brother had instructed. Moments later, Zhao Feng re-entered the room, and Jinyu felt his damp hands. Realizing Zhao Feng was in a foul mood, she slowly crumpled the red paper with her fingertips. "Are you going to hit him?" Jinyu tilted her head, repeating the question, this time articulating it fully. "Brother, did you hit him?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng replied. Jinyu inquired again, "Did he intend to bully me?" Zhao Feng remained silent, enveloping Jinyu in his embrace, her muffled voice reverberating against his chest, sending tremors through him. "I think I understand." Jinyu's long eyelashes fluttered gently as she grasped the fabric of Zhao Feng's shirt, remaining silent for a while. "Are you still busy?" she asked. Zhao Feng felt as if his heart had been marred by cold water, unwilling to let Jinyu slip from his sight. "Not busy. I will stay with you." Jinyu, lacking a certain common sense and prone to forgetfulness, soon pulled herself from Zhao Feng's arms, her hands swiftly covering her head with the red paper. Brother, I was just preparing this. Lift the veil? Jinyu shook her head, eager to present her head to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stared vacantly at Jinyu's movements, his hand almost instinctively brushing aside the red paper that obstructed his view. The paper fluttered down lightly to the floor, yet his hand lingered, slowly caressing Jinyu's cheek. Jinyu instinctively leaned into Zhao Feng's palm, nuzzling his hand like a kitten with his nose. Zhao Feng's voice was deep, his gaze becoming intricate. He traced the softness of Jinyu's face. As the bride left, Jinyu propped his head up, touched the small red flower atop his head, and confidently patted his chest, saying, "There's still one here." Zhao Feng looked at Jinyu, his voice tightening. "What do you mean?" "The bride." Jinyu replied, dissatisfied, and asked again, "Am I not?" Suddenly, Zhao Feng felt an intense thirst, and after a moment, he responded to Jinyu's question. "You are?" Jinyu placed his feet on the edge of the bed, beaming at Zhao Feng. "What am I?" "What do you mean?" Jinyu furrowed his brow, the groom. Zhao Feng understood that Jinyu was growing weary of speaking and had begun to truncate his words. However, a hidden selfishness prevented him from openly correcting Jinyu's misunderstanding. The two remained embraced in the room until nightfall, with Zhao Feng wishing to hold Jinyu until the end of the world. Gradually, the courtyard emptied, and Jinyu had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Perhaps, in the middle of the night, Lu Gang at the hospital would awaken. The next morning, Zhao Feng found a multitude of refuse strewn before his door, red paint splattered at the entrance, with crooked letters proclaiming, "Sleeping with men, has diseases, mentally ill, running a restaurant." The nearby residents observed Zhao Feng's expression twist into one of odd distaste. He even noticed many households shatter the jars of vegetables he had previously gifted, returning the pieces in disdain. He closed the shop's door. Fortunately, with an ample supply of meat and vegetables at home, Zhao Feng had no intention of venturing outside. He dared not leave Jinyu alone at home during such tumultuous times. In this place, being different from the norm equated to being vulnerable to mistreatment. While Zhao Feng could resist, he could not bear to imagine what might befall Jinyu if he continued to reside here. By the third day, the number of onlookers waiting to spit vitriol had diminished somewhat. That night, Zhao Feng and Jinyu stealthily ventured out to bury the old man's ashes beside Zhao Feng's parents' grave. With a shovel in hand, Zhao Feng dug a pit, directing Jinyu to place the urn within. He then lifted Jinyu from a pit, and they both bowed their heads a few times at the grave. Jinyu seemed to sense something, his eyes glistening with moisture in the darkness. Zhao Feng pressed his forehead to the ground, one hand resting on Jinyu's head. Their synchronous movements left strands of dry grass clinging to their foreheads as they looked up. "Old man, I will be leaving with Jinyu to live elsewhere. If Jinyu thinks of you, I will bring him back to see you." Chapter 11. Departure. Zhao Feng released Jinyu and bent deeply, silently promising the old man that he would ensure Jinyu would endure no hardship. Standing up, they resumed filling the pit with soil, and Jinyu worked diligently, sweat beading on his forehead. After only a few moments, Zhao Feng did not stop him. It was customary for the descendants to cover the grave of the deceased. As the night deepened, the tranquil autumn air was punctuated only by the sound of leaves rustling and falling. Jinyu and Zhao Feng walked along the path, the only noise being the crunch of leaves beneath their feet. Jinyu soon began to yawn, his gait becoming unsteady. Fearing he might stumble, Zhao Feng knew they would not have ventured out at this hour were it not for the need to avoid idle gossip. "Come on, let me carry you," he said, stepping forward and presenting his broad back to Jinyu. Though Jinyu struggled to keep his eyes open, he pouted in dissatisfaction, his lips forming an exaggerated pout. "I want to be held," he insisted. Zhao Feng straightened up and, like a child, lifted Jinyu into his arms, positioning him securely against his chest. Jinyu draped his legs around Zhao Feng's waist, swaying lazily. "You must say, 'I want brother to carry me back.' That is the complete sentence," Zhao Feng reminded him. Upon hearing this, Jinyu feigned a little snore. Zhao Feng, amused yet exasperated, gently nudged Jinyu's head with his nose. "You never snore? And now you suddenly think to do so?" Jinyu, truly fatigued, spoke in a slow drawl. "I'm snoring for Grandpa." Zhao Feng paused, letting out a soft sigh. "Then sleep," he replied, though he lamented that this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Upon reaching the door, they were met by a loud knocking from Cui Cui and Xiaofeng. Seeing them return under the moonlight, Cui Cui wasted no time in expressing her concern. Her voice rapid and urgent. "You must leave quickly. Lu Gang has sent someone to take revenge on you. They'll be here soon." Cui Cui pulled out the banquet money from her pocket and thrust it toward Zhao Feng, urging him to hurry. Zhao Feng tightened his grip around Jin Yu and, with one hand, opened the door, uttering the first sincere words he had ever spoken to them. "Thank you, but you need not give us your money." After saying this, he retreated into the room, placing Jin Yu's cushion into the vehicle. He wrapped Jin Yu in a blanket and settled him in the back of the truck. Jin Yu, still somewhat dazed, poked his head out of the blanket, catching only a glimpse of Zhao Feng's back as he drove. As they distanced themselves from the restaurant, Jin Yu watched the neon signs gradually blur in the night. Suddenly, a flicker of flames erupted behind the sign. Rubbing his eyes, Jin Yu confirmed what he had seen. The restaurant was on fire. He relayed this to Zhao Feng, who glanced back, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "It's all right. We won't stay here any longer. Jin Yu, would you like to live in the city with me?" Jin Yu nodded, realizing that Zhao Feng, focused on driving, might not see his gesture. Thus, he shouted, "Yes, brother, I'm with you." His voice cut through the roar of the motorcycle engines. As dawn broke, the two arrived at the train station. Zhao Feng purchased a meal for Jin Yu and instructed him to sit on a bench and eat leisurely. Presently, a young couple sat beside Jin Yu, with the woman quietly complaining about her husband having bought the wrong ticket. After a while, she noticed Jin Yu and smiled broadly at his delicate, pale face, remarking that he resembled a Hong Kong star, appearing particularly cherubic. Jin Yu inquired what a Hong Kong star was, to which the woman explained at length. However, their conversation soon faltered, as Jin Yu had yet to develop the ability to engage with anyone outside of Zhao Feng, leading to an awkward silence. At the train station's entrance, Zhao Feng encountered Lu Gang. His entire body was encased in plaster, and he was nodding and bowing as he offered cigarettes to a group of individuals, who soon dispersed to search for someone. The tricycle parked at the station was discovered, its tires punctured. Realizing this, Zhao Feng first placed a hat on Jin Yu's head before heading to the ticket office to purchase tickets. Unfortunately, the timing was unfavorable. The earliest departure would take at least 2 hours. He took the tickets back to Jin Yu, contemplating how to hide for a while when he suddenly overheard a couple discussing their plans. The train was about to depart, but regrettably, their destination was City S. While they were from City N, originally intending to return home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, City S, a coastal city in the country, was quite distant and reportedly just beginning to develop, far inferior to the Plains region. Zhao Feng clutched the ticket tightly. Fate often propels one in the most extraordinary ways. He glanced at the approaching individuals and decisively purchased the couple's train tickets. The two, now holding 4 tickets, resolutely boarded the train to City S, heading away from the originally planned visit to his aunt's home in the city. On the train, Zhao Feng informed his aunt and Li Ku of their journey to City S over the phone. They were taken aback. His aunt could hardly accept that her only sister's child was venturing to such a distant place, her voice tinged with tears. Li Ku complained over the phone that he had already tidied up the house for Jin Yu and him, expressing disbelief that they would not be coming after all. Couldn't they just buy tickets to return? Yet, deep down, Li Ku understood that Zhao Feng likely would not return. His brother had always been remarkably self-reliant. This situation had arisen unexpectedly, and had there been any other opportunity, Zhao Feng would never have troubled the two of them. After hanging up, Zhao Feng remained silent. Jin Yu suddenly placed the lunchbox she had been holding since boarding in front of Zhao Feng, as if presenting a treasure. "Time to eat." Zhao Feng opened the box to find only a chicken leg and half a serving of rice remaining, with the compartment containing vegetables completely empty. Jin Yu typically required much coaxing to eat even a bit of greens. Zhao Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't until Jin Yu's arm grew weary from holding the lunchbox, revealing a look of protest, that Zhao Feng took the box and bent his head to finish the meal. As the snack trolley rolled by, Zhao Feng purchased a packet of chocolate for Jin Yu. Attracting the attention of a nearby couple who were busy entertaining their child. The journey to City S would take over 10 hours. Jinyu leaned against the edge of the bed, wide-eyed, watching the scenery outside the window rush past. By midday, she had finally leaned against Zhao Feng's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. She was remarkably quiet, seemingly aware of Zhao Feng's fatigue, causing her not to fidget at all. When they arrived at the station, it was deep into the night. Zhao Feng led Jinyu out of the train station, finding a nearby hotel for their stay. Having slept extensively on the train, Jinyu was now wide awake, her eyes darting left and right. As she walked, she was cautious not to touch anything within the hotel, her movements resembling a dance despite the small size of the room and her lack of agility. Zhao Feng fashioned a nest for him on the bed using his own garments. There were few rooms remaining, leaving only this one, 2-meter bed. After Zhao Feng attended to his personal hygiene with Jinyu, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed Jinyu lying in the nest he'd created, displaying no signs of distress. Jinyu, nestled on the bed, remarked, "I cannot comprehend what they say." Zhao Feng chuckled softly. "It's quite normal not to understand the dialect." "Oh," Jinyu said, glancing at the stains in the corner. "Have we set off? Have we been here all along?" "Not necessarily." Zhao Feng pressed his forehead against Jinyu's, assuring him, "But I swear we shall soon have a new home." The following day, Zhao Feng commenced the search for a new residence, taking Jinyu along to inspect each potential dwelling. Given the urban setting, they eliminated options with poor security and inadequate lighting, ultimately settling on a 70-square-meter, 1-bedroom apartment. The half-year's rent nearly depleted Zhao Feng's savings accumulated over the years. Yet, he felt content, especially since Jinyu was enamored with a nearby park. A window in their home faced it directly, and upon entering, Jinyu rushed to peer outside. Finding a job was also urgent. Leveraging his culinary skills, Zhao Feng quickly secured a position in the kitchen of an upscale hotel. During breaks, he would bring meals home to share with Jinyu. In the early days of his employment, whenever he had a spare half-hour, he would rush home to check on Jinyu, whose nerves were particularly delicate. Fortunately, Jinyu did not exhibit any extreme reactions, often sitting by the window to observe the park. Aside from that, he rarely ventured into other areas of the apartment. Zhao Feng repositioned the dining table beneath the window, placing a cup of water, some snacks, and a few solitary toys there for Jinyu. Through interactions with clients, Zhao Feng acquired numerous books and a tape recorder, embarking on a self-study of the language. Jinyu frequently drifted off to sleep listening to Zhao Feng's study sessions and would awaken to the same sounds. A month later, Zhao Feng procured a desktop computer from secondhand market and began learning programming. Balancing work and study, he immersed himself in learning day and night. By the 3rd month of this relentless pursuit, Jinyu, like a cautious snail, finally ventured to extend his own antennae, beginning to explore the apartment. Chapter 12. Jinyu is not a bird. In the temperature in City S was significantly warmer than in their small town, with the first snowfall arriving only on New Year's Day. During the holidays, Zhao Feng did not take a break. After work, he brought home a steaming portion of shrimp dumplings. The snowfall was light, merely dusting the ground, and it was not particularly cold. As the spring festival approached, vendors selling fireworks began to appear on the streets. Upon entering their home, Zhao Feng promptly removed his outer coat to prevent the chill from clinging to him and affecting Jinyu, who was tightly embracing him. "I'm back," Zhao Feng announced. Jinyu touched Zhao Feng's hand, then retreated a couple of steps to resume watching television in the living room. The newly purchased television boasted superior picture quality compared to the previous one, and Jinyu quickly fell in love with watching it again. Zhao Feng found it curious. Despite Jinyu appearing engrossed in the show, he could still discern from a distance that it was Zhao Feng at the door. Each time the door opened, he would invariably leap into Zhao Feng's arms. The ability to discern footsteps by sound is truly remarkable. Zhao Feng placed the dumplings on the table and inquired of Jinyu, "Brother, I plan to change jobs next year, which may make me busier. Would it be acceptable if I hired someone to cook for you?" Jinyu paused for a moment, and the dumpling he held in his chopsticks fell onto the table with a thud. His eyes seemed frozen, unable to process the information. He asked, "Are you going to leave with Grandpa?" Zhao Feng hesitated. He had developed a strong understanding of Jinyu used nonsensical remarks. The implication was clear. Will you abandon me like Grandpa? Zhao Feng reassured him, Brother, I would never discard you. I promise to return every night, no matter how busy I am, to keep you company while you sleep, all right? Only after saying this did he realize how dry his words sounded. Unsure how to comfort Jinyu, he feared that if Jinyu could not adapt to being unwell, he would never forgive himself. After this exchange, Jinyu ceased to respond, a silent form of resistance that Zhao Feng understood all too well. Before sleeping, Zhao Feng continued his studies at the desk, while Jinyu lay on his bed behind him. To ensure Jinyu could sleep well, he kept the brightness of the desk lamp low. However, as midnight approached, Zhao Feng closed his book and suddenly heard a sound of sniffling. He turned around to find Jinyu curled up, clutching one of his garments, his eyes red and swollen, silently crying as he gazed at him. Zhao Feng was taken aback for several seconds before moving over to embrace Jinyu, who sat up. Without thinking, he blurted out, I want to go. I won't change jobs. The next morning, when Jinyu opened his eyes, Zhao Feng had already left for work. Dressed in his pajamas, he sluggishly climbed out of bed. The apartment complex boasted excellent amenities, featuring underfloor heating, so the floor felt warm beneath his feet. He leaned against the familiar windowsill, noticing that the snow outside had not ceased and was accumulating heavily. The ground was almost entirely blanketed in white, with only the dark lake in the park breaking through the pristine expanse. From the third floor, one could see the hotel where Zhao Feng worked in the distance. The open space in front of the hotel bore the marks of a few tire tracks. Typically, 7 cars would arrive in the morning and a dozen in the afternoon. Jinyu struggled with mathematics and could not count precisely, but he sensed there would be around a dozen. At that time, several individuals clad in black would emerge to retrieve luggage, pushing carts back and forth. On this first day of the new year, Jinyu experienced a sense of inner turmoil for the first time, as if someone were tearing at his insides. Yet he was alone in the room, untouched by anyone. That evening, upon returning home, Zhao Feng noticed Jinyu had not come out to greet him. The sky had darkened considerably, and believing Jinyu was still sulking, he scanned the room, only to feel a sudden jolt in his heart. Jinyu was not there. The snow-covered streets radiated a faint glow, and Zhao Feng stood downstairs, his hands and feet tingling uncontrollably. The park and the icy lake prompted him to force himself to circle the water's edge. Only when he confirmed there were no footprints did he release his tightly clenched hands. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Zhao Feng found himself searching until darkness enveloped him. Uncertain of how many times he had descended the stairs, Zhao Feng finally beheld Jinyu, perched on the threshold of their building, playing with snow. Taking a deep breath, he felt the biting cold prick his nostrils and numb his fingers. He was at a loss for how to express his anger. Where have you been? Jinyu brushed the dust off his pants and stood, clutching something in his hand. Zhao Feng glanced down, and Jinyu opened his palm to reveal his treasure. I bought a pastry. I could go out on my own, brother. The crumpled packaging bore the insignia of a nearby snack stall, still discernible despite its wrinkled state. Jinyu's voice was hoarse, as though he too had suffered from the cold. Zhao Feng gently touched his icy little face and led him back indoors. Behind them, voices continued to chatter. I can go out now. Don't abandon me, brother. Zhao Feng abruptly halted, causing Jinyu's face to collide with his back, prompting him to step back. When did I ever say I would abandon you? Zhao Feng's voice rose uncontrollably, as if the outside temperature were more bearable. Once inside, the warmth of the air stung his skin, bringing forth a creeping dread. Why did you run out by yourself? Do you have any idea what it's like outside? Why didn't you come find me if you wanted to go out? Wouldn't I take you with me? Jinyu recoiled at Zhao Feng's demeanor, drawing in his neck, his lips moving soundlessly. It was only when Zhao Feng fell silent that he timidly called out, Brother, speak. Zhao Feng turned back, twisting the doorknob, and pushed Jinyu inside. You didn't throw me away. Jinyu appeared alarmed, his complexion pale, his expression anxious, clearly bewildered by Zhao Feng's lack of understanding. I wanted to go with you, brother. His voice, although strained, resembled the quack of a duck. Zhao Feng poured him a cup of warm water, which only heightened Jinyu's agitation. He randomly chose a spot to sit, finally finding his words. To your new job. Jinyu pointed at Zhao Feng. You're going to your new job and I can go with you. He seemed fearful that Zhao Feng would lose patience, his tone growing increasingly urgent. I can stay under the table. Zhao Feng, not wishing to entertain such disjointed thoughts, pressed Jin Yu's hand to quiet him. I ask you again, why did you run out by yourself? Jin Yu's fingers grazed his palm, tickling him. Zhao Feng had no choice but to exert some force, flattening Jin Yu's hand and intertwining their fingers. I want to try, Jin Yu murmured, his voice dwindling. After a pause, he added, I wanted to experience going out like you do. I bought food myself, and I know how to take money from the drawer. Speaking of this, he puffed out his chest, albeit feebly. Had it not been for forgetting his keys and being caught in the act, he might have felt more justified in his bravado. Zhao Feng's breathing steadied, yet he still held onto him tightly. What do you want to say? Have you seen something on television that led you astray? Is there something you think I shouldn't know? Jin Yu frowned, wishing Zhao Feng would acknowledge his cleverness instead. What do you mean by that? If you don't tell me, you won't get dinner tonight. Isn't that a bit unfair? Recently, Jin Yu's picked up a new catchphrase from a television drama. Whenever he no longer wishes to converse, he merely raises an eyebrow. Imitating the tone from the show, he uttered those 3 words. However, Zhao Feng was not inclined to entertain his frivolity and swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his rear. The sound echoed, rendering Jin Yu momentarily frozen in place. What do you mean? Speak up. Zhao Feng, noticing Jin Yu's dazed expression, pounded the table once more. Are you saying you no longer wish to be with me? Do you want to live independently, free from my interference? Are you tired of my presence? What is it that you wish to eat that I cannot procure for you? Startled by the table's impact, Jin Yu trembled, his eyes widening further as he absorbed Zhao Feng's words. Seemingly unable to bear the weight of Zhao Feng's assertions, he suddenly shouted, effectively halting Zhao Feng's tirade. I do not wish to be a burden. His voice cracked at the end, and recognizing that his outburst was less than melodious, he sheepishly closed his mouth. Zhao Feng, taken aback for a brief moment, leapt to his feet as if scalded, his anger flaring. Where did you learn such language? Who told you this? Chapter 13, The Quarrel. I see you've been spoiled at home, deliberately saying these things to provoke me. Haven T you. You remember these malicious words well. Yet you Haven T grasped the more important lessons. He demanded, tell me, where did you hear this? Speak. Jin Yu, with his head held high, trembled as Zhao Feng's voice boomed. He had not anticipated that his words would incite such fury in Zhao Feng. His recently slapped rear still tingled, leaving him hesitant to move, tears streaming down his face like a torrential downpour. I understand now, from the television, what it means to be a burden. Jin Yu sniffled. They say I am grandfather's burden. I only just comprehended what that entails. It seemed that his vehement emotions had awakened a newfound eloquence within him. His words, though somewhat disjointed, were unequivocal, leaving no room for Zhao Feng to misconstrue their meaning. So, now I am your burden, am I not? Zhao Feng felt a blaze of frustration ignite within him, rendering him restless. He had prepared himself for the inevitability of Jin Yu becoming more perceptive and no longer a mere plaything. Yet, why must he become cognizant in this regard? As Jin Yu observed Zhao Feng's increasingly grim expression, a sense of fear washed over him, just as he attempted to step away. The world spun as Zhao Feng forcefully pressed him back onto the sofa. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp slap land upon him. The initial numbness was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of pain. Barely recovering from the first sting, a second slap followed, darkening his vision. Brother! Zhao Feng had never endeavored to nurture Jin Yu towards understanding or compliance. He merely wished for him to embrace clarity and joy. One slap. Jin Yu only needed to grasp that winning the game brought happiness and that he would never be abandoned. Another slap, and yet another. Over these past few days, Zhao Feng had refrained from striking Jin Yu, but now he had delivered a total of 5 resounding slaps. Initially, Jin Yu cried out, but soon he fell silent, shuddering with each blow. Do not utter such word again, do you understand? Zhao Feng, in truth, was not truly angry. His frustration ultimately stemmed from Jin Yu. You are not a burden to me. Never have been. Should you utter such words again to wound my heart, I shall not hesitate to strike you. Do you understand? Jin Yu was not entirely sprawled on the sofa. Beneath him rested Zhao Feng's knee. After the altercation, Zhao Feng lifted him as one would child, positioning him upon his lap, allowing him to weep against his chest. In no time, the fabric over his chest was soaked with tears. Zhao Feng gently wiped his face with his sleeve and murmured, "Speak." "Jin Yu," sobbed Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng found it difficult to articulate his emotions, sighing, "Will you not call me brother anymore?" After a brief spell of tears, Jin Yu bowed his head, tracing the scar on Zhao Feng's wrist with his fingers. Zhao Feng assumed he had forgotten the matter, only to hear him say, "Brother." Zhao Feng let out a dry chuckle. As Jin Yu's tears subsided, Zhao Feng's heart ached for him. His hands brushed against the fabric of Jin Yu's back, which had begun to pill. Jin Yu lifted his head, awkwardly shifting his posture, the flesh of his backside still burning with pain. Zhao Feng's expression shifted, supporting his waist to ensure he sat properly, inquiring if he understood his mistake. In Zhao Feng's mind, once Jin Yu acknowledged his wrongdoing, he would proceed to prepare a meal. After a long night of turmoil and tears, Jin Yu needed nourishment. Thus, when Jin Yu uttered the words, "I'm not wrong," Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Jin Yu, with his kitten-like demeanor, made Zhao Feng incredulous. His first act of defiance had manifested in such circumstances. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Zhao Feng tightened his grip around his waist, his voice thick with restrained anger. "It is time to amend your words. I'm not wrong. I am Zhao Feng's burden, a drag on him. It is because of me that he struggles." Upon finishing his statement, Jin Yu felt the grip on his waist tighten painfully, yet he maintained eye contact with Zhao Feng, seemingly eager for him to perceive his resolve. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was on the brink of fury. "Stand up, sit properly." He struck Jin Yu's lower back twice with considerable force. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and spoke. "I'm not struggling at all. Who told you I was? Have you ever heard me complain?" Jin Yu, caught off guard by the question, responded blankly, "No." "Then why are you spouting nonsense?" Jin Yu, though somewhat muddled, grasped the meaning and replied sulkily, "It is because of me that you cannot pursue a new job. You clearly wish to." Jin Yu stated decisively, showcasing his keen observational skills. Zhao Feng sensed the conversation veering back to a familiar theme. "What business is it of yours? What do you desire?" Jin Yu, having awaited this question, felt an emotional surge. "I could accompany you to a place closer to your work." "No." Zhao Feng promptly rejected the notion. Jin Yu had taken 3 months to acclimate to this residence, hesitant to move or smile, his face having grown thinner. To change homes would mean starting afresh. Jin Yu, displeased, struggled to articulate his rationale, simply stating, "I want to go. I want to go," as Zhao Feng retreated to the kitchen to reheat a dish. Jin Yu trailed behind him like a small shadow, murmuring incessantly. Zhao Feng placed the dishes on the table with a heavy clatter. "Is this never-ending? Look at how much weight you've lost during this time. Can you handle the change in environment?" He gestured toward the food, urging her to eat quickly and then go to bed obediently. Jin Yu, albeit reluctantly, lowered her head to begin her meal. Zhao Feng had assumed that this matter would reach a conclusion. The following day, upon returning home from work, he found freshly purchased pancakes on the table. With Jin Yu seated at the dining table, her fair, delicate face was glistening with sweat as she fiddled with the house keys, openly provoking Zhao Feng's nerves. "I bought dinner," she announced with a smile. Zhao Feng placed his backpack on the chair, his gaze falling upon the packaging on the table. Feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. "What exactly do you intend to do?" he inquired. "I want to start my new job," Jin Yu replied resolutely. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Feng rubbed his temples and gently took the keys from her hand. Approaching the drawer where the money was kept, he noted that it had originally contained 1,400 yuan, but now only 1,000 remained. 400 yuan had been spent on those few pancakes. A helpless smile crept onto his face. "This little fool. It's not safe for you to go out alone. Tomorrow, I will take the keys and lock the door behind me. You can stay home," he decided. The local safety conditions were not yet reliable enough for a naive person to venture out with money. Over the past 2 days, he suspected that pickpockets had already set their sights on her. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's eyes dimmed in an instant, and she defiantly resisted Zhao Feng. "I must go out. I need to prove myself." Zhao Feng lowered his head to observe her for a moment, realizing she was serious. And he too felt his heart sink. What is this fuss about? When have I ever treated you like a burden? Don't you trust me just because of what you've seen on television? Jin Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stood her ground, resembling a child who, after cleaning the house, was scolded for breaking the broom. Zhao Feng had been quite clear in his words, yet he simply could not understand her. Jin Yu, genuinely angered, retreated to her room in silence. Chapter 14. Changing jobs. Zhao Feng followed her to the bedroom, where Jin Yu had already nestled beneath the covers. The blanket pulled up to her shoulders, leaving only the top of her head visible. She appeared quite stubborn. Zhao Feng could not fathom why she was so resolutely intent on changing jobs. Was her mind not entirely sound, or did she possess some psychic intuition? He recalled a wealthy client he had encountered upon arriving, a programmer who had mentioned that programming was a lucrative career, a pathway to the future in the era of the internet. Zhao Feng did not grasp these concepts entirely, but he wished to hire someone to teach Jin Yu to read and write. Her speech had improved significantly, and he could not allow her to abandon this progress. However, a good tutor, he had heard, charged 200 yuan per hour. Xiao Yu, I am not intentionally losing my temper with you. Are you bored at home? Tomorrow I will take a day off to take you out for some fun, all right? Zhao Feng softened his tone, reaching into the blanket to touch Jin Yu's face, only to find it damp. Seeing the tears on his hand, his heart felt as though it had been submerged in salt water, heavy and despondent. Zhao Feng climbed into the bed, enveloping her in the blanket and softly comforting her. In the span of 2 days, Jin Yu finally heard a few soft words, initially believing that tears would cease to flow. However, to his dismay, the tears streamed even more fervently. Jin Yu had never engaged in quarrels. Yet after enduring Zhao Feng's cold demeanor for 2 days, it felt as though the sky might collapse. He was still forcing himself to endure for the sake of Zhao Feng's new job, but now he could no longer contain his emotions. The crying grew increasingly sorrowful. Zhao Feng pressed his face against Jin Yu's ear, confirming that he did not have a fever. This gentle touch made Jin Yu's suppressed sobs unmistakably clear, gradually diminishing from high pitch to a low murmur, until his breathing became even. Eventually, Jin Yu cried himself to sleep. After a night passed, the snow began to melt. This year heralded a warm winter. Jin Yu opened his eyes, his nose feeling uncomfortably congested. His eyelids felt heavy and difficult to lift, likely swollen. Before he could focus, the person lying across from him, who was embracing him, had already reached out to touch his face. Zhao Feng, his voice somewhat hoarse, said, "Brother is changing jobs and bringing Liu Yu along." Following the warmth of Zhao Feng's palm, Jin Yu instinctively leaned against it, and after a while, he comprehended Zhao Feng's words. A smile broke across his face as he joyfully asked, "Really?" Hearing Jin Yu's hoarse voice, Zhao Feng felt a pang of unease in his heart. Yet he persisted in conveying his thoughts. "After relocating, Liu Yu must eat well. If I return late due to work, I will arrange for someone else to come and cook for you. Do not be afraid. If anything arises, just speak to your brother." Okay, Jin Yu replied casually, clearly not retaining his words, as he had more pressing inquiries to make. "Brother, you haven't accompanied me for morning wake-ups in quite a while." It had also been long since Zhao Feng helped him wash his face. He was now so independent that he hardly resembled the Jin Yu of old. Zhao Feng felt quite helpless, remarking, "When I wake up, you have no desire to rise. Who can outlast you in bed?" Jin Yu reflected on this and realized it was true. His mind was now much more agile, allowing him to understand even such matters. If grandfather were present, he would surely be astonished. "Are we not working today?" Jin Yu assumed that Zhao Feng would still need to work for a few more days. Could changing jobs truly be completed immediately? Despite Jin Yu's fervent aspirations over the past few days, he still felt a twinge of trepidation at the moment. Zhao Feng could easily discern this subtle concern. After a moment of silence, and not hearing Jin Yu retract his statement, he explained, "This afternoon, I will handle my resignation." Jin Yu's eyes flickered with curiosity, and then? Zhao Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Then we will explore the nearby area and, on our way back, find a new place to move into." "Yay!" Jin Yu whispered in delight. although he was not fond of going out with Zhao Feng by his side. He felt he could disregard everything else. The influx of people in the urban area was incomparable to that of a small town. After much contemplation, Zhao Feng decided to take Jinyu to a hot spring resort in the outskirts for a 2-day stay. The expenses there were not trivial, thus the crowd was relatively sparse, providing a much quieter environment. They abandoned the original 3-wheeled motorcycle at the distant train station and opted for an intercity bus to the resort. Wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, Jinyu appeared adorably charming. Zhao Feng had long recognized Jinyu's beauty, and now, the youthful allure of Jinyu was at its zenith. Even amidst the pampered youth of the city, he stood out with undeniable brilliance. His inherently striking features blossomed in the urban landscape, akin to a vibrant flower finally finding fertile soil to flourish. Before Zhao Feng realized it, he had already begun to bloom in the breeze. Along their journey, numerous students returning home from school had surreptitiously observed Jinyu. Concerned that Jinyu might struggle to adapt, Zhao Feng gently pressed down the brim of Jinyu's hat, eliciting several gasps of admiration. The resort's hot spring featured a small pool with a direct flow into the house. Upon entering, Jinyu eagerly leaned over the edge to touch the water, his face alight with wonder. Zhao Feng affectionately patted his head, encouraging him to take a shower first. Afterward, Jinyu hesitated at the prospect of getting into the water, but Zhao Feng was well prepared. He retrieved a deflated yellow duck swim ring from his backpack and leisurely inflated it. Once in the water, Zhao Feng beckoned Jinyu to join him. Jinyu circled the edge of the pool 3 times before selecting the seemingly shallower steps to descend. With his hands firmly clasped in Zhao Feng's, the swim ring snugly against his chest, he plunged into the water, clinging to Zhao Feng. The warm water enveloped them. Juxtaposed with Jinyu's slightly cool body, separated only by the plastic swim ring, Zhao Feng subtly shifted his position, clearing his throat as he settled on the steps, aware that remaining exposed for too long could lead to a chill. To cultivate an atmosphere of warmth and steam, the resort had designed the hot spring pool within an open courtyard. The alternating warmth and coolness created a misty ambience, but every so often a chill would sweep through, causing their rosy cheeks to tighten momentarily. Although the temperature in City S was notably higher than the northern town they had previously inhabited, the recent snowfall still posed a biting cold. Just as Zhao Feng finished his thought, he noticed goosebumps rising on Jinyu's fair shoulders, clearly affected by the chilly breeze. Jinyu looked at him with a pitiful expression, seemingly grappling with the decision to immerse himself in the water. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Feng sighed in resignation and removed the swim ring from Jinyu's body. Placing his hands on Jinyu's shoulders, he gently pressed him into his embrace. Jinyu gasped, wrapping his arms tightly around Zhao Feng's neck, his delicate skin yearning to meld against him. Zhao Feng restrained Jinyu's fidgeting legs, leaning closer to whisper reassuringly in his ear, "I'm here. You won't drown, little you." Jinyu splashed about, sending water flying and drenching them both. Despite Zhao Feng's repeated attempts to calm him, Jinyu remained restless, prompting Zhao Feng to contemplate carrying him back to their room for a brief respite. Their initial positions were not directly facing each other, but as Zhao Feng grasped Jinyu beneath his arms, preparing to lift him from the water's surface, laughter echoed around them. Jinyu, with his forehead pressed against Zhao Feng's, playfully nuzzled his face like a puppy, a mischievous grin illuminating his features. Zhao Feng found himself perplexed. Could children today truly learn to be cheeky while lounging at home, even in the wind? Zhao Feng, who had entirely forgotten about the television set at home, found himself in a state of melancholy. Chapter 15, Hobbies. He gently placed Jinyu back into the water, and like a small fish, Jinyu swam languidly around him, the sensation of the water surprisingly pleasant. The swimming ring transformed into a floating fruit tray as Jinyu leisurely followed it for a while. Growing weary, he nestled against Zhao Feng's chest. After some playful antics, they returned to the shore. Once they had showered, the fatigue enveloped Jinyu, who sprawled on the bed, drowsy. Zhao Feng tucked him into the blanket before heading off for his own shower. He expected to find Jinyu sound asleep upon his return, but to his surprise, he saw Jinyu standing on the bed, his little hands exploring the decorative paintings on the wall. "What is the matter? Do you not like it?" Zhao Feng approached, tugging at the hem of Jin Yu's nightgown, covering up a glimpse of his fair waist. "Shall I help you take it down?" As Zhao Feng reached for the frame, Jin Yu's small hand silently pressed against the painting, clearly indicating he did not wish to remove it. "It's beautiful," Jin Yu remarked, caressing the canvas. The artworks hanging here were merely reproductions of famous paintings, vibrant in color, but lacking the texture of genuine art. Although Jin Yu did not comprehend this distinction, his fascination was evident as he continued to gaze intently. Observing Jin Yu's reaction, Zhao Feng inquired, "Would you like to ask the owner if we could purchase it when we leave?" It was not surprising that Zhao Feng found this curious. Jin Yu rarely expressed such fondness for any object. The last item he cherished so deeply had been the pink cotton coat purchased the previous year, which had been reduced to ashes in Lu Gang's revenge. This thought weighed heavily on Zhao Feng's heart. "Shall I buy it for you? And we can hang it in our home?" Jin Yu nodded, then shook his head, tracing the lines of the painting with his fingers, remaining silent. Watching his actions, Zhao Feng suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and hesitantly asked, "Little Yu, do you want to paint?" The Spring Festival of 2008 was the first that Jin Yu and Zhao Feng celebrated together in their new home. After searching tirelessly through the city for a suitable residence, Zhao Feng finally secured a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with 1 bedroom designated for Jin Yu's art supplies. The environment closely resembled their previous rental, situated on the same floor, and the view from the windows overlooked a delightful park. Since returning from their vacation, Zhao Feng had first purchased children's watercolor pens, followed by traditional Chinese watercolor paints. Jin Yu reveled in his artistic pursuits, nearly forgetting that they had moved into a new home, which greatly encouraged Zhao Feng to frequent the stationery store. During his visits, he encountered 2 young women studying art and consulted them about the various types of art materials, subsequently acquiring several more supplies. Colored pencils, acrylics, and oil paints filled their home, inviting Jin Yu to explore them gradually. Zhao Feng's work was exceedingly demanding, as he had mentioned before. Overtime had become a regular occurrence. Jin Yu's dining issue could only be entrusted to a hired caretaker, who usually arrived punctually at mealtime, ensuring that Jin Yu finished his meal before departing. However, there were moments when Jin Yu remained in the studio, reluctant to emerge. In such instances, the caretaker would call Zhao Feng, who would then compel Jin Yu to come out via phone. Often, Zhao Feng found himself working overtime, clocking out at 1 or 2 in the morning, only to return to work by 7:30. Many employees could only steal a brief nap at their desks. Yet, Zhao Feng consistently completed a workload 3 to 5 times greater than his peers, returning home at midnight to accompany Jin Yu to sleep. He would leave for work at the break of dawn. After the new year, several heavy snowfalls ensued. It was only during the long-awaited holiday that Zhao Feng found the opportunity to examine the artwork Jin Yu had produced during his recent seclusion. The canvas on the easel was predominantly blank, with patches of stark white interspersed with sharp, dark hues. At the center of the composition stood a peculiar black silhouette of a figure. Lacking any artistic talent, Zhao Feng nonetheless felt an uncanny familiarity with the overall roughness of the painting. After pondering for a while, he prepared a hearty meal for Jin Yu. While dining at the table beneath the window, Zhao Feng suddenly realized what Jin Yu had depicted. The expansive white areas below, after the snowfall, represented snow. As for the shadowy figure in the center, Zhao Feng had to concede that it must reflect his own image as he left for work. Jin Yu would emerge from the warmth of his blankets, propping himself up at the bedside to watch him walk away, a scene he had observed countless times. The aerial perspective of the painting rendered the proportions of the figure oddly distorted. Zhao Feng was indifferent to the quality of the painting. To him, creating art held no greater significance than Jin Yu's toys. Yet, in that moment of revelation, he realized that Jin Yu's emotional projection was approaching that of a typical individual. A conclusion that struck Zhao Feng with profound sorrow. Having been preoccupied with helping Jin Yu adapt to his surroundings, Zhao Feng decided to take a day off the following day, taking Jin Yu to see a long-planned doctor. Recently, Zhao Feng had also received his driver's license, and the company had provided him with an Accord. Once in the car, Jin Yu eagerly explored every inch, playing for a considerable time before Zhao Feng secured him with a seatbelt. Upon arriving at the hospital, the psychiatrist could not definitively ascertain which area of Jinyu's brain was experiencing developmental issues. The symptoms remained somewhat contentious. The somewhat graying-haired doctor refrained from hastily prescribing medication for Jinyu, opting instead to conduct some tests and await the results. On the way to the hospital, Zhao Feng received a call from his company, assigning him to expand business in another province, necessitating a business trip. If all went smoothly, he would likely be promoted to manager, a clear and undeniable advancement that Zhao Feng found difficult to decline. After receiving the test orders, Zhao Feng inquired with the doctor about the possibility of finding a private tutor for Jinyu, someone who could teach him while also looking after him in Zhao Feng's absence. The doctor first observed the dynamic between the two brothers for a moment, then asked Zhao Feng to step outside, leaving Jinyu alone in the examination room to test the waters. It was likely unfeasible. He might become upset. Zhao Feng remained steadfast, expressing his regret at the doctor's decision. The doctor cast a curious glance at him, his lips twitching slightly as he contemplated his professional integrity before stating, "If you lack the time to select a suitable teacher, it may be prudent to consider enrolling him in a special education school, where the facilities are well established and can better ensure your brother's safety." The doctor mused internally, recognizing that the brother would never feel comfortable entrusting his sibling to a solitary instructor. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Feng slowly nodded and took Jinyu for a series of examinations, blood tests, vision assessments, evaluations of olfactory and auditory senses, neurological scans, and genetic testing. By the end of the procedures, Jinyu, drained of energy, leaned against Zhao Feng's chest, utterly listless. The professional results would take a week to arrive, prompting Zhao Feng to retain the doctor's contact information. As they journeyed home, he began to ponder the prospect of special education schools, while Jinyu nestled in his embrace, fast asleep. Before embarking on his business trip, Zhao Feng had begun to explore special education institutions beyond his professional obligations. The city of S had made considerable investments in this area, with 3 nearby schools available. After visiting all of them, he was introduced by a colleague to the largest special education school in the locality. The establishment featured a building with 22 classrooms, the remainder designated as dormitories. It offered 2 types of classes. One focused on teaching students how to create simple crafts at a minimal tuition cost, with the option to sell the crafted items to supplement household income. The male instructor confidently assured Zhao Feng that the tuition was well worth the expense, as they had secured contracts for creating artificial flowers and electronic components, allowing nearly every student to generate output. Within a few days, students could earn back their tuition, with any surplus funds provided to guardians, effectively serving as a form of familial support. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, returning the enrollment form that had been handed to him back onto the table. "What about the other type of class?" he inquired. The instructor explained that the alternative class focused solely on teaching essential life skills, requiring students to attain a degree of self-sufficiency. He gestured toward a classroom at the end of the corridor, and they walked to the window overlooking it. Inside, there were fewer than 10 students, all remarkably tidy, with some even capable of recognizing characters. At the front, an elderly woman meticulously wrote out pinyin with chalk, mechanically repeating the pronunciations as if awaiting the students to return from their reverie, akin to a chant. The students here generally hailed from well-off families, so there was no expectation for them to earn money. Thus, the tuition was higher. The instructor pointed to the ceiling, indicating that their dormitories were located just above, with 2 students sharing a room and meals provided. Zhao Feng studied the class schedule on the wall, noting that the final class of the afternoon ended at 6:30, allowing his brother to commute daily. "It's feasible," he concluded. The male teacher appeared slightly taken aback by his response, but quickly regained composure, regardless of any reluctance. It wouldn't be long before the routine of commuting became tiresome. In time, they would arrange for boarding, with visits once or twice a month being more than sufficient. "There are occasions when work keeps me busy, necessitating a stay for a few days. We will pay the regular boarding fees," Zhao Feng added. The instructor smiled, and together they signed the contract and settled the tuition fees. He was also given a backpack adorned with the institution's emblem for Zhao Feng to carry. Upon returning home, Zhao Feng inquired of Jean, "You wish to attend school?" Jean Yu neither nodded nor shook his head, but gazed longingly at the array of art supplies in the room. "You can still paint for an hour tonight, I promise you," Zhao Feng reassured him, as he gently patted Jean Yu's head. His heart felt constricted as if by a fine cord. Chapter 16. Attending school early the next morning, Jean Yu donned the backpack, not one provided by the school, but one that Zhao Feng had specially purchased for him, embroidered with a small golden fish. The two followed the teacher to the classroom, with Jean Yu clutching Zhao Feng's sleeve tightly. The teacher assigned him a seat, and Zhao Feng retrieved a cushion from Jean Yu's backpack, placing it for him. Many parents who brought their children were already prepared to relinquish them, and thus, their feelings of guilt rendered them particularly gentle with their offspring. Such occurrences had become rather commonplace here. Zhao Feng squatted before Jean Yu's chair, softly reiterating when he would return to pick him up, "I want to be late. Don't be afraid here. Just eat well and play nicely," he encouraged. "If you wish to do something, simply tell the teacher." After speaking, Zhao Feng affectionately stroked Jean Yu's head and fell silent for a moment, finally waiting for Jean Yu to respond. "I remember, brother." Zhao Feng felt no sense of relief. His brow remained tightly furrowed, as if this was still not the ideal response. However, the teacher had already begun to praise Jean Yu for his articulate speech and politeness, qualities exceedingly rare among the children here. The teachers encircled Jean Yu, chattering excitedly, and Zhao Feng found himself inadvertently pushed to the back. He observed Jean Yu timidly calling out to the teacher. It was the male teacher from that day, whose incessant chatter he had heard nearby. Soon, Zhao Feng could no longer see Jean Yu's face, only the swirl of his hair facing in his direction. The teachers had started instructing him in writing simple characters. He said nothing, stepping into the corridor, followed by several teachers who intended to escort him out. Zhao Feng turned back, speaking softly, "I will first check the monitoring room for a while." The teachers exchanged glances before guiding Zhao Feng to the designated monitoring room. Inside sat an elderly security guard, who regarded Zhao Feng several times before slowly vacating his position. The voices of the teachers in the classroom came through the monitor in intermittent bursts, with poor audio quality. Jean Yu sat obediently in his seat, appearing somewhat bewildered, his fluffy head turning back and forth as if searching for something. This phenomenon is common among newly arrived students. They often fail to immediately comprehend their family's departure. Initially, they might believe it to be a brief absence, as fleeting as a mother stepping away to fetch a sewing kit. Jean Yu's quickness to seek out someone marked him as a notably perceptive child. Typically, it is only when night falls and the teacher serves the standardized meal that other children begin to realize their parents seem to be absent. Jean Yu had been settled into this chair by his brother, with his own small cushion placed atop, providing him with a sense of security. His hands unconsciously tugged at the fuzz atop the small mat. He glanced around, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, which only intensified his reluctance to leave his little patch. His eyes darted about, yearning for a glimpse of Zhao Feng, although Zhao Feng had meticulously explained everything to him. In that moment, a sense of trepidation washed over him. He could not articulate his feelings, akin to a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean. When Zhao Feng was present, the sea shimmered with sunlight, tranquil and serene. Now, however, darkness engulfed the waters, and though there were no violent storms, an overwhelming sense of desolation draped over Jean Yu like a damp woolen coat. Jean Yu instinctively clenched his jaw, repeatedly reminding himself to remain unafraid. Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught his attention, causing him to whip his head around, acutely sensitive to the anomaly. The source of the sound was the boy at the adjacent desk, a plump lad who wore a strange grin reminiscent of a seal from a television show. Jean Yu strained to connect the dots, his gaze seemingly glued to the chubby boy. Should he smile back? Zhang Shicheng had done the same, yet he had never been particularly fond of laughter. Was now the time to return the gesture? Jean Yu felt his mind racing, and slowly, the corners of his mouth began to lift into a hesitant arc. The boy across from him froze, staring as Jean Yu's lips formed an O shape. A single droplet of clear saliva gathered at the edge of his mouth before being hastily sucked back in. The plump boy turned to face Jinyu directly, extending his hand as if to touch his face. Jinyu instinctively recoiled, tightly shutting his eyes. A fat, warm finger prodded his cheek gently, reminiscent of a roasted sweet potato. Just as Jinyu opened his mouth to speak, the classroom door swung open with a loud crash. Without needing to look back, Jinyu sensed Zhao Feng's presence, a whirlwind that swept him into an embrace, distancing him from the boy. The plump boy, startled, tumbled off his chair. Due to his round physique, Jinyu watched as he bounced back on the padded floor, rolling in a rather comical manner. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos. Children tumbling over one another, screams filling the air. The teachers rushed in, attempting to calm the commotion, while Zhao Feng's expression bore disbelief. What was the matter? Why had someone suddenly stood up and dashed back into the classroom? Fortunately, the class was small, and the reactions to the external noise were minimal, allowing the room to quiet down swiftly. Zhao Feng led Jinyu into the corridor, meticulously checking for any injuries. Jinyu allowed himself to be guided, his eyes still glancing back toward the classroom, wondering if that plump boy was hurt, if he might cry. His brother had told him that crying was a legitimate expression, and not crying was the troubling sign. Zhao Feng gently ruffled his hair, his voice laced with concern. "Do not fear. I will protect you." Jinyu tilted his head against Zhao Feng's shoulder, seeking solace in his brother's presence. Zhao Feng believed he had frightened him, so he embraced him and led him to a small park downstairs, urging him to rest on a bench. Along the way, a delicate hand caressed Zhao Feng's shoulder, seemingly mimicking his soothing gestures to comfort him. Zhao Feng positioned Jinyu comfortably, squatting beside him so that their heads were level. As he tilted his head back, observing Jinyu's lack of fear, his own tension gradually eased. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested on his head, with Jinyu's fingers weaving through Zhao Feng's hair in a chaotic manner. He spoke slowly, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Zhao Feng's eyes misted over, his voice trembling. "Jinyu, I am so frightened. I'm unfamiliar with this place, and by bringing you here, I have subjected you to so much distress." In Jinyu's eyes, Zhao Feng lamented his unfamiliarity with the school. Yet, Zhao Feng knew that this sentiment extended far beyond today. This was not their quaint little town anymore. Zhao Feng could no longer rely on his robust physique and flourishing business to garner respect from the locals. Jinyu was within his own establishment, under Zhao Feng's watchful gaze, yet still subject to the whims of Zhang Shicheng and Zhang Shibai. No one should dare to harm Jinyu. However, looking around, he was surrounded by individuals far wealthier and more established than himself. They resembled snails stripped of their shells, cast onto the pavement with no choice but to endure, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Jinyu struggled to distinguish between genuine kindness and deceit. As a child requiring special education, communication was particularly challenging. Each time Zhao Feng realized this, his heart felt as though it were being seared on an iron plate, compelling him to swiftly hide Jinyu within the sanctuary of his own heart. He understood that this was an inevitable path they must traverse in life. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Feng resented his own powerlessness, lamenting that he could not even protect Jinyu. Chapter 17. Tears. Jinyu gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Zhao Feng's eyes with his fingertips. Zhao Feng, unwilling to appear so vulnerable before Jinyu, buried his head in Jinyu's abdomen, tightly encircling his waist with both arms. Jinyu cradled Zhao Feng's head, pressing his ear against the top of Zhao Feng's head. "I am no longer afraid. Please do not cry, brother." Zhao Feng exhaled a warm breath, and Jinyu felt a comforting warmth radiating from his belly. He wanted to laugh, but held it back. "I swear to you, brother, I will soon provide you with a good life, allowing you to live happily without having to wait for me in solitude. All right, let's return home. When you're a bit older, we could discuss school." Jinyu inquired. "When I'm a bit older? Or when you are?" Zhao Feng lifted his head, his eyes reddened. "What do you mean?" Jinyu asked. "When you become older, will I then attend school?" His eyes sparkled with wide-eyed curiosity as he directly questioned Zhao Feng. "When will you grow older? Will it be in courage or in stature?" He bore an expression suggesting that his inability to attend school was not due to his own cowardice, but but rather Zhao Feng's. Zhao Feng replied, "I will poke your face. Just a touch, it won't hurt." Jin Yu rubbed his own face, feeling whole. Zhao Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a while, remarked, "Did you not dislike others touching you?" He recalled how, previously, Jin Yu would avoid brushing against anything while walking and would never initiate contact with anyone other than Zhao Feng. Moreover, following the incident involving Lu Gang, Zhao Feng was reluctant to admit that he had been overly anxious. Jin Yu, unable to grasp the concept of double negatives, slowly articulated, "Now brother Kinley Cook can, Aunt Fan can, and Zhang Zhang can too." Aunt Fan referred to the lady who usually prepared meals, while Zhang Zhang was Zhang Shicheng. If Zhang Shicheng, who was 1,000 miles away, were to learn that Jin Yu still held him in his thoughts, he would likely be moved to tears. After a brief silence, Zhao Feng inquired, "Does that small chubby boy you just met count?" Jin Yu grasped Zhao Feng's hand, gently tracing the scar on his wrist with his fingertips. It had become a habit for him to touch the scar he had bitten into himself whenever he sensed Zhao Feng's unease, as if he were repeatedly trying to soothe him. "Brother is merely concerned you might be confused," Zhao Feng remarked, squeezing Jin Yu's fingertips and bringing them to his lips for a soft caress. After pondering for a moment, Jin Yu took Zhao Feng's hand and placed it against his chest, stating, "Only brother has touched here. No one else may." He then raised a finger, indicating, "One finger is acceptable, but not 5. If I feel uncomfortable, I will seek brother." Jin Yu articulated each point slowly, considering the effort it took for him to be so thorough in his thoughts. "Learning," he said, raising 2 fingers, though unclear in his expression. His lips moving as he declared, "I want to learn." Zhao Feng let out a wry smile, left speechless. It was ironic that the very words he had once spoken to Jin Yu were now being turned back upon him as encouragement not to give up. The two eventually returned to school, where the entrance bore the words Hope Education. Jin Yu pointed at the billboard and pronounced "She." Zhao Feng was taken aback to realize that Jin Yu had managed to learn a character in such a short span of time, which only added to his embarrassment. He returned to the office, laden with 4 bags of fruit, apologizing to the teachers. Jin Yu followed closely behind, receiving inquiries about whether he had been hurt. He shook his head, and Jin Yu was escorted back to his seat by a group of students. This time, when Zhao Feng left the classroom, Jin Yu refrained from searching for others. He recognized that Zhao Feng was aware of the happenings within the room, and under this extraordinary ability, his sense of security multiplied. He retrieved a newly purchased notebook and pen from his backpack, demonstrating performance that exceeded all expectations. As he set down his pen, he noticed a piece of candy tucked away in the desk hole. Upon picking up the candy, he heard the small chubby boy nearby say, "Have some candy." If they were 2 ordinary individuals, they might have needed to confirm whether the candy was intended for them. However, in a room filled with single-minded children, Jin Yu's thought process was swift. The chubby boy had given him a piece of candy, albeit reluctantly. After contemplating, Jin Yu rummaged through his bag and produced several pieces of chocolate and candy, generously offering them to the boy. Neither of them adhered to classroom decorum, and soon they were rustling about, indulging in their treats. The chubby boy even jumped from his seat to pour Jin Yu a glass of water. It is worth noting that they were the 2 oldest students in the class. Jin Yu would turn 18 in a month, and the chubby boy was also of the same age this year. Zhao Feng observed with amusement in the surveillance room as 2 individuals indulged in their meals. The teacher elucidated that the chubby boy was named Tang Long, who had been here since he was 15, exhibiting no inclination towards violence, but rather a fondness for food. He would never snatch away what wasn't given to him, making him quite easy to get along with. Before long, class was dismissed, and the teacher and students gathered for lunch. The dining hall offered a balanced and clean meal, a reflection of the substantial tuition fees, which ensured attentive service. Zhao Feng watched as Jin Yu and Tang Long shared their lunch and leisure time, inseparable in their camaraderie. It was not until 5:30 in the afternoon that he exited the surveillance room, feigning an entrance from outside to pick someone up. The industrious children were capable of returning home independently, yet in Jin Yu's class, he was the sole day student. Upon seeing his newly made friend prepare to leave after a short playtime, Tang Long wiped away his tears and sorrow. However, he accepted the reality arranging to meet Jin Yu again the following day and escorted him to the entrance of the institution. Zhao Feng took over Jin Yu's now lightened backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and inquired whether he had enjoyed himself. Jin Yu, smiling brightly, linked his arm with Zhao Feng's, his voice imbued with trust. "I have been eagerly anticipating the end of school," he declared, tracing a circle in the air with his finger, gesturing, "Teach me to tell time, brother. When will you come to pick me up?" Zhao Feng, ever responsive, recognized that for Jin Yu, merely attending school was a formidable challenge. His heart ached, and he remained glued to the surveillance feed throughout the day. After obtaining permission from the teacher, he arranged to monitor Jin Yu's activities even while he was at work. Soon, he would be traveling for business, so Zhao Feng increased Aunt Fan's salary, requesting her check on Jin Yu daily at 5:30. If he appeared to be struggling, she was to bring him home. Upon returning home, Jin Yu did not immediately dash into the art studio, but instead followed Zhao Feng into the kitchen, like a shadow, watching him wash vegetables and prepare a meal. It was, after all, his first day at school, and no matter how much he tried to act tough, he could not conceal the longing in his heart. Zhao Feng presented him with a small cake he had purchased earlier to celebrate Jin Yu's inaugural day of school, adorned with a creamy little bear. Jin Yu gingerly placed the entire bear into his mouth, then sliced off a generous portion of the cake's base, placing it thoughtfully on Zhao Feng's plate along with a small fork. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Feng took the plastic knife from him, seemingly concerned that Jin Yu might injure himself with it. Jin Yu delightedly took a bite of the cake, revealing a blueberry filling that made his eyes squint with sweet satisfaction. Chapter 18. The beginning. After satiating his hunger, Jin Yu retreated into his art studio, tapping and scratching with crayons on the canvas. For him, painting was merely a matter of layering colors of various textures, free from any constraints of professional knowledge. Frequently, his artwork would feature crayons alongside acrylics and watercolors, yet the final piece always conveyed its subject clearly. Zhao Feng observed him, engrossed in his painting, until he became smeared with paint, resembling a little calico cat. When an hour had passed, Zhao Feng gently reminded him that it was time to take a shower. Although reluctant, Jin Yu reluctantly set down his brush, eliciting a smile from Zhao Feng. He stood before the painting, admiring it from every conceivable angle, exuding an air of triumph akin to that of a victorious rooster. With a spirited demeanor, Jin Yu made his way to the bathroom to wash up. Ever since moving here, Jin Yu had taken to bathing independently. However, Zhao Feng remained uneasy, and Jin Yu was hesitant to close the door while washing. Consequently, the scenario evolved into one where the door was ajar, and Zhao Feng stood within Jin Yu's line of sight, observing him bathe. Each time, Zhao Feng would take a deep breath, and by the end of the wash, he could feel the throbbing at his temples intensifying. The hot water heater provided warmth solely for Jin Yu, leaving Zhao Feng with little to spare. Before bedtime, Zhao Feng would apply skincare oil on Jin Yu, a habit cultivated since their time in the small town. In winters gone by, Jin Yu's face would often crack with dryness, and without the oil, he was reluctant to even wash his face, for the water would sting. Zhao Feng would knead Jin Yu's cheeks like dough in his hands, and soon enough, he would burrow under the covers, ready for sleep. Zhao Feng had work to attend to, and with his other specialized courses, he often found himself toiling away until the early hours of the morning. By that time, Jin Yu had already drifted into a deep slumber, snoring softly and sprawled in an ungraceful manner. Initially, he preferred to curl up while sleeping, yet now, his feet lay outside the covers, and his arms dangled off the edge of the bed. Zhao Feng would periodically come over to tuck him back in, only to find Jin Yu wriggling out of the blankets once more. The bed in their new rental was positioned in the center of the room, unanchored by walls on either side. In the beginning, Jin Yu had no inner side to sleep against, resulting in him rolling off the bed in the middle of the night, startling Zhao Feng. Since that incident, Zhao Feng had taken to wrapping an arm around Jin Yu's waist while they slept to prevent any further tumbles. The warmth generated by Jin Yu within the covers was inviting, and upon Zhao Feng joining him, Jin Yu would instinctively snuggle closer, resembling a diligent hand-warmer. The following morning, after preparing breakfast, Zhao Feng was surprised to find Jin Yu climbing out of bed, rubbing his eyes. After dressing, he grabbed a handful of candy from his snack drawer and stuffed it into his little backpack, appearing as though he was ready to head off to school. Zhao Feng was torn between laughter and tears. Jin Yu's growing independence stirred a mix of pride and concern within him. Upon arriving at the institution's entrance, the chubby Tang Longlong waved his lollipop enthusiastically at Jin Yu. After a long day at work, Zhao Feng repeatedly checked the surveillance on his phone, eagerly awaiting the moment to pick Jin Yu up from school. Time was not on his side, as he was scheduled to depart for City A the next day, with a return not expected for 3 days and 2 nights. That evening, Zhao Feng, as was his custom, allowed Jin Yu an hour to paint before beginning to pack the essentials for his stay at the dormitory. Remarkably, he refrained from staying up late studying, opting instead to lie down with Jin Yu under the covers early. Jin Yu had been reveling in the novelty of school for the past few days and showed no signs of fatigue at that hour. His eyes wide and bright as they regarded Zhao Feng. "Are you afraid of sleeping at school tomorrow?" Zhao Feng inquired, but upon asking, he felt a pang of sorrow within himself as he gently stroked Jin Yu's soft hair. Jin Yu, still innocent and honest, pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, I am afraid." It was a matter not of play, but of sleeping alone. Jin Yu had never slept alone in one place throughout his life. Zhao Feng's study desk was positioned at the foot of his bed, allowing Jin Yu to catch a glimpse of him as soon as he opened his eyes in a daze. Zhao Feng would often come over to gently touch his hands and feet. One evening, Zhao Feng retrieved a mobile phone from the bedside table, an uncomplicated model with buttons. Before bedtime, he had taught Jin Yu how to press a single button. When the phone rang, pressing the green call button would enable him to converse with his brother. Jin Yu grasped the concept quickly, yet Zhao Feng remained slightly apprehensive and set up a shortcut on the phone. By simply pressing and holding the number 1, Jin Yu could call him. Jin Yu fiddled with the phone, draping the attached lanyard around his neck. Observing his actions, Zhao Feng's fingers tightened slowly. The following morning, they arrived at the school with their luggage. Zhao Feng exchanged phone numbers with the duty teacher before bidding a reluctant farewell to Jin Yu. His bag was quite small. After leaving the school, he headed to the airport. Just before boarding, he noticed Jin Yu engaging in a game of chess with Tang Longlong on the surveillance monitor. He called Dr. Qi, who immediately inquired, Zhao, what is the matter this time?" Zhao Feng asked, "Can I take Jin Yu on the plane? He has never flown before. Will it affect his mental state?" The last question echoed in unison from both Zhao Feng and Dr. Qi. Dr. Qi sighed softly. "Young comrade, I have the contact information for a psychologist." Jin Yu had become somewhat accustomed to his new school environment over the past few days. Besides spending time with Tang Longlong, he had also noticed a girl who could not sit on a classroom bench but required a wheelchair. A female teacher frequently pushed her back and forth. After watching for a while, Tang Longlong slowly explained, "That is a wheelchair." Jin Yu inquired why. Tang Longlong pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat distracted. Just then, the teacher pushing the wheelchair approached them and asked Tang Longlong what was wrong. Tang Longlong pointed to the girl's wheelchair and asked, "Why?" Jin Yu glanced around, realizing that raising his hand to call the teacher was indeed quite effective in school. Grandpa had not deceived him. Though Zhao Feng had mentioned that Grandpa's teachings were sometimes incorrect, advising him to avoid confrontations outside and to seek his brother's assistance if someone tried to harm him, Jin Yu's thoughts wandered further. The teacher's words brought Jin Yu's scattered thoughts back into focus. That little song duo, "She has trouble with her legs," which is why she uses a wheelchair. Jin Yu nodded, and Tang Longlong, having taken a piece of candy, prompted Jin Yu to say, "Thank you, teacher. You're welcome." The teacher replied before returning to Song Duo's side. Jin Yu noticed Song Duo glance back at him, her eyes sharp and intelligent. He opened his mouth slightly and offered a dry smile in her direction. However, Song Duo did not reciprocate. She shot him a cold glance before turning away. Jin Yu clenched the candy in his hand, lowering his head to scribble in his notebook, not lifting it for quite some time. Despite his resistance, night inevitably fell. In the interim, Aunt Fan visited Jin Yu, asking if he wanted to go home to sleep. Tang Longlong anxiously grasped his hands, eagerly gazing at Jin Yu. Jin Yu, too, was reluctant to return home to sleep alone. Without Zhao Feng, it mattered little where he rested. Aunt Fan gently patted his head before departing. and Tang Long Long excitedly urged Jinyu to sleep in his room. The teacher, overhearing this, hastily intervened to explain to Jinyu, fearing he might impulsively agree. Tang Long Long's family had specifically arranged for him to have a room to himself, with Jinyu's room conveniently located next door. Moreover, Jinyu's roommate was a notably quiet child. Upon hearing this, Tang Long Long began to express his discontent, engaging in a quarrel with the teacher using a limited vocabulary. However, Jinyu had no time to listen. His phone buzzed against his chest. Upon pressing the green button, Zhao Feng's voice resonated from within. "Where's Jinyu?" Jinyu tightly clutched the phone, adopting a serious demeanor as if engaged in a covert operation. "I'm here," he replied. Zhao Feng's laughter emanated from the receiver, albeit tinged with fatigue. "How was your day at school?" Jinyu noted Tang Long Long persistently contesting his right to accommodation and discreetly picked up the phone. "All good. Did you have enough to eat?" Jinyu began to enumerate what he had consumed, mentioning the drinks he had enjoyed and the few pieces of candy he had relished. He concluded with an assurance. "There is not much candy, so I want to get cavities." Zhao Feng expressed skepticism regarding this claim. Yet, acknowledging Jinyu's exemplary behavior in other aspects, Zhao Feng merely hoped he would feel a little less frightened at night. Such trifling matters could be set aside for now. On the other end of the line, Zhao Feng was still in the office, conversing while surrounded by a pile of documents awaiting his review and signature. Nearby, colleagues exchanged glances, marveling at the unexpectedly youthful appearance of the new leader. Regret lingered in the air. A prize flower had been claimed too swiftly. It was evident that the voice on the phone belonged to a child in need of reassurance, youthful yet already burdened with responsibilities. That evening, the school's activity involved watching an educational animated film, with all the students seated in neat rows. To Jinyu's left sat Tang Long Long, while to his right was Song Duo. She appeared disinterested in the animation, her head bowed as she scribbled notes. Jinyu had already seen the film. The DVD still lay beneath his home mess table. He was unfamiliar with Sudoku, merely observing Song Duo as she filled in numbers intermittently, finding it quite fascinating. Was this not a game he had not learned? Song Duo had long since noticed the little mouse peeking at her, yet she completed her current round first. "Did you understand?" she asked, setting down her pen. Caught off guard, Jinyu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "No." Song Duo's expression conveyed her expectation. "How foolish." Jinyu widened his eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had called him foolish, especially when his older brother claimed he was quite clever. This remark significantly dented his confidence, though he was too young to grasp the concept of stubborn resistance. "I'm not foolish." At merely 11 years of age, Song Duo found herself in a classroom where only the teacher could engage her in conversation. She hadn't come here due to any intellectual deficiency. Reflecting on this, she tightened her grip on the blanket draped over her legs. She had not spoken to her peers in quite some time, although she found Jinyu somewhat distasteful. He was nonetheless considered the second smartest child in the vicinity, not even able to perform basic arithmetic. How could he not be deemed foolish? Song Duo felt a mischievous urge bubbling within her, eager to tease Jinyu. Jinyu was momentarily ensnared in thought by her words. After a while, he replied, "Then I can learn, right?" Song Duo, tapping the small table before her, threatened, "I'll teach you, but if you fail to grasp it, I shall hit you." Instantly, Jinyu felt an overwhelming pressure. His small face scrunched up as he reluctantly accepted the arduous task of learning Sudoku. Half an hour later, Song Duo began to doubt herself. Jinyu, despite being able to perform addition and subtraction within 10, displayed no semblance of logic. Filling in one blank only to erase it when attempting the next was a chaotic endeavor. In the realm of infantile mathematics, he floundered, unable to make any connections. Song Duo ultimately conceded defeat. She ripped a page from her Sudoku notebook and handed it to Jinyu. Both wore expressions of shared frustration, and through gritted teeth. Song Duo muttered, "You fool, keep it as a memento." Jinyu lamented, "But there rests nothing on it." Song Duo chuckled softly. "It bears the mark of our disgrace." Despite Song Duo having mastered Sudoku up to 25 levels, she was unable to impart even the simplest 4-level puzzle to Jinyu. As for Jinyu, he remained entirely oblivious to the notion of disgrace. Though the process was fraught with difficulty, he believed he had made a new friend. Concepts of shame did not deter him from stowing the Sudoku paper in his backpack for safekeeping. Watching Jin-Yu carefully place the paper between the pages of his notebook. The thought of calling him a fool lingered on the tip of Song Duo's tongue, but was inexplicably swallowed back. Well, a perfectly normal person would not be here in the first place. After watching a cartoon, the teacher escorted Jin-Yu to the dormitory. Zhao Feng, timing the phone call precisely, managed to connect just as Jin-Yu entered. His dormitory mate was a boy with autism, adhering to his own unique set of rules. He moved with the stealth of a ghost, quiet as a robot programmed to follow a routine. As long as Zhao Feng was present, Jin-Yu instinctively sought his counsel. Once the teacher departed, Jin-Yu inquired if Zhao Feng thought he should greet his roommate. Zhao Feng, already well aware of the boy's circumstances, knew he would not utter a word. After their brief exchange, Jin-Yu ceased to ponder further, with Zhao Feng's voice accompanying him. He completed his evening routine and climbed into bed. "Brother, I miss you so much." Jin-Yu's voice, distorted through the phone, caused Zhao Feng to choke up, halting his hand over the documents. "I miss you too, Xiaoyu." Zhao Feng dared not linger on this topic, fearing it might provoke tears from Jin-Yu. He quickly shifted the conversation. "Your birthday is approaching. What do you wish for? I'll get it for you." Jin-Yu's spirits lifted, and he enthusiastically recited all the names of the cakes he had eaten, as if announcing a menu. Zhao Feng chuckled, pleased that he could recall them. Jin-Yu felt a bit shy. "I want you to spend a day playing with me." Jin-Yu quickly expressed his desires to his brother. Zhao Feng readily agreed and asked him where he would like to go. Naturally, Jin-Yu had no particular place in mind, prompting Zhao Feng to inquire, one by one, about his options: hot springs, amusement parks, mountain climbing, or a visit to the seaside. Jin-Yu opted for mountain climbing and inquired if Zhao Feng could swiftly accompany him to the coast afterward. Zhao Feng could hardly utter a word of refusal. As Jin-Yu rambled on about the trivialities of the day, he even mentioned a swallow perched on the classroom windowsill to Zhao Feng. As the conversation continued, all that Jin-Yu could hear was the rustling sound of papers being shuffled from across the table. "Brother, are you still working?" Zhao Feng paused his hand, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I'm done." Jin-Yu pouted, turning onto his side in annoyance on the bed. "Then why the silence?" Zhao Feng replied, "I found it difficult to interject." Jin-Yu flipped over again. "Where's the difficulty? He clearly speaks with civility and is well-mannered. Even the teachers adore him." Like an emperor, Jin-Yu found a comfortable position, resting one foot atop the other leg. "You speak, I'll listen." The muffled sound of Zhao Feng's suppressed laughter reached Jin-Yu's ears. Just as Jin-Yu was about to retort, the voice on the other end began discussing work. The pricing, bidding, and contracts were all incomprehensible to him. Zhao Feng mentioned his transition from a technical role to a management position. Seizing the moment, Jin-Yu quickly chimed in with, "Not bad, not bad. Sounds like a leader." Zhao Feng paused slightly, then began reciting the multiplication tables at a leisurely pace while perusing the contracts in his hands. After an unknown number of repetitions, Zhao Feng heard the rhythmic sound of breathing from across the line. With a sigh, he remarked, "Little slacker, you've fallen asleep before even starting on your English." Chapter 20. Injury. The next day, when Jin-Yu opened his eyes, dawn was just breaking. For a moment, he forgot where he was and mumbled, "Brother." "Here." Suddenly, Zhao Feng's voice broke the silence beside the pillow. Jin-Yu lazily opened his eyes. The call had not yet ended, and Zhao Feng's voice continued to flow through. "Little Yu, you're in the school dormitory. I'm on a business trip, but I'll come and pick you up after school tomorrow." Jin-Yu paused for a moment and sluggishly replied with a soft demo. After a brief silence, Zhao Feng heard a slightly clearer voice say, "Brother, I miss you." "I miss you too, little Yu." Zhao Feng glanced at the time and advised, "Your phone is running low on battery. Once you get up, ask your teacher to help you charge it." Jin-Yu nodded his fluffy head in agreement on the pillow before promptly drifting back to sleep. At 7:30, the teachers began calling the children to wake up one by one. With his tousled hair, Jin-Yu emerged from under the covers, eliciting laughter from the teachers. Following, there were the morning routines, breakfast, and morning classes. Jin-Yu had his phone hanging around his neck, and it wasn't until lunchtime that it rang again. Jin-Yu didn't sleep during the break. Instead, he went to the leisure area with his phone to take the call. Knowing he wouldn't be sleeping, Zhao Feng and Jinyu spent the next 2 hours conversing on the phone. In the afternoon, a rare extracurricular activity took place in the park downstairs, where the teacher guided them in identifying common flora and fauna. During this time, Zhao Feng called twice more to check if he had charged his phone. Jinyu paused for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, "I forgot. I'll do it when I get back." After finishing his dinner, Jinyu approached his teacher for assistance in charging his phone. The teacher connected the device and placed it on the bedside in Jinyu's dormitory, instructing him not to touch it for an hour. After watching cartoons for half an hour, Jinyu returned to his room, finding the time still ample. He decided to freshen up in the bathroom. After washing his hands and face, he still felt uncomfortable. Earlier that afternoon, he had handled some small insects with Tang Long Long and had stepped on leaves. While climbing upstairs, he had to pull Tang Long Long for quite a while due to his fatigue, leaving him drenched in sweat. He felt somewhat unclean. Typically, he showered every day at home, but he had skipped it yesterday. And was he really going to do the same today? After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to take a quick shower. As long as he was swift, fear would not catch up with him. Jinyu recalled how Zhao Feng had prepared clean clothes for him and gathered his bathing essentials. Once the door was closed, he began counting, then swiftly dashed under the shower head. The water cascaded over Jinyu's head, and he hurriedly lathered, not daring to close his eyes. He squeezed a generous amount of shampoo into his hair, quickly working it into a frothy lather. The excess shampoo slipped between his fingers and down to his heels. Just as he was about to continue lathering, he lost his footing on the freshly spilled shampoo. With a loud thud, he fell hard onto the tiled floor. Instinctively, he reached out to break his fall, only to have his palm slip due to the shampoo, causing it to graze against the edge of the tile, resulting in a sudden gush of blood. His backside hit the floor without any cushioning, splashing water everywhere. Stunned, Jinyu sat on the ground, and after a moment, he called out for his brother, his voice tinged with tears. "My bottom hurts so much. The shampoo got into my wound. It hurts. It hurts." Almost as soon as he voiced his pain, tears began to drip onto the floor. Trembling, Jinyu cradled his bleeding hand and shouted towards the outside, "Help! I'm bleeding. Help! Hurt. My bottom hurts. I can't get up, brother. Woe is me." The bathroom was eerily silent, yet Jinyu was aware that the little boy was outside. He was unwell and could not hear him. Overcome with emotion, Jinyu began to cry loudly. As he wept, the water turned icy, raising the hair on his legs. His brother had not yet arrived. Sniffling, Jinyu watched as tears continued to fall. He cautiously shifted his position, eliciting a painful yelp. Gritting his teeth, he exerted himself to kneel upright, hastily wiping the blood with a towel. He dared not look at the large splotches of red on the floor and the white towel, squinting his eyes as he reached for the handrail on the wall for support. As he stood up, he heard a phone ringing outside. He longed to rush out immediately, but his legs trembled. His brother had instructed him to dress appropriately before leaving the bathroom, and he did not want that little boy to see him in his undress. That would be quite embarrassing. Jinyu gradually edged toward the edge of his clothes, all the while listening intently to the commotion outside. His phone had been ringing incessantly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ringing abruptly ceased. Unable to contain himself, Jinyu let out a soft whimper, tears cascading onto his legs, making it quite cumbersome to put on his pants while feeling so damp. After much effort, he finally managed to don his trousers, only for the bathroom door to be flung open with great force. The duty teacher answered the phone, conversing with someone on the other end, and upon glancing up, was taken aback by the disarray of the bathroom, emitting a startled cry, just as he could accurately discern Zhao Feng's footsteps countless times. Jinyu was 100% certain that the voice on the other end of the teacher's phone belonged to Zhao Feng. His overwhelming dread could no longer be concealed as he burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm hurt." Zhao Feng had already organized the concluding tasks for the next day long before Jinyu had declined to answer his call the first time. When he heard Jinyu's voice, he was en route to the airport. The car swerved uncontrollably for a moment, but Zhao Feng quickly corrected it, pressing the accelerator nearly to the floor. "Xiaoyu, your brother will arrive shortly." Wipe your tears away and let the teacher take you to see how your injury is. The school infirmary operates around the clock. When Zhao Feng touched down and reached the school, the night was at its darkest. Jinyu had already bandaged his hand and returned to the dormitory. With temperatures plummeting to 6 or 7 degrees below zero, Zhao Feng had only managed to throw on a shirt, and as he pushed open Jinyu's door, sweat trickled down his jaw. Jinyu lay sprawled on the bed, his hand extending beyond the edge, thickly wrapped in white gauze. From the monitoring system in the corridor, Zhao Feng had witnessed the teacher carrying Jinyu to the infirmary, droplets of dark blood seeping from his dangling fingertips. His heart felt as if it were shattering. Under the influence of the anesthetic, Jinyu was drowsy. His eyes reddened beyond recognition. A blue ice pack rested on his backside, with the towel beneath it dampened significantly by moisture. Upon seeing Zhao Feng's arrival, the teacher hurriedly stood up. Ultimately, the school bore responsibility for the incident. They had initially believed in Jinyu's independence and had deliberately assigned him a roommate with similar self-sufficiency. Their good intentions had inadvertently led to misfortune, leaving the teacher laden with guilt. Chapter 21. A hasty rush. Jinyu, stirred by the slightest noise, forced his eyes open. Upon seeing Zhao Feng standing at the edge of the bed, a veil of mist enveloped his gaze. It felt as though he hadn't seen Zhao Feng in an eternity. Despite it being merely 2 nights, the nights had stretched interminably. Wasn't it supposed to be that closing one's eyes for sleep would make the night pass swiftly? He had tried so hard to sleep, yet the dawn still eluded him. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Zhao Feng approached and gently touched his face, confirming he did not have a fever, and wiped away his tears. Jinyu recognized the familiar sensation on his face, his nose twitching slightly. Brother Zhao Feng, aware of his weakness, crouched down, resting his forehead against Jinyu's. Seemingly reassured at last, Jinyu heavily closed his eyes. The teacher softly apologized to Zhao Feng, who was about to respond when a chubby head peeked in at the doorway. Tang Longlong gazed tearfully at the slumbering Jinyu. He had been roused from his sleep by a cacophony of noise, and upon awakening, he immediately perceived that someone had been injured. How had Jinyu's hand become bandaged? Did it hurt? Surely it must. Tang Longlong's voice was rather loud, causing the teacher to hastily attempt to soothe him, though there was no time for that. Jinyu furrowed his brow in discomfort. Realizing he was on the verge of waking Jinyu, Tang Longlong promptly sealed his lips. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Let us move over here." Zhao Feng, understanding Tang Longlong's words, felt a surge of complex emotions. After a brief silence, he replied, "Thank you." Tang Longlong be met, cheerfully informing Zhao Feng that they would see each other the following day, entirely oblivious to the customary response to such gratitude. The teacher escorted Tang Longlong back to bed. Zhao Feng returned to Jinyu's side, gently caressing his face. "Little you, wake up, it's time for us to go." Jinyu, still in a daze, instinctively murmured an agreement. Zhao Feng carefully hoisted him onto his back, and, after bidding farewell to the teacher, they descended the stairs, step by step. Jinyu's round head rested against Zhao Feng's shoulder, his warm breath cascading against Zhao Feng's neck. In the vehicle, Zhao Feng retrieved a coat to wrap around Jinyu. As soon as Jinyu settled against the seat, a whimper of pain escaped him. Zhao Feng calculated the distance to the hospital, wrapping Jinyu snugly like a silkworm cocoon before lifting him back onto his back. The two traversed towards the hospital, guided by the intermittent glow of street lamps. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, just as dawn began to break, Zhao Feng purchased a bun from a nearby stall. The warm sensation roused Jinyu, the soft bun pressing against his face through the plastic bag. "Let us eat something before we let the doctor examine your injuries, shall we?" Jinyu, savoring the fragrant bun, nodded in agreement. The discomfort in his backside had subsided after visiting the doctor the previous night, so he assumed today would be no different. Little did Jinyu know, due to the poor self-control exhibited by the children at school, the school nurse typically administered anesthesia for any sudden injuries. The two entered the examination room, and Jinyu removed his trousers. The doctor, relying on experience, conducted a thorough examination. Jinyu let out a wail, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Feng, startled, quickly restrained his thrashing form. The doctor, accustomed to such reactions, pressed on several areas and reassured Zhao Feng, no fractures, a topical ointment will suffice. This hand injury is merely superficial, and there is no need for concern regarding tendons or bones. The doctor unwrapped the bandage from Jinyu's hand and inquired whether he wished to have stitches for quicker healing. With tear-filled eyes, Jinyu nestled against Zhao Feng. Having cried since the previous night, his eyes swollen to mere slits. The mention of stitches caused his mouth to flatten in dread as he listened to the doctor explain the stitching process. Zhao Feng asked if he could endure it. Jinyu emphatically responded, absolutely not. The doctor chuckled at this, yet remained accommodating, saying, all right, no stitches then, but we must perform a thorough cleaning of the wound. For such a shallow injury, if cleaned properly, a tetanus shot would not be necessary. A nurse approached with tools in hand, meticulously rinsing the wound on Jinyu's palm. And when bandaging it, she adorned it with a lovely bow. Jinyu winced in pain, his feelings towards the nurse complex and multifaceted. Zhao Feng, witnessing Jinyu's forced smile for the first time, painfully uttered a thank you. As they exited the emergency room, they coincidentally retrieved the previous examination results from the outpatient department. Jinyu, resembling a statue, was once again assisted by Zhao Feng to the outpatient building, where the results awaited them in Dr. Qi's office. Upon their entrance, Dr. Qi was taken aback, inquiring about their predicament. Jinyu, recalling the elderly doctor, dryly replied, I fell. Dr. Qi examined his injuries once more, cautioning him to be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Jinyu cast a resentful glance at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng gently patted his head, his tone filled with remorse. I am sorry, Xiaoyu. Once you recover, you may punish me as you wish. It is my fault that you fell. Ahem. Dr. Qi rapped on the desk, somewhat curtly stating, if it weren't for the absence of a queue behind you, I would have sent you both outside to cool off. Zhao Feng carefully seated Jinyu on his lap, avoiding the painfully injured coccyx. He inquired about Jinyu's examination results. Dr. Qi shuffled through the reports, initially addressing Zhao Feng. Is this brother of yours by blood? Zhao Feng was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, responding, no. The doctor displayed an understanding expression regarding Zhao Feng with a somewhat complex demeanor. You cannot be much older than him, can you? Do you even remember how your brother came to be? Zhao Feng tightened his embrace around Jinyu's shoulders, whispering, he was picked up by an elder in the family. The current state of Jinyu, he explained, was not congenital but rather a consequence of drug damage. You mentioned previously that his intellectual disability was evident from the age of 2, suggesting that the drug intake occurred at a very early age. A few years back, a child trafficking ring was apprehended, where several intellectually disabled children were coerced into labor, all of whom underwent examinations here. This situation is quite unique, yet I am 90% sure of my assessment. Zhao Feng's mind was overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before asking, is there any possibility of recovery? The doctor pondered briefly, hesitating. Restoring him to a normal level is indeed quite challenging. However, with effective treatment, he may at least achieve a degree of independence in living. Given your brother's positive progress in previous rehabilitation, he can now reach an intellectual level of at least 10 years. Yet, we possess limited understanding of the nervous system in modern medicine. I shall prescribe some neuronourishing medications. The rest depends on your brother. Encouraging him to engage with the external environment and stimulating his senses will yield some effect. It is akin to a child who, after being burned, recalls the flame and refrains from touching it again. This simple reflection posed no challenge for your brother. Jinyu could not comprehend the words, yet obediently followed Zhao Feng to fetch the medicine. In truth, his posterior still ached, the pain intensifying with each step. However, for reasons unknown, he felt that Zhao Feng was also in discomfort. Otherwise, why would he remain silent, gripping Jinyu's hand so tightly? Jinyu wished to express that his hand was hurting, but as he lifted his gaze, he noticed Zhao Feng raising his arm to wipe his eyes with his sleeve. Chapter 22. Homecoming. Upon returning home, Jinyu began to yawn once more. Zhao Feng gently dried Jinyu's body and joined him on the bed. Jinyu nestled his head in the crook of Zhao Feng's neck, much like a small puppy seeking warmth. He observed the dark circles beneath Zhao Feng's eyes and instinctively curled up in a ball, feeling a pang of sympathy. Zhao Feng leaned down to kiss Jin Yu's forehead, unable to suppress the thought that if it weren't for such man-made harm, his Jin Yu would be an ordinary child, a splendid boy indeed. Jin Yu, I harbor hatred for them on your behalf, he mused. Should there be retribution for actions? He would wish to eternally detest the traffickers who sold Jin Yu and forced him to take medication, wishing for them to endure a fate worse than death. Jin Yu seemed to sense Zhao Feng's dismal mood. He extended a hand from under the covers and gently traced the scar on Zhao Feng's wrist. The two enjoyed a rare daytime slumber, awakening only when dusk had settled. Jin Yu, unusually awake before Zhao Feng, moved a few times without stirring him. Exhausted from a prolonged period of intense work, Zhao Feng slept soundly. Jin Yu brushed his fingers along Zhao Feng's jaw, now rough with stubble, leaning in to inhale the familiar scent of his breath. The sense of security Jin Yu had found since leaving his grandfather was intimately tied to that scent. Mimicking a scene from a television drama, he pressed his lips to Zhao Feng's, cautiously tasting them as one would a delicate confection. At that moment, he was entirely oblivious to the nature of such feelings, innocently extending his tender curiosity. In the next instant, he was forcefully pinned to the mattress, eliciting a sharp scream of pain. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot as he held Jin Yu down, demanding, "Who taught you this? Where did you learn it?" Jin Yu's face turned pale with fear, his eyes brimming with tears, like vessels ready to overflow. Zhao Feng quickly realized the gravity of his actions, still dazed from sleep, having thought he was in his office chair when he lashed out. Upon seeing Jin Yu, his mind had not yet caught up, resulting in his hasty inquiry. "Little Yu, I'm not angry with you. Don't be afraid, he reassured, enveloping Jin Yu in his arms without uttering another word. "Little Yu, don't be upset with your brother. I was confused. Would you slap me to release your frustration? Come back to me, little Yu." "Where are you?" Jin Yu hoarsely replied here. "Has little Yu returned?" "Yes." Zhao Feng, filled with regret, kissed Jin Yu's forehead and wiped away his tears with the sleeve of his pajamas. "Do not fear. I am not angry with you. Does your eye hurt from crying?" "It doesn't. Tell me what happened. Why did you kiss my lips?" Zhao Feng's mind raced as he recalled the school surveillance from the past few days. Yet he remained oblivious to where he had learned such words from his kin. However, Jin Yu was considerably frightened, and despite Zhao Feng's efforts to soothe him, tranquility eluded them. Ultimately, Zhao Feng had to gently convey that kinship did not permit such actions. Not for a brother, and certainly not for anyone else. Once he began to reason, Jin Yu quickly forgot the earlier incident, his mind swirling with profound thoughts, and he soon dozed off again after rubbing his eyes. Leaning against the headboard, Zhao Feng found himself yearning for a cigarette. The relationship between him and Jin Yu was shrouded in an inexplicable discomfort. Jin Yu could only lie there to sleep. Zhao Feng cautiously glanced at the wound on his palm, where the unstitched area revealed tender pink flesh. After changing the dressing with a cotton swab, Zhao Feng rubbed his face and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. With external injuries, heavy oils and salts were to be avoided. Thus, he boiled the shrimp he had purchased and stir-fried it with broccoli. A few drops of soy sauce were drizzled over the steamed rice, followed by a sprinkle of sesame seeds. He then brought forth the clear-braised pork ribs just as Jin Yu began to stir awake, propped up on his bed, playing with his phone. Zhao Feng lifted him and placed him on a cushion at the dining table. He inquired if Jin Yu still wished to return to school. If he chose not to, Zhao Feng would find a tutor to teach him literacy at home. He had already contacted several commendable special education teachers who were adept in handling Jin Yu's situation. Jin Yu took a large mouthful of rice, nodding vigorously as he chewed. Naturally, he wanted to go back. He had promised Hang Long to bring him new candies. After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng mentioned that a teacher would come to their home to solely instruct him, allowing him to focus on his studies while waiting for his brother to return from work. Eager to appear democratic, Zhao Feng paused before adding, "Is that agreeable?" Jin Yu resolutely shook his head once more. This time, Zhao Feng remained silent for an even longer duration, until Jin Yu finished his meal. Zhao Feng took a tissue to wipe the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth. They would discuss it later, for now. Their priority was to heal from the injury. Both the physical harm and Jin Yu's unexpected affection served as a wake-up call for Zhao Feng. This indicated that Jin Yu's mind was recovering, and exposure to external information could yield both positive and negative effects. Presently, Jin Yu was in a state of confusion, and placing him in a chaotic environment was unwise. While a person could be reformed despite straying, the complexities between them were not something Zhao Feng wished Jin Yu to learn about yet. If Jin Yu's intellect were to grasp the essence of love, such lessons should be imparted by him alone. Yet, what if he were to sustain injuries like yesterday's? In unseen moments, frightened by the blood flowing from his own hands, he would find himself crying with no one to hear him. The myriad possibilities lurking in his mind could awaken him with fear the moment he closed his eyes. For now, he could only hope that in a few days, Jin Yu would forget about those classmates at school and willingly accept the family tutor he arranged. Setting aside these concerns, the two faced a dilemma after dinner before bedtime. Despite having suffered a severe fall while bathing, Jin Yu still remembered that several areas had not been scrubbed clean. If I'm not clean, how can I sleep? Jin Yu shared his thoughts with Zhao Feng, his intellect modest, but his gaze earnest as if discussing weighty matters. In truth, he was merely tallying the areas he had overlooked. He had yet to tend to his right arm and calf, and his back remained unwashed. He resolved to rectify this before retiring for the night. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Feng proposed a compromise. Let me assist you with your bathing. You cannot wash yourself just yet. If your hands come into contact with water, we would need to return to the hospital for a fresh dressing. Upon hearing the mention of redressing, Jin Yu became apprehensive and nodded vigorously. Zhao Feng activated the heating lamp in the bathroom, pouring shower gel into the basin to create frothy bubbles. The glare from the heating lamp was blinding, and Jin Yu, following instructions, raised his injured arm while remaining entirely vulnerable to Zhao Feng's ministrations. His waist was slender, yet his lower body had the desired roundness. Zhao Feng took a deep breath to steady himself, careful not to apply excessive pressure lest he leave a mark on Jin Yu's delicate skin. As Jin Yu diligently bathed himself, his body appeared immaculate. His alabaster skin glimmered under the warm light, and his toes were as smooth and rounded as pearls, his calves taut and straight. He resembled a delicate lotus, as if he might dissolve into the air if touched for too long. Once we dry off, we shall retire for the night, Zhao Feng stated. Jin Yu nodded, and in an instant, he was enveloped in a blanket. Zhao Feng cradled him with one arm and placed him on the washstand. The moment the hairdryer roared to life, Jin Yu instinctively recoiled, his chin caught by Zhao Feng's waiting hand. Although the sound of the dryer masked Zhao Feng's voice, each word reached Jin Yu's ears distinctly. Does it still hurt? A little. Jin Yu pondered for a long while, fearing Zhao Feng had not heard him. When the dryer ceased, he reiterated, "It hurts a bit." Zhao Feng gently ruffled his hair, steering clear of his waist as he carried him into the bedroom. "Wait here. I will return shortly to apply the medicine once I finish tidying up." Jin Yu grabbed his phone from the bedside table, watching the small screen flicker to life and then fade. He pressed a random key to reignite the screen, waiting for the darkness to return. Worried that Jin Yu might catch a chill, Zhao Feng ensured the bedroom was warm. By the time he returned, the blanket had been tossed aside by Jin Yu's restless movements, revealing his smooth back and delicate waist. Zhao Feng, a young man full of vigor, hesitated at the doorway for a moment before stepping in. The scent of medicinal oil was far from pleasant. After a brief massage, Jin Yu began to squirm in discontent. "Why must you apply this foul-smelling ointment on me?" Fearing that Jin Yu's movements might lead to further injury, Zhao Feng gently restrained him with his leg, continuously reassuring him that it would soon be over. Once the medication was applied, both were drenched in sweat. Jin Yu, displeased, complained to Zhao Feng, "My bath was in vain." With his hands saturated with the lingering scent of the medicinal oil, Zhao Feng, unable to suppress a chuckle at Jin Yu's petulant nature, excused himself to wash his hands. Upon his return, he found Jin Yu's phone had slipped beneath the bed. His form now nestled comfortably as he began to snore softly. The following morning, Zhao Feng went to work, his tasks awaiting his return. Shortly after 8, Jin Yu awoke to the sound of clattering dishes outside. He donned a large robe that Zhao Feng had bought for him, resembling a little prince from the medieval era. As he made his way to the dining area, Aunt Fan peeked her head out from the kitchen. "Awake? Take a seat at the table. I'll bring you some porridge," she said. Genie nodded and added a polite thank you before sitting down. Aunt Fan presented him with a bowl of steaming white porridge sprinkled with sesame seeds. As she prepared to serve it, she informed Genie, "Your brother has added shrimp to your porridge. You can find it at the bottom." True to her words, Genie discovered tender chunks of shrimp nestled beneath the surface, clearly demonstrating Zhao Feng's thoughtfulness. During the days of recovery, Zhao Feng's time had been drastically limited. He scarcely had a moment to sip water while at work. Yet, he still managed to rise early to prepare meals and return home promptly to keep Genie company. It was a week later when Genie was able to walk normally again. From the third day onward, he inquired about returning to school, but Zhao Feng consistently deferred, suggesting they wait a little longer. As time passed, Zhao Feng observed Genie gazing out the window more frequently. The transition from frugality to indulgence is effortless, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Genie had tasted the bitterness of solitude, eagerly awaiting Zhao Feng's return for companionship. When alone at home, the world outside became overwhelmingly noisy, yet all the commotion seemed indifferent to him. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng had finally found a suitable teacher, a 30-year-old woman who had worked in the rehabilitation department of a hospital. After giving birth to a child with autism, she had devoted herself entirely to caring for him. By the previous summer, her child's condition had gradually improved, allowing for initial communication. When Zhao Feng introduced Zhang-Yi to Genie, he said, "This lady will be your teacher for a while. How about learning a home with her?" Genie nodded in agreement, rarely opposing Zhao Feng's decisions. However, he soon asked, "What about Tang Long Long?" Zhao Feng had mixed feelings about Tang Long Long and replied, "It's better if it's just you. This way, the teacher can focus on your needs. And if any danger arises, she can respond quickly." Zhang-Yi brought Genie some freshly baked cookies, which seemed to still carry warmth as she placed them in his hands. Genie pondered the implications of having no classmates and suddenly shook his head. "Isn't it bad not to go to school?" he inquired, prompting a spark of realization in Zhang-Yi's eyes. Zhao Feng then asked, "Aren't you afraid after being hurt at school?" A longer silence ensued, yet both adults remained patient. Genie finally declared, "I'm not afraid." He had begun to sense his differences, much like a creature instinctively seeking its kin. Rarely did Genie exhibit such determination. Fearing that Zhao Feng might assign him another teacher, he quickly added, "I want to go to school." Zhang-Yi remarked to Zhao Feng, "Genie's condition is remarkable. He expresses himself well and speaks with clarity." Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, silently observing Genie. Zhang-Yi, believing he was concerned about the recovery effects, remarked, "To engage such children in focused dialogue, the teacher must not be overly perceptive. Feigning ignorance of their needs can prompt them to express themselves more eagerly." The teachers at the institution generally lack the patience for interactive engagement with students, making one-on-one interactions decidedly more effective. Despite Zhang-Yi's words, Zhao Feng remained tense, his brow unyielding. Genie instinctively reached for his hand, only to find it firmly clasped. Zhao Feng stated, "But he insists on going to school." As he spoke, his thumb gently caressed the back of Genie's hand, his gaze devoid of any distractions. Mistaking Zhao Feng's focus for a conversation directed at her, Zhang-Yi earnestly advised, "How can we heed his wishes during treatment? Adults must choose the swiftest and best path for him." Having encountered numerous obstinate parents, she found it unsurprising that such stubbornness emerged in the face of a child with special needs. Resignation and resentment were all too common. Educating a special child into a capable individual demands a steely resolve. Zhao Feng gazed into Genie's clear eyes, uncertain of how to refuse him. Zhang-Yi's visit was merely a formality. She departed shortly thereafter. As the door opened and closed, only the two of them remained in the house. Genie's hand now required only daily changes of waterproof dressings. Zhao Feng inspected the seal's integrity, his voice tense. "Genie, we must choose the fastest and best method for your treatment, all right?" Genie, unable to grasp such profound matters, understood illness only as the wound in his palm. He wished for a swift recovery. With a hint of anxiety, he asked, "Am I too slow?" Zhao Feng's throat tightened, Jinyu had accompanied him through tumultuous times, never once lagging behind. Since arriving in S City, Jinyu had been transforming daily, fearful of becoming a burden. Zhao Feng closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them to say, "Tomorrow, I will take you back to school. I have one request. If you get hurt again, you must return and attend class alone, quietly." Chapter 24. Cavities. Just as Jinyu insisted he change jobs, Zhao Feng always endeavored to fulfill Jinyu's wishes. The following day, Jinyu rose early, packing gifts for Tang Longlong and Song Duo into his backpack. The items he intended to give had long been procured by Zhao Feng. A box of dark chocolate for Tang Longlong, and a beautifully bound edition of The Little Prince for Song Duo. Zhao Feng cautioned Jinyu not to consume too much chocolate that evening, lest he struggled to sleep. Thus, with a cheerful spirit, Jinyu returned to his class. The teacher made a special announcement regarding his return. Only Tang Longlong applauded, and Song Duo offered him a smile. The others remained absorbed in their own isolated worlds, indifferent to the occasion. When recess arrived, Tang Longlong took Jinyu's hand and approached the teacher. "Can Jinyu move into your room?" The teacher, somewhat surprised, still remembered the request from Tang Longlong's family. Thus, at lunchtime, the teacher suggested they all call Tang Longlong's mother, hoping to gain her approval. The phone rang several times before the other party answered at a leisurely pace. An elegant female voice emerged from the receiver, inquiring, "Who is this?" "This is Hope Education. You must be Tang Longlong's mother, correct?" A rustling sound followed, as if the caller had moved to a more secluded spot. "What now? Need money?" The teacher quickly clarified. "No, it's not that. Tang Longlong wishes to share a room with other classmates." The voice on the other end dripped with disdain, the speakerphone echoing harshly in the office. "Is he bullying female classmates?" The teacher had to explain again. "No, he is a boy and a good friend of Tang Longlong." The tone softened slightly, though it remained cold. "Fine, such trivial matters are for you to decide." Before another word could be spoken, the call was abruptly terminated. The teacher stood in silence for a moment, awkwardly forcing a smile. "All right, Jinyu can move in with Tang Longlong now." Tang Longlong felt no sense of unease and cheered as he rushed back to help Jinyu with her belongings. Jinyu quietly took Tang Longlong's hand, saying, "All right, I will accompany you." As they exited the office, they spotted Song Duo's wheelchair leaning against the door. Song Duo wore a peculiar expression, prompting Jinyu to ask, "Aren't you happy?" Upon noticing the tightly clasped hands of the two, Song Duo silently remarked, "The children here are all unwanted by their families." Jinyu replied, "They will want us." Song Duo, observing the two innocently enamored individuals, told Jinyu, "You may be wanted, but neither Tang Longlong nor I are." Jinyu fell silent, sensing that Song Duo had divided the three of them into two factions. Growing anxious, he exclaimed, "I will think of a way. I will think of a way." Song Duo knew that a fool could conjure no solutions. Yet, it had been far too long since anyone had cared for her. Song Duo smiled bountifully, Tang Longlong, oblivious to the situation, noticed the sudden silence, and concluded the conversation had ended. He took Jinyu back to the dormitory. Without any assistance from teachers, they moved their belongings themselves. The neatly arranged bedding, though slightly crumpled, was in perfect order. Both Jinyu and Tang Longlong were drenched in sweat. Tang Longlong asked, "When will we live here?" Jinyu was momentarily perplexed. With his brother at home, staying at school was not an option. He proposed a compromise. Next time, though disappointed, Tang Longlong accepted it. The three of them continued to grow closer as they attended school together. When spring arrived and their heavy winter coats were replaced by light jackets, Jinyu found that one of his teeth had decayed. No one anticipated that one morning, Jinyu would awaken with a swollen face. Aunt Fan, having waited quite some time for Jinyu to rise, entered the bedroom and pulled back the covers to find him covering his face, already crying uncontrollably. Aunt Fan immediately called Zhao Feng. Just as Zhao Feng arrived at the office, he turned back around. He had been exceedingly busy lately, with consecutive promotions and departmental changes. His superiors had been using him as a stepping stone, assigning him to rectify the failing department from top to bottom. This illustrates the drawbacks of lacking a solid background within the company. Zhao Feng finds himself with little time, as his superior merely regards him as a useful tool. Transferred to a department rife with lamentation, he knows that once things stabilize, the department will be overtaken by the leader's relatives. Thus, Zhao Feng must venture to another battleground. Recently, Aunt Fan has been taking Jin Yu to school, and the sight of Jin Yu's swollen face sends a chill through Zhao Feng, causing his countenance to pale. With the onset of spring, many areas are experiencing an outbreak of mumps. If the contagion spreads severely, it could lead to systemic inflammation. Upon his return, Zhao Feng's assistant accompanies him. Unbeknownst to him, he has ascended to a position of youthful talent in the eyes of the public. Yet, upon arriving home and seeing Jin Yu's swollen visage, he feels as though he has lost his very spirit and promptly takes him to the hospital. The doctor, after a brief examination, assures them it is not mumps, but merely a decayed tooth causing inflammation at the root. Ultimately, extraction is the remedy. However, at Jin Yu's age, cavities are uncommon, prompting the doctor to inquire about his dietary habits. After the questioning, Zhao Feng, as the guardian, receives a stern reprimand from the doctor. Zheng Heng watches, heart racing. As Zhao Feng is known in the company as the unemotional iceberg, his professional motto is simple: rules are rules. He embodies the archetype of an impartial enforcer within the leadership cadre. Having served as an assistant for so long, he has never witnessed Zhao Feng at such a loss. It is absurd to think that he failed to monitor a fool's sugar intake. While commanding in the office, at home, he is merely an extreme, doting brother. Initially, Jin Yu cooperates, as the pain from his tooth is unbearable. The doctor's cool cotton swab brings some relief as it brushes against his tooth. For today, they prescribe painkillers, and once the pain subsides, he can proceed to the dentist for extraction. Observing Jin Yu's lethargy and silence due to discomfort, Zhao Feng decides to let him rest at home, watching television. However, Jin Yu is now a social being with friends and is reluctant to stay home. After coaxing him to take the painkillers, Jin Yu regains his strength and insists on going to school. With only a morning to spare, Zhao Feng, seeing his determination, reluctantly takes him back to school. Zheng Heng reflects that the compromises made by Zhao Feng in a single day exceed those he would make in the company over 5 years. Upon entering the classroom, Tang Longlong immediately asks where it hurts. Jin Yu is never one to arrive late or leave early unless something is amiss. With a look of grievance, he points to his mouth. Tang Longlong, seeing this, expresses concern. Both boys feel a pang of sympathy, with Tang Longlong exclaiming how frightening it is. To which Jin Yu replies, "It's not your tooth." Zhao Feng, witnessing this exchange, feels a mix of compassion and amusement, yet there is another matter he must address. Jin Yu's backpack is perpetually bulging, and its deflation upon returning home reveals that the missing items are merely the sweets consumed by him and Tang Longlong. Occasionally, when Zhao Feng travels to the neighboring city on short business, he brings back honey pastries from a time-honored establishment. This exchange inevitably leads to the onset of cavities. While nurturing a child, Zhao Feng clings to some traditional beliefs, such as allowing the child to eat whatever he desires. A fondness for food is not considered a flaw. As a result, Jin Yu's consumption of sweets steadily increased, and Zhao Feng frequently indulged him with small cakes after work and snacks for school. Today, however, he was struck by a dentist's admonition that left him quite bewildered. Zhao Feng resolved to confiscate all the candies from Jin Yu's bag. Chapter 25. Carb Zhao Feng endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor and instructed Jin Yu to open his backpack. Having grown accustomed to obedience, Jin Yu complied without hesitation. At that moment, Zheng Heng sensed a sudden diminishment of Zhao Feng's commanding presence. He suspected that Zhao Feng was tempted to praise his brother for his docility. Indeed, Zhao Feng wished to commend him, yet he firmly suppressed his impulse with reason. He pointed to the assortment of candies and white chocolates nestled within the bag, striving to make his voice sound more imposing. Consuming these treats in excess will lead to cavities. Henceforth, you are forbidden from eating any of these sweets without my permission. Jin Yu, with his wide, glassy eyes, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He believed that as long as he sought his brother's consent, he could indulge. After all, had his brother not always been agreeable? Jin Yu began pointing at the candies, declaring, I want to eat these today. Zheng Heng, if his salary had been less than satisfactory, would have laughed out loud. How amusing this little fool was. Zhao Feng gazed at Jin Yu's delicate finger pointing at the sweets, and, after a prolonged silence, finally stated, "No, and I'm taking them away immediately." In shock, Jin Yu's mouth fell open as he asked, "Where are you taking them?" Commanding presence is a delicate art, one that Zhao Feng had mastered in the office. Yet here with Jin Yu, he felt utterly powerless. Jin Yu treated him as a source of endless questions and curiosity. "I will take them home, and you are not to eat a single piece today. You may have some once your teeth are better." Jin Yu had no concept of moderation, akin to someone incapable of cooking being told to add a pinch of salt. He felt a twinge of discomfort, but pressed. "Does that mean I can't eat any today at all?" Zhao Feng nodded, gritting his teeth as he emptied Jin Yu's backpack, leaving only a few beautifully patterned notebooks and pens. "Be good, and you can have some once you're well again. Eating them today will lead to immediate pain." Jin Yu was momentarily frightened and finally questioned, "Just don't let them spoil. They have an expiration date." Zheng Heng could hardly contain his amusement. How could he know so much? He now suspected that the best way to deal with Zhao Feng was through feigned simplicity. Zhao Feng extended his pinky finger to make a promise. "I assure you, I will not let your candy spoil." Thus concluded this grand battle against sugar, with Zhao Feng's assurance serving as the curtain call. What the predicament? Ultimately, it seemed that the responsibility for Jin Yu's abstinence from sweets had fallen squarely upon Zhao Feng. Zheng Heng had a younger brother as well. If he were to develop cavities, Zheng Heng would have to assist him. He found himself unconcerned about having a brother with a mouth full of false teeth. Though his beloved sweets were taken away, Jin Yu's affection for Zhao Feng remained unwavering. The two would engage in this ritual every time they attended school, much to the indifference of the teachers and classmates who had grown accustomed to their antics. Zheng Heng silently underwent a baptism of brotherhood throughout the morning. Upon returning to the company, he felt an odd discomfort when he glanced at Zhao Feng. Although Jin Yu had lost his candy, he could not resist the presence of Tang Longlong. During class, Tang Longlong revealed his cherished stash of fruit candies, intending to share them with Jin Yu, for Jin Yu had shared countless sweets with him in the past. Just as Tang Longlong was about to place the candy in Jin Yu's hand, an unexpected hand emerged from beside him, snatching the candy away from his fingertips. Both Tang Longlong and Jin Yu stared at Song Duo, who had intervened. While Tang Longlong felt a twinge of displeasure, he dared not express it. Despite their close friendship, he found Song Duo's cleverness unsettling. How could one be so astute? "You took the candy I intended for Jin Yu," Tang Longlong tentatively inquired. "Are you going to eat it?" Song Duo rolled her eyes at him, stating, "Jin Yu already has cavities. Giving him candy is not helping him, you know?" Tang Longlong, taken aback by her words, withdrew his hand as if burned, exclaiming, "That won't do." The two quickly formed a united front against the idea of Jin Yu having candy, leaving him with no hope of enjoying sweets. Throughout class, Jin Yu felt an emptiness in his mouth. Having arrived late that day, lunchtime came swiftly, and the only fruit available in the cafeteria was grapes, which Jin Yu savored as his sole indulgence. He felt a twinge of grievance for his earlier ignorance. When Zhao Feng arrived to pick him up after school, he was met with a sulking Jin Yu. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jin Yu turned his face toward the window, offering Zhao Feng only the roundness of his head. Typically at this time, Jin Yu would have begun recounting the events of the day at school, where he blurred the lines between significant and trivial matters. The arrival of a new classmate was just ordinary, while an ant perched on the windowsill was considered a major event. Concerned that Jin Yu might sneak candy at school, Zhao Feng had been vigilant since lunchtime, noticing that Jin Yu's mood had soured. Prepared for this, Zhao Feng produced a small 4-inch box from behind him. As Jin Yu felt a weight on his lap, Zhao Feng encouraged him, "Open it and take a look." Though still miffed, Jin Yu entertained the possibility that it might contain candy. Upon opening the box, he discovered a square display screen inside. "I had someone bring this back from Hong Kong. It's called a tablet. When we get home, I'll teach you how to use it. There's a game called Fruit Ninja that's supposed to be a lot of fun." Jin Yu examined it from all angles before putting it back in the box. Zhao Feng was in no hurry. Once they arrived home, he powered it on and charged it, guiding Jin Yu through a game of Fruit Ninja. Even when Zhao Feng set the table for dinner, Jin Yu remained seated, mumbling swish, swish, swish. Zhao Feng called out to him several times. Only when the tablet was brought to the dining table did Jin Yu finally join him, as if drawn by the promise of a carrot. Zhao Feng inquired, "What'd you like to eat? Tomorrow, I'll take you out for a nice meal. After your tooth extraction, you want to be able to eat hard foods for several days." Jin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "I want to eat fish." Zhao Feng reminisced about which nearby restaurant served the finest fish and promptly reserved a table through his mobile device. Before retiring for the night, he examined Jin Yu's noticeably reduced swelling on his cheek, feeling reassured only after watching him brush his teeth and wash his face. The following morning, Jin Yu utilized Zhao Feng's phone to request a leave of absence from his teacher at the Hope School, also asking the teacher to convey a message to his friends. Observing this, Zhao Feng inquired, "How was I unaware that you had so many people to inform of your well-being?" Jin Yu smiled with his eyes curving into crescents and embraced Zhao Feng's arm, replying, "You are the one I report to the most." Zhao Feng playfully pinched the tip of his nose, responding, "You are indeed clever." They drove to the restaurant specializing in fish, and, as they entered, Jin Yu immediately spotted a vibrant red fish in the front desk aquarium. Beside the red fish was an ordinary crucian carp, seemingly either a filler or a temporary addition. Jin Yu gazed intently at the crucian carp through the glass, and eventually remarked, "Grandfather likes this one." Chapter 26. The Tooth Extraction Adventure. Zhao Feng paused for a moment, initially considering purchasing the fish if Jin Yu fancied it. However, Jin Yu turned away and walked forward, stating, "Let us eat this kind of fish. Grandfather will be pleased." The crucian carp was most suitable for soup, so Zhao Feng ordered the soup, along with battered fish pieces and a grilled fish. For vegetables, they merely selected seasonal greens since he could eat after the tooth extraction, making this meal inconsequential. From the moment the dishes arrived, Zhao Feng began to meticulously pick at them. By the time Jin Yu had nearly eaten his fill, Zhao Feng had only taken a few bites. With several fried fish pieces remaining, Jin Yu imitated Zhao Feng and delicately removed the bones. Initially, Zhao Feng thought he was impatiently trying to eat, but upon realizing he was merely deboning, he felt at ease. After a while, a small dish of boneless fish fillet was presented before Zhao Feng. He was momentarily speechless, and Jin Yu began to tap the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks. Zhao Feng, grasping one of Jin Yu's chopsticks, altered his tone and insisted, "Do not play with the chopsticks." The dish of fish was consumed with meticulous care, and Zhao Feng felt a twinge of desire to take the plate home as a keepsake. As they departed, the year's first spring rain began to fall outside. Spring rain is as precious as oil, and Zhao Feng merely adjusted the hood of Jin Yu's sweatshirt. They walked without an umbrella, and by the time they reached the car, droplets of water clung to Jin Yu's long, thick eyelashes, giving him the appearance of a porcelain doll. In the afternoon, Zhao Feng returned to work while Jin Yu remained at home. His favorite toy these past few days had become a tablet. Concerned for his eyesight, Zhao Feng taught him how to take photographs. Jin Yu then roamed the house aimlessly snapping pictures, which he later used as references for his artwork in his studio. The studio, now organized by Zhao Feng, resembled a genuine art classroom. Regardless of the professionalism of his artwork, the academic atmosphere was undoubtedly vibrant. Today, Zhao Feng had social engagements, inevitably consuming a few drinks, and he reeked of smoke. Although Jin Yu was in the studio, he seemed acutely aware of his surroundings. Each time Zhao Feng opened the door, he would see Jin Yu darting out from any room like a small cannonball, promptly diving into his embrace. Though spring has arrived, Zhao Feng still dresses Jin Yu in a short plush pajama. His feet are clad in socks with cushioned soles, allowing him to dart around the house without the need for shoes. The cotton slippers purchased for Jin Yu have a tendency to be discarded haphazardly. One here, another there, leaving him barefoot in no time. Recently, Jin Yu spent an entire day running around the studio without shoes, only to develop a fever that very night. Since then, his slippers have languished on the shelf. Upon entering the house, he slips into his socks, removing them before washing up. After his bath, Zhao Feng would scoop him up by the backside and tuck him in a bed. However, today, as Jin Yu dove into Zhao Feng's embrace, he was overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor, casting a disgruntled glance at Zhao Feng. Time for a bath. Such a foul habit. Zhao Feng ruffled his hair, set down his briefcase and the food he had brought back for Jinyu, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. By the time he returned, Jinyu had already opened the food container. Zhao Feng took it from him, reheating it for a comfortable meal, as the prolonged journey had left his stomach uneasy. Jinyu eagerly approached Zhao Feng, sniffing the air. The chaotic scent had finally dissipated, and he seemed satisfied. Before bedtime, Zhao Feng conversed with Jinyu. Tomorrow, we can have your tooth extracted. If you're scared, you can hold my hand, all right? Jinyu responded with a thumbs up. The next day, Jinyu found himself comfortably reclined in the dental chair, while Zhao Feng stood by as directed by the dentist. Jinyu extended a white, lotus-like arm. One hand firmly grasped Zhao Feng's, while the other pressed tightly against the seam of his trousers. Despite boasting of his bravery at home, he was still visibly anxious. Zhao Feng gently pinched Jinyu's fingertips, encouraging him to relax. As the mouth opener was inserted, Jinyu's small, crimson tongue fidgeted for a moment before being steadied by the dentist's forceps. In the next instant, a needle was applied to his gums, the anesthetic slowly being administered. Jinyu's wide eyes reflected pure fear, not comprehending the events unfolding around him. Zhao Feng's heart clenched. He whispered, "The doctor is giving you anesthesia now." It won't hurt in a moment. The dentist smiled at Jinyu, reassuring him, "Do not fear. It will be over soon." Jinyu instantly felt the cold forceps brushing against his mouth like a serpent, and he was none too pleased. To divert his attention, Zhao Feng continued to gently squeeze his fingers, saying, "Once your tooth is out, I'll take you out for a fun day, all right? Did you see on television that the Olympics are being held in the capital this year? I'll take you to watch it, okay?" The dentist glanced at Zhao Feng. In these times, those who could claim to attend the Olympics in person were either wealthy or influential. Jinyu was captivated by Zhao Feng's words, yearning to respond. But the mouth opener silenced him, leaving him to emit muffled sounds of protest. Zhao Feng quickly urged him to remain quiet, cautioning him not to choke on the water. After the preliminary cleaning was complete, the moment the buzzing drill was activated, it instantly seized Jinyu's attention. As the drill touched the still sensitive nerve of his tooth, pain jolted through him, causing him to jerk in the chair. Without a sound, tears began to stream down his face. Zhao Feng, alarmed at the sight, turned pale and shouted, "Stop!" Jinyu remained sprawled on the chair, lost in thought, as Zhao Feng carefully lifted him down, encouraging him to tilt his head and expel the blood from his mouth. This movement seemed to trigger something within Jinyu, and at last he burst into tears, burying his face in Zhao Feng's embrace. A pang of anguish gripped Zhao Feng's heart. He wished fervently to bear this suffering in place of Jinyu. Would it be possible to administer another dose of anesthetic? The doctor, startled by the turn of events, instructed an assistant to fetch another injection. Holding Jinyu close, Zhao Feng gently wiped away his tears, waiting for him to regain a steady breath before urging him to expel the blood once more. "We need to finish extracting your teeth. Can you sleep for a while? After a nap, we can go home." Jinyu curled his head tightly, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth, feeling nauseous. Zhao Feng signed the surgical consent form and administered the anesthetic. Jinyu remained tense, battling against the effects of the medication. Zhao Feng gently rocked him back and forth. When Jinyu's pale face tilted upward in slumber, Zhao Feng laid him back in the chair. "Please, hurry," he murmured, wiping away the remnants of tears from Jinyu's temples. 20 minutes later, the decayed teeth were finally extracted in fragments. Zhao Feng averted his gaze and cradled Jinyu back onto his lap. Jinyu's sleep was restless, punctuated by occasional whimpers. "I'm here, brother. I'm watching over you, Xiaoyu." Zhao Feng continuously caressed Jinyu's back, gently rousing him from the haze of anesthesia. Jinyu blinked awake, his eyes vacant as he gazed at Zhao Feng. With a heart full of tenderness, Zhao Feng pressed a kiss to his forehead and eyelids, coaxing him to awaken gradually. By noon, Jinyu finally roused, sluggishly calling out to Zhao Feng. The world felt disorientingly swift. He watched Zhao Feng's lips move, yet he could not comprehend their meaning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the comfort of his own bed. Jinyu tilted his head and sat up groggily, suddenly feeling the bed tremble as he was enveloped in a familiar embrace. Chapter 27. Beijing City Jin Yu nestled his forehead against Zhao Feng's arm, slowly inquiring. "What's wrong?" Zhao Feng's voice was muffled. "Does her head hurt? Are you still sleepy?" After a moment's reflection, Jin Yu detected a peculiar taste in his mouth, yet felt no discomfort. There was no pain nor fatigue. Only then did Zhao Feng reach out to ruffle his hair, asking if he would like some porridge. "The kind I made for you last time, with shrimp added. Does that sound good?" Jin Yu pondered for a while, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he felt a pang of hunger. Having slept the entire day, he was understandably famished. The two had returned from the hospital at noon, and he had slumbered until evening. Zhao Feng busied himself in the kitchen. As long as he was present, Aunt Fan typically did not come by. Jin Yu leaned over the dining table, playing with a fruit-cutting toy, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity without receiving his porridge, he decided to venture into the kitchen. Zhao Feng cautioned him to take it slow. "I'm straining the porridge for you. Let it cool before you drink it to avoid any discomfort with your teeth." Jin Yu, still a beat behind, wandered over to the mirror, opening his mouth wide to inspect. The spot where the bad tooth had been was now empty. The tooth had vanished. He rushed back to Zhao Feng, extending his hand. "Where's my tooth?" Zhao Feng asked. "What do you think it might be?" Jin Yu pointed to Zhao Feng's pocket. Zhao Feng replied, "You guessed wrong. Then it's gone." Jin Yu drank a large bowl of warm porridge. Zhao Feng soon resumed his work at the computer. Recently, he had ventured into stock trading, and during this period of rapid development, wealth accumulated like a rolling snowball. Jin Yu was blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the fact that her clothing was gradually being replaced with custom-made attire, with even a single pair of socks costing thousands. As time advanced, spring yielded to summer, and they had long possessed the means to upgrade to a better and larger residence. Jin Yu's anxiety about her surroundings had diminished significantly, prompting Zhao Feng to consider moving to a new house. The real estate market had been fluctuating drastically, with prices changing almost daily, and the developers Zhao Feng had invested in had already established numerous high-end residences. This time, he did not take Jin Yu to select a home, but reserved several properties in various locations. More pressing matters loomed ahead. The Olympics were about to commence, a time of national celebration, with images of the Fua adorning the streets. Zhao Feng had arranged for 2 tickets through a contact and, after making comprehensive preparations, purchased direct flights to the capital. At this moment, Jin Yu still hoped for classes at school. She noticed that the school seemed to be expanding, with several new life teachers, both male and female, having joined. Even the teacher, Zhang Yi, whom her brother had introduced her to, was now working there. Daily lessons had become much more enriching. The school, which once occupied only 2 floors, now encompassed an entire building along with a nearby park, which had transformed into a playground. Remarkable changes had occurred in just a few months. Even Tang Longlong had learned to play chess, albeit with frequent losses, earning the nickname Stinky Chess Basket from Song Duo. When Zhao Feng donated money for the school's development, it enabled the implementation of various policies. Distinct personal circumstances were meticulously categorized into different classes, each led by different teachers. Professional sign language instructors and rehabilitation specialists were recruited. Due to the continuous intellectual progress of Jin Yu and Tang Longlong, they remained in the same class. As for Song Duo, she was the only student aware of the changes resulting from Zhao Feng's investments, and she had even met the man behind them. While organizing Jin Yu's backpack, Zhao Feng stumbled upon Song Duo's Sudoku paper. Song Duo's legs were naturally deformed. Her parents had divorced long ago due to her condition, and her tuition was covered by compensation funds from her grandmother's tragic accident at a power plant. All the chaos and misfortune had been heaped upon this young girl. One day, a few months ago, Zhao Feng asked her if she wanted to visit the hospital to see if surgery could correct her condition. He assured her that he could cover the surgical expenses. Sitting on the vividly colored school sofa, Zhao Feng gazed at the girl in the wheelchair across from him. Song Duo was still quite young, merely 14, yet intellectually, she stood out remarkably in the school. Zhao Feng spoke solemnly. "If I were a purely benevolent person, I would ask you if you wish to attend a regular school, to interact with ordinary youths like yourself. However, Jin Yu regards you as a friend, and there are few who can converse with him here. Thus, I hope you can accept my offer of compensation. I provide you with an opportunity to rise." should you choose to remain here. Song Duo's hands, resting on her knees, gradually clenched into fists. All right, I shall undergo the surgery. The hospital's prognosis exceeded all expectations. If her deformity had been addressed during infancy, she could have lived a life indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Although the procedure at hand was indeed a significant one, it appeared that walking normally post-operation would not pose considerable issues. Song Duo was momentarily lost in thought as she absorbed the results, nodding slowly in response to the doctor's words. Her surgery was scheduled for the duration of Jin Yu's trip to the capital for the Olympics. Zhao Feng had arranged for her caregivers and specialists. At the moment she was wheeled into the operating room, Zhao Feng was on the other side of the city, accompanying Jin Yu to the boarding gate. This was Jin Yu's first flight, and Zhao Feng, concerned about his comfort, endeavored to coax him into sleep upon boarding. However, in the midst of this new experience, Jin Yu found it impossible to close his eyes. As the plane ascended, Jin Yu was securely fastened in his first-class seat, instinctively reaching out to grasp Zhao Feng's hand tightly. With earplugs already in place, the ascent was manageable, yet his small face paled with anxiety. Zhao Feng spoke softly to him, guiding his breaths. Once the flight stabilized, Zhao Feng promptly unbuckled Jin Yu's seatbelt and invited him to sit beside him. Jin Yu nestled against Zhao Feng like a fledgling chick, treating him as the most reliable safety harness in the world. Zhao Feng gently patted his back, hung up a do not disturb sign, and after a few minutes, Jin Yu gradually began to relax. The scenery outside soon captivated his attention. He gazed intently at the billowing clouds beneath the plane. Vast expanses of land transitioned from green to brown, eventually yielding to the gray of buildings. Having seen their previous forms, Zhao Feng noted Jin Yu's curiosity as he pointed and identified, "That building is tall." Zhao Feng glanced over and, relying on his memory, remarked, "In a few years, a taller one will rise in the south." Jin Yu held no opinion on this, his mind a blank slate. As the plane approached landing, Zhao Feng secured Jin Yu back in his seat, fastening his seatbelt as they descended upon one of the fastest-growing cities, the capital. Chapter 28. Growth. The in-flight meals went unchosen by either of them, as they nestled together like fledglings throughout the journey. Upon alighting, Zhao Feng immediately reserved a restaurant, while Jin Yu recorded a video on his phone to send to Li Ku. Upon seeing the video, Li Ku promptly called, inquiring about Jin Yu's eating and sleeping habits. Jin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know about today." After all, they had changed locations, and Zhao Feng had deliberately arrived 2 days early to help Jin Yu acclimate. Hearing Jin Yu's uncertainty in response to Li Ku, Zhao Feng playfully patted his head, chiding him for his lack of gratitude. Jin Yu squinted his eyes, while Li Ku on the other end continued to tease, "Brother, stop scolding him like that. He barely understands good from bad. If someone else scolds him in the future, he won't know how to retort." Zhao Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. Who would dare to scold him? Over the past 2 years, Zhao Feng's temperament has undergone a significant transformation due to work, leaving Li Ku hesitant to voice his opinions. Presently, only Jin Yu remains blissfully unaware, treating Zhao Feng as he always has. Li Ku soon shared his news. "I am to marry Xiao Qi on the 15th of next month. You must bring Jin Yu along, brother." Zhao Feng nodded, calculating that he could take a detour and return after attending the wedding. During these days, Zhao Feng remained confined to his hotel suite, working remotely without venturing outside. Jin Yu, feeling out of place, stayed close to Zhao Feng. While Zhao Feng participated in meetings from his chair, Jin Yu sat beneath the table, engrossed in his tablet. Leaning against Zhao Feng's knee, he occasionally moved as he played a fruit-slicing game. Every so often, Zhao Feng would gently lift Jin Yu's chin, encouraging him to sit up straighter while playing. Besides a few simple games, the tablet contained educational software for recognizing characters. In the evenings, when Jin Yu wanted to practice reading, Zhao Feng warned him that such habits might lead to a detrimental association between reading and sleepiness. However, Zhao Feng did not press him to change these minor habits. Since reaching adulthood, Jin Yu had been evolving rapidly, shedding his youthful innocence as the signs of adolescence gradually emerged. His physical development was rather slow, with an Adam's apple only becoming noticeable this year. When he looked up at Zhao Feng, A slight round protrusion could be discerned. One morning, Jin Yu discovered it himself and, feeling a sense of urgency, approached Zhao Feng, who was busy working. Zhao Feng had never told Jin Yu not to disturb him during work, so Jin Yu innocently reached out to the mirror. Those on the other side of the computer witnessed their usually reserved and efficient leader being tugged away by a delicate hand. The screen abruptly turned gray as Zhao Feng turned off the camera. Zheng Heng, accustomed to such situations, seamlessly took over the conversation and continued the meeting. An elder leader jokingly interjected, "Zhao, are you off to watch the Olympics?" Zheng Heng replied affirmatively, with the elder chuckling, "Our company has received many tickets this year." Aside from Zhao as personal expenditure, the rest have been claimed by the ERD department. The company had grown rapidly in recent years, offering generous benefits, and they exchanged light-hearted banter before returning to the agenda. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was pulled into the restroom by Jin Yu, who pressed his hand against his neck. Zhao Feng felt the delicate skin beneath his palm and the small, rolling protrusion, causing him to stiffen momentarily as he bent down. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Jin Yu held his hand firmly against his neck, making a sound that caused the small patch of skin to tremble. "I swallowed a ball." Zhao Feng was amused and, reaching for Jin Yu's smooth hand, placed it against his own Adam's apple. He had hoped this would help Jin Yu understand that this was a normal occurrence. But Zhao Feng misjudged his own self-control. As Jin Yu's unblemished hand touched his Adam's apple, it instinctively shifted. Jin Yu swiftly looked over, raising both hands to explore Zhao Feng's Adam's apple. Zhao Feng lamented in despair, unexpectedly withdrawing his hand from Jin Yu's grasp and taking 2 steps back. Jin Yu had matured, exhibiting all the signs of a fully developed man. On several occasions, Zhao Feng had awakened to find Jin Yu's legs pressed closely against him, rubbing against him slowly, causing his blood to rush to places it ought not to. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Feng said to Jin Yu, "Brother will attend a meeting and discuss something with you later." Unaware of Zhao Feng's awkward turn, Jin Yu nodded and proceeded to play on his tablet. His understanding of his own body was predicated on Zhao Feng's reactions. If something were amiss, Zhao Feng would surely whisk him to the hospital within half an hour. The absence of a hospital visit indicated normalcy, a rather simplistic and blunt method of discernment. During the meeting, Zhao Feng found himself lost in thought, failing to absorb a single word. The lingering sensation of his fingers brushing against the skin at Jin Yu's Adam's apple remained vivid. His fingertips traversed back and forth, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. It was not until long after the meeting had concluded that Zhao Feng rose to search for Jin Yu. He discovered Jin Yu had taken down the bedspread and was folding it into various shapes on the carpet. Although Zhao Feng was aware that he had arranged for the cleanliness of the room, he could not bear to see Jin Yu lounging carelessly. He patted the edge of the bed, beckoning Jin Yu to come over. Jin Yu promptly set aside what he was doing and sat close to Zhao Feng, their outer thighs nearly touching. When Jin Yu aligned his knees with Zhao Feng's, he could barely perch on the edge of the bed. Aligning with Zhao Feng's waist made his knees appear disproportionately short. Observing Jin Yu's conflicted movements, Zhao Feng gently curled his lips into a smile. At the bedside was a button to control the lights, and Zhao Feng's hand began to perspire profusely. In his life thus far, he had experienced only 2 moments of such intense tension that his temples throbbed painfully. The first occurred in a small hospital in that town, with the old man's ward behind him. 10 minutes prior, he had listened to the old man's dying wishes, his body taut as if pinned to an iron board. Even after much time had passed, Zhao Feng vividly recalled the temperature of his fingers, which held a cigarette by the inadequately cleaned window, along with the metallic sweetness of smoke lingering in his mouth. The second instance was now. Zhao Feng's voice trembled with strain as he grappled with the uncertainty of what was to follow. In his professional life, right and wrong seemed like 2 divergent paths, while his relationship with Jin Yu felt like a desperate climb out of an unfathomable quagmire. "Xiao Yu, I will turn off the lights now. You come sit on the bed." Jin Yu obediently crawled to the center of the bed, tilting his head in anticipation, as if inquiring what new game they were about to play. With a click, Zhao Feng extinguished the lights. Instantly, darkness enveloped Jin Yu, heightening his senses of hearing and smell. He perceived the soft rustle of fabric, followed by the soundless thud of clothing being tossed aside onto the carpet. Once Jinyu adjusted to the surrounding darkness, he discerned a faint silhouette reflecting a glimmer of light, skin unencumbered by any clothing. Chapter 29. Growing Pain Xiaoyu. Remove your clothes. Without the slightest hesitation, Jinyu shed her plush pajamas with movements tenfold more decisive than Zhao Feng's. The sounds of Zhao Feng's breath and swallowing were amplified in the air. Pants, Xiaoyu. Jinyu promptly discarded the last remnant of fabric, her legs flailing on the bed as she kicked the small piece of cloth away. Come closer to me. Jinyu felt a twinge of discomfort. It made her feel akin to a newborn monkey. The vastness of the space compelled her to hunch her shoulders, instinctively covering areas she did not even understand needed covering. Only upon hearing Zhao Feng's words did she feel an overwhelming sense of relief. Quickly kneeling and crawling to his side, her first instinct was to nestle into Zhao Feng's embrace as before. Yet, just as she was about to dive into the familiar position, Zhao Feng suddenly shoved her away. Caught off guard, Jinyu toppled over like a puppy on its hind legs. Her gaze forced toward the ceiling as she fell. In the split second before she landed on the mattress, she anticipated Zhao Feng would come to help her up. But he did not. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she felt no sense of impending closeness around her. Tilting her head, she followed the creases of the sheets. Confirming her suspicions, Zhao Feng remained seated, his position and posture unchanged, resembling a statue in a temple. A wave of grievance washed over her chest, halting just beneath her chin. Slow down, don't come so close. Sit in front of me. Jinyu sniffled and clambered back up, positioning herself as instructed. Give me your hand. Jinyu extended her hand, only to find Zhao Feng's palm slick with warmth, the pressure of his grip fluctuating, as if trembling. Zhao Feng guided Jinyu's hand to rest firmly against his hand surface, leading both their hands toward his lower abdomen. Jinyu leaned forward, hearing Zhao Feng's breath, alarmingly near. Her hand curled instinctively, though could only touch Zhao Feng's hand. Yet, she felt an inexplicable warmth spreading across her body, raising fine goosebumps. His heated breath seemed to seep into her ears, making Jinyu instinctively shrink back. Zhao Feng's movements froze momentarily before he asked, "What is wrong?" Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to gnaw on her lower lip again. "I want water." Jinyu recognized that her expression was inadequate. Yet she longed for the taste of ice cream, or simply the essence of ice cubes. If only she could have a taste on her tongue. Zhao Feng pulled her hand down. "All right, I'll fetch you some shortly." In the darkness, Jinyu nodded, sensing the faint glimmer of light in Zhao Feng's eyes. Instinctively, she felt a wave of danger. Her body stiffened in place as she heard Zhao Feng speak again. "Like I just did, hold your own." Almost mechanically, Jinyu complied, a short, muffled sound of distress escaping her throat. Zhao Feng reassured, "Do not fear, Xiaoyu, this is not an ailment." He gently grasped Jinyu's arm, sliding his hand down to rest upon the back of Jinyu's hand. The posture mirrored their earlier exchange, yet Jinyu's palm was significantly smaller than Zhao Feng's. Zhao Feng's fingers hovered in the air, yet he could still feel the warmth emanating from the skin beneath. If the lights had been on, Jinyu would have surely been frightened to tears by the pallor of Zhao Feng's face, marred by protruding veins. Zhao Feng forced his eyes shut, slowly guiding Jinyu's hand. Never before had Jinyu been so acutely aware of his own body. The sudden stimulation rendered his waist weak with trepidation. He swayed, yearning to seek refuge in Zhao Feng's embrace. It felt as if he were soaring amidst the clouds, with Zhao Feng's voice tugging at his metaphorical kite string. "Sit up." Jinyu strained to sit upright for a moment, only to quickly collapse again, akin to a noodle boiled to tenderness. Zhao Feng heard Jinyu cry out, feeling the dampness on his hand. He withdrew, and Jinyu remained still, like a small frog, nestled in place. Under ordinary circumstances, Jinyu would have been curled up against Zhao Feng, but tonight, Zhao Feng had denied him solace too many times. His heart ached, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhao Feng coughed slightly. Jinyu felt reluctant to move. He heard Zhao Feng say, "This is a normal phenomenon, Xiaoyu. In the future, if you wish, you may come on your own." Jinyu responded with a muted acknowledgement, disinclined to engage in conversation. From this evening onward, you shall sleep alone, shall you? Jin Yu's foggy mind struggled to comprehend Zhao Feng's words. He sensed the bed shift gently, followed by the sound of the door closing. Alone in the dim room, devoid of light, Jin Yu gradually curled up beneath the covers, akin to a snail retreating into its shell, as if the outside world were fraught with peril. In the living room, Zhao Feng, wrapped only in a blanket, held most of Jin Yu's belongings on the back of his hand, which bore a hint of a metallic scent. He gazed at the master bedroom door, the silence within igniting an impulse to shatter everything in a fit of rage. The following morning, before Jin Yu had even opened his eyes, his hands instinctively reached out. The bed was empty. Upon finally opening his eyes, he found himself alone, his lower body still positioned as it had been the previous day. As he straightened, his left leg felt numb and unresponsive. There had been times before when he cried out, and Zhao Feng would come in to massage his leg, pinch his nose, and carry him to the dining table for a meal. Jin Yu sat silently on the edge of the bed, occasionally sniffing back tears. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the curtains failed to fully block the light. Slowly, he rose, retrieving the pajamas he had cheerfully discarded the night before. Donning each piece anew, as he stepped out of the bedroom, the living room remained eerily quiet. Zhao Feng was nowhere to be found. Jin Yu was aware that another room held a bed, and he approached that door. It was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle push. The quilt on the bed lay in disarray, with Zhao Feng resting atop it, eyes closed in a deep slumber. Jin Yu felt a tumultuous noise echoing in his head, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in his ears. His brother had effortlessly vacated the bed, leaving him alone. Fearing that his sobs might awaken Zhao Feng, Jin Yu hurriedly shut the door behind him and stepped out. A cup of lukewarm water sat on the table in the living room. Zhao Feng had promised to fetch him some yesterday, but had forgotten the cup here. Jin Yu lifted the cup and took a sip, murmuring softly, "It's all right, it's all right." Chapter 30. Slowly Zhao Feng heard the door click shut and opened his bloodshot eyes. His fingertips were nearly drawing blood beneath the quilt. Jin Yu squatted on the floor, slowly finishing the water in the cup. The door opened, and Zhao Feng emerged. "Xiao Yu, are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Jin Yu gazed at Zhao Feng, who spoke to him as if nothing had occurred. He could not conceal his emotions, and tears quickly clouded his eyes, teetering on the brink of spilling over. Zhao Feng paused for a moment, suppressing the pang in his heart as he approached Jin Yu. He knelt on one knee to meet Jin Yu's gaze, gently wiping away his tears with his fingertips. Jin Yu's tears flowed more freely at his touch, causing Zhao Feng's fingers to tremble slightly. "Xiao Yu, you're truly testing your brother's limits." Jin Yu, wanting nothing more, shook his head in denial. "I want to go home, brother." Zhao Feng recognized that allowing him to sleep alone had been too abrupt. Jin Yu was frightened. "Xiao Yu, please help your brother as well. If we were at home, I could never bear to let you sleep alone. But you've grown, and this day was bound to come." Jin Yu felt an overwhelming sadness at the thought of such a sudden change. Had he known, he would never have played that lights-out game with his brother. It was all too late now. Sniffling, Jin Yu pleaded, "Hold me, brother." Even with his iron will and steadfast heart, Zhao Feng could not withstand the sight of Jin Yu in such distress. His hair hung down in disheveled strands, resembling a small dog drenched in rain. He was grateful that Jin Yu had not begged him to stay in the room last night. Zhao Feng, being an adult, understood that after such an event, one might take time to process their emotions, especially for Jin Yu, who was experiencing this for the first time. Thus, he had fled while the moment was still fresh, calculating with a despicable knowledge that Jin Yu would not fully comprehend. Jin Yu's head rested slowly against Zhao Feng's chest. Zhao Feng encircled him securely with his arms, holding him close. Jin Yu wrapped his delicate, pale arms around Zhao Feng's neck. From behind, Zhao Feng completely shielded Jin Yu, with only his slender arms visible, fingertips tinged with red, pressing against Zhao Feng's back, turning white with exertion. "Let me order your favorite dishes for delivery, Xiao Yu. You should eat something. It's not good for your stomach to remain empty." Jin Yu sniffled, rubbing his face against Zhao Feng's shirt to dry his salty tears. Zhao Feng retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping Jin Yu's runny nose, urging him to wash his face. Jinyu was deeply enamored with the embrace he currently found himself in, feeling as though this moment had come too late. He should have been lulled to sleep in such comforting arms the previous night. "I do not wish to move," he murmured, while Zhao Feng gently cradled the back of his head in silence. Having wept enough, Jinyu's eyes were now swollen and red. "Let us sleep together tonight," he suggested softly to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was almost ready to acquiesce immediately, yet the words caught in his throat, forcibly stifled. "I have said it, Xiaoyu. You have grown up, you ought to sleep alone," Zhao Feng reiterated. "Do you not recall that you spent a night alone in the school dormitory before?" He was uncertain whether he was persuading Jinyu or himself. Jinyu shook his head, gazing at Zhao Feng like a drenched puppy. "But I am hurt. Do you not remember?" How could Zhao Feng possibly forget? He gritted his teeth and asserted, "Here, you will not be hurt. Trust your brother, all right?" When Jinyu realized this could not sway Zhao Feng, he implored, "Is it so bad if I do not grow up?" Zhao Feng's heart felt as though it were fracturing, torn between a desire for Jinyu to flourish and find happiness, and the agony of letting go. If there were no hope for Jinyu's recovery, Zhao Feng would cherish him as an invaluable treasure held delicately in his palms, forever dependent on him, requiring only to exist, without concern for anything else. Zhao Feng gazed at Jinyu, yet it felt as though he were looking into his own self-interest. "Everyone grows up. Jinyu, you must never fear. I will always protect you." Jinyu, realizing he could not alter Zhao Feng's perspective, let a sharp cry. Zhao Feng embraced him, ordering food for their hotel room, while also requesting ice packs be brought up. When there was a knock at the door, Zhao Feng carried Jinyu in his arms to answer it. The staff outside could only see a hand reaching out from within, while the other hand securely held the young man close. The fuzzy pajamas made Jinyu appear like a languid little cat, while the exposed calves were smooth and delicate, clad in cotton socks that accentuated their graceful lines. The tray was accepted, and the man stepped aside, coldly obstructing their view, abruptly closing the door. Jinyu flinched at the noise, lifting his small face to inquire, "What happened?" Zhao Feng placed the tray on the table, gently stroking the exposed skin of Jinyu, as if brushing away dust. "It's nothing. Brother just wants to apply a facial treatment for you. Shall we go out shopping afterward?" Jinyu nodded, and Zhao Feng settled him into a chair at the dining table. As soon as he was placed down, Jinyu shifted uncomfortably, prompting Zhao Feng to lightly pat his soft flesh. "Sit properly. There is no little cushion for you here." A month prior, Zhao Feng had removed all the cushions from their home as sofa. The cushions brought from the old man's house had long since worn out, and these were all newly made by Zhao Feng. Jinyu sat there like a video game character frozen in place, merely waiting on the cushion. This issue was addressed after Zhao Feng consulted with a doctor, revealing that overcoming psychological dependence was akin to weaning off, akin to discarding a beloved toy. In simpler terms, it simply required a single word: abstain. Transforming rigid behaviors into spontaneous actions begins with discarding the anchors of such rigidity. The chair, cushioned to prevent discomfort, allowed Jinyu to sit relatively still as he slowly scooped rice with a spoon from his plate. Zhao Feng gently applied an ice pack around Jinyu's eyes. After a brief meal, Jinyu set down his spoon, and Zhao Feng, respecting his appetite, finished the remaining dishes in his bowl before leading Jinyu outside. The significance that Jing City placed on the Olympic Games was unmistakable. Along the way, numerous shops selling mascot figurines caught the eye. Jinyu was quickly captivated by these charming items, while Zhao Feng assessed the craftsmanship of various stores without purchasing anything for him. "Wait, let me find you a good cotton toy to play with," he promised. Jinyu rarely discarded his toys once bought. If he particularly cherished one, it would even find a place in his bedroom. After much effort, Zhao Feng finally discovered a doll shop that seemed acceptable and promptly purchased a set of 5 dolls for Jinyu. Carrying a large bag, Jinyu touched each doll before handing it to Zhao Feng, naturally allowing him to carry it. Chapter 31. The meeting after their shopping excursion. Jinyu's spirits, which had been dampened the previous night, had finally lifted. Upon returning to the hotel, he immersed himself in play with his newly acquired toys. As evening approached and the sky darkened, however, a sense of anxiety began to creep in. Zhao Feng noticed this with a pang in his heart. After dinner, Jinyu settled on the living room sofa, engrossed in his game on the tablet. It seemed as though by staying out of the bedroom, he could somehow evade the need to sleep alone. Typically, by around 10 o'clock, Jinyu would have already drifted into slumber. Yet tonight, despite yawning incessantly, he remained on the sofa, playing a fruit-cutting game. His eyelids grew heavy, and Zhao Feng waited until the early hours of the morning. Jinyu rubbed his dry eyes and glanced up at him. Zhao Feng feigned focus on his computer, while Jinyu, like a little kitten, stealthily approached him and squatted beneath the table, leaning against his leg from a mere few centimeters away. Within 3 minutes, the weary little head rested against him. Soon, Jinyu's shoulder and backside leaned against Zhao Feng's legs, and he succumbed to sleep. Zhao Feng, unsure how long he had been waiting in his rigid position, gently nudged Jinyu's shoulder. "Wake up, Xiaoyu." Jinyu, disoriented, opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting a bewilderment as if he were unaware of the time. "Let us go to bed," Zhao Feng suggested, turning away to feign busyness. Jinyu, unable to find a point of focus as his brother averted his gaze, eventually realized Zhao Feng was urging him to leave. Reluctantly, he stood up, heading towards the bedroom, though the 10-meter distance felt like an arduous 20 minutes. Jinyu moved at a snail's pace, internally lamenting why dawn had yet to break. Zhao Feng, feeling the stiffness in his shoulder and back, finally heard the soft click of Jinyu's door closing. He exhaled deeply, his hands marked with deep impressions, a trickle of crimson seeping through. As he stood, Zhao Feng found his body swaying, his feet numb from the prolonged wait. As he was about to take a step, a sound of shattering glass and retching emanated from Jinyu's bedroom, piercing Zhao Feng's nerves like an arrow. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the bedroom, colliding painfully with the corner of the table, producing a sharp, jarring sound. Oblivious to the pain, he forcefully pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Jinyu's pale little face hung limply over the edge of the bed, with only a small amount of vomit on the floor. A nearby cup had shattered, scattering shards of glass across the ground. Zhao Feng's heart plummeted, and he swiftly scooped Jinyu into his arms. "Brother, I'm scared. Don't let me sleep alone," Jinyu murmured weakly. In a flurry, Zhao Feng wiped his face and carefully navigated around the glass, carrying Jinyu into another bedroom. Jinyu burrowed into his chest, as if wishing to burrow into his ribs for safety. Zhao Feng gently rocked him back and forth to keep him awake. Xiaoyu, where do you feel unwell? Tell me," he urged. Jinyu cried out, "I want you to hold me while I sleep. I want to sleep." Zhao Feng pressed his forehead to Jinyu's to check for fever. All right, I'll hold you. Let us have the doctor come and take a look, shall we? Does your throat hurt?" Jinyu shook his head vehemently, then nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. "I don't want a doctor. I don't want a doctor. My throat hurts." "Brother." Zhao Feng poured him a glass of water, coaxing him to drink. "Be good. Tell me where it hurts, and I'll explain it to the doctor when he arrives, okay?" Jinyu suddenly cried out, tears streaming down his cheeks. "No. I said no. Woo-woo. I am scared. Can't you understand? Woo-woo." Trapped in his embrace, Jinyu's hands flailed in a spasm, and Zhao Feng, fearing for his safety, did not move away. Jinyu's nails left a nearly 10-centimeter scratch on his face, drawing blood. Zhao Feng's heart ached at Jinyu's words, his voice breaking. All right. No doctor. I'll stay with you. Don't cry. Gradually, Jinyu calmed down, his breathing steadying as he closed his eyes. Zhao Feng waited until dawn to confirm that Jinyu had ceased vomiting. However, his face remained pale, resembling a figure from an oil painting in the dimly lit room. Exhausted, Zhao Feng closed his eyes, recalling the night Jinyu had first arrived at the Shanghai Hotel, also suddenly ill in the middle of the night. In retrospect, it seemed that perhaps it was not merely due to overeating. Jinyu's anxiety in an insecure environment triggered his nervousness. He was helpless, he was unwell. Zhao Feng abruptly slapped himself across the face. When Jinyu awoke, he was still in Zhao Feng's embrace. Strong arms held him securely, while others might have felt constrained. Jinyu felt none of that. His immediate reaction was one of joy, realizing that his brother was finally willing to hold him while he slept again. He was delighted and wanted to lift his head to kiss Zhao Feng's face. But upon looking at Zhao Feng, his expression suddenly changed. Zhao Feng's face was smeared with blood. Jin Yu, startled, let out a cry and bounced on the bed, unable to rise as Zhao Feng instinctively held him tightly. What is wrong? What is wrong, Xiao Yu? I'm here, Zhao Feng quickly reassured him, supporting Jin Yu's neck, fearing that he might lose his senses from the fright. Jin Yu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. How did you get hurt? Only then did Zhao Feng recall the wound on his face, hastily wiping away the dried blood. However, his rough movements caused the wound, which had nearly healed overnight, to split open again, oozing fresh droplets of blood. Jin Yu was horrified. We should go to the hospital. The hospital? Seeing Jin Yu insist so fervently, as if he would cry otherwise, Zhao Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. Jin Yu followed closely behind him as he washed up, incessantly asking, Did you get into a fight? Brother, did you fight? Zhao Feng pinched his little face. Fight? I accidentally scratched myself with my nail yesterday, and didn't he notice I was bleeding? Jin Yu appeared somewhat skeptical, yet lacking the ability to reason it out. He urged Zhao Feng to head to the hospital. It'll all be all right once we go to the hospital, Zhao Feng often told him. Zhao Feng, however, dismissed the injury as trivial, let alone endure the long queues at a hospital in the capital. It wasn't an ideal place, and with Jin Yu having just vomited, he was uncertain whether exposure to the chaotic environment of a hospital would make him ill. Instead, he took Jin Yu to a nearby clinic. As the doctor applied medicine to Zhao Feng's wound, Jin Yu sobbed quietly. Zhao Feng's heart ached at the sight and told Jin Yu to wait for him in the outer room, knowing that sick people needed to be reassured, or else they would become anxious. Jin Yu reluctantly turned back several times before heading outside. The street-side clinic was only separated from the bustling street by a layer of tempered glass. Jin Yu watched a small dog being walked outside for a while, when suddenly he noticed a man speaking to him. The man, familiar and dressed in sportswear, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and called out, Xiaowen, is your mother's headache acting up again? Hurry and get the medicine. We need to go grab a seat soon. Chapter 32. The Xiang family. Xiang Qiwen helped his mother lie down on the bed. Xiao Mei silently gazed at her sensible and obedient son, revealing a bittersweet smile. Xiaowen, why didn't you go with your father to see the flag raising? Xiang Qiwen shook his head. What's the rush? There will be other opportunities. Mom, are you still feeling unwell? Their family had come to the capital to watch the Olympics, a joyous occasion for any family in this era. Xiang Ling had made significant contributions to a project at his company, which secured them tickets to the Olympics. Now, in middle age, he no longer possessed the energy to dwell on matters from his youth. It dawned on him that he had a family to consider, a frail wife and a son with whom he shared a distant relationship. The three of them, having not traveled together in a long time, were now reunited, yet Xiao Mei had seen a pair of twins on the train to the capital. In their household, twins remained a forbidden topic. Every time Xiao Mei spotted twins from another family, she would suffer from headaches for several days, as if even the slightest breeze could unsettle her. Xiang Qiwen was aware that he had a twin brother who had been abducted when they were very young. His mother often shed tears while gazing at their baby photographs. From that moment, Xiao Mei's health began to deteriorate, casting a shadow of distress that lingered between her parents. Once her mother retired for the night, Xiang Qiwen took out a book and settled onto the hotel balcony to read. Having just completed the college entrance examination and secured a place in his desired field of aerospace technology, he aimed to ease his workload during his freshman year by starting his studies early. Before long, Xiang Ling returned, bursting through the door with a loud bang, her voice piercing the silence like a high-pressure drill. This man had dedicated his life to his career and research projects, perpetually incapable of understanding or caring for his wife. Xiao Mei, accustomed to the noise, furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. Xiang Ling set down her breakfast and inquired of Xiang Qiwen, Xiao Wan, I saw you at the pharmacy just now. Why didn't you speak to me? Xiang Qiwen closed his book, feigning nonchalance. Xiao Mei had always disapproved of Xiang Qiwen pursuing a career in research. She did not wish for all the significant individuals in her life to stubbornly chase the so-called pursuit of science while neglecting the family. Xiang Qiwen glanced at Xiao Mei before responding to Xiang Ling. I haven't gone out. You must have mistaken someone else. Xiang Ling scoffed. How could that be? I was only 2 or 3 meters away from you. I can't be mistaken. Were you not buying headache medicine for your mother? Xiang Qiwen, puzzled, replied. I didn't go out at all. You can ask my mother. As he spoke, he turned toward Xiao Mei, suddenly noticing her peculiar pallor. Her face was ghostly white, beads of sweat glistening across her forehead. What are you saying? You saw a child who looks just like Xiaowen? Xiao Mei turned to her husband, her shoulders beginning to tremble. Both Xiang Qiwen and Xiang Ling sensed the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting instantly. The three hastily donned garments and rushed downstairs, with Xiao Mei hurriedly wiping her eyes, not uttering a single word among them. None dared to shatter this fragile hope, to seek confirmation, nor to inquire further details from Xiang Ling. They simply sprinted towards the clinic she had mentioned. Xiao Mei stumbled through the establishment, only to find it deserted. The doctor who had just attended to Zhao Feng emerged, mistaking Xiang Qiwen for the child who had yet to leave. With a smile, he greeted, Why didn't you go with your brother? You were just crying so heart-wrenchingly. Are you still feeling unwell? Xiang Qiwen's expression froze, while Xiao Mei emitted a heart-wrenching cry. After much effort, the trio managed to compose themselves, and the doctor finally grasped the situation, marveling at the astonishing twists of fate. However, the two brothers had engaged little with him, preoccupied as they were with comforting each other's minor injuries, leaving him unaware of their residence. At that time, surveillance cameras were not widespread, and the three could only file a report, patiently awaiting the retrieval of footage from nearby cameras. With no other options at hand besides leaving their contact information and hoping for a serendipitous encounter, they found themselves at the mercy of the bustling police department in the capital. A few officers hurriedly took notes before swiftly departing, leaving the Xiang family drenched in cold sweat. On the other side, Jinyu was resting his head on Zhao Feng's shoulder, requesting that Zhao Feng carry him back to their hotel. Jinyu inquired about their sleeping arrangements for the night. Zhao Feng, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, reiterated, I will stay with you. You shall not sleep alone. Content. Jinyu closed his eyes, only to open them moments later to express, I feel like we are walking so slowly. Though Zhao Feng wished to hasten their pace, he was hampered by a painful leg from sudden movement the previous day, possibly bruised. Such a troublesome child. What's the rush? Jinyu chuckled softly, replying, Someone spoke to me just now. Who was it? Was it the nurse or the doctor? Zhao Feng was accustomed to Jinyu's charm. Wherever he went, people were drawn to him, likely due to his amiable demeanor and slow, deliberate speech. According to contemporary trends, Jinyu embodied the essence of the popular youth archetype. Jinyu shook his head, saying it was an older man who seemed rather irritable. Zhao Feng laughed, aware of Jinyu's tendency to judge by appearances, often recalling actors who played villains in the first series he watched, even if they later portrayed virtuous characters. Jinyu would persist in viewing them as adversaries, convinced they would soon commit misdeeds. Zhao Feng found this amusing. Was he bald or portly? Is that what made you perceive him as grumpy? Jinyu pondered for a moment before responding, slightly disheartened. He was bald. Zhao Feng chuckled, and the two continued their stroll back to the hotel, passing by the front desk where several young women glanced their way, enchanted by the charming duo whose interactions resembled a fairy tale, always intertwined. Upon entering the elevator, Jinyu asked, when will we watch the sports meet? His school also held such events, and recently, he had mastered jump rope, capable of performing over 20 consecutive jumps, garnering accolades from various teachers for his agility. In contrast, Tang Longlong struggled significantly, managing only 8. Jinyu, somewhat flattered by the praise, was particularly eager to observe the Olympic Games, hoping to explore other sports he might enjoy and potentially participate in one day. Zhao Feng understood his aspirations, but never dampened his confidence with discouraging words. After all, a somewhat conceited child posed no threat to society. Conversely, Li Ku, upon hearing Jinyu's ambitions over the phone, erupted in laughter, exhibiting a complete lack of empathy. Chapter 33. The beginning that evening, before Jinyu could even wait for dinner, he was already too drowsy to keep his eyes open. The previous night's excitement had drained him significantly. Zhao Feng coaxed him to finish his porridge and encouraged him to walk around the room a couple of times before lying down. As soon as Jinyu reclined, he reached out to grasp Zhao Feng's clothing tightly. His eyes battled against sleepiness, anxiously searching Zhao Feng's face. In an instant, Zhao Feng enveloped Jin Yu in the blanket, his tall frame casting a protective shadow over him, akin to an old wolf sheltering a young cub for warmth. Jin Yu let out a long sigh, a hint of tears welling in his eyes. He felt entirely at the mercy of Zhao Feng's arrangements, utterly devoid of autonomy. This implied that whatever Zhao Feng desired, he could only acquiesce. If Zhao Feng wished to strike him, he would be left bewildered, unsure of where to flee. If Zhao Feng wanted to share a bed with him, he would comply, and when the latter's desire waned, no plea could alter his resolve. Jin Yu melancholically pressed his face against Zhao Feng's heart, for the first time troubled about his future. It was only 7 o'clock when he lay down, and upon noticing Jin Yu's somber mood, Zhao Feng reached out to caress his forehead. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. We must rise early for the event. I will dress you, little you, and carry you on my back so you can continue to sleep, all right? You look as lazy as a little pig. Jin Yu gradually drifted into slumber amidst Zhao Feng's soothing words. In his dreams, he found himself wandering through an endless fog, devoid of Zhao Feng's presence. The space surrounding him inhabited solely by himself. Jin Yu was paralyzed with fear, unsure of which direction to take with each step. He felt abandoned by the world. Just as he was on the verge of tears, the sky abruptly darkened. The blackness enveloped him like suffocating ink, and he let out a soft whimper. Soon, however, the inky darkness revealed a dim light, illuminating the figure before him. Zhao Feng's muscular arms, defined chest, and toned abdomen radiated strength, his wrists rising and falling rhythmically. Jin Yu stared in astonishment, recognizing the scene from that fateful night. He had not forgotten. Even in his dreams, the light seemed like a benevolent hand, gradually illuminating everything he had failed to see clearly. Zhao Feng's sweat-drenched brow, tightly pressed lips, and piercing gaze emerged vividly. Jin Yu gazed at Zhao Feng in terror, yet could not avert his eyes. It felt overwhelmingly real, as though unfolding in reality. Jin Yu began to doubt whether that night had truly been so bright. Was Zhao Feng truly so bare before him? If he were to nestle into his embrace, as usual, would he not brush against him? Jin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, meeting Zhao Feng's peculiar gaze. Flustered, he quickly averted his eyes. Zhao Feng, believing he had startled him, hastily reached for Jin Yu's neck. Jin Yu instinctively recoiled from Zhao Feng's touch, his mind still recalling the sensation from merely a minute prior. Zhao Feng's hand froze mid-air before retracting, and he turned on the room's light. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Jin Yu nodded, then hesitated and shook his head. Zhao Feng smiled gently, his voice gravelly. My little you has grown up. Don't be afraid. It's just a normal occurrence. Should you change your clothes now? Jin Yu, perplexed, sat up, contemplating why he needed to change. Yet, midway through his thoughts, he suddenly halted, his face visibly flushed. How could he still be wetting his pants at this age? Zhao Feng, observing his expression, struggled to suppress a laugh, pressing his lips together. Go change. Jin Yu, clutching his stomach, awkwardly shuffled into the bathroom, his face a mask of disbelief. After lingering in the restroom for a good 20 minutes, he finally emerged with vacant eyes, clearly lost in thought once again. Zhao Feng had no choice but to pull him onto the bed, reassuring him that this was a normal part of growing up. Jin Yu remained skeptical, prompting Zhao Feng to tease him. I knew you would feel shy, which is why I wanted you to sleep by yourself. Now that you're embarrassed, should I go sleep outside instead? Upon hearing this, Jin Yu snapped back to reality and grasped Zhao Feng's hand. No way. Even if I wet my pants, I'd rather sleep with you. Jin Yu said, his cheeks flushed. I can hold it in. Zhao Feng chuckled silently for a while, finally saying, well, Jin Yu, you truly are a remarkable person. The two of them tossed and turned for half an hour before settling back under the covers. Jin Yu asked, how much longer can I sleep? Zhao Feng glanced at the clock, noting that there were still 5 hours until the opening ceremony. Sleep as long as you wish. If you're too sleepy, I can carry you. By the time you open your eyes, the ceremony will be right before you. Jin Yu rubbed his head, still feeling a bit bashful, and softly replied, oh, then I'll go to sleep. Zhao Feng found his demeanor utterly adorable, suppressing a laugh as he pulled the blanket over him. When dawn broke, Zhao Feng dressed quickly and lifted Jinyu from the bed. Just as he turned to help him put on his clothes, Jinyu suddenly opened his eyes. Although he woke slowly, it was evident he was making an effort to become alert. A delicate hand reached for the clothes Zhao Feng held, lazily slipping them on like a snail retreating into its shell. His thick, long eyelashes fluttered as he glanced at Zhao Feng from time to time, as if afraid he might intervene. Jinyu was still haunted by the dream from the previous night, the images flickering in his mind, leaving him feeling uneasy. Zhao Feng prepared a small bag for him, filling it with milk and bread to stave off hunger while watching the program. By this time, many guests at the hotel in the capital were waiting for the opening ceremony. As Zhao Feng stepped out, he noticed a growing crowd on the street, all moving in the same direction. The August morning still held a hint of humidity, and the early risers bore the fatigue of waking up. Yet their eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a procession of spirits. Fearing that Jinyu might get lost, their hands remained clasped together. Jinyu had grown accustomed to this tethering, obediently following Zhao Feng like a charming little accessory. Soon they found themselves queuing for ticket verification. Once inside, the atmosphere became even more chaotic. Zhao Feng guided Jinyu to their seats on a secluded second-level platform. Although they were not close enough to see the athletes clearly, the area was relatively quiet compared to the bustling crowd below. Though Jinyu had come with the intention of watching the sports, he was quickly captivated by the opening ceremony's performances. He leaned forward, intently watching, and swayed his head to the rhythm during the singing. Despite having already purchased a set of figurines at the hotel, Zhao Feng bought him another set on-site, placing it by his feet. Jinyu soon took them out to play with, eliciting envy from those around him. Chapter 34. 2 in 1. As noon approached, Jinyu's energy had nearly dissipated. Zhao Feng allowed Jinyu to recline sideways on the chair, resting against him for a moment. However, it wasn't long before Jinyu was roused by an urgent need to relieve himself, prompting Zhao Feng to escort him to the restroom. The flow of people was rather substantial. Upon exiting the restroom, Jinyu found himself separated from Zhao Feng, swept away by the crowd. Distant cheers and applause echoed, which felt somewhat premature to Jinyu. He sought a relatively quiet corner near the staircase, glancing around for Zhao Feng while being jostled backward by the throng. At last, the stairwell was tranquil. Jinyu turned to find a lady squatting on the steps, appearing quite unwell, with her head nestled against her shoulder. Occasionally, teachers would encourage them to assist others to the best of their abilities. Just as Jinyu contemplated approaching her, he thought he heard Zhao Feng's voice from outside. After deliberating for a moment, he decided it was best not to cause Zhao Feng any worry. If he knew Jinyu had heard him, he would undoubtedly rush over, and that would likely result in a reprimand. Previously, there had been an instance when Tang Longlong desperately wanted Jinyu to stay with him in the dormitory for the night. After much pleading from his friend, Jinyu found himself wavering. Consequently, when Zhao Feng came to collect him, he ambled slowly, his mind torn in conflict, nearly wandering under the car as Zhao Feng, with a stern expression, caught him just in time. Without uttering a word, Zhao Feng took him home and dealt him a severe reprimand. Once Jinyu reached an open area, Zhao Feng, as if sensing his presence, made his way toward him. Although Jinyu would never respond, even if he heard Zhao Feng, he had unwavering confidence that Zhao Feng would locate him. Zhao Feng, aware that Jinyu had been pushed aside by the crowd, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes and prepared to guide him back to their seats. Jinyu tugged at Zhao Feng's sleeve, requesting a bottle of sweet beverage. Although Zhao Feng had initially hesitated, having already consumed his share of drinks for the day, he quickly bought a bottle of milk, concerned that Jinyu had felt frightened alone. When he handed the milk to Jinyu, the latter said, "Wait a moment." Zhao Feng paused, watching as Jinyu discreetly placed the bottle of milk at the feet of a woman nearby before quietly stepping away. He cast a glance at her, lightly tapping Jinyu's head in exasperation. "How could you not consider whether your brother is thirsty?" Jinyu, with his bright, sparkling eyes, replied, "Then buy another for yourself." Zhao Feng chuckled as he led him away, glancing back at the woman once more. In the past, Jinyu would often wait passively for others to speak to him. But now he was capable of initiating conversations with strangers and even offering them water. Such behavior was beyond Zhao Feng's wildest imagination. After the two had departed, the woman, who had been crouched on the ground, lifted her head, sensing something. Xiao Mei gazed at the unopened milk before her. She hadn't seen this brand before, but it was evident that the packaging was quite luxurious. Was this intended for her? Momentarily taken aback, she reflected on how the three of them had been in a daze since yesterday, awaiting news, her headache rendering her unable to tolerate any noise. Merely for the sake of her husband and child's peace of mind, she reluctantly accompanied them. Otherwise, Xiaowen would likely have neglected the opening ceremony, opting instead to remain in the hotel by her side. Was this a gift from Xiaowen? As mealtime approached, Zhao Feng took Jinyu out for dinner, but all nearby restaurants had unexpectedly switched to reservation only. Zhao Feng decided to return to the hotel with Jinyu, intending to wait until he had a nap before venturing out again. The August heat in the capital was still quite oppressive. After only a few steps, Jinyu was drenched in sweat, whining and refusing to move. Zhao Feng, aware of his aversion to heat, had dressed him in a white outfit. Noticing his discomfort, he picked him up, with Jinyu's bare legs swinging against his waist. Zhao Feng remarked, "You ought to get some sun and replenish your calcium. Your pallor is becoming unattractive." Although Jinyu was not particularly concerned with aesthetics, he could not tolerate any insinuation of being unattractive, perceiving it as an affront. "Mind your own business," he retorted. Zhao Feng clicked his tongue in annoyance, threatening, "I'll dismantle your television when we return, so you can't practice your cheekiness." Upon arriving at the hotel, Jinyu immediately dashed into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of splashing water echoed, prompting Zhao Feng to set down his bag and check the temperature. "Let us raise it a bit. You'll catch a cold in this sweltering heat." A muted exclamation was drowned out by the water's roar. In the afternoon, Jinyu enjoyed a long, restorative sleep, awakening to find the room shrouded in darkness. He burrowed under the covers, and with the air conditioning set to a modest temperature, he began to sweat upon the slightest movement. Brother, the bedroom door was ajar, allowing him to see Zhao Feng working outside, lying in the center of the bed, with only his head peeking over the edge. He stuck out his tongue at Zhao Feng as if feigning death. Zhao Feng, recognizing his boredom, set aside his computer and scooped him into his arms, playfully tossing him. Jinyu delighted in the sensation of being lifted, and after a moment, Zhao Feng inquired, "What if I grow old and can no longer carry you?" "You useless thing," Jinyu replied, enunciating each word with surprising vigor, echoing lines he must have picked up from television dramas. Zhao Feng felt a wave of frustration, vowing to recruit a few more civics teachers for the Hope School upon his return. This boy was becoming increasingly articulate, yet simultaneously more insufferable. Thus, the first day of the Olympics slipped by in slumber. Zhao Feng remained unconcerned. He would not compel Jinyu to endure discomfort merely to recoup the ticket price. The following morning, Jinyu appeared markedly more fatigued. The excitement of the previous day had waned, and he was reluctant to leave the cool confines of the air-conditioned room. While Zhao Feng tended to work within, Jinyu scoured the space for amusement. This had long been the rhythm of their coexistence. Whether dealing with restaurant owners or mingling with the new elite of the investment world, as long as they were at home, Jinyu remained firmly within Zhao Feng's line of sight. In the ensuing days, Zhao Feng took Jinyu to explore nearby attractions in the capital, predominantly comprised of historical architecture, princely gardens, and imperial palaces. Jinyu was particularly captivated by vivid colors. Upon entering the resplendent red-walled Forbidden City, his eyes widened in wonder as he eagerly scanned his surroundings. Zhao Feng leisurely introduced whose residence it was, and Jinyu softly remarked, "The road is long and wide, yet the courtyard is quite small." A child, overhearing this, instantly felt a kinship and tugged at Jinyu, mumbling several phrases. The child's parent observed the clumsy youth for a moment before gradually realizing the awkwardness of Jinyu's comments, suddenly pulling the child away. Zhao Feng glanced over, seized Jinyu's hand, and headed in another direction. Neither party exchanged a word, each expressing their disdain in silence. Jinyu tilted his head and hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Feng replied, "Avoid playing with that kind of child. I just saw his snot nearly reaching his mouth." The two explored all the renowned attractions of the capital, ultimately departing before the conclusion of the Olympics. The change in plans was due to Li Ke's wedding being rescheduled, prompting them to board a train directly to H City. Upon arrival, Jinyu was immediately swept up in Li Ke's embrace and spun around. Having gradually caught up in nutrition over the past 2 years, Jinyu had grown noticeably taller. Li Ke nearly failed to recognize him. The once little boy had transformed into a striking child, resembling a porcelain doll. Zhao Feng swiftly retrieved Jinyu from Li Ke's arms, setting him down gently while affectionately ruffling his hair. Zhao Feng's aunt, a woman in her 40s, had only ever had Li Ke as her child. Her only sister and brother-in-law had left her with just one nephew. In her youth, Lin Chunyu had intended to bring Zhao Feng to live with her. However, Zhao Feng, mature beyond his years, understood the pressure she faced and stubbornly refused to leave his small town. Now, many years later, she was capable of caring for Zhao Feng, who had long since outgrown the need for such care. This was Jinyu's first encounter with Zhao Feng's aunt, and he was eager to take a closer look. Suddenly, Zhao Feng pulled him back, causing Jinyu to pause. "Aunt," Zhao Feng greeted Lin Chunyu, yet he did not loosen his grip on Jinyu's hand. Lin Chunyu's gaze fell upon the boy's hand clasped firmly in Zhao Feng's, slightly diminishing the joy of their long-awaited reunion. Nevertheless, she patted her nephew's solid shoulder, displaying a nostalgic smile. Having always been in poor health, she had taken on odd jobs since her youth to support the family. At 40, her hair was nearly all gray. In recent years, life had eased somewhat. Though her hair could not regain its former luster, her spirit remained commendable. In the past, Lin Chunyu had been unable to visit Zhao Feng frequently, often relying on Li Ke to check on him. Their relationship had always been good, and Lin Chunyu bowed her head to wipe her eyes. "Let's go. I'll have your uncle cook you a delicious meal." Li Ke interjected with dissatisfaction. "Weren't we supposed to go out to eat first? Now, we're the young people waiting at home for you to cook." Lin Chunyu lightly slapped Li Ke's back. "After such a long journey, your stomach must be unsettled. We can't eat that hodgepodge. If you want to eat, it will have to wait until tomorrow." Li Ke suddenly resembled a wilted eggplant, trailing behind as he walked alongside Jinyu. "Little goldfish, did you enjoy the Olympics? Was it entertaining?" Jinyu pondered for a moment before responding. "Did you call me?" Li Ke chuckled several times. "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to be given a nickname?" Jinyu gradually began to grasp the concept of jesting and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Then go ahead and call me." Li Ke inquired again, "Why are you only half listening?" "I also asked if you had fun." Reflecting on the past few days, Jinyu recalled being angry for 2 days and spending a day and a half alone. His brother was injured, which made him uncomfortable and brought him to tears. "Just okay," Jinyu remarked with restraint. Li Ke was astonished that he even knew to say just okay, as he seemed like a different person from when they were in the small town. "Jinyu, you are truly becoming more intelligent. In a few years, you might even be able to attend university." Jinyu smiled shyly and tugged at Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng, who was conversing with Lin Chunyu about recent events, turned back when interrupted and asked what was the matter. Jinyu had never been particularly polite to Zhao Feng, who had always indulged him, stopping whatever he was doing to chat with him. "Brother praised me," Jinyu said proudly, patting his chest. "He said I could get into university." Zhao Feng chuckled at his antics. "Of course, we need clever students like you in university." Jinyu's face flushed with pride from their compliments, oblivious to Lin Chunyu's curious gaze. Zhao Feng turned back, inadvertently blocking Lin Chunyu's scrutiny of Jinyu. The family boarded the new car that Li Ke had purchased for his wedding, and Zhao Feng asked, "Why didn't you buy a better one?" Over the years, Zhao Feng had intermittently provided Li Ke with considerable financial support, partly to repay Lin Chunyu's ongoing concern for him. Upon hearing this, Li Ke displayed a pained expression. "Brother, it's my wedding. How could I use another man's money to buy a car?" Jinyu knew how to respond to this statement and leaned forward from the back seat, mimicking Zhao Feng's tone. "If it's given to you, then it's yours." Both Li Ke and Zhao Feng burst into laughter, with Zhao Feng remarking, "Jinyu understands this logic. You're soon to be married and still don't get it?" Li Ke jokingly replied, "That's why Jinyu is destined for university." Listening to her son and nephew banter playfully with a simpleton, Lin Chunyu felt a pang of discomfort. Lowering her eyes, she admonished Li Ke, You just got your driver's license not long ago. Don't be foolish. Pay attention to the road. Li Ku, carefree, responded cheerfully, making a silly face at Jinyu through the rearview mirror. Zhao Feng reached across to grasp Jinyu's hand, gently rubbing his thumb over the back of it. Lin Chunyu and her husband still resided in the unit assigned to them many years ago. They had only 2 daughters. The elder, Lin Chunmei, had not married outside and had taken a son-in-law to support her parents. The families Lin Chunyu had engaged with for marriage were primarily factory workers. In that era, being a factory worker was quite dignified. Her marriage was splendid. Yet it soon coincided with a wave of layoffs. Only her husband remained employed, while the others crowded into that single dormitory room. Her brother-in-law and sister were also gone, and a myriad of responsibilities nearly overwhelmed her. Fortunately, they have endured and managed to get through, although they still occupy the same dormitory. At least they can afford to purchase a decent new home for Li Ku. Li Ku has arranged to take the 2 of them to view the new residence tomorrow. Nowadays, it is quite fashionable to have cross-ventilation, and the new apartment boasts 2 bathrooms. Lin Chunyu, standing nearby, complained about the excess of bathrooms at home, stating that her daughter-in-law, Xiao Qi, is excessively fastidious about cleanliness. Li Ku interjected with playful banter, while Jinyu closely followed Zhao Feng, and they ascended to the 6th floor to reach their destination. Zhao Feng remarked, "Later, I shall arrange another apartment for you. It must be inconvenient to climb up and down these stairs." Lin Chunyu, catching her breath while leaning on her thigh, promptly shook her head, saying, "We do not need to change our place. It is far more prudent to save your money for when the time comes to marry." Upon uttering this, the room fell into silence, and Lin Chunyu, seemingly exhausted, paid little heed. She retrieved the keys, opened the door, and gestured for them to enter. Lin Chunyu is an industrious individual, and in such settings, many women resemble her. The interior was immaculate, and her husband, Li Meiqiang, peeked from the kitchen to greet Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, please take a seat. We will be dining shortly." Chapter 35, Elders. Upon hearing of your arrival, your aunt has been inquiring for days about when the market would have fresh produce. Li Meiqiang is a very affable man, ensuring the atmosphere remains lively as he serves the dishes. This morning, your aunt was up at 5 to select the meat. She watched it being slaughtered, and it is exceptionally fresh. Those of you who are working lack the time to cook. Where can you find meals outside that rival the quality of home-cooked meat? After arranging for Jinyu to sit comfortably, Zhao Feng went to the kitchen to assist with serving the dishes. Li Ku finally found a moment to ask Zhao Feng, "I noticed you have a bruise. Did you have a quarrel with Jinyu?" Zhao Feng chuckled. What quarrel could there be? He is merely a child, unable to distinguish between discomfort and discontent. Li Ku gestured towards the wound on Zhao Feng's face and, with a twinge of concern, replied, "Just don't let my mother find out. She would surely be upset." Meanwhile, Lin Chunyu turned to see Jinyu waiting at the dining table and approached him to inquire if he was feeling unwell. This was the first time in the hour that Zhao Feng's aunt had spoken to him. Jinyu shook his head. "No, I want to eat ribs." Whenever at home, if Jinyu can clearly express his cravings, Zhao Feng invariably praises him. Thus, Jinyu followed suit this time, yet was met with silence in response. Feeling a bit uneasy, Jinyu shifted in his seat and made an effort to say, "Hello, aunt." Lin Chunyu regarded Jinyu with a complex expression and coldly remarked, "You know when you're hungry, yet seem oblivious to everything else." Without waiting for Jinyu's reply, she turned and returned to the kitchen to fetch more dishes. Jinyu, feeling dejected, fidgeted with the seam of his trousers, struggling to comprehend his aunt's words. The table was overflowing with meat dishes, and Jinyu soon forgot the brief encounter. During the meal, he would tug at Zhao Feng's sleeve whenever he desired something, and the dishes would promptly be served before him. Zhao Feng even offered him the few available vegetable dishes, quietly reminding him not to forget to eat. Li Meiqiang retrieved the exquisite wine that Zhao Feng had sent back earlier, pouring a generous glass. Although Lin Chunyu had always looked after her husband, he and Zhao Feng were not particularly close, and he had never intervened in her attentions. As Zhao Feng accepted the cup, the rich aroma of the wine wafted into Jinyu's nose. Familiar with the scent, Jinyu wrinkled his nose and, somewhat displeased, remarked, "It smells bad. I don't want to drink it." Zhao Feng responded, "You're only focused on your brother's trivialities. What you dislike is the smell of smoke, but there's no smoking here. So it won't be foul." Jinyu appeared skeptical, which amused Li Ku. "Now it's your turn to take charge. Just look at your imposing demeanor. It's quite intimidating." Jinyu took a mouthful of rice, noticing Zhao Feng engrossed in his drinking, and quietly slipped a few vibrant green leaves into Zhao Feng's bowl. Anyone at the table could see this little maneuver, yet Zhao Feng, observing Jinyu eat respectfully, chose to ignore it. Lin Chunyu adhered to traditional customs, remaining quiet while her husband and nephew conversed. The three men, Zhao Feng, Li Ku, and Li Meiqiang, discussed matters of importance, with Zhao Feng continuously serving Jinyu dishes, as if by some unspoken connection. Each time Jinyu's hair lifted slightly, revealing his perspiring nose, Zhao Feng's south chopsticks would deftly place food atop his rice. Though Jinyu remained silent, the satisfaction on his face was unmistakable, reminiscent of a contented little fox. Li Ku was accustomed to such servitude, and it did not diminish his appetite in the slightest. However, for Li Meiqiang and Lin Chunyu, this tableau was rather difficult to accept. Seizing the moment while Li Meiqiang poured more wine, Lin Chunyu asked Zhao Feng, "Is this child's temperament good?" Before Zhao Feng could respond, Li Ku interjected, "Absolutely. Jinyu has an exceptionally good nature. He never shows anger." Lin Chunyu retorted, "Anger? What does he have to be angry about? Does he just wait for you to feed him?" Zhao Feng glanced at Lin Chunyu, who suddenly realized that her words might jeopardize their relationship. Yet, she quickly fell into a mental trap. How could she allow her sister's child to serve a stranger for life? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Feng finally explained, "He is very sensible. He never causes me any worry." Lin Chunyu, upon hearing this, wore a look of helplessness. "You foolish child. You should have to worry about such things. You earn a decent income now, if you haven't met a suitable aunt yet. We can take Jinyu to a hotel while Li Ku handles the ceremony, and we'll return afterward." Zhao Feng gently interrupted Lin Chunyu, placing a hand on Jinyu's back, instinctively seeking to reassure him even in this moment. This gesture struck a chord with Lin Chunyu, causing her brow to twitch, as she could not help but assume the role of an elder. "Child, can your family truly harm you? Speaking this way, it would hurt little Ku's feelings, wouldn't it?" Li Ku awkwardly set down his wine glass, gazing at his mother with a look of exasperation. "Why should I be angry with my brother? Jinyu is, after all, a good child." Lin Chunyu had not intended to broach this subject during the family banquet. Although Li Meiqiang had attempted to pull Lin Chunyu back, wishing for her to refrain from speaking further, he internally concurred with her sentiments, feeling powerless to intervene. Lin Chunyu questioned, "You constantly have him follow you and call you brother. Yet in our family, only Xiao Ku is your brother, Xiao Feng. You are still young. It may seem trivial to speak of brotherly loyalty, but you should not sacrifice yourself in the process." Observing Zhao Feng's indifferent demeanor, Lin Chunyu felt a surge of frustration within her. "How can I stand by and watch a fool impede your progress?" Suddenly, Zhao Feng stood up, and Jinyu, taken aback, also rose, opening her mouth as if to speak but at a loss for words. "I am not a fool," Jinyu declared, shooting a disdainful glance at Zhao Feng's aunt, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes deepening with her frown. Zhao Feng gently patted Jinyu's head, responding calmly, "You misunderstood. My aunt was not referring to you. Have you eaten enough? Shall we step outside for a breath of fresh air?" Jinyu set down her chopsticks and nodded in agreement. Lin Chunyu, feeling that she had not spoken anything excessively inappropriate, was taken aback when Zhao Feng truly intended to leave. She had never anticipated that he would take offense over such trivial remarks. In a hurry, she kicked Li Ku to prompt him to intervene. Li Ku sprang to his feet and asked Jinyu, "Jinyu, could you help me choose the wedding candy? Which flavor do you think is delightful?" Lin Chunyu felt a surge of frustration wash over her. "What are you asking him for? I want you to stay with your brother." Li Ku felt a strong urge to silence his own mother. It was evident that the situation remained unclear to her. If Jinyu were to be left with any psychological scars, it could jeopardize their chances of seeing Zhao Feng again. Chapter 36. The Lantern Festival. Jinyu glanced at Zhao Feng, already eager to leave. After Li Ku had managed to soothe his mother into the bedroom, only the four men remained in the living room. Li Meiqiang remarked, Zhao Feng, your aunt is not a malicious person. She simply fears that you might be upset. I will speak with her to ensure she does not disturb the children on this joyous occasion. Like offer Zhou Feng a vrismile. And with only the three of them left in the living room, Jin Yu asked, what about the candy? Ever since he had lost a tooth, acquiring sweets had become a Herculean task, with Zhao Feng tightly guarding his stash of snacks. Jin Yu found himself somewhat tempted by the prospect of candy. Initially, Li Ku had little hope, but upon hearing this, it felt as if divine intervention had occurred. Yes, I will get it for you. Once Li Ku stepped into the other room, Zhao Feng pinched Jin Yu gently at the nape of his neck, asking, how many pieces do you want? Naturally, Jin Yu thought the more, the better. Zhao Feng, perceptive to his thoughts, suggested, you can have some chocolate. Tonight, I will take you to the Lantern Festival. After the wedding, it will be nearly the Mid-Autumn Festival, and with the flourishing economy in recent years, the festivities have already begun to stir. All previous discontent faded into oblivion, swept away like a distant memory. Jin Yu quietly cheered, and Li Ku returned, presenting him with a heaping plate of candy. If you happen to taste something particularly delicious, place the candy wrapper here, and later I shall show it to your sister-in-law. Jin Yu, with a mouthful, inquired, where is sister-in-law? Jin Yu has now grasped familiar relationships. The wife of one's brother is indeed a sister-in-law. Li Ku's wife is called sister-in-law. However, Zhao Feng will not have one, as he has vowed not to have a sister-in-law. Upon mentioning this, Li Ku appeared disheartened. Before marriage, we were forbidden to meet, and your sister-in-law insisted on working, only granting leave the day before the wedding. Jin Yu, somewhat understanding, nodded and asked, why don't you work? Li Ku, with a gleam of pride, replied, you see, this is called entrepreneurship. I am no longer an employee. I am the boss. Jin Yu inquired, is that impressive? Li Ku, with a sly glint in his eye, responded, my dog kennel is now filled with purebred dogs. When the first litter arrives, I shall let you choose one as a gift. How about that? Then you will have a puppy. Jin Yu, eyes wide with astonishment, hesitated before glancing at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng pinched the tip of his nose. So you realize that if you want a puppy, it will be I who takes care of it? Jin Yu shyly nodded and told Li Ku, I am looking forward to it. Zhao Feng, not wishing to hinder Jin Yu's affections, also nodded in agreement. He and Li Ku exchanged no formalities, merely stating, choose a sturdier one, perhaps a bit plumper. Li Ku burst into laughter. Are you selecting pork here? Nowadays, one can ascertain common ailments in dogs simply by their breed. Nevertheless, Jin Yu remained convinced that he would one day possess a large, plump dog, and he was exceedingly happy. The two played in the living room for a while before preparing to leave, during which Lin Chunyu and Li Meiqiang emerged from the bedroom. Yet they remained silent. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Chunyu remarked, there are rooms at home. Why go out to earn money? Li Ku replied, there are only 3 bedrooms. I occupy one, you occupy one, and it would be rather uncomfortable for my brother and Jin Yu to share. Lin Chunyu opened her mouth, her gaze drifting. The thought of letting Jin Yu sleep on the sofa lingered on her lips, but she swallowed it back. Well then, shall you come over for dinner tomorrow? I will purchase fresh vegetables. Zhao Feng paused before responding. We shall see how it goes. We have some matters to attend to. After bidding them farewell, Zhao Feng, having consumed alcohol, could not drive, so they strolled leisurely along the road. You have 7 pieces of candy in your pocket. This is your supply for 2 weeks. Choose when to indulge. Zhao Feng was keenly aware of his little antics, in terms of detecting such minor habits. Even if Jin Yu and Li Ku combined their efforts for another decade, they could not elude Zhao Feng's keen observation. If vision could leave traces, not a single part of Jin Yu's being would escape Zhao Feng's imprint. Jin Yu, in a moment of anguish, let out a whine, seeking to playfully persuade Zhao Feng to carry him back. To him, Zhao Feng was akin to a trusty steed in a video game, wherever Jin Yu roamed. He wished to hop onto this mode of transport. No, I have just had a drink. It will be too easy for you to fall. In an unprecedented turn of events, Zhao Feng declined, prompting Jin Yu to nudge his bicep repeatedly with his head. The force exerted was to Zhao Feng akin to mere tickling. The two made their way to the hotel, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face. Zhang Shicheng was nearing the age of entering middle school, as his parents had made the decision to bring him to the city. Previously, none from the local school had managed to gain admission to high school. Most merely graduated from junior high and ventured out to seek a livelihood, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. As he rode his bicycle from home, he was taken aback to spot Jinyu and Zhao Feng. The bicycle screeched to a halt before Jinyu, and Zhang Shicheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "My goodness, you're alive." Jinyu took a moment to recollect, realizing this was an old playmate. After a year apart, Zhang Shicheng now donned trendy sports attire, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Although his words remained somewhat cryptic, Jinyu greeted him. "What a coincidence. I am indeed alive." Zhang Shicheng's expression turned even more fantastical. Zhao Feng, overhearing Jinyu's words, playfully tapped him on the back of the head and inquired of Zhang Shicheng, "Have you moved here?" Zhang Shicheng nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "The town is abuzz with rumors that you were burned to death. That miner was apprehended during a crackdown. It said he received a heavy sentence, and the mine was shut down for quite some time." Zhao Feng was well aware of these developments. He would not feign magnanimity when the opportunity for retribution arose. He had perused Lu Gang's judgment and was acutely aware of its severity. As Zhang Shicheng continued to speak, he became increasingly moved, asking Jinyu why he had become so much smarter. Jinyu, realizing he was being complimented, beamed. "I have also been attending school. Education surely enhances intelligence." Zhang Shicheng's expression turned sour. "Is the effect of your schooling truly that profound? Why do I only score in the teens? My parents are nearly at their wits' end with me." Jinyu cast a fearful glance at Zhao Feng, wondering if poor academic performance would result in punishment. Zhao Feng, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, "You're the least likely to be punished. Just step outside and observe how many children are being chastised." Zhang Shicheng then asked them where they were headed and whether they would be leaving again. Jinyu nodded. "I will continue my studies and depart." Unfamiliar with the cities mentioned, Zhang Shicheng took it in stride, asking Jinyu if he had time that evening. Jinyu replied, "To see the Lantern Festival." Zhang Shicheng's eyes brightened. "I wish to go as well. Shall we go together?" After arranging a meeting point with Zhang Shicheng, Zhao Feng escorted Jinyu back to the hotel to rest. During this period of frequent hotel stays, Jinyu had grown accustomed, while Zhao Feng, feeling uneasy, paid extra for a thorough cleaning before settling in. He had purchased fresh bed linens and, upon turning around, found Jinyu already asleep in the chair. When Jinyu awoke, he found himself already in bed. Zhao Feng had prepared his clothes, noting that H City was not as warm as S City. The evening brought a chill. Before their departure, Jinyu inquired if they should bring a gift for Zhang Shicheng. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Feng replied, "No need. He likely won't be coming." Jinyu furrowed his brow, but, anticipating the Lantern Festival, quickly accepted this explanation. However, they waited for a time at the agreed location. And indeed, Zhang Shicheng did not arrive. Jinyu inquired, "Why have you not come?" Zhao Feng replied, "Perhaps I was suddenly required to attend a tutoring session. Let's depart." After a considerable time away, Zhang Shicheng stealthily climbed out of the window to leave his home. Upon learning that he had ventured out with Zhao Feng and Jinyu, his family vehemently tried to restrain him, uttering all sorts of accusations. Zhang Shicheng, uninterested in their words, merely lamented that he was late and Jinyu would undoubtedly not wait for him. Meanwhile, Jinyu finally arrived at the Lantern Festival site, adjacent to a forest wildlife reserve in H City, which had seen an influx of visitors in recent years. Some wildlife-themed lanterns were selling particularly well. Zhao Feng first purchased a blessing lantern for Jinyu. This lantern is a local custom. Underage children buy one each year and, after strolling through the streets, ignite the wick at the end of the street to ensure a safe and peaceful year ahead, a sort of auspicious start. The paper of this lantern is quite thin, and the flame flickers inside. Jinyu walked slowly, fearful that the flame might extinguish. This year, the most popular lantern was the tiger lantern, which Zhao Feng noticed many children holding, and he too bought one to carry. However, Jinyu appeared disinterested, instead favoring a lotus-shaped lantern. The seller of the floral lanterns was a young girl, and most of her customers were also young girls, which drew attention as Jinyu and Zhao Feng approached. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jin Yu exchanged glances with several girls who were discreetly observing him. Zhao Feng had one arm protectively around him, yet Jin Yu felt no discomfort. He even took a moment to wink at one of the girls. In the next instant, his eyes were covered, and Zhao Feng leaned close to his ear, gritting his teeth. Do you understand what this means? If you flirt, they might capture you and take you away to feed the tigers. Jin Yu's eyes widened in fear, and he responded earnestly, That's terrifying. Zhao Feng removed his hand from Jin Yu's eyes and gazed into his glassy orbs. Of course, Jin Yu turned his eyes away, no longer attempting to catch the furtive glances directed at him. Those young girls were intimidating. They were permitted to gaze at him, but could not return his gaze. Had Zhao Feng known these thoughts occupied Jin Yu's mind, he would have been amused. Yet, while he managed to shield Jin Yu, he could not prevent the girl who had just made eye contact from pushing through the crowd to stand before Jin Yu, asking him, Could you share your contact information with me? Jin Yu gasped in surprise and retreated 3 steps to hide behind Zhao Feng, seeking complete protection. The little girl's expression froze, and, as she slowly comprehended the situation, her face turned beet red. Zhao Feng quickly interjected, I apologize, but my brother does not yet possess a mobile phone. Hearing Zhao Feng lie without a hint of embarrassment, Jin Yu feared he too might be taken away to feed the tigers. He peered out and said, I have one. Zhao Feng was taken aback, his lips instinctively pressing together, and he asked, Is that so? Then what is your phone number? Jin Yu, knowing nothing of phone numbers, fell silent. The young girl, after a few exchanges, finally realized the reality. The strikingly beautiful yet intimidating boy was intellectually challenged. After departing from a stall of decorative lanterns, Zhao Feng fell into silence. Jin Yu, acutely attuned to Zhao Feng's emotions, found herself perplexed, uncertain of what had triggered his discontent. She refrained from touching the candle flames of the lanterns, did not wander aimlessly, and certainly did not insist on being carried by Zhao Feng. Even if she wished to be carried, she had never once provoked his ire. As dinner time approached, Jin Yu felt a pang of hunger, the enticing aroma of grilled squid skewers wafting enticingly into her nostrils. Zhao Feng held a lantern in one hand, while Jin Yu clutched his sleeve, playfully tugging at it like a kitten. Despite any distractions, Zhao Feng remained acutely aware of her gentle pull, as if no matter the magnitude of his decisions, his focus remained steadfastly on Jin Yu's presence beside him. Brother, I wish to eat that, Jin Yu said, pointing at the fried squid being held aloft by the vendor. Zhao Feng glanced at it and firmly refused. No. Why? Jin Yu inquired. It's unsanitary. You'll regret it, Zhao Feng replied, moving forward, with Jin Yu stumbling slightly as she hurried to keep up. Feeling that Zhao Feng was upset with her for denying her a treat, Jin Yu sulked and fell silent, her lips pursed in defiance. Zhao Feng glanced at her, his tone unruffled as he asked, What is wrong? Are you disappointed that you didn't get the vendor's phone number? This complex sentence posed a challenge for Jin Yu, who replayed it in her mind several times before comprehending. However, the moment had passed, and Zhao Feng's expression had soured significantly. Just as Jin Yu was about to voice her thoughts, she was taken aback by his grim demeanor and hesitantly asked, Shall we eat? Finally, Zhao Feng spotted a restaurant that appeared reasonably clean, nodding curtly before leading Jin Yu inside. Upon exiting after their meal, they were greeted by a dazzling fireworks display. Although Jin Yu was not fond of unpredictable noises, the fireworks were breathtaking, holding her gaze captive. Cover my ears, Jin Yu commanded with practiced ease, her face still flushed from the heat of their meal. Zhao Feng, amidst the chaotic lights, could clearly see the beads of sweat at her temples. The lotus and tiger lanterns rested at their feet. A pair of large hands shielded Jin Yu's ears. Her head was so petite that Zhao Feng's hand nearly enveloped half of it. Together, they lifted their gaze to the distant fireworks, their reflections shimmering in a nearby artificial pond. Following the fireworks, they watched the iron flower display from a considerable distance, yet the impact was not diminished. Along the roadside, street performers peddled various wares, predominantly cookware, while a portly woman sang love songs into a microphone. Zhao Feng guided Jin Yu past the throng, eventually reaching the end of the street where the crowd began to disperse or turn back. Zhao Feng took the wish lantern that Jin Yu had carried and gently adjusted the angle of its flame, igniting the lampshade. He held the iron handle in the center, patiently waiting for the fire to blaze to its fullest before releasing it. Chapter 38 Reunion. As the lantern reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a few twisted iron wires, two figures were roused by a familiar voice. Jin Yu. Zhang Shicheng was seated on the curb, guarding his bicycle. Jin Yu's eyes brightened as he approached, inquiring why he had arrived so late. Zhang Shicheng's expression stiffened momentarily, and he sheepishly admitted to being delayed by some matters. Zhao Feng scrutinized him and asked, "Did your family not allow you?" Startled, Zhang Shicheng quickly shook his head, yet his age rendered him unable to deceive anyone convincingly. Jin Yu nodded. So, there were indeed family matters. Grateful, Zhang Shicheng glanced at Jin Yu, who appeared perplexed, turning to Zhao Feng with a bemused smile. "Are those rumors still circulating in town?" "Yes." Zhang Shicheng scratched his head, lamenting that the townsfolk lacked discernment, noting that his parents were less educated than he was now. Jin Yu inquired, "What are the rumors?" Zhang Shicheng hesitated, struggling to find a way to explain such distasteful words to Jin Yu. To utter them felt almost sacrilegious. Despite Jin Yu being significantly older, his naivety was evident, which made Zhang Shicheng feel guilty, akin to teaching a child to curse. "Just some unpleasant talk. You needn't concern yourself with it," he evasively replied. Zhao Feng cast a glance at Zhang Shicheng and asked, "Is this how you managed to sneak out?" Zhang Shicheng chuckled lightly. "It's fine. I know this area well. I was just worried about missing you both, so I came away. Your family must be worried about you. It would be best to return home soon," Zhao Feng advised, the underlying distance in his words unmistakable. Zhang Shicheng cast a forlorn glance at Jin Yu, wishing to preserve their waning friendship. "Honestly, I didn't pay attention to what they said. The town has always spun tales akin to ghost stories. I don't believe a word of it." After hearing this, Zhao Feng queried Zhang Shicheng, "What if there is some truth to it?" "What truth?" Zhang Shicheng asked instinctively, his mind suddenly ablaze. "What do you mean, brother? You're older. Don't scare children with such nonsense." Jin Yu also directed a disapproving look at Zhao Feng. Taken aback, Zhao Feng slowly exhaled, "It's nothing. I was merely jesting." He glanced down at Jin Yu's hair whirl, feeling a pang of bitterness. What was happening? Was he truly upset merely because Jin Yu instinctively gravitated towards girls? Could he still hope that a child would stoke his selfish desires? Even if society embraced romantic relationships between men, Jin Yu's affections lay elsewhere. Could he bind Jin Yu to a life with him? Zhang Shicheng continued to chatter excitedly about school, while Zhao Feng listened attentively, only interrupting when it was time for Jin Yu to rest. As Zhang Shicheng prepared to mount his bicycle, Zhao Feng urged him to ride slowly, suggesting they walk together to the main road before parting ways. Jin Yu, yawning incessantly from fatigue, was lifted onto Zhao Feng's back without him having to ask. Recently, Jin Yu had been unusually tired, and Zhao Feng pondered whether it was due to a nerve-calming medication with side effects. Long ago, Zhao Feng had procured imported original research medicine for Jin Yu through connections, replacing the conservative medication prescribed at the hospital. During this period, Zhao Feng's ability to comprehend circumstances fluctuated dramatically day by day. He had yet to notice other issues and continued with the treatment. Soon, he sensed a steadying of Jin Yu's breath, having already draped his coat around her, rendering her impervious to the chill. Observing the intimate rapport between the two, Zhang Shicheng, almost as if compelled by fate, inquired, "Do you truly not regard Jin Yu as your wife?" Zhao Feng cast him a glance. Caring for Jin Yu, amidst the relentless demands of running a restaurant since childhood, left him with scant time for himself. When discussing personal matters, he habitually refrained from delving into emotions. Events were simply events, characterized by their causes, processes, and outcomes. Thus, when a half-grown child like Zhang Shicheng posed such a question, Zhao Feng found the absurdity palpable. Yet, to deny it would only inflict pain upon himself, perhaps. In this world, only he could fathom the depths of that suffering. He was uncertain what the next return to this place would behold. Consequently, he replied, "Perhaps yes, perhaps no." Zhang Shicheng nodded. "Indeed, it is not solely your prerogative." In his eyes, Jin Yu was merely naive and slow to mature. but that did not diminish the significance of her opinions. This was a unique innocence of childhood. Were they adults, they might arrogantly assert that Jean Yu was oblivious, and that her desires were contingent upon their influence. Zhang Shicheng insisted, "You must seek Jean Yu's opinion. Do not take advantage of your adulthood to intimidate her. The teachings imparted by adults are not always correct, are they?" Zhang Shicheng's family believed that Zhao Feng was unwell, a psychological deviant. He cautioned, "Do not mistreat him. You are inherently lonely, and Jean Yu's willingness to accompany you is already a great blessing. Do not be greedy." While everyone else perceived Jean Yu as a burden, Zhao Feng understood that Zhang Shicheng's words held truth. The trappings of societal achievement held no sway over their perception. Jean Yu might never grasp the extent of Zhao Feng's wealth. Yet, he had undeniably devoted time to accompany a profoundly lonely soul. In the face of such a Jean Yu, if Zhao Feng were to insidiously exploit his position, appropriating her naive affections and indulging in her tender form, could he still consider himself human? After bidding farewell to Zhang Shicheng, Zhao Feng carried Jean Yu along the quiet roadside, distancing themselves from the clamor of the Lantern Festival. Their shadows elongated beneath the streetlights as he tenderly caressed Jean Yu's smooth, cool calf. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Feng roused Jean Yu for a warm bath. Exhausted, she succumbed to slumber in the tub. Estimating the time, he entered to lift her out, wrapping her in a towel as if she were a delicate dessert, before placing her gently onto the bed. As the hairdryer roared to life, Jean Yu awoke, and Zhao Feng playfully tousled her soft hair, which had grown long enough to obscure her brows. Jean Yu queried, "When shall we sleep?" Zhao Feng supported her chin with one hand, guiding her to sit upright. "After taking your medicine, we shall sleep." Uncertain if she had heard, Jean Yu nestled her head against his palm, using it as a pillow and drifting back into slumber. The following day, Jean Yu awoke quite late, yet in excellent spirits. He leaped from his bed and spotted Zhao Feng diligently working outside. Engaged in a phone call, Zhao Feng gestured towards the breakfast laid out on the table upon noticing Jean Yu's presence. Li Ku had already come and gone, bringing with him a bag of buns from Lin Chunyu for the two of them. Jean Yu felt satiated after consuming just one bun. Once Zhao Feng concluded his call, he inquired whether Jean Yu wished to return and pay a visit to his grandfather. Chapter 39. A family departing from the hotel. Zhao Feng first escorted Jean Yu to retrieve a vehicle. The duo drove toward the small town. 2 years had elapsed, yet the town remained largely unchanged, a place untouched by the relentless tide of time. Zhao Feng chose not to revisit the restaurant. It was likely that, after his departure, it would be claimed by those in the vicinity. They parked the car at the edge of the hillside where the cemetery lay. The weather today was ominously overcast, with scarcely any sunlight even at noon. Jean Yu followed Zhao Feng as they traversed the forest floor, taking turns stepping into the depths of the woods. Zhao Feng asked if he wanted to be carried, but Jean Yu shook his head, suddenly declaring that his grandfather would think he hadn't grown up. How could that be? Just as the old man had said before his passing, he would always watch over Jean Yu, who was improving day by day. Standing before the grave, Zhao Feng cleared away the weeds surrounding it with his hands. Jean Yu stood on a small patch of open ground, asking his grandfather how he had been lately. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, caressing Jean Yu's forehead like an invisible hand, tenderly examining his features. Once Zhao Feng had cleared the grass from the nearby graves of his parents and the old man. Both of them were dusted with debris. Zhao Feng crouched down to brush it off Jean Yu's trousers, which were now coated in a fine layer of dust. After a moment of murmuring, Jean Yu gradually fell silent, and Zhao Feng affectionately ruffled his hair. They burned the gold ingots and paper money they had bought in a sheltered spot, the flames casting a warm glow that reddened Jean Yu's face. On their return journey, conversation was sparse. Zhao Feng reminded Jean Yu to finish the milk sitting in the passenger seat. Upon arriving back in H City, they found 2 individuals waiting at the hotel entrance. Li Ke leaned against the car, and upon seeing Zhao Feng, he approached eagerly, followed closely by Lin Chunyu and Li Meiqiang. The following day marked Li Ke's wedding, and it was customary for both families to share a meal together the night before the ceremony. Lin Chunyu had come early to seek out Zhao Feng but was surprised to find him absent from the hotel until around 3 in the afternoon when he finally appeared, accompanied by the little fool. Where have you been? Why are you only returning now? Lin Chunyu glanced at Jinyu. Zhao Feng replied, I made a trip back to the town. Li Ku informed me of the timing, and I will arrive just in time without needing anyone to fetch me. Lin Chunyu continued, Tonight, we are to dine with the in-laws. Hurry and change your clothes. We are leaving shortly. Zhao Feng and Jinyu exited the vehicle, and the 5 of them proceeded together to the hotel room. Upon entering, Lin Chunyu made a quick trip to the restroom and emerged holding a shirt. The main body of the white shirt was intact, save for the sleeves, which had been carelessly cut off and discarded beneath the sink. How did this shirt become damaged? I believe this brand sells for $200 to $300 in the mall. Was it uncomfortable to wear? Lin Chunyu examined the label, still pristine, hardly resembling something flawed. Jinyu approached, shyly remarking, This fits me well. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chunyu's mind went blank, and after a pause, she gritted her teeth and inquired, Did you secretly ruin such fine clothing at home? Jinyu was taken aback. While it was true he had cut it, he had not stolen it. Zhao Feng's clothes were his to wear and alter at will. Lin Chunyu shot him a fierce glare, then turned to survey the room. Noticing the guest bedroom showed no signs of habitation, her expression shifting dramatically. Zhao Feng, are you two living together? Li Ku, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed. Had they not agreed to avoid such topics? Can you not discuss this with my brother at such a moment? Jinyu tilted his head, sensing an impending crisis. He leaned in and affirmed, We sleep together. Zhao Feng grabbed his arm, but was too late. Who asked you? Lin Chunyu's cold gaze fixed on Jinyu. Zhao Feng instructed Jinyu to enter the room and wait a moment before coming out. Jinyu asked, Are we going to argue? The question, innocent in intent, struck Lin Chunyu as a blatant provocation. What nonsense is this? You dare to instigate conflict within our family? Li Ku shouted, interrupting his mother, while Zhao Feng gently patted Jinyu's head, urging him to go. Thus, Jinyu entered the master bedroom, further solidifying the truth of their cohabitation. Lin Chunyu's voice trembled with anger as she addressed Zhao Feng. I understand it's not easy for you to come all this way, and I don't wish to utter harsh words. Do you know what the town is saying about you two? It has reached my ears. Why are you still bringing him along? Are you out of your mind? With that, she unleashed the sentiments that had been bottled up for 2 years. She could not comprehend it. Even if one were to concede that Zhao Feng's past actions were justified as heroism, how could it come to this? Their home had burned down, forcing them to flee far away to City S. Those 2 fools had disrupted her nephew's once stable life, stubbornly clinging to her household. What is this all about? Should the worst rumors be true, that their relationship was as distasteful as suggested, she would never permit that to transpire. Zhao Feng remained silent for a moment, then spoke hoarsely, He is my brother, just like Li Ku. Li Ku's expression instantly twisted in confusion. Lin Chunyu scolded sharply. What nonsense! You will eventually marry and have children. Can he? All he does is drain your resources. What good is he? Ultimately, Lin Chunyu did not wish to suspect Zhao Feng of harboring any base inclinations. Softening her tone, she questioned, Why do you always fixate on him? He knows how to eat and drink. I know you earn well and can afford to support him, but indulging him to the point of being subservient, doesn't that disgust you? I say, let him learn to work. In the future, he can help you and your wife with chores, perhaps even care for children. Otherwise, when you return to City S, leave him with me. I'll handle what you can't bear to face. Zhao Feng stood motionless, absorbing Lin Chunyu's words. He turned his head slightly, inquiring of Li Ku, What is the situation? Li Ku's complexion turned ashen, as if Zhao Feng's mere glance had laid bare his trivial thoughts under the glaring sunlight. Brother, I did not intend to disrespect my mother. I merely wish for everyone to coexist harmoniously. Moreover, Jinyu is no longer the same as before. It is time for him to gain independence. Li Ku fell silent under Zhao Feng's increasingly displeased expression, prompting Lin Chunyu to grow anxious. What? Do you truly wish to sever ties with your own brother over an outsider? He may not possess your cunning, but how can he bear to see a fool picked up from the streets calling you brother every day? If he feels at ease in that, then there is something amiss. Chapter 40. A night away from home, Zhao Feng rubbed his temples, feeling as though the scene before him was somewhat surreal. Throughout his life, the time spent with his family paled in comparison to that with Jinyu. He understood that since he had taken on the responsibility of the family, Lin Chunyu's compassion and protection had become a source of inner conflict. Had he followed Lin Chunyu during his childhood, their relationship might have soured. Li Ku was merely a child. His life was already sufficiently vibrant, yet he still felt compelled to check on his evidently lonely cousin from time to time. Whether the current turmoil stemmed from emotional ties or the perception of success in the eyes of society, he wished to remain ignorant of the source. You are correct. Jinyu is unlike Li Ku. Zhao Feng gazed at Lin Chunyu, who remained silent in the room, supported by Li Meiqiang, bolstering Lin Chunyu's stance. Both Li Ku and Lin Chunyu's expressions shifted, growing darker. Stop. Zhao Feng glanced at Li Ku, his lips pressed into a thin line. At this moment, they all understood the infinite repercussions that could arise from uttering certain words. Li Ku intercepted Zhao Feng, his voice dry. Brother, please do not be angry with me at this moment. Let's eat first, shall we? In this era, adults shared a common trait. They adeptly navigated life in a muddled manner, with certain truths remaining unspoken in the presence of their elders. Even when everyone was acutely aware of the underlying realities, they all knew that once this thin veneer of understanding was shattered, both those who pressured Zhao Feng and Zhao Feng himself would become the future victims of the fallout. Lin Chunyu swallowed his frustration, stating stiffly, "Let us discuss this later. I am preoccupied today." Li Ku approached Zhao Feng, his voice laced with boundless regret. He truly felt soft-hearted, believing Zhao Feng would not harbor anger towards him. It was in this tense moment that he found himself retreating, secretly aligning with his mother against Zhao Feng. Be it seen as pettiness or not, he watched as Jinyu frivolously spent Zhao Feng's money, a silent shock washing over him. Yet he could not help but sympathize with Zhao Feng. Brother, I truly do not envy Jinyu. I simply feel that you are enduring too much. Zhao Feng cast a glance at Li Ku, responding coolly. Jinyu also calls you brother. Is this how you choose to mistreat him? Li Ku fell silent, taken aback, and after a moment, he replied, Are you truly willing to accept this? Zhao Feng shot him a sidelong glance. What a foolish question. Having said that, he retreated into the master bedroom. He could not bear to expose Jinyu to the disdain of others. Jinyu sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied his mind. Zhao Feng approached and gently caressed his face, saying, Brother will step out for a while and return this evening with dinner. Will you be all right playing by yourself for a bit? Jinyu lifted his gaze to Zhao Feng, nodded slightly in agreement. A group of them observed as Zhao Feng meticulously helped Jinyu into his socks before departing. Lin Chunyu attempted several times to voice something, but was interrupted each time. Once everyone had left, Jinyu slowly nestled into the covers, feeling as if a heavy weight had settled within his chest, pressing down on his heart. It dawned on him that Zhao Feng's family seemingly did not harbor much affection for him. He longed to return home, wishing he were back in that small room in S City. Jinyu sat at the head of the bed, dozing off briefly before jolting awake. Upon awakening, he noticed that the sky outside had completely darkened. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 10 o'clock. After pondering for a moment, he rose from the bed to retrieve the medication he was supposed to take, hastily swallowing the pills with water. As the drowsiness from the medication overtook him, Jinyu climbed back into bed and drifted off to sleep. Zhao Feng did not return that night. Jinyu awoke, rubbed his eyes, and opened the refrigerator in the hotel to devour some bread. After drinking a bit of mineral water, he took his morning medication and attempted to call Zhao Feng, but no one answered. By midday, a sudden knock echoed from the door, prompting Jinyu to jump up and open it. There stood Li Meiqiang, his expression fraught with concern. Zhao Feng has been quite busy these past few days and hasn't had time to check on you. It's a waste to occupy such a large room by yourself. Come stay at my place for a couple of days. As he spoke, Li Meiqiang entered the room, beginning to pack disposable towels and toothbrushes. Jinyu packed his backpack, and with Li Meiqiang's assistance, he was half-dragged out of the hotel. Upon reaching the staff dormitory on the 6th floor, Jinyu hesitated at the entrance, acutely aware he was not welcome inside. You stay here for now, Li Meiqiang instructed. Later, I'll have Li Ku bring you something to eat from the wedding banquet. Your brother is too busy to attend to you right now. Just stay here for the time being. Jinyu was taken aback and asked, "Where's my brother? Why can't you understand?" "I said he's busy," Li Meiqiang retorted, shoving Jinyu inside before hastily locking the door behind him as he rushed off to his son's wedding, unwilling to waste time with Jinyu. Standing frozen in place, Jinyu replayed Lin Chunyu's words from yesterday in his mind. "Otherwise, when you return to S City, leave him with me." Zhao Feng had returned to S City on his own, leaving Jinyu behind. In the hospital, Zhao Feng had just opened his eyes, finding Li Ku and Xiao Qi seated at the foot of his bed. Upon noticing his awakening, Li Ku quickly sat up and glanced at the wound on the back of Zhao Feng's head. "Where's Jinyu?" Zhao Feng inquired, his expression changing as he looked out at the bright sun. "At home. I sent my dad to pick him up." "Don't worry, brother." Zhao Feng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, accompanied by a sharp pain in his hand. With a violent tug, his right hand yanked the needle from his left hand, splattering a vivid crimson onto the patient's gown. Li Ku, in a state of panic, intervened and inquired where he intended to go. "I must return a check," he insisted. "Brother, please don't be hasty. The doctor has advised against any movement given your head injury." Li Ku's face turned pale with fear, prompting Xiao Qi to rush out to summon a doctor. He had never anticipated that the previous day, while driving, he would encounter a vehicle recklessly running a red light. Zhao Feng lunged to seize the steering wheel. Had he merely accelerated to evade the collision, all would have been well. Yet, instinctively, he pressed the brake, and when the car was struck, a shard of glass struck the back of Zhao Feng's head. He had been unconscious since that moment, and had only just awakened. While Li Ku and Xiao Qi were meant to be at their wedding, they remained in the hospital, while Lin Chunyu, though injured, managed to preside over the wedding festivities. Zhao Feng staggered off the bed, grabbing the blood-stained clothing nearby, asking, "When will Jinyu come home?" Li Ku quickly glanced at a message from his father, stating it would be around noon. Zhao Feng hesitated, unsure how to express his inquiry to Li Ku. "Did Jinyu spend the entire night at the hotel?" Li Ku stood frozen, struggling to find his voice for several seconds before saying, "Brother, I am getting married today. I simply don't have the time." "No time?" Zhao Feng asked. "Then why bring Jinyu here? Why call me? You should be attending your wedding." Chapter 41. Return journey. Zhao Feng swiftly dialed Jinyu's number, but it rang several times without an answer. He hung up and called again, repeating the process. Like inafruri led Zhao Feng to hail a taxi back to their sixth-floor dormitory. During the ride, he also called his father, Li Meiqiang, who urged him to make an appearance at the wedding venue, as they were pressing for the bride and groom to make their entrance. Li Ku dared not glance at Zhao Feng's expression and anxiously asked about Jinyu. Li Meiqiang's voice was vibrant over the phone. "As a son's wedding is indeed a joyous occasion. No worries, I locked him at home. He can't escape," he assured. Li Ku quickly inquired, "How does Jinyu look? Is he frightened?" "Not at all. He seems quite well. Perhaps he is at home enjoying a deep slumber. Later, I'll bring back some leftover dishes from the banquet. We wouldn't want him to go hungry." After ending the call, Zhao Feng coldly remarked, "Drive faster." Silence enveloped the car momentarily, until Zhao Feng added, "You needn't worry about it. I will take him out to eat later." Li Ku realized that Zhao Feng could not tolerate the thought of Jinyu eating leftovers. Internally, he lamented silently, but did not dare to show it. Upon arrival, Zhao Feng tossed several hundred-yuan bills to the driver without waiting for the car to fully stop, leaping out as the driver shouted in alarm. Zhao Feng seemed oblivious to the commotion, his temples pounding with pain like needles, and he hurriedly ascended the stairs to the sixth floor. He already possessed the key and, upon opening the door, he knocked forcefully, calling, "Xiao Yu, brother is back." The door was flung open with vigor. A gust of wind swept through the wide-open window, illuminating the floor with his phone-s screen, which displayed over 30 missed calls. "Jinyu, where are you? Don't scare your brother." Zhao Feng's hands began to tremble involuntarily as he searched each room, even inspecting the wardrobe. Yet, no one was to be found. He nearly collapsed, supported only by Li Ku, who rushed to his side. "Where is everyone?" Zhao Feng exclaimed, his gaze darting around the room. In the next moment, he noticed a piece of black fabric hanging from the windowsill, material from their backpack. Below lay the sixth floor. Zhao Feng coughed violently, and immediately dashed downstairs. Li Ke's heart raced. If he was not mistaken, Zhao Feng's first instinct was to approach the windowsill, as if he were suddenly compelled to leap down. Li Ke glanced at the exterior wall of the 6th floor. The community had long since ceased to employ any property management. The security bars and clotheslines protruded significantly, making it appear relatively easy to descend using those fixtures. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Zhao Feng leaning against a wall, examining the dust on the ground. There was a distinct human-shaped imprint, accompanied by chaotic markings that suggested someone had fallen, tumbled a few times, and then managed to get back on their feet. Just as Li Ke was about to speak, he watched in horror as Zhao Feng staggered and violently retched. With nothing in his stomach, he expelled blood-tinged gastric fluid. Startled, Li Ke's legs went weak as he rushed to Zhao Feng, only to be pushed away with a forceful shove. "Go find him," Zhao Feng commanded. But Li Ke was too focused on the blood at Zhao Feng's lips to hear clearly. "What?" Zhao Feng grasped Li Ke's collar, insisting. "Go find him and bring him back." It was then that Li Ke snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "I'll go, brother, I promise. The terrain here is quite complex. Don't worry, Jean, you likely wandered into some alley." Zhao Feng lowered his head, dialing the police while his eyes uncontrollably scanned for potential hiding spots and surveillance cameras. This neighborhood had few operational cameras. Li Ke returned drenched in sweat, yet he felt an unshakable chill. This was bad. They could not locate Jean Yu. He called his parents, who promised to return shortly to assist in the search. Zhao Feng, having contacted someone else, soon found a large contingent from the police station conducting a thorough search. Li Ke arranged for food to be brought back, but when it was handed to Zhao Feng, he swatted it away, seizing Li Ke's collar with a grip like a vice. "Brother!" Zhao Feng unleashed a punch without restraint, causing Li Ke to spit blood, 2 teeth mingling with the crimson. Before he could rise, a kick sent him sprawling. He didn't need to look to know it would surely bruise. And if it landed on his ribs, they might very well be broken. "Why did you bring Jean Yu here?" Zhao Feng's voice was icy. "Do you even have a conscience?" Li Ke's ears rang with a rushing sound, and he was discarded like a lifeless dog as Zhao Feng continued his frantic search for any trace of Jean Yu. As night fell, the police finally located a confirmed sighting of Jean Yu at the local train station. Hearing this over the phone, Zhao Feng dropped to his knees, utterly drained. What train ticket was purchased? At this hour, there are no trains heading to City S. Lin Xunyu had long been simmering with anger when she confronted Zhao Feng, exclaiming, "Look at yourself. Is it necessary to be this anxious? You've ruined your brother's wedding." Zhao Feng raised his gaze to meet hers, and that glance sent a jolt through Lin Xunyu's mind, tightening her throat in an instant. Li Ke, finally regaining some clarity, shouted incredulously, "Xiaoqi hasn't said anything. Do you all have a problem? A living person is missing. Do you have any conscience at all?" Zhao Feng, his head bowed, hastily rented a driver with a substantial sum of money, instructing him to take him to S City overnight, planning to purchase a train ticket from there. He turned to Lin Xunyu and said, "The rumors you've heard in town are indeed true. Can you now understand me a little better?" Lin Xunyu gasped for breath, her heart aching, feeling as if everything had spiraled into chaos. What she valued was dismissed by others, while those she regarded as insignificant were held in high esteem. Zhao Feng wore a mocking expression as he remarked, "I harbor sordid thoughts about Jean Yu. Men are like this when it comes to their beloved. They can invest both affection and wealth. I have cared for him as a wife all this time. No one can take him away from me. Be quiet. What nonsense are you spouting in front of so many police officers?" Lin Xunyu could hardly accept Zhao Feng's candidness. When the roof finally fell in, she began to concede towards the open window. "Today, I was in the wrong. Who could have anticipated he would dare to climb the building? I cannot interfere in your matters. Do as you wish." Zhao Feng's expression soured. "If he is lost today, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life." Brother Li Ke sensed that something had gone terribly wrong. Zhao Feng glanced at Li Ke, realizing with a bitter twist of fate that even with their parents deceased, this drama was still unfolding in his life. "I truly am unlucky. Losing my parents is not the worst of it." Lin Xunyu trembled, halting his words. "I have said it before. This time, it was my aunt who wronged you. I merely wish to spare you from this painful path." Zhao Feng. The driver finally arrived, and Zhao Feng promptly stood up to board the vehicle, passing by Li Ku with a cold voice. I truly regret it. Meanwhile, Jin Yu had purchased a ticket back to S City using his identification from his bag. Uncertain of where to sit, he randomly followed someone into the carriage. An hour later, many passengers were seated on the floor. Jin Yu remained standing, gripping the handrail like a stubborn little green onion. After 4 hours with his legs aching, he finally heard the familiar announcement of the next stop. Following the crowd, he disembarked, fumbling in his bag for several hundred-yuan notes, only to be unwittingly ushered into a shady taxi. He memorized the address and, dazed amidst the pungent scent of gasoline, was taken to the foot of the building where his rented room was located. Upon reaching his floor and standing in front of his own door, he felt a sudden wave of fear. What if Zhao Feng truly no longer wanted him? What would he do then? Could he still attend school? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a sound at the staircase. Jin Yu tightened his grip on his backpack, warily glancing towards the partition door of the stairs. Suddenly, a face appeared from behind the door, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. This person, how do they resemble me so closely? Chapter 42. The abduction. Xiao Mei never anticipated that her child, who had been abducted for nearly a decade, was not only alive, but thriving in the home of her husband's company leader. It was fortuitous that during their recent appearance in the capital, they caught sight of Zhao Feng on surveillance footage. Xiang Ling recognized the executive from her company and promptly returned to inquire within the firm. It was astonishingly simple to discover that her long-lost son was none other than the pampered younger brother of the esteemed Zhao. Given his influence, she felt powerless to reclaim her child from Zhao Feng. Thus, she resorted to a desperate plan, preparing to find an opportunity to abduct her child from Zhao Feng's doorstep. Upon seeing the striking resemblance between Jin Yu and Xiang Qiwen, tears streamed down Xiao Mei's face. Xiaoyin, I am your mother. Xiang Qiyin is your name. Do you remember? Jin Yu regarded the trio before him with suspicion, pressing his back firmly against the door. Xiao Mei's heart ached, yet she suppressed the urge to rush forward and embrace Jin Yu tightly, lowering her voice. It doesn't matter if you've forgotten. What is your name now? Jin Yu. What a lovely name. Do you remember me? I am your mother. The usually poised Xiao Mei roughly wiped her face with her sleeve, revealing a tender smile. Jin Yu shook his head, instead choosing to inquire about the most intriguing aspect of this situation. Why do I look like him? He pointed at Xiang Qiwen. An abrupt silence enveloped the atmosphere. Before Jin Yu could receive an answer, he was met with Xiao Mei's anguished wail. Xiang Qiwen stepped closer to Jin Yu. Although they were twins, their separation had lasted over a decade. For a time, their mother had even harbored hopes of a psychic connection between them, asking him if he could sense where his brother was. In reality, they were merely two identical strangers, and it appeared that the brother had some cognitive difficulties. Jin Yu, can you tell me what 15 plus 15 equals? Jin Yu was bewildered by the sudden question, his feet cold from standing barefoot in the corridor, as if on ice. Nevertheless, he stifled his irritation and began to calculate. During those few minutes of contemplation, Xiao Mei's expression transcended mere sorrow. What had her child endured? Why had fate dealt her such a cruel hand? Jin Yu was at a loss as to how to accept the unfolding scene, his small hand reaching into the tattered backpack to grasp the key at the doorstep. At that moment, a man who resembled a teacher glanced at him, hesitantly suggesting, "Perhaps we should let Qiyin stay here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's demeanor shifted dramatically. Xiang Ling also recognized that this statement was ill-conceived and, mustering her courage, retorted, "Given Qi Yin's current state and that he doesn't recognize us, we can approach him gradually." Enough. Didn't you previously say that this matter needed to be concealed from your superior? You simply don't want to concern yourself with us mother and son anymore, do you? Jin Yu had just found the key, and as he was about to insert it into the lock, a hand grasped him firmly. Xiang Qiwen asked, "Where are your shoes? Why are you so dirty all over?" Jin Yu was already reluctant to speak. Fear gripped him, and he tightly sealed his lips, desperately trying to break free from a hold. Xiao Mei realized that this was not the time for a quarrel, and the sight of Jin Yu's resistant expression pierced her heart deeply. In a flurry of anxiety, she stepped forward to grasp Jin Yu's hand, attempting to forcibly lead him away. Jinyu, breathless, could not help but call out brother. If Zhao Feng still wanted him, he should come out and embrace him back. He was so frightened. Brother. There was no response from within the door. Xiang Chuan knelt down and touched Jinyu's icy feet, decisively removing his shoes to put them on Jinyu. To his surprise, their shoe sizes were identical, and upon realizing this, Xiang Chuan finally felt the tangible bond of being a twin. He softly murmured, I am the brother. He is not. Jinyu let out a sob. He did not wish to admit it, but it seemed Zhao Feng no longer wanted him. Xiang Chuan reached out once more to take Jinyu's hand. But Jinyu's resistance weakened. Then he simply collapsed, slack and motionless. Xiaomei trembled all over, holding Jinyu, still bewildered by what had just occurred. Xiang Chuan swiftly lifted Jinyu onto his back, only to discover that Jinyu was half a head shorter than him. They took Jinyu to the hospital, where he was diagnosed with hypoglycemic fainting. After receiving glucose, he awoke in about half an hour. Xiaomei, sitting at the foot of the bed, was sternly admonishing Xiang Ling. Qi Yin just entered the hospital and hasn't woken up yet. And you, as his father, are already planning to return to your laboratory? Can you not be so obsessed? Xiang Ling's face turned crimson, but clearly he could not argue with his wife and could only bow his head to endure her scolding. After a while, Xiaomei finally noticed that Jinyu had regained consciousness, and her expression softened immediately as she approached the bedside. Are you hungry? Have you not eaten all day? Your brother has gone to get you something to eat. We will go home soon. As she spoke, Xiang Ling seized the opportunity to slip away behind her. Upon hearing your brother, Jinyu's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. These people merely regarded the one who resembled him as his brother. Though he thought this, Jinyu still gazed expectantly towards the door of the ward, hoping Zhao Feng would appear. It was still Xiang Chuan who brought him food. Jinyu despondently shook his head, covering his face with the blanket that carried the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. Xiaomei understood his discomfort and gently patted the blanket. In a few days, how about I take you to meet your previous brother? I want to know what kind of person he is too. Xiaomei was aware of Zhao Feng's age, and, logically, knew he could not be the one who abducted Jinyu. Perhaps he was the brother from the family that sold him. But Zhao Feng's parents had long been said to be deceased. Maybe a younger person would find it easier to communicate and be willing to return Jinyu to them. Jinyu peeked out from under the blanket and nodded for the first time. Even if Zhao Feng no longer wanted him, he still missed him dearly. At that moment, Zhao Feng was nearly pounding the car's seat into submission. In a bid to ensure Jinyu's safety, he had previously installed surveillance cameras at the entrance of the house. The mere sight of Jinyu appearing at the doorstep nearly sent his heart racing with trepidation. However, upon witnessing a family of 3 enter the frame, his eyes brimmed with tears. Recognizing the features of a young man, the realization struck him. Jinyu's biological parents had come searching for him. Hearing Jinyu call out brother to the empty room shattered his heart, akin to a red-hot nail being driven into his chest. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear open his own chest and conceal Jinyu within, determined that no one should take him away. Chapter 43. Brotherhood. Jinyu was gently ushered into the car, much like a toddler who had yet to learn to walk. As Xiaomei drove from the front, she softly instructed Xiang Chuan to wipe Jinyu's face. Fearing that Jinyu might leap from the vehicle in an unstable emotional state, Xiang Chuan held his hand tightly. Jinyu squirmed uncomfortably, prompting Xiang Chuan to lift the hem of his garment. When did you sustain this injury? Xiang Chuan initially intended to merely feel the fabric of Jinyu's clothing, but a fleeting glance revealed a patch of bruises beneath, as if he had fallen. The car suddenly braked sharply. Xiaomei's fragile spirit could scarcely withstand the jolt, and she leaned over to peer in. Let me see, what injury? They both lifted their garments for inspection, but Jinyu clutched his shirt tightly, frowning. You're not allowed to look at me. Don't touch me. Xiaomei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she quickly reassured him. All right, we want to look, we want to look. Please tell your mother how you got hurt. Covering himself with his shirt, Jinyu murmured, I fell while looking for my brother. It was an accident. Xiaomei and Xiang Chuan understood that the brother he referred to could not possibly be Xiang Chuan. It's fine. When we return, let Xiaoan apply some medicine for you. I'll also buy you something delicious. How does that sound? Although Jinyu had resolutely refused to eat at the hospital, Xiaomei decided to take him home first. Jin Yu's expression remained despondent, unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. When a mention of food arose, he merely shook his head in disinterest. Thus, Xiaomei returned home. The Xiang family resided in a standalone duplex, and upon parking, Xiang Qiwen gently urged Jin Yu out of the car. He felt an indescribable sentiment towards this younger brother, and, in a rather awkward gesture, reached down to grasp Jin Yu's hand, half pulling, half leading him into the foyer. The living room was dimly lit prior to Jin Yu's arrival. It had been just Xiaomei and Xiang Qiwen within. They leaned on one another while remaining distinctly separate. Xiang Qiwen was engulfed in his studies, while Xiaomei was perpetually mired in sorrow. The house seemed to have absorbed their silence. Devoid of greenery or vibrant splashes of color, it mirrored their muted hearts. Xiaomei, awakening from her reverie, realized how unhomelike this abode had become. Her husband would often vanish for 10 days or more, leaving only the sound of her slippers on the floor to fill the silence. Now, her son had returned, only to confront such a somber household. Xiaomei was enveloped by a wave of guilt, and Xiang Qiwen, perceptive of his mother's thoughts, grasped Jin Yu's hand and inquired whether he wished to see his room. Jin Yu tilted his head, his mind clouded from a day of relentless activity. It took him a moment to realize that they intended for him to stay. Hadn't they mentioned they would soon take him to meet Zhao Feng? Surely then, he would be able to return and sleep alongside Zhao Feng. What was happening now? Before he could fully comprehend, Jin Yu was led upstairs and ushered into a sunlit bedroom. The walls were adorned with water blue wallpaper, and a shelf decorated with anime characters held a plethora of books, all sealed within plastic bags, ranging from youthful comics to various educational texts. Xiang Qiwen refrained from mentioning that his mother had always purchased books in pairs, one set for Jin Yu's room, preserved for his return. Beyond the bookshelf, a wardrobe brimmed with pristine clothing and textbooks for each grade lay within, every inch of this space having been tenderly touched by Xiaomei. The traffickers who had abducted Jin Yu had been apprehended, several of them active in Yingzhou at the time. They now languished in the local prison. But there were numerous groups involved, including local accomplices from various regions. To prevent the children from being reclaimed, they employed myriad tactics. During the harrowing period of Jin Yu's disappearance, Xiaomei's hair had nearly turned completely white, with each passerby below becoming a suspect in her eyes. Year after year, Xiaomei had tirelessly sought out leads, traversing even the most obscure locations. Compared to other families who had lost children, they had reason to hope. After all, there was still a twin brother at home who could provide some sense of what his sibling had become. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not uncover Jin Yu's whereabouts. The winding mountain paths made it all too easy to conceal a person. Even more tragically, some parents would go so far as to destroy evidence, taking the lives of their children and discarding them in ravines, leaving their biological parents forever in the dark. Xiang Qiwen had witnessed his mother collapsing in silence within this very room, her grief palpable. The longing for his twin brother spread between them like an infectious plague. Gazing at Jin Yu's round head, Xiang Qiwen felt his eyes well up with tears. It was as if a missing puzzle piece had finally found its rightful place. Only with Jin Yu standing here did he genuinely comprehend the magnitude of what he had lost. He should have been the most trusted confidant of his younger brother, his closest companion. They ought to have shared every secret of their growing years, from their first crushes to the complexities of their final physics problems. All that time had been mercilessly stolen away. There was no room for denial. Jin Yu, may I tend to your wounds? Jin Yu turned to glance at him, remaining silent and subtly expressing his resistance. What would you like to eat? I can accompany you to buy it, or you could tell me. I can fetch it for you. Jin Yu replied, You are not my brother. With that, he turned to face a corner, silently indicating his refusal. Xiang Qiwen paused for a moment before responding, That's all right. We have plenty of time ahead of us. The sentence seems to have gone awry somewhere. Jin Yu pressed against the wall with remarkable intensity, nearly touching the wall with the tip of his nose. Upon hearing the commotion from within the room, Xiaomei approached, clutching a photograph of Jin Yu from his childhood. The image featured two children with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, looking strikingly similar. Jin Yu, come here and take a look at this photo from when you were little. Do you think it resembles you now? A thin photograph was wedged between Jin Yu's eyes and the wall. Jin Yu stepped back slightly, his gaze finally coming into focus. After a brief glance at the picture, he reluctantly muttered, "Ugly." Xiao Mei chuckled softly, while Xiang Qiwen turned his attention to his mother. He was acutely aware of how long it had been since Xiao Mei had smiled like that, rendering him momentarily motionless. "What seems to be the matter with Jinyu? Are you two not getting along?" Xiao Mei tilted her head and inquired, "Has Xiaowen been bullying you?" Jinyu glanced sideways at Xiang Qiwen, despite his discontent. He shook his head no. Xiao Mei turned to Xiang Qiwen and gave him a reassuring look. "You went to the hospital today for low blood sugar. If you fall ill again, you might need to be hospitalized. If you don't feel like eating, how about letting Qiwen buy you some sweet oranges?" Jinyu cast a glance at Xiao Mei, the sky outside gradually darkening, and he felt a pang of anxiety. Why hadn't Zhao Feng arrived yet? Chapter 44. Bringing him home before long. Xiao Mei also noticed how Jinyu stood rigidly throughout the day, seemingly unwilling to sit down. When at home, it felt as though he were trapped in a perilous situation, with the bedding and sofa transforming into monstrous entities. Only a corner of the room felt safe. Yet Jinyu continued to bump his forehead against the wall. Why hasn't he come yet? Why hasn't he come yet? Jinyu incessantly replayed this thought in his mind. From attending the Olympics to Li Ke's wedding, he hadn't seen the bride nor the ceremony. He had waited in the hotel, clearly not what had been initially promised. His thoughts circled back to the question of Zhao Feng's tardiness, an eternal topic looping endlessly in Jinyu's mind. "Come, Jinyu, take a seat and rest for a while. Are your feet tired from standing?" Jinyu glanced down at his feet, remaining silent for a moment. He silently emerged from the corner and sat on the bed he should have been sleeping in for over a decade. His rear and back ached. When he had climbed down from the sixth-floor window, it had been manageable, just a bit of pain in his hand. However, when he reached the second floor, a railing had suddenly loosened, yanking his arm painfully, causing him to lose his grip. He was unsure how he ended up on the ground, the back of his head still throbbing, and Zhao Feng had yet to come looking for him. A few plump oranges were placed on the table. Jinyu cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze to his shoelaces. It was dark outside. Xiang Qiwen and Xiao Mei had quietly exited the room at some point. Jinyu noticed that the woman who claimed to be his mother had been crying for an entire day. Each time their eyes met, tears flowed, until Jinyu could no longer bear to look at her. Xiao Mei was busy placing Jinyu's freshly washed pajamas into the dryer, while Xiang Qiwen leaned against the hallway wall, lost in thought. When Xiao Mei emerged from the laundry room, she suddenly felt the house lacked vitality, prompting her to instruct Xiang Qiwen to tidy up the place. She resolved to purchase seasonal flowers the following day, intending to place them on the dining table for Jinyu to behold during meals. As she settled onto the sofa, Xiao Mei's gaze fell upon Jinyu's dusty backpack, marred with fresh scratches. She wondered what Jinyu had been doing while carrying it, noticing the numerous bruises on his body. Why was he running around barefoot? Was no one watching over him? Nonetheless, Xiao Mei recognized the backpack as belonging to a niche sports brand, rather than a pretentious luxury label. Its high functionality spoke of careful preparation. A smile graced Xiao Mei's face. At least, it seemed that Zhao Feng genuinely cared for Jinyu. Had Jinyu not ventured out today, they might still be oblivious to each other's presence. Xiao Mei brushed off the dust from the backpack, noting its lightness, suggesting it bore no heavy items. She wished to see if there were any of Jinyu's clothes or personal belongings inside, understanding that the absence of familiar items would surely leave him feeling insecure. Inside the bag, she found only a thin jacket and an outdoor sketchbook. Jinyu enjoyed drawing? Xiao Mei picked up the sketchbook, the clips securing it in place. As she removed it, the contents came into view. The lines were not chaotic, exhibiting a skill that was neither particularly high nor low, but sufficient to convey the subject matter. A man sat at the head of a bed, completely unclothed, his hands resting on his knees. Xiao Mei was struck with a jolt, and the sketchbook fell to the ground with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. Jinyu, come out. Your brother is here to fetch you. Before Xiao Mei could rise, she saw Jinyu, who had appeared lackluster all day, suddenly brighten up and dash out. Without a second thought, she barked, "Qiwen, stop him." Xiang Qiwen, momentarily oblivious to the unfolding situation, felt Jinyu rush past him like a cannonball. Even stepping on his foot, Only then did he realize what was happening and sprinted downstairs, managing to catch Jinyu around the waist before he could open the door. Holding him tightly, Jinyu desperately stretched his legs forward, but Xiang Chuan exerted some strength to restrain him. Jinyu, open the door. I will never abandon you. I swear. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with joy, his legs kicking with renewed vigor. Xiang Chuan frowned and looked at Xiao Mei, asking, Mom, what is going on? Xiao Mei's face turned an alarming shade of pale as she rushed to the door and flung it open. Standing outside was the ashen-faced Zhao Feng, who immediately spotted Jinyu, trapped in Xiang Chuan's embrace and on the verge of tears. Let go of him. With a sharp slap, Xiao Mei's shoulders heaved violently, her breath growing labored. Zhao Feng, struck by the blow, turned his face away, the accumulated stress of 24 hours manifesting in a sudden bout of nausea, causing him to vomit blood. The crimson droplets splattered onto the threshold, and a buzzing filled Zhao Feng's ears. A piercing scream escaped from Jinyu, causing Xiang Chuan to be taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. Jinyu's desperate cries made the veins in his neck bulge, and fearing that his struggles might lead to self-harm, Xiang Chuan involuntarily loosened his grip slightly. In that fleeting moment, Jinyu managed to break free from his embrace and lunged directly towards Zhao Feng. Do not harm my brother. Xiang Chuan's heart raced, fearing that Jinyu's reckless leap would not only miss Zhao Feng, but also result in a painful collision with the floor. Let go. Let go of me. Brother. Brother. With a deft maneuver, Xiang Chuan pinned Jinyu to the ground, holding him tightly. What is happening? What is going on? Mother? Xiao Mei glared at Zhao Feng, whose face had turned ashen, resembling that of a ghost. How dare you? You had the audacity to harbor such vile intentions while keeping Jinyu by your side, and you dare to come here, seeking him? Zhao Feng glanced at Xiao Mei. Jinyu bore a striking resemblance to her, but he found himself devoid of the strength to contemplate further. Return him to me, he demanded, appearing fragile, a blood-soaked bandage hanging from behind his ear, unnoticed in the dim light. Return him, or he will fall ill, Xiao Mei coldly retorted, fixing her gaze on Zhao Feng. There is no need for your concern. If you merely keep your distance, our family will ensure Jinyu remains healthy. The final words carried a heavy implication, and Xiang Chuan, not being foolish, felt his pupils constrict slightly upon hearing his mother-esque statement. Zhao Feng continued, I can halt Xiang Ling's work and his future experiments, as well as Xiang Chuan's studies. You and Jinyu have yet to establish a bond. Do not oppose me. Xiao Mei's expression twisted with hatred as she seized Zhao Feng's collar, her sharp nails leaving a trail of crimson on his neck. I care not for anyone. I only desire Jinyu. Chapter 45. Disdain Brother. Ah, brother. Jinyu lay sprawled on the floor, his complexion drastically altered. Help me. Please help me. Zhao Feng's eyes reddened with rage, the figures before him blurring into doubles. He could hardly endure such torment. He was still under medication. Pushing Xiao Mei aside, he attempted to reach Jinyu, only to be thwarted by Xiang Chuan, who restrained one of Jinyu's arms while keeping a vigilant barrier with the other. Zhao Feng, infuriated by Xiang Chuan's interference, staggered and collapsed to the ground, reaching out to cradle Jinyu's face, which had just struck the floor. Let him go. Is he a criminal? You are causing him distress. Xiang Chuan loosened his grip slightly under the pressure of the rebuke. Jinyu's body, unexpectedly fragile, slipped from his grasp almost instantaneously, diving resolutely into Zhao Feng's arms. As Jinyu's head nestled against Zhao Feng's shoulder, he felt a moist, soft surface collide with his forehead. Looking up, he saw that the wound behind Zhao Feng's ear had bled profusely, staining his collarbone. With a cry of horror, Jinyu felt more terrified for Zhao Feng than for his own injuries, his eyes widening in alarm. Zhao Feng caught him, whispering soothingly in his ear, Hush, do not fear. I am here. I am here. Jinyu reached out, touching Zhao Feng's hand, then tracing his arm up to his neck. Hello, my dear. You are quite warm. Are you all right? Did I frighten you? Zhao Feng's tainted hands brushed against him before gently parting Jinyu's damp hair. Xiang Chuan observed their intimate interaction, unable to believe his eyes. You must release my brother. Zhao Feng glanced at Xiang Chuan, but before he could respond, Xiao Mei approached, wielding a baseball bat. Release my child. No one is taking my Qin away today. Jin Yu turned to face Zhao Feng, who firmly grasped his shoulders. Sitting on the ground, they resembled a pair of small animals seeking warmth in the snow. The fear in Jin Yu's eyes struck Xiao Mei deeply. She could not help but avert her gaze, blinking hard before finally looking at the two on the ground. Jin Yu's voice trembled. Why are you hitting us? Xiao Mei's heart felt as though it were being crushed. Mother will not hurt Jin Yu. Be good and come out. We will never see him again. He is bullying you, my child. Jin Yu watched as Xiao Mei's tears fell like they would never cease. No, I want my brother. He hasn't bullied me. In his anxiety, Jin Yu's words tumbled out chaotically, his breath growing increasingly heated behind him, leaving him bewildered. Fear poured over him like water. Why did you hit my brother? I hate you. Xiao Mei froze, her mind buzzing. Her lips moved, but her voice barely emerged. Don't say that, mother. Jin Yu did not hear her. He glanced back at Zhao Feng, urgency in his tone. Shall we leave? Quickly, let us go. I don't want to be here anymore. Zhao Feng's eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Upon hearing this, he slightly curled his lips and addressed Xiao Mei. I indeed harbor nefarious intentions toward Jin Yu. Xiang Chuan's eyes widened in shock as he reached out to steady Xiao Mei. This was utterly astonishing. He could not help but take a step forward, ready to reclaim Jin Yu. However, Jin Yu remained oblivious. Zhao Feng's complexion grew increasingly pale, nearing transparency. There are things I will wait for him to understand before I explain. I would never take advantage of him while he is confused. Xiao Mei locked her gaze onto his, stating, No mother could ever believe your words. You are unworthy to live alongside my child. In your current state, you cannot take him away. We are the true family. Jin Yu latched onto the key phrase, panicking like a small top in Zhao Feng's embrace. Why can't you take me away? Why? Soon, Jin Yu would understand why. The once empty courtyard was now filled with people. The inner circle tightly guarded the entrance, while among the outer circle, Zheng Heng stood at the forefront. The two sides faced off, neither able to gain the upper hand at that moment. Zhao Feng rested his forehead against Jin Yu's, who, filled with trepidation, asked, Your head is so hot, brother. Will you die? No. Zhao Feng paused, swallowing the blood rising his throat. I will always be with Jin Yu. Just give me a few days, all right? Zhao Feng gently closed his eyes, a misty gray hue settling in their depths. Eat well. I will visit you tomorrow. If you feel scared tonight, you needn't sleep. At the break of dawn, I shall be here to watch over you. His voice dwindled, and Jin Yu felt a heaviness on his shoulder as Zhao Feng's head rested upon it, silently surrendering to slumber. Jin Yu softly called out, brother, but was met with silence. Xiao Mei glanced over and addressed Zheng Heng outside. He has fainted. Take him away. Zheng Heng's expression was complex as the individual before him made way for him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Chuan moved forward, intending to lift Jin Yu from the ground, only to discover that Zhao Feng's hand was still firmly gripping Jin Yu's arm. Even in unconsciousness, Zhao Feng's subconscious clung tightly to Jin Yu. Jin Yu sniffled, resisting Xiang Chuan's pull. Xiang Chuan cast a glance at Zhao Feng, his gaze landing on the blood-soaked neck. Sir, please refrain from any impulsive actions. If it comes to intentional homicide, we shall all be witnesses to the crime. Zheng Heng's voice resonated from above, prompting Xiang Chuan to cast a disdainful look his way before impatiently averting his gaze. Zheng Heng adjusted Zhao Feng's posture and addressed Jin Yu. I must take your brother to the hospital. He was in an accident and hasn't rested all day in his search for you. Could you perhaps persuade him to loosen his grip on your hand? At last, Jin Yu recognized another familiar face, his expression gradually softening in reluctant compliance. He extended a hand to gently touch the place where Zhao Feng held him tightly and leaned closer to whisper in Zhao Feng's ear, You're hurting me, brother. The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a spell had been cast. Zhao Feng's muscles relaxed entirely. Though released, Jin Yu felt an unwillingness to let go, until Zheng Heng intervened and extracted Jin Yu's hand. This series of events reminded Zheng Heng of a story of resolution. Two women contended for a swaddled infant, each claiming to be the child's biological mother. The judge decreed that they should fight for the child. Whoever claimed the infant would be the true mother. As the child cried out, one woman relinquished her hold first. When asked why, She replied that she feared her actions might harm the baby. The identity of the true mother was thus made evident. Zheng Heng glanced at Xiao Mei. Noting her long-standing obsession with the pain of losing a child, he assisted Zhao Feng to stand, ultimately directing his attention back to Xiao Mei. Madam Xiang, you have indeed missed out on Jin Yu's growth for far too long. Firstly, you have forgotten that he is no longer of an age to be manipulated at will. Secondly, you underestimate his intellectual challenges, believing him to be foolish, hence dismissing his feelings as inconsequential. Am I correct? Chapter 46. Flattery as midnight approached. City remained in the throes of summer, the rustle of leaves resonating outside. Jin Yu leaned against the window in the Xiang family's bedroom, ignoring the conversations of Xiao Mei and Xiang Qiwen. Xiao Mei inquired, "Would you like your brother to stay with you tonight if you feel scared?" Jin Yu remained unresponsive, neither shaking his head nor heeding her words, resolutely battling his drowsiness. His brother had never broken a promise. He would surely come to keep him company the following day. Xiang Qiwen rummaged through the room for an old record player, eventually finding a vinyl with soothing melodies. As the turntable began to spin, Jin Yu's gaze indeed shifted towards the black vinyl, squinting slightly. He reached out to adjust the tone arm, applying a firm push. In an instant, the tone arm became distorted, prompting Xiang Qiwen to tenderly take it and attempt a repair. Observing the expression on Xiang's face, Jin Yu huffed, "Penny pincher." Jin Yu seldom initiated conflicts with others. He would never touch the belongings of Tang Long Long or Song Duo, yet he felt entitled to his brother's things. Whether it was altering the sleeves of a shirt or damaging an item, even when he spilled water on the computer or marred his books, Zhao Feng accepted it without complaint. In stark contrast, Xiang Qiwen appeared quite miserly, all while expecting him to call him brother. Unbeknownst to Zhao Feng, he had unwittingly nurtured a seemingly obedient little tyrant in Jin Yu, simultaneously elevating his standards for brotherhood. Xiang Qiwen paused, aware that Jin Yu rarely exchanged more than a couple of sentences with him and never uttered a kind word. Unable to contain himself, he explained, "This ISNT mine. It's yours. If you break it, it becomes unusable." The record player, which had served Xiang for over a decade, had been purchased alongside another. Jin Yu's machine had only begun functioning this year, and had already ceased to work after just half an hour of use. After all, it was an antique. Such items deserve care. Jin Yu remained perplexed, questioning why Xiang felt entitled to comment on his possessions. At a loss for words, Xiang Qiwen asked, "Do you usually sleep with Zhao Feng at night?" Jin Yu nodded. A troubled expression crossed Xiang's face. "Are you afraid of the dark?" Jin Yu didn't know what he feared. He lacked a concrete answer. If he pondered it for some time, he would come to understand that he merely feared abandonment. Thus, he simply shook his head. Xiang Qiwen suggested, "Shall I keep you company while you sleep? When we were children, we lived in Yingzhou and shared a room." Jin Yu was unable to comprehend the intent behind his words, sensing that he did not desire Xiang Qiwen's company during the night. Xiao Mei sat at the head of the bed, holding a photograph of Jin Yu. She reminisced, "You were friendlier than your brother and prone to tears. Your father and I were always busy with work, and I often came home later than he did. During those times, your father took care of you for longer, and when he was preoccupied with work, he failed to notice, allowing you to be quietly taken away." Ever since then, Xiao Mei was engulfed in guilt and resentment towards her husband. She harbored bitterness towards his negligence and her own shortcomings. Eventually resigning from her job for a less demanding part-time position, she became obsessively devoted to monitoring Xiang Qiwen, fearful that he too would leave her side. Eventually, she sought the help of a psychologist, though she retained little memory of that period. People tend to forget their suffering. Xiang Qiwen found himself caught in a tug-of-war between his parents. Yet, fortunately, Xiang Ling remained uninterested in nurturing a bond with him. Gradually, the relationship between mother and son settled into a semblance of normalcy. Jin Yu, partly understanding, remarked, "You abandoned me." Xiao Mei fell silent for a long while, her gaze cautiously settling on Jin Yu, and she gently inquired, "Can you forgive your father and me?" Jin Yu longed for Zhao Feng, desperately wishing he were present. Had he grown up here, he would never have encountered Zhao Feng. "Whatever," he replied. Jin Yu harbored a lingering resentment as Xiao Mei struck Zhao Feng with a slap. her tone decidedly unfriendly. Xiaomei covered her eyes, letting out a choked sound. Jin Yu turned his gaze back to the street outside the window, waiting for Zhao Feng's arrival. As dawn broke around 4:30, a black car pulled up at the entrance. Zhao Feng emerged from the rear seat, his head bandaged with a pristine white gauze. The adhesive covering the foresight on the back of his hand had yet to be removed, and he was accompanied by Aunt Fan. Jin Yu sprang from his bed, descending the stairs with a slight wobble, the bruises on his body finally beginning to throb with pain. Xiao Mei and Xiang Qiwen had stayed up all night with him, and they cast cold glances at Jin Yu as he opened the door to welcome Zhao Feng inside. The scent of hospital disinfectant clung to Zhao Feng, prompting Jin Yu to furrow his brow. Zhao Feng remarked, "I feared you might grow impatient, so I refrained from bathing. Would it be acceptable if I changed my clothes in the car?" Upon hearing that he would need to return, Jin Yu quickly embraced Zhao Feng's waist and flashed a sweet smile at Aunt Fan. Aunt Fan gently cupped Jin Yu's face, her heart aching as she said, "How is it that after watching the Olympics, you've lost so much weight? Your little face has shrunk even more." With that, Aunt Fan set the delicate, low-oil dishes from her food container onto the table. Jin Yu swallowed hard, and Aunt Fan tenderly stroked his chin, observing the interaction among the three. Xiao Mei's hands trembled slightly at her sides. Xiang Qiwen placed his hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Mother, we cannot change the past. As long as we treat him well in the future, we can nurture our bond anew." Having been hungry for too long, Jin Yu devoured his food quickly, prompting Zhao Feng to periodically take his bowl away, returning it only after Jin Yu had finished chewing. Even in Xiang Qiwen's eyes, this meticulous attention to Jin Yu seemed a tad excessive. Zhao Feng, still pale from his injuries, sat beside Jin Yu, resembling a devoted attendant. Even Aunt Fan, despite her role, saw nothing amiss in her employer tending to another in such a wounded state. It was as if Jin Yu, seated at the table, was the sole focal point, with everyone else merely playing inconsequential supporting roles. At last, the courtyard door opened for a second time, revealing Xiang Ling returning from the laboratory. Such late-night absences were nothing new for Xiao Mei and Xiang Qiwen. Yet this particular incident caught Xiao Mei off guard, let alone having forewarned Xiang Ling. Upon entering her home, Xiang Ling was greeted by the sight of President Zhao seated at her family's dining table. Her immediate reaction was to flash a sycophantic smile. In these times, even within the confines of a laboratory, one could not escape the intricacies of human relations, a truth Xiang Ling had ingrained deep within her being. "President Zhao, have you come to visit Qin?" she inquired, fully aware that it was her family who had illicitly taken Jin Yu, and now they were hastily dividing the spoils. Zhao Feng chuckled softly. "I will eventually take Jin Yu away." Xiang Ling's expression froze as she instinctively glanced at her wife and child beside her. "This Jin Yu, after all, has received much care from President Zhao. Our family is immensely grateful to you. If you truly have an affection for Jin Yu, it wouldn't be impossible." Xiao Mei interjected, "Do you understand the gravity of your words, Xiang Ling?" Chapter 47. A warning. Xiao Mei cast a warning glance at her husband, her eyes brimming with distrust. Xiang Ling, acutely aware of the discomfort of his own thoughts, hastily averted his gaze from his wife and muttered, "I've been busy and muddled," before hurriedly departing the scene. Xiao Mei observed Jin Yu, who was fixated on the back of her head. As long as Zhao Feng was present, the beautiful eyes of Jin Yu would never turn toward her. Xiang Qiwen was still but a child, and Xiang Ling was unreliable. Xiao Mei felt as though she were desperately guarding a drafty cabin on a frigid winter night, everything slipping through her fingers. She took a shrimp, intending to wait a while before having rice. Zhao Feng peeled several freshwater shrimp for Jin Yu, hanging them on the rim of his bowl. Jin Yu expertly picked them up with his chopsticks, stuffing his mouth to the brim. Yet, he still found the place unappealing, beneath the table. His feet rested upon Zhao Feng's right foot. It felt as if there were sharks lurking beneath the floor, ready to pounce the moment Jin Yu's feet touched the ground. Zhao Feng held no objections, allowing his right foot to bear this sweet burden. His gaze was fixed intently on the dark circles beneath Jin Yu's eyes. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. Had it not been for their presence in someone else's home, Zhao Feng's anxiety would have erupted long ago. After receiving a sedative the previous night, he had been stitched up by the doctor, awakening repeatedly from nightmares. He dreamt of Jin Yu falling from the 6th floor, of him disembarking the train at the wrong station. Regardless of the scenario, fear enveloped Zhao Feng. Even now, as Jin Yu stood before him, he remained preoccupied with worry. Jin Yu was still clad in the same attire as before. Observing that Jin Yu had nearly finished eating, Zhao Feng inquired, "I brought your clothes. After you bathe, shall I help you change? Once changed, you can go to sleep, all right?" Jin Yu glanced around and asked Zhao Feng, "Will you be thrown out while I'm bathing?" Zhao Feng recognized his insecurity flaring up again and gently ran his fingers through the tousled hair on Jin Yu's forehead. "No, you can wash without worry. If you feel scared, just call for me." He cast a glance at Xiao Mei, whose expression was grim, her suppressed rage evident as she vigilantly scrutinized him. In their own home, Jin Yu could bathe with the door wide open. Zhao Feng lowered his gaze, rubbing his aching temples. He escorted Jin Yu to the bathroom and leaned against the door, awaiting his emergence. Xiao Mei intensified her vigilance over those outside, fearful that the two would seize an opportunity to escape. Aunt Fan understood that today matters were beyond her purview. After clearing the table, she departed as usual. Xiangling approached Zhao Feng at some point. "Mr. Zhao, we sincerely apologize for Jin Yu's situation. His mother has been struggling with her mental health, and I had no choice but to resort to such measures." Zhao Feng regarded Xiangling quietly, aware that in this world, people were inherently different, as exemplified by Xiangling. He had been overseeing a stagnant research group for several years, with funding requests repeatedly denied. Yet in the entire market, few companies could support his laboratory, and even fewer were willing to invest in him now. After a lifetime of conducting experiments, he found himself grappling with the art of clumsy social interaction. And then what? Zhao Feng rubbed his brow, feeling an indescribable aversion towards this family. Xiangling forced a smile, attempting to cultivate an atmosphere of amiable conversation. "Jin Yu, regardless of where we reside, as parents, our utmost desire is for your happiness. We lack the experience to care for him in his current state. I am aware of your deep affection for Jin Yu, Mr. Zhao. If you wish to take him away, living as we did before is certainly an option." Xiangling's words carried a subtle undertone, her voice lowering significantly. "My research funding has not been provided by you for quite some time." Zhao Feng lowered his head, one hand unconsciously resting on the bathroom's handrail behind him. His first instinct was that such remarks must never reach Jin Yu, even though he had never anticipated the concept of a father or mother. It was utterly repugnant. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, while Xiangling misconstrued his demeanor as an indication that he had long grown weary of Jin Yu and was not particularly keen on bringing him back. This notion was hardly surprising. Who would cherish a fool? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xiangling chuckled lightly. "See, I'm merely causing trouble for you, Mr. Zhao. What I meant to convey is that if you miss him, you can take him to stay for a while. When you're busy, he can simply return, and I can have my wife take care of him." That is precisely the intention. Her words implied that Jin Yu, this burdensome child, would certainly not impose on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng wanted to question her. "What do you regard Jin Yu as? A useless object without a place. Yet you seek to extract its last ounce of value to further your own ambitions?" As he pressed the handrail behind him, it felt as though he had been struck unexpectedly. He turned to Jin Yu, presenting a flawless smile. "Let me take you to rest for a bit. You must be tired." Jin Yu's entire form was enveloped in a mist, resembling a dewy, delicate confection. He was still clad in the pajamas Zhao Feng had brought for him. Due to the Xiang household's inadequate air conditioning, the room felt warmer than their own home. Jin Yu, feeling a bit overheated in his long-sleeved pajamas, rolled them up, revealing an arm as pale as lotus root and calves imbued with resilience. Rubbing his eyes, he nestled into Zhao Feng's embrace. "Carry me upstairs, Zhao Feng." Just as Zhao Feng bent down, he heard Xiangling scold Jin Yu. "Can't you see he is injured? How can you be so inconsiderate? You could easily walk those 2 steps yourself." Jin Yu didn't quite catch what Xiangling had said. His ears were covered. Zhao Feng's large hands shielded half of his head. And Jin Yu looked at Xiangling in confusion. "What does it matter to you?" He heard only that one phrase, his mind swirling with bewilderment. Xiang Ling paused, realizing she hadn't yet introduced herself to Jin Yu as his father. She had forgotten in her haste, yet upon reflection, it was evident that Jin Yu appeared sufficiently mature. A typical child would have grasped this long ago. Why should he wait for her to introduce herself? Zhao Feng turned Jin Yu's head away, denying him the sight of Xiang Ling's disappointed expression. Fixating on Jin Yu's eyes, he bent down as if cradling a child, allowing him to perch on his arm. He cast a cold glance at Xiang Ling before departing. As both ascended the stairs, Jin Yu turned back, cradling Zhao Feng's head. At some point, the aunt who had him calling her mother approached that man. She raised her arm and delivered a sharp slap, the crisp sound momentarily halting Zhao Feng's steps before he decisively left. Jin Yu's final glimpse of the aunt revealed her shoulders trembling, leaving him uncertain whether she was crying or seething with rage. Come to your senses, point out which room you sleep in. Zhao Feng gently patted Jin Yu's small backside, causing him to whip around. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xiang Chuan opening the door, regarding Zhao Feng with a cool demeanor. Here, Chapter 48. Resolution. Zhao Feng remained silent, carrying Jin Yu inside and tucking him into bed. Jin Yu quickly grasped his outer garment. All right, no moving now. Exhausted. Jin Yu's mind was foggy, and as soon as his head met the pillow, his eyes struggled to stay open. He feebly protested, "The pillow is uncomfortable." Zhao Feng adjusted the filling within and gently caressed Jin Yu's cool cheek. "Sleep now. Brother will watch over you." Downstairs, the sound of items crashing echoed, and Xiang Chuan's eyelids drooped, feigning ignorance as he entered Jin Yu's bedroom and closed the door. "I must keep an eye on you," he said without raising his gaze, appearing somewhat dazed, lost in thought. "Be quiet," Zhao Feng instructed. Xiao Mei felt as though she were ensnared in a nightmare. The visage of her husband was far more ghastly than she had ever imagined. In his youth, Xiang Ling had merely been unexciting, yet he provided a semblance of stability, crafting the home she had envisioned. Her husband, taciturn yet professionally accomplished, had never impeded her career aspirations. During her pregnancy, she remained wholly devoted to her work. When the twins were born, she believed herself to be the happiest woman in the world. Her husband even made sacrifices for her career, freeing up time to tend to the children. It was a protracted dream that shattered abruptly. When the children went missing, Xiang Ling retreated to the laboratory upon discovering it. Xiao Mei, alongside the police, scoured relentlessly for a month, only to find the trail growing cold. Returning home, she was struck by the sight of Xiang Chiwen, emaciated from only feeding the children once a day. It jolted her from her stupor. She had initially thought her husband was merely avoiding blame. She had assumed. As Xiao Mei observed the blood seeping from the top of Xiang Ling's head, he questioned her sanity. She discarded the remaining piece of the vase she clutched, letting out a cold laugh. "You made Qi-in leave me for so long. Now you wish to barter my child for your future?" Xiang Ling, clutching his throbbing head, suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and insisted, "I am doing this for your benefit. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to care for a child with intellectual disabilities?" Xiao Mei retorted, "Am I the only one in this world burdened by the care of a child? I have retrieved him, and now you suddenly fear the strain? Your fear does not imply that others share it," she challenged. Xiao Mei looked at her husband of many years with disdain, exclaiming, "Coward, weakling, do you bear no responsibility yourself?" Xiangling could no longer contain her anger. "Is this solely my fault? If you truly believe that all the blame for Qin's loss rests upon me, then why did you resign? Why have you depended on me for so many years?" Xiao Mei let out a despairing laugh, asking, "I pose a question to you. If that Zhao fellow were to offer you money for your abhorrent experiments in exchange for Jinyu, would you agree to hand him over?" Xiangling gazed into the void, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him. "If Qin returns, it will upheave our lives." He replied, "Have you considered Kaiwan? Are you prepared to leave such a brother to him for a lifetime?" Xiao Mei felt as though she no longer recognized the man before her, declaring, "I absolutely will not allow your selfish desires to come to fruition. You have lived far too comfortably all these years." She lamented her foolishness in choosing such a man to be the father of her child. The understanding and tenderness once shared between them had long since been shredded. Xiangling received his dismissal notice from the company while seated on the sofa at home. Jinyu slept fitfully, stirring every half hour with soft murmurs. As if wishing to open his eyes, Kaiwen glanced up to see Zhao Feng, as if guided by muscle memory, gently placing his hand on Jinyu's abdomen. "Brother is here. Sleep now." Jinyu's murmurs immediately ceased, but after a while, he began to fidget restlessly in bed. "Is there any ointment for wounds?" Zhao Feng, reluctant to converse with Kaiwen, noticed Jinyu's several awkward gasps. He feared that Jinyu might be injured. Kaiwen brought forth the ointment he had purchased the previous day, and Zhao Feng examined the ingredients before setting it down. He lifted Jinyu from the bed, his movements not particularly gentle. Yet the boy felt as pliable as dough in his hands. Rolling and flattening him did not disturb his slumber. Last night, when Kaiwen had merely touched Jinyu's head, he had opened his eyes, glaring defensively at him. The scene before him left Kaiwen momentarily bewildered. How did his brother discern people's presence? Could he connect like Bluetooth? Zhao Feng lifted Jinyu's shirt to reveal a bruise above his hip. The slight flesh on his lower abdomen quivered slightly in response to the pain. Zhao Feng gently rubbed the ointment onto his skin, as Jinyu sniffled and complained with his eyes closed. "Stinky." Zhao Feng lowered his head, the ointment soaking through the intravenous tape on his hand, which he carelessly tore off and set aside. "It will feel better soon. Who asked you to run around?" "It's stinky, but I don't mind." Jinyu mumbled incoherently, his words lost in the air. Zhao Feng continued to apply the ointment to his shoulders and scapula. The bruise had taken on a rather ominous appearance, and Zhao Feng exhaled slowly before proceeding. Regret began to engulf him. He should not have brought Jinyu back. Zhao Feng had already arranged for someone to relocate his parents and the old man's grave, planning to find a nearby burial site later for a proper interment, making it easier for Jinyu to visit the old man. "How did you come to know each other?" The voice of Xiang Qiwen interrupted Zhao Feng's contemplation. He glanced back at Xiang Qiwen, remaining silent. The atmosphere in this household was utterly dismal. Jinyu could never thrive in such an environment. One glance at Xiang Qiwen's sullen, stoic demeanor revealed that neither of his parents were commendable. Moreover, there was Xiang Ling. Zhao Feng held a decidedly negative impression of Xiang Ling. Lacking capability, she was stubborn and rife with ambition. Numerous individuals had urged her to alter her course. Yet she remained steadfast in her misguided pursuits, akin to insisting on opening a bar at the entrance of a kindergarten. Furthermore, as the biological father of Jinyu, Xiang Ling had deeply irritated Zhao Feng today. He cherished Jinyu as if cradling a fragile treasure, yet in Xiang Ling's eyes, she was merely a disposable trinket. Zhao Feng inquired of Xiang Qiwen, "Please recount the details of Jinyu's abduction once more." After a moment of silence, Xiang Qiwen replied, "I do not know the specifics. Only that while my father was watching us, a passerby stealthily took her away. Several individuals have already been apprehended, currently held in the prison of Yingzhou." Chapter 49. Relations. Zhao Feng lowered his gaze to send a few messages on his phone. Aside from arranging work-related matters, he was notifying HR to terminate Xiang Ling. He wanted her to realize that the possibility of exchanging Jinyu was utterly non-existent. Zheng Heng had sent him an email regarding Xiang Ling's dismissal. The timestamp was a good 10 minutes earlier than Zhao Feng's notification. Zheng Heng stated, "This was a direct order from above, reportedly conveyed by the military." Zhao Feng pondered the high-ranking military officials currently in S City. "What is your relationship with Xiao Chongming?" Xiang Qiwen lifted his head, his gaze towards Zhao Feng filled with wariness. "Why do you ask? He is the uncle of both me and Jinyu." "Uncle?" Zhao Feng paused, feeling a sense of distaste at Xiang Qiwen's attempt to intertwine himself with Jinyu. Yet, it was surprising to learn that Xiao Foren's brother was indeed Xiao Chongming. Given today's events, she was evidently aware that to aid Jinyu, she had sacrificed her husband's career through Xiao Chongming. Her affection for Jinyu was genuine, but it was far too late. Zhao Feng had never been sympathetic regarding Jinyu's situation. Abandoning her and still managing to sustain a family of 3 was, to him, laughable. At noon, Jinyu was still asleep, and the Xiang household was eerily quiet, with no one mentioning lunch. Zhao Feng was indifferent. fully engrossed in thoughts of Jinyu, only rousing her at 3 in the afternoon. I asked Aunt Fan to bring over sweet and sour ribs. Wake up now. Xiang Chuan observed Zhao Feng as he gently roused Jinyu from her blankets, akin to patting a plush toy. Jinyu's soft, cherubic face tilted into Zhao Feng's rough palm. Slowly, she rubbed her face a couple of times, her cheeks flushed like a delicate bloom, resembling a fluffy cotton candy. With just a few playful gestures from Zhao Feng, she was roused from her slumber. Xiang Chuan followed Jinyu downstairs, gently inquiring, "Does anything still hurt?" Jinyu found herself captivated by Xiang Chuan's visage, a face that bore a striking resemblance to her own. Jinyu cast a glance at Zhao Feng, and upon seeing no sign of disapproval in his eyes, she replied, "It doesn't hurt." Xiang Chuan smiled gently. "That's good to hear. If you feel unwell, remember to tell your brother, all right?" Jinyu twisted her little face, appearing to tilt it left and right. "I already told my brother." Xiang Chuan paused, realizing that Jinyu did not regard him as her brother at all. "Yes, tell me if anything feels off," he slowly clarified, noting that they were merely minutes apart in birth. The title of brother held little significance. The bond between twins was inherently profound, and he was untroubled by Jinyu's lack of recognition. Suddenly, Zhao Feng turned back and shot him a glance before hastening Jinyu along. Aunt Fan and Xiao Mei were already waiting by the dining table, and the disarray in the living room had been tidied up. No one seemed to care about where Xiang Ling had gone. "Jinyu, do you like short ribs? Your mother will prepare some for you tomorrow, all right?" Xiao Mei's face bore no trace of a morning's hysteria, only reddened eyes that made her appear significantly aged. Jinyu harbored a dislike for this maternal figure, lowering her eyelids and ignoring her. "First, take a sip of water and eat slowly." The freshly made cheese was still in a liquid state, which Zhao Feng carefully wrapped around each short rib before placing them in Jinyu's bowl. A few green vegetables were added, but Jinyu, disinterested, pushed them to the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks. Xiao Mei wiped her eyes with her sleeve, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she watched Jinyu eat obediently. "You handle your chopsticks quite well." Xiao Mei attempted to strike up a conversation, initially thinking her words would go unnoticed. To her surprise, Jinyu's little head suddenly lifted from the bowl. "My brother taught me," Jinyu exclaimed, her mouth still full, as she waved her chopsticks in the air. In truth, Jinyu had used her chopsticks quite adeptly from the beginning. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, her lack of appetite had led Zhao Feng to feed her for a while. When it was time for her to eat on her own, she had momentarily forgotten how to handle the chopsticks and needed Zhao Feng to teach her once more. Xiao Mei found herself stifled, a wave of unidentifiable frustration washing over her. She had always been a failing mother, and the thought of Jinyu being raised by such a person was unbearable. The images in the album continually pricked at her fragile nerves, even if it meant sacrificing her relationship with Jinyu. She could not simply allow Zhao Feng to escape consequences so easily. Zhao Feng was acutely aware of her sentiments. This afternoon, the guards outside had nearly doubled in number, all highly trained soldiers. Gaining access tomorrow would not be a simple task, and Zhao Feng cast his gaze down towards Jinyu's hair whirl. Xiang Chuan leaned closer to Jinyu and asked, "Is your face too close to the rice?" Jinyu was not particularly hungry, but she was slightly inclined to engage in conversation. "I can see the rice just fine," she replied, seemingly undeterred by her surroundings. Xiang Chuan chuckled at Jinyu's cleverness, prompting her to look up at him with a dazed expression. Laughter gradually filled the entire living room, yet Zhao Feng's expression darkened. "Focus on your meal, and don't choke." Jinyu curled his lips, rudely pointing at Xiang Chuan with his chopsticks. This specter was truly malevolent, with such a resemblance to himself. He must indeed be a ghost. Jinyu firmly believed this, inquiring of Zhao Feng, "What does he look like to you?" Zhao Feng glanced up disinterestedly and replied, "Quite ugly." "That settles it," Jinyu nodded, taking another large mouthful of rice. After satisfying his hunger, Zhao Feng suggested that Jinyu take a stroll in the living room to aid digestion. However, it was not long before Jinyu returned to ask Zhao Feng, "Where do we go to school?" Before Zhao Feng could respond, Xiao Mei interjected, "Can Jinyu go to school?" Jinyu blinked and squatted down beside Zhao Feng, his head barely visible. "I haven't seen Tang Long and Duo in ages." Zhao Feng paused for a moment before saying, "Soon, but don't use your classmates' nicknames. Song duo is simply song duo. Xiao Mei opened her mouth, her expression softening as she said to Jinyu, please stand up. Don't squat on the floor. Come sit on the chair and talk with your mother, shall we? Let us chat about your good friends. Her son nestled against Zhao Feng's legs like a burrowing creature, an intimacy that was difficult to fathom. It felt as though nothing could intrude between these two, nor could any external emotions mingle with theirs. Hearing Xiao Mei's words, Jinyu struggled with his feelings. He was not adept at expressing anger, and it required a deliberate effort for him to be irate. Their eyes briefly met, and Jinyu's gaze pierced her deeply. Ever since she had slapped Zhao Feng, he had refused to speak with her. Zhao Feng turned to Xiao Mei, stating, Madam, it has been nearly a day. You must feel that Jinyu is still angry and quite disappointed, correct? At his age, he should forget such things soon, shouldn't he? Xiao Mei abruptly turned her head, questioning his meaning. While Jinyu could reproach her for their issues, what right did Zhao Feng have? He was merely a thief, stealing moments meant for him and his son. Zhao Feng gazed into Xiao Mei's eyes, taking a moment before saying, Aren't you hoping for Jinyu to forgive you of his own accord? While you wait for him to forget his anger, you also wish for him to suddenly comprehend and empathize with you. Such favorable circumstances are rare in this world. Chapter 50. Escape. Xiao Mei's expression shifted dramatically after those few words. What do you know? If it weren't for your incitement, how could he ignore me? Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, and Xiang Qiwen hesitated. Mom, don't you think you underestimate Jinyu too much? Xiang Qiwen stepped forward after a moment of silence, adding, He speaks quite intelligently to me. Xiao Mei shot a glare at Xiang Qiwen. You two are twins. Isn't it natural to maintain a good relationship? Zhao Feng watched Xiao Mei coldly, taking Jinyu's hand. Madam, you must be the one hiding in the stairwell at the Olympic venue, right? Is the milk Jinyu bought for you to your liking? Zhao Feng had been reflecting on when Jinyu might have had the opportunity to be recognized, and there were only a few suspicious instances over the past few days. Upon recalling, it seemed nearly conclusive. It was either at the pharmacy or during that time. Xiao Mei's expression changed, joy gradually spreading in her eyes. She remembered the milk from that day, and her heart warmed instantly. Once, Jinyu was so close to her. Even before knowing you, he harbored feelings for you. Zhao Feng's words fell like a merciless verdict. What have you done now? Do you intend to confine Jinyu to a life of imprisonment by your side? I merely wish to prevent him from coming into contact with you, you repugnant individual. Xiao Mei perceived Jinyu before her as grains of sand slipping through her fingers, likely to vanish with a mere blink. How could she accept a life alongside a man with a child? He had not grown up beside her for 17 years. Everything felt like a misaligned puzzle. It was not that she didn't wish for Jinyu's happiness. She simply could not allow Zhao Feng to taint Jinyu's future. I cannot be separated from my brother. Jinyu was acutely sensitive to this atmosphere. His lower lip bore a deep crimson mark from his biting. Why was he so afraid that his brother would abandon him, especially with so many people desperately trying to tear them apart? Zhao Feng placed a hand on his chin, softly soothing his turmoil. Jinyu, you do not understand. He is a man. Presently, he wishes to take you with him. But what of the future, when he no longer desires you? He may marry and have children. What then for you? Thankfully, your mother has found you. Wouldn't it be better to live with her and Qiwen? None of us will abandon you. No. The future painted by Xiao Mei terrified Jinyu, causing him to tremble. Zhao Feng bowed his head, pulling Jinyu into his embrace, assuring him that he would never be forsaken. Get away. Let go of Jinyu. Xiao Mei was overwhelmed with emotion as she witnessed Jinyu seeking solace from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, having lost all patience, pressed a button hidden within his sleeve. Instantly, a cacophony erupted outside, prompting Zhao Feng to glance at the wary Xiao Mei. I know that after today, I will not be able to take Jinyu away. Zhao Feng retreated toward the door, holding Jinyu close, while Xiang Qiwen remained rooted in place, bewildered. Xiao Mei approached Jinyu, attempting to grasp him, only to provoke a terrified scream from him. Her heart felt as if it were being pierced by Jinyu's fear. Zhao Feng's hand firmly covered Jinyu's ears, his voice husky. In this world, few truly cherished Jinyu. I had hoped that if his parents came looking for him, he would have another place to go. Zhao Feng lifted his gaze to Xiao Mei. To be frank, I do not trust a single one of your family. Jin Yu is enough for me. The door burst open with a resounding bang, revealing a chaotic scene in the courtyard with people sprawled haphazardly. Upon seeing Zhao Feng emerge, they all turned their attention toward him. The scene resembled a noir film from years past, prompting Zhao Feng to shield Jin Yu's eyes. Zheng Heng, accompanied by several others, encircled Jin Yu and Zhao Feng. The car had already sustained damage to its front upon entry. Zhao Feng hurriedly shoved Jin Yu inside, and the vehicle careened wildly into motion the next moment, speeding onto the nearest main road. Jin Yu's eyes widened, slightly squinting from the tension and excitement. Go find out where Xiang Ling has gone. Zheng Heng soon reported a location from the passenger seat, the airport in City S, where tickets abroad had already been purchased. Zhao Feng fell silent for a moment, gently caressing the tips of Jin Yu's hair. Zheng Heng remarked, "Is the situation truly so dire that we must act with such haste?" Zhao Feng offered no response, merely instructing the driver to head towards the neighboring city. Zheng Heng paused momentarily. "Zhao, what are you implying?" Zhao Feng replied, "I have already resigned. You may alight at the next intersection." Zheng Heng swiftly discerned the implications of this development. Today's events would undoubtedly rattle the old guard within the company who had always viewed Zhao Feng as a rival. By protocol, resigning in shame was unavoidable, especially given that Zhao Feng had already excised most of the malignant influences within the organization. Once the birds have flown, the bow is put away. Zhao Feng's prospects in this company had reached their zenith. Ascending to a higher position would invariably encounter obstruction from the management that had previously formed alliances against him. Zheng Heng understood this well. Yet he did not believe that a mere change of locale would prompt Zhao Feng to embrace an ordinary life. After all, one could only hide from Xiao Chongming for so long. Zhao Feng needed to evolve swiftly if he were to stand on equal footing with Xiao Chongming. "Zhao, if any positions arise that require my assistance in the future, simply call me," Zheng Heng stated before disembarking from the vehicle. As dusk fell, the street lights flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings adorned with mooncake-shaped lanterns. It dawned on Zhao Feng that today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet they were en route to another city. Zhao Feng severed all connections with individuals in H City and S City. Only he and Jin Yu were privy to their destination. Until Zhao Feng possessed the means to counteract, the Xiang family could not be informed of their whereabouts. Throughout the journey, the driver changed several times, and they switched vehicles multiple times as well. The atmosphere was festooned with festive cheer. Yet Zhao Feng merely allowed Jin Yu to gaze at the lights for a while before coaxing him to sleep. Zhao Feng stopped to purchase food, tending to Jin Yu before resuming their journey. They navigated back roads, avoiding surveillance, eschewing tickets, with Zhao Feng taking the wheel for the latter part of the trip. Jin Yu lay in the back, covered with a blanket that Zhao Feng had procured, while he secured the rear door. They traveled intermittently until they finally reached their first destination the following evening, the men's prison in Yingzhou. A few days prior, Zhao Feng had dispatched someone to inquire about a particular matter, which had now come to fruition. As Jin Yu waited in the car, he soon spotted Zhao Feng approaching with a substantial envelope. After perusing its contents briefly, Zhao Feng placed it on the passenger seat. Jin Yu leaned forward to take a look, only to be gently pushed back into the rear seat by Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng's voice, unusually hoarse, resonated as he muttered, "Damn it, I'm just glad I managed to get you out." Chapter 51. Withdrawal from school. Jin Yu stifled a yawn, and Zhao Feng tugged at the blanket draped over his shoulders. "Rest a little longer. We will soon arrive at our new home." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu obediently shut his eyes and said, "Drive slowly, okay?" Zhao Feng started the vehicle, adjusting the air conditioning to a warmer setting as they proceeded towards the district in Yingzhou that was currently flourishing. Since Jin Yu's medication could not be interrupted, Zhao Feng sought out a finely decorated apartment near the hospital and purchased it. As they exited the elevator, Jin Yu closely followed Zhao Feng. This was not their first whimsical move, and Jin Yu adapted well, although he was initially reluctant to sit down upon entering their new abode. Zhao Feng, upon noticing the frown on his face, instantly discerned his thoughts and retorted with irritation, I have already summoned someone to conduct a thorough cleaning. I shall wipe it down again shortly, just to accommodate your gilded posterior. Jin Yu rolled his eyes at Zhao Feng, expressing his dissatisfaction with the latter's service attitude. However, since Jin Yu had only recently mastered the art of eye rolling, his execution was rather poor, making it appear as though he were afflicted by a sudden ailment. As Zhao Feng was about to boil some water, he turned to find Jin Yu making a comical face at him. He pinched Jin Yu's cheek and playfully probed his mouth with his finger, checking for any cavities. Jin Yu whimpered and pushed against Zhao Feng's belly. And after indulging in some playful antics, Zhao Feng finally permitted him to wash his face. He had ordered a meal at the dining hall, which arrived just in time. As they ate, Jin Yu looked up at Zhao Feng with a worried expression and asked, "Am I still going to school?" Zhao Feng paused, setting down his chopsticks to respond. "You hardly learn anything at school. Perhaps we should discontinue your attendance?" Jin Yu, struck as if by lightning, mustered what little dignity he had left and declared, "But I can recognize characters." Zhao Feng regarded Jin Yu's small head with confusion, aside from recognizing characters. He found him exhausted by physical education and incapable of mathematics. In this era, it was difficult to find a teacher who spoke English without an accent. Yet Zhao Feng had arranged for 4 foreign instructors from Britain and America for a small institution. Tang Long and Jin Yu would comb through their abundant hair upon seeing them. After returning home, Jin Yu would lament to Zhao Feng that the foreign teachers always drank cola during class, questioning why he could not do the same. Zhao Feng had explained countless times that it was coffee, yet Jin Yu remained unconvinced. Having studied basic addition and subtraction for nearly a year, he still barely scored above 10 on tests, and the notebooks he purchased were almost taller than he was, yet he rarely wrote anything. Moreover, the student capacity at the institution had increased significantly. Students like Jin Yu, who could recognize characters but not numbers, were becoming less favored in the new class. With exams becoming a regular occurrence, Jin Yu performed adequately in Chinese but was utterly hopeless in mathematics. Even without a ranking system in the class, Jin Yu understood that he was considered a mathematical simpleton. While Tang Long had already ventured into multiplication, Jin Yu felt defeated just watching him and contemplated whether it was better to not attend class at all. Comparisons left him feeling inadequate. As the diligent students seemed to shine brighter, Jin Yu looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief, fully convinced of his own worth. "Am I not putting in enough effort?" Zhao Feng found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. With 6 classes a day, only the chess activity class seemed to capture Jin Yu's full attention. Did that not count as diligent study? Jin Yu, with a perplexed expression, began to confront Zhao Feng. "You don't understand. You attend school less." Zhao Feng observed him, speaking with such bravado that it almost made him want to laugh in exasperation. "After the summer break, I shall find you a reliable teacher. You should focus on studying at home and refrain from climbing walls and running about recklessly." Jin Yu huffed, leaping off the chair and shoving it away with a loud scrape. Seeing Jin Yu's slight strength, Zhao Feng remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall buy you some calcium tablets. It appears you cannot even stabilize a chair properly." Jin Yu, still oblivious to the concept of a punch landing softly on cotton, was already feeling quite overwhelmed by Zhao Feng's management. You. Promise me I can see Tang Long and duo. Zhao Feng, struggling to comprehend the convolutions of his own mind, cast a sidelong glance at Jin Yu and remarked, "I have agreed to your request. But playing together and attending school are entirely different matters." Jin Yu, with his robust and straight demeanor akin to a telegraph pole, could not tolerate such a notion and immediately clung to Zhao Feng. "You scoundrel!" Zhao Feng rubbed his weary eyes, sore from a night of driving, and sincerely lamented the challenges of guiding a child. "Xiao Yu, do you feel a bit uneasy because I did not pursue the matter of your unaccompanied return from Likuz? It seems to me that you are perpetually seeking trouble." Jin Yu's mouth instantaneously formed an odd shape, his previously buoyant demeanor rapidly deflating. "Is the 6th floor easy to climb? Your arms and thighs must be quite sore these past couple of days, no? Is muscle strain enjoyable? Did you think I wouldn't notice just because you refrained from mentioning it?" Zhao Feng deliberately held back from intervening, hoping to instill some sense into him. Jin Yu pressed his lips tightly together, glaring at Zhao Feng in anger. "Very well, Our sweet brotherly bond seems to have dissipated. You can witness my pain and remain silent? Jinyu lifted his now sore arm and pointed to the spot that had ached yesterday, expressing his disappointment toward Zhao Feng. It is my fault, but you cannot bully this arm. This arm has done you no wrong. Zhao Feng found it difficult to grasp the logic of this young lad. He stood up and approached Jinyu, looming over him like a mountain. With a resounding slap, he struck Jinyu's rear, the dust in the air trembling in response. If I were to spank you now, I could simply apologize to your behind in a few days. This slap was long overdue. Running away without notice and daring to ascend the 6th floor warranted it. Just as Jinyu was about to wail, he felt his entire body lighten as Zhao Feng lifted him onto his shoulder. The interruption of his spell cast a slight awkwardness, prompting him to question Zhao Feng's intentions. Zhao Feng placed him on the edge of the bed and handed him his pillow to cradle. Oh, look at you, not crying, and doesn't he hurt that much? What are you afraid of? The elders used to say that one cannot always be beaten. Too much punishment loses its educational value. In simpler terms, if you get hit too often, you cease to fear it. However, Jinyu had scarcely been punished, which did not hinder his assertion of being unafraid. In this comfortable position, Jinyu sprawled forward like a little piglet and began to complain. How can you leave me by myself for an entire night? I'm past my expiration date. Zhao Feng, bemused, stroked his little face and asked, What do you mean by expired? I'm of inferior quality now. In what way are you of inferior quality? Jinyu pondered for a long while, finally managing to articulate, My flesh. I have turned bitter. As he spoke, his words grew increasingly abstract, prompting Zhao Feng to chuckle. Indeed, I shall be more attentive, but I believe you have not turned bitter. It seems to me that Xiao Yu has merely turned mischievous, harboring a belly full of mischief. Jinyu glanced at Zhao Feng and asserted, Then it is still your fault. Zhao Feng replied, So it is all my fault? Jinyu affirmed yes. Zhao Feng inquired, What about the matter of your sneaky ticket purchase in return? Jinyu relaxed his empty mind and began to accuse. I thought you had returned and no longer wanted me. Chapter 52. Entrepreneurship. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Zhao Feng felt a genuine fire igniting within his chest. Jinyu lay on the bed, swinging his feet, articulating his logical chain to Zhao Feng with perfect clarity. He felt as though he had suddenly become a figure of reason, a victim of an elaborate misunderstanding, a trivial joke that had caused undue alarm. However, when he glanced at Zhao Feng, the corners of Jinyu's mouth froze in disbelief. Do you truly believe that I no longer want you? That you can simply return on your own? A sense of foreboding washed over Jinyu, causing him to instinctively draw his knees inward. Zhao Feng observed his movements, a perplexing thought emerging from the depths of his mind. He questioned Jinyu. Why do you always assume I would cast you aside? Surely, I deserve some explanation in this matter. Jinyu found himself at a loss for words, eventually murmuring, I wish you were my biological brother. Zhao Feng surveyed Jinyu's delicate arms and legs, gritting his teeth as he inquired, Is there not some other resolution to this situation? Jinyu retorted, What kind of relationship can never be discarded? In dramas, brothers often abandon their siblings. He feigned maturity, counting on his fingers. You've only been my brother for a few years. It's not a long time. As Jinyu prepared to speak further, he was abruptly covered by Zhao Feng's blanket. Hush! Sleep now, you little rascal. Zhao Feng chided, annoyance evident in his tone. With a decisive click, he extinguished the light. And Jinyu poked his head out from the darkness, wrapping his arms around Zhao Feng's. I never want to be apart from you. Swear to me once more that you won't seek out a sister-in-law. Zhao Feng, feeling exasperated by his persistence, finally acquiesced to his request and swore an oath. It was only then that he noticed Jinyu's breathing had steadied. In the dark, Zhao Feng grasped the delicate, luminous arms encircling his neck and sighed softly. The following morning, he accompanied Jinyu for breakfast before departing. Having previously worked in this area, Zhao Feng noted that its development lagged significantly behind that of S-City, presenting a completely untapped market. The latest trends had yet to permeate this region, offering Zhao Feng numerous opportunities for enterprise. However, Jinyu had reverted to a state of dependency, limiting his ability to act freely. He recognized that he could not continue down this path. If he lacked the capacity to protect Jin Yu before the Xiang family arrived, he would never forgive himself. Jin Yu feared losing Zhao Feng. But Zhao Feng was infinitely more terrified of having Jin Yu taken from him. In every circumstance, Jin Yu only possessed true dignity when by Zhao Feng's side. Zhao Feng felt that his own sacrifices were never sufficient. Jin Yu deserved to live in a world free of worries, enveloped in comfort. Perhaps Jin Yu would always be somewhat naive, limited in ability, but that was acceptable. He need not conform to anyone's expectations, nor fret about failing to blossom into a splendid flower. Zhao Feng was indifferent to such matters. It was enough that things remained as they were. His first target was the realm of new media. With a widespread adoption of touchscreen smartphones, new media had become the most fashionable pursuit. Zhao Feng understood that the byproducts of this technological advancement would soon sweep through the entire market, reminiscent of the company where he had previously been employed, which specialized in PC gaming, reaping substantial profits from a single computer game. Zhao Feng, however, perceives the mobile phone market as a vast expanse, terrifying in its enormity. At this juncture, public sentiment towards this entrepreneurial venture is predominantly pessimistic. Yet Zhao Feng resolutely takes his initial step forward. He has contemplated the rapidly developing industrial economy of the year, but the risks associated with exposing himself and Jin Yu to the practicalities of industry are too great. Moreover, the demands of logistics and transportation require relentless effort, which he is unwilling to accept. Nevertheless, during his field research and site selection for the company, Zhao Feng sets his sights on a burgeoning commercial district in Yingzhou. Several large buildings are under construction, and a vacant lot in the center presents an opportunity for a landmark shopping center. Although Zhao Feng currently lacks the capital to undertake such a grand project, he envisions that by next year, Jin Yu, idly painting and writing at home, will await his weary return, offering comfort akin to a warm hand warmer, reminiscent of a healing character from a television drama. Yet, Jin Yu is rather fond of flamboyant personas, one day emulating the aloof characters from television. She does not greet Zhao Feng upon his return, merely raising her chin with indifference and stating, "You've finally returned." The next day, a considerable space on the living room's television backdrop is conspicuously vacant, the television that once adorned it removed. Jin Yu searches the room in vain, realizing with dismay the gravity of the situation, and whimsically implores Zhao Feng to reinstall the television. Zhao Feng remains non-committal but shares a piece of good news. Song Duo is visiting today. Jin Yu exclaims joyfully, rolling around on the sofa for a while, and spends the entire day pacing around the entrance hall in anticipation. As darkness falls, a series of knocks finally echoes from outside. Jin Yu recalls the door-opening procedure that Zhao Feng had insisted he memorize. Peering through the peephole, he catches sight of Song Duo's familiar face and promptly swings the door open. Duo Duo. Behind Song Duo stands Zhao Feng, who frowns slightly at Jin Yu's exuberance, admonishing him not to call out recklessly. Jin Yu, undeterred, beams at Song Duo and suddenly exclaims, "You're standing." His eyes widen in astonishment as he surveys Song Duo's legs, confirming the miraculous sight. She is indeed standing. "I have healed." Jin Yu Song Duo smiles, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Hooray, hooray, hooray." Jin Yu hastily ushers her inside, urging her to take a few steps for his observation. Yet he quickly leans in, asking her to hold onto his arm. "Don't fall." Song Duo steadies herself with his support and takes several steps, appearing to have no issues aside from the slowness of her movement. Jin Yu inquires, "Did Tang Longlong know first, or did I?" The two engage in conversation, their speech and pace mirroring one another's. Song Duo mentions that she has not yet returned to school, implying that Tang Longlong is likely unaware. Jin Yu pulls out his phone, declaring his intention to call Tang Longlong shortly. Song Duo smiles and nods, informing Jin Yu that she cannot walk for extended periods just yet and must gradually regain her strength. Jin Yu hurriedly assisted Song Duo to sit on the sofa and inquired whether Zhao Feng had prepared dinner. Zhao Feng had already placed the dishes in the kitchen and, with an open palm, replied to Jin Yu, "No, you'll have to go hungry tonight." Jin Yu's expression shifted, feeling that Zhao Feng was undermining him in front of his friend. He quickly grasped Zhao Feng's sleeve and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Jinyu urged him with animated gestures, whispering rapidly, "Brother, hurry and buy some delicious food. Get some short ribs and shrimp. If you're unsure of what Duo likes, just get what I enjoy." His rapid speech seemed normal to others. Song Duo couldn't help but overhear, her face flushing crimson. Chapter 52. Learning. Once seated at the dining table, Zhao Feng arranged the pre-purchased dishes, while Jinyu clattered the bowls and chopsticks in front of Song Duo. "Please eat," Jinyu warmly invited. After Song Duo settled in, she looked up to find Jinyu tilting his head, saying, "I can't continue my studies. I might not have a diploma in the future." He spoke with a sorrowful expression, wiping his eyes. Previously, Zhang Shiqing had mentioned how crucial a diploma is now. His brother had dropped out before turning 18, and he felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility of becoming the educated man in the family. Jinyu sighed and said, "How can one not learn and progress?" Song Duo fell silent, then curiously asked Jinyu, "Didn't you also not study before?" Jinyu widened his eyes in surprise. "I don't even eat during class now. Isn't that being serious?" Song Duo found it hard to articulate her thoughts. Merely not eating in class did not equate to understanding the material, and he wasn't abstaining from food by choice. Was it not due to the strict control over sugar, leaving him unable to indulge, even if he wished? Zhao Feng emerged from the kitchen just as they were discussing this, placing the freshly made short ribs down and giving Jinyu a light tap on the back of his head. "The new teacher arrives tomorrow. Make sure to pay attention." Jinyu still appeared disinterested, yearning for companionship rather than a teacher. Zhao Feng quickly added, "Since Song Duo cannot attend school yet, she will accompany you. Tomorrow, you both can wait for the teacher at home." "Great." Jinyu's eyes sparkled as he turned to Song Duo, his eyes narrowing in delight. "I'll be busy starting tomorrow. You both study well at home. I might return late tonight, so make sure to sleep first, all right?" Zhao Feng observed Jinyu's expression. Regardless of the task at hand, the initial phase rarely allowed for rest. He had brought Song Duo here for this very reason, as he didn't trust leaving Jinyu alone at home or in the care of others. On the way, Zhao Feng bought a mobile phone for Song Duo, ensuring she could contact him if needed. Jinyu might indeed face sleeping alone, a fact Zhao Feng hesitated to disclose. After the three had eaten their fill, Jinyu asked Song Duo if she wanted some soda. Song Duo paused, instinctively glancing at Zhao Feng. Jinyu followed her gaze, glaring at Zhao Feng in displeasure. Zhao Feng was unaware of what had displeased him this time and responded, "What is wrong?" Jinyu felt a sense of discomfort that he could not articulate, and thus, he decided to forsake contemplation in favor of immediate gratification. "I want to drink soda," he declared. Zhao Feng had never denied Jinyu a single whim, and it was only recently that he began to impose restrictions on junk food. Just a few days prior, Zhao Feng had noticed a small pimple on Jinyu's face, located slightly in front of his ear, which became quite painful when he lay on his side. This unfortunate blemish prevented Jinyu from resting in Zhao Feng's embrace, forcing him to lie flat instead, facing his brother's Adam's apple. The next day, Zhao Feng rummaged through his snack cabinet, which was filled with an assortment of chips and spicy strips. He was uncertain when this obsession had begun, but as soon as Jinyu entered the supermarket, he would sniff the air and gather an armful of spicy strips, having consumed them all within just a couple of days. Zhao Feng reviewed the surveillance footage from the living room and discovered that Jinyu had been munching on them while watching television. Crouched on the sofa, he would hunch his shoulders and inhale deeply. When the spiciness became overwhelming, he would stick out his bright red tongue and collapse onto the couch, wiping away the tears and mucus that the heat had provoked. Soda had yet to be banned, though Zhao Feng had secured it in a locked room, allowing only one bottle per day. "You have already had yours today," he stated, piercing through Jinyu's hopeful thoughts. Jinyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not dwell on it. Duo hasn't had any yet. She's still unwell." "No, it's fine, I don't need any," Song Duo interjected, still unaccustomed to being singled out. Zhao Feng paused momentarily before fetching the keys to the storage room. When he returned, he held 2 bottles of soda. He placed one before each of them, and Jinyu beamed as he accepted his, knowing his brother would not let him suffer from envy. Jin Yu continued to make requests. Next time, make mine cold. Zhao Feng chuckled dismissively, not bothering to respond. Once Jin Yu and Song Duo grew tired from their play, Zhao Feng scooped Jin Yu into his arms and tucked him into bed. Upon turning around, he found Song Duo standing at the bedroom door, hesitant to speak. Zhao Feng attempted to retract his hand, but Jin Yu, feigning composure, inquired, "Where does Duo live?" "Very close to you. She'll come over first thing tomorrow morning." Jin Yu, with his eyes still closed, replied slowly, "Thank you." Zhao Feng paused, pinching the tip of his nose, and warned, "If you say thank you to your brother again, I will give you a beating." Jin Yu squirmed and rolled deeper into the blankets. As Zhao Feng withdrew his hand, he noticed a smile playing on his lips when he turned towards Song Duo. Approaching her, he said softly, "Let us step outside to talk." Following Zhao Feng, Song Duo opened the door and walked to the end of the corridor. At the opposite end, another door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman who smiled upon seeing them. "Everything is ready inside. Miss Song, please come in." "All right, I will be in shortly, Aunt Bai." Aunt Bai had been specially hired by Zhao Feng to assist with her rehabilitation after surgery, reputed to be an exceptional caregiver. Throughout her life, Song Duo had never received such attentive care, and she felt immense gratitude towards Aunt Bai. After exchanging greetings with her employer, Zhao Feng, Aunt Bai entered the room, leaving only Zhao Feng and Song Duo in the corridor. Zhao Feng had prepared a room for her directly opposite theirs. Considering that Song Duo could not walk far at the moment, Song Duo gazed up at the verdant leaves outside, pondering for a moment before inquiring of Zhao Feng, "Am I no longer required to return to school?" The incident involving Jin Yu being summoned back by the Xiang family had indeed disrupted Zhao Feng's original plans. Yet there was no need to divulge such matters to Song Duo. "Yes, once you have fully recovered, I shall escort you to the high school in Yingzhou." After waiting a moment and hearing no further words, Song Duo wondered if Zhao Feng intended to send her off just like that. Was there truly such a thing in this world? To spend hard-earned money on someone unconnected, only to dismiss it lightly once spent? She glanced at Zhao Feng, recalling his compliant demeanor towards Jin Yu, and a lingering question nagged at her heart. "Are you preparing for me to marry Jin Yu once I grow up?" Chapter 54. Yearning he, with a brother like Jin Yu, turned around to support another disabled girl. This hardly appeared to be a mere act of charity. Zhao Feng tacitly regarded her hope of attending school as a sacrifice. Yet, if she were not there, where could she possibly go? Even transferring schools required an adult's assistance. Alone, where could she seek help from others? Zhao Feng could have easily ignored everything that transpired in her life. Yet he still arranged for her surgery, as a form of compensation for her misfortune. She was undeniably the primary beneficiary. Such benevolence seemed improbable to occur in her favor. The only explanation was that there was something about her worth sacrificing. Yet, upon her utterance of this thought, why did Zhao Feng's expression darken so? "Your thoughts are quite fanciful." Zhao Feng scrutinized Song Duo from head to toe, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples. What was the matter? Had Jin Yu spoken to her about wanting to marry her? The moment Song Duo observed Zhao Feng's reaction, she realized her assumption had been misguided. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet she found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then Zhao Feng impatiently interrupted her, stating, "My brother will only be with the one he truly loves for a lifetime. I cannot decide." Song Duo stood there, sensing Zhao Feng's gaze pressing down upon her, as if it were tangible. The implication of his words suggested that Jin Yu would never part from him, a plea steeped in hopelessness and desire. Song Duo paused, sensing something amiss. Yet she could not fully comprehend it. Zhao Feng continued, "I can explain to you why I am helping you. My brother has few friends, and you are not like the others. I am genuinely concerned." His gaze fell upon Song Duo's knees. "I cannot tolerate anyone harboring malice towards him. You may not possess such feelings now or in the past, but that does not guarantee they won't arise in the future. I cannot prevent others from being envious of Jin Yu, but I cannot accept that the friends he chooses might harbor even a hint of ill will. If you continue to remain in a wheelchair, perhaps one day you will resent Jin Yu for possessing legs that can run. I cannot place my trust in you." Upon hearing this, Song Duo found herself momentarily speechless, standing there unable to assert that she would never despise Jinyu, even if confined to a wheelchair. Zhao Feng's considerations were devoid of any flaws. His distrust extended to anyone who found themselves near Jinyu, whether confined to a wheelchair or otherwise. Zhao Feng could always unearth a point of suspicion. His protective instincts towards Jinyu had morphed into a distorted shroud enveloping him. Yet, Jinyu remained blissfully unaware, entirely oblivious to the complexities surrounding him. In the meticulously crafted environment that Zhao Feng had designed for him, he was surrounded solely by cherished friends and a devoted elder brother. Song Duo had no doubt that if she were ever to harm Jinyu, she would be swiftly and decisively expelled from his world by Zhao Feng. Song Duo pondered whether she ought to feel fortunate that the man before her had yet to attain overwhelming power. Thus, he resorted to a subtle and indirect method of leveraging gratitude against her. A chill coursed through Song Duo, prompting her to retreat against the wall to support her burdened knees. Zhao Feng paused, his gaze sweeping across her face before he remarked, "Get some rest. The teacher will arrive at 9 tomorrow." Song Duo nodded, gently biting her lip as she replied, "I genuinely appreciate Jinyu's character, even without your assistance. I would relish spending time with him." She was acutely aware that her words seemed feeble, yet she remembered the moment when the teacher called Tang Longlong's mother. And Jinyu's sympathetic gaze fell upon Tang Longlong in response to the conversation. People often assume that when one suffers greatly, eliciting sympathy from others is a simple affair. In reality, what typically precedes sympathy is the scorn and disdain of those around. Jinyu's heart resembled a pure glass bead, untouched by any pollution. Zhao Feng said nothing more, turning to close the door behind him. Upon returning to the familiar space imbued with Jinyu's presence, Zhao Feng vigorously wiped his face, contemplating the feasibility of sending Song Duo away. Ultimately, he remained preoccupied with Jinyu's smiling visage, extinguishing the glow of his phone screen. He had entertained thoughts that Jinyu might differ from him. If he were to be drawn to women, what then? The mere notion of his identity being supplanted by an unknown other stirred an unrest within him. He could not afford to pause, for halting meant jeopardizing Jinyu's safety. If it were within his power, he would keep Jinyu nestled close to his heart, carrying him wherever he went. At dawn the following day, Zhao Feng roused Jinyu from slumber. Upon seeing him, Jinyu playfully nestled his face against Zhao Feng's thigh, inquiring about the time. Zhao Feng gave a gentle pat to his bottom, saying, "The teacher will arrive shortly. I'll introduce you to him, then it's off to work. Make sure to eat well at home, all right?" Jinyu emitted a muffled acknowledgement, yearning to drift back into sleep. By the time they finally rose, their breakfast had cooled somewhat. Zhao Feng attempted to snatch a bite from Jinyu's mouth to reheat it, but was unsuccessful. When the doorbell rang, Jinyu, with a piece of bread in his mouth, dashed to answer. Outside awaited a small group of 4 or 5 individuals, comprising 4 adults and Song Duo. Song Duo pointed to one of the middle-aged women, saying, "This is Aunt Bai. She is here to see what Jinyu looks like." Jinyu beamed and called out, "Aunt Bai." The woman immediately smiled, surprised to find the employer's younger brother was such an adorable boy. When he smiled, he resembled a doll. She said to Jinyu, "Sister Dong will be your aunt who takes care of you in the future. Come and meet her. You can just call her Aunt Dong." Jinyu called out Aunt Dong once more. Aunt Dong merely nodded slightly before entering to converse with Zhao Feng. After Bai Yi departed, the remaining 2 were evidently the teachers. Jinyu and Song Duo stood together, facing 2 instructors, 1 male and 1 female. Jinyu's instructor was the male teacher, who, after greeting Zhao Feng, swiftly transitioned into teaching mode. While Song Duo was engaged in advanced mathematics, Jinyu was instructed on safety knowledge for an entire day. The first rule was to never open windows. Jinyu's mind was racing, and his gaze immediately shifted toward Zhao Feng. Just as Zhao Feng adjusted his suit and turned around, he caught sight of Jinyu's resentful little eyes. "It's futile to look at me like that. When I return, I will quiz you. If you don't remember anything from this week, there will be no snacks for you," Zhao Feng remarked, pinching his cheek, while the teacher across from them remained unfazed. The employer's affairs were beyond his concern. Jinyu hesitantly glanced at the seemingly irritable teacher. "Didn't you say you work late? Do you want your brother to return early or late?" early but no quizzes. Zhao Feng chuckled and told Jinyu to ask Aunt Dong for something to eat if he felt hungry, as today's soda and snacks were already placed in the refrigerator. Jinyu cheered and affectionately rubbed his face against the back of Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng glanced at him before departing. As soon as the door closed, Jinyu resigned himself to face the teacher. The previously expressionless instructor suddenly broke into a smile and said to Jinyu, "Come, Jinyu, would you like to draw a picture for the teacher today?" The teacher mentioned what elements should be included in the drawing, encouraging Jinyu to use his imagination and then show it to him. Chapter 55. Concerned Jinyu spent the entire day chatting with the new teacher. He even felt that the new teacher was somewhat clingy, as he was dissuaded several times from fetching soda from the refrigerator. This left him feeling somewhat vexed. When afternoon arrived and the teachers departed together, Aunt Dong immediately presented Jinyu with a freshly made mousse. The sweet, creamy mousse melted in his mouth, prompting Jinyu to emit a contented sound. Song Duo was still working on some remaining problems, and Jinyu placed his copy on her desk corner. "You can ask me if you don't understand," he said, watching as Song Duo waved him off. "I don't need your help." Jinyu then turned to his tablet to play games, but when he found himself stuck on a level and looked up, he noticed it had grown dark outside. Aunt Dong inquired if he was hungry and whether he wanted dinner. Jinyu shook his head, saying, "I'll wait for my brother." "All right, we'll eat in an hour. If Mr. Zhao hasn't returned by then, we will set aside a portion for him." This seemed reasonable to Jinyu, and after pondering for a moment, he agreed. When he turned back to look at Song Duo, he found her engrossed in a game of Sudoku. Jinyu asked her, "Does it hurt when you treat your knee?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Duo replied, "A little." "When will it stop hurting?" "Now, it only bothers me if I stand for too long." "Why? Do you have any discomfort?" Jinyu hesitated, rubbing the ends of his hair with his fingers. "No, it's just that my brother seems unwell." Last night, although Zhao Feng did not outwardly express anything, Jinyu could discern that he had not slept well. Song Duo, perplexed by the sudden shift in conversation, suggested, "You might as well ask your brother directly. He has a penchant for deceit." Jinyu inquired, "He shouldn't be dead, right?" Song Duo, unable to comprehend the source of his barrage of questions, replied, "I don't think so." Only then did Jinyu exhale a sigh of relief, though his brows remained furrowed. When Song Duo finished her meal and returned, Zhao Feng had yet to arrive. Aunt Dong advised him to retire to his room, but Jinyu refused to leave. He perched on the sofa, waiting, until nearly 11 o'clock when a sound at the door signaled Zhao Feng's return, reeking of alcohol. Jinyu immediately sprang up and burrowed into his brother's suit jacket, wrapping his arms tightly around Zhao Feng's waist. Zhao Feng stumbled slightly from the embrace and asked, "How's school at home?" Jinyu replied, "It's all right. I haven't learned anything new, just painted a few pictures," which the teacher took away. Rubbing his sore eyes, Zhao Feng recalled receiving a call from Jinyu's teacher that afternoon. This educator, possessing special education qualifications along with a doctorate in psychology, was tasked with conducting a foundational psychological assessment of Jinyu. Zhao Feng harbored concerns that recent events might have left psychological scars on him. However, the teacher assured him that Jinyu's mental acuity was steadily improving. This was encouraging news, yet the true psychological shadows haunting Jinyu were not from the recent upheaval, but rather from the earlier loss of a beloved relative, which had cast a far greater shadow. Jinyu's memory was gradually sharpening. The once muddled periods of his past were beginning to crystallize in his mind. Initially, he seemed to have encased himself in a glass dome. But now that barrier was fading away. The world, once carefree, was now tinged with anxiety. He worried about the departure of others, including Zhao Feng, fretting over whether he might leave, either by choice or circumstance. As his capacity for empathy grew, so too did his concerns for others' well-being, fearing injuries or, like his late elders, death. In summary, it is quite normal for children around the age of 10 to grapple with such psychological concerns. And it is essential for adults to approach these feelings with equanimity, providing a stable environment. This is what is often referred to as the moment when a child begins to understand the world. Contemplating this, Zhao Feng reached out to gently stroke Jinyu's forehead, prompting the boy to raise his cherubic face. "Brother, hold me." Zhao Feng could hardly refuse, bending down to lift him. Due to the influence of alcohol, Zhao Feng stumbled slightly as he stepped forward, causing Jin Yu's head to rest on his shoulder before he suddenly lifted it. What's wrong? I want to drop you. Don't be afraid. Jin Yu tilted his head against Zhao Feng's neck, his voice softening significantly. Don't hold me, brother, put me down. Zhao Feng assumed he was frightened and quickly crouched to set him down. Jin Yu reached out to touch Zhao Feng's head. His gaze lingering on the weariness reflected in Zhao Feng's eyes, before taking his hand and asking if he was hungry. Zhao Feng, at the dining table, hardly consumed any food. Jin Yu led him to the kitchen, where Aunt Dong had just brought out the dishes. Aunt Dong cheerfully urged Zhao Feng, do eat something. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can rest. Zhao Feng remained silent, as he felt that during this period, Jin Yu had enveloped him like warm water, leaving him drenched. The awkward and clumsy shadow of Jin Yu from their small town was now nearly unrecognizable. In fact, if Jin Yu remained silent, others would hardly discern any intellectual challenges he faced. Yet, Zhao Feng sensed something was amiss. His concern for Jin Yu's emotional state had prompted him to seek a psychologist for today. The teacher assured him that there were no issues. But Zhao Feng couldn't shake the feeling that Jin Yu was perhaps becoming overly mature. Recently, upon entering the house, he noticed the slippers neatly placed at the entrance and took a moment to realize that it was Jin Yu's doing. Moreover, Jin Yu had been crying and causing a ruckus less frequently. Initially, Zhao Feng believed that Jin Yu's solitude, with no friends around, had led to his loneliness. But even with Song Duo's arrival, this trend did not reverse. Jin Yu was gradually transforming into a more adult version of himself. After dinner, Zhao Feng asked Jin Yu, brother, now that the effects of the alcohol have worn off, shall I carry you to the bedroom? A flicker of struggle crossed Jin Yu's eyes, but he ultimately shook his head and turned to walk back into the room. Outside, the night was supposed to remain firmly outside the brightly lit home. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Zhao Feng's heart felt heavier, as if it had descended into a realm of darkness. The following day, Zhao Feng once again roused Jin Yu from slumber. Jin Yu groggily opened his eyes to see Zhao Feng slowly reach for his clothes, and dressed himself before following Zhao Feng to the dining room. After they finished their meal, Zhao Feng prepared to leave for work, and Jin Yu trailed behind him like a little cotton candy dog into the cloakroom. As Zhao Feng removed his shirt, his muscular physique remained as fluid and well-defined as it had been in their small town, glistening healthily under the light. Jin Yu stared at Zhao Feng's skin, feeling a warmth creeping up behind his ears. Zhao Feng, while fastening his buttons, noticed the unusual expression in Jin Yu's eyes. What's the matter? Speak to your brother, he prompted. Jin Yu tilted his head, bashfully pointing to his abdomen with a finger. Brother, could you touch little you like you did last time tonight? Chapter 56. Sleeping alone, he resembled a pure little beast, his desires shimmering in his eyes, clear and transparent as crystal water. Both his body and spirit were maturing rapidly. Zhao Feng, gazing into his yearning eyes, opened his mouth, suppressing the hoarseness in his throat, and replied, "That is something I cannot assist you with." The fitting room fell silent for a moment, as Jin Yu seemed eager to negotiate, but as he opened his mouth, Zhao Feng had already departed. Jin Yu stood there, staring blankly at the wardrobe, bewildered as to why Zhao Feng could not fulfill such a simple request. Frustrated, he pouted his lips and discovered that Zhao Feng had already left for work. When Song Duo and the teacher arrived, they began their studies anew. This time, Jin Yu's teacher brought a lesson plan, immediately elevating the professionalism of the session by several degrees. Jin Yu doodled in his notebook, listening attentively as the teacher imparted knowledge on safety. With regards to fire safety and electrical safety, Jin Yu, do we now consider ourselves acquaintances? The teacher smiled, his eyes narrowing like those of a fox, exuding confidence. Jin Yu nonchalantly shook his head, stating, "I don't even know your name." "Oh, really? I am Qiao Lanhua. You may call me Teacher Qiao." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu nodded, signaling him to continue. This was not the first time Qiao Lanhua had marveled at Jin Yu's extraordinary nature. His experiences with Zhao Feng took precedence over all other beings. Every emotion he felt was first directed towards Zhao Feng before being extended to others, perhaps due to his own scarcity of possessions. Jin Yu instinctively showcased his learnings first to those he most trusted. For instance, when asked to draw, The first image he crafted would invariably be Zhao Feng's head. Once both he and Zhao Feng were depicted on the paper, he would gradually add in the surrounding houses, trees, and streams. Thus, Zhao Feng was always the first to perceive his changes. These two brothers indeed shared an intimacy that bordered on excessive. Clearing his throat, Xiao Langyue retrieved the impromptu lesson plan he had prepared for the day, physiological and hygiene education. Although he was uncertain why Mr. Zhao had so abruptly instructed him to teach this topic, it was evident that Jin Yu, now an adult male, should not remain oblivious to such matters. After all, it was a legitimate course, and it was also high time for Song Duo to learn as well. Xiao Langyue summoned both Song Duo and Jin Yu to the table and thoroughly explained the fundamentals of physiological hygiene, being mindful of Song Duo's presence. He also addressed the issue of inappropriate touching, emphasizing areas that should not be touched by anyone other than oneself. Jin Yu raised his hand and inquired, "Is it permissible for someone to touch my chest?" Xiao Langyue nearly choked on his drink, hesitating before responding, "You may, but it shouldn't be a frequent occurrence." Jin Yu nodded, somewhat understanding, and his gaze fell to his lower abdomen. "All right, that area should not be touched by my brother then." He then recalled that he still needed his brother to accompany him while sleeping and asked Xiao Langyue, "When will I be able to sleep alone?" Xiao Langyue, thinking it reflected the close bond between the brothers, silently raised his regard for Jin Yu's significance in their household. For a man, sleeping alone is a sign of maturity. It indicates that you possess the ability to be independent. Xiao Langyue had no concerns for Jin Yu. Given his level of intellectual development, it would not be long before he could undertake simple tasks independently. Jin Yu grasped this, yet the mere thought of sleeping alone frightened him. Perhaps it was best to remain a somewhat timid man for now. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng resumed his programming amidst the overwhelming workload of his entrepreneurial endeavors, leaving little room to breathe. Zheng Heng had reached out to him, along with several long-time employees who had intended to join him. However, Zhao Feng worried that their conspicuous movements might attract attention, so he arranged for them to work remotely from S-City. He had no intention of relinquishing the S-City market, as there remained vast potential for enhancement in the current virtual products. Zhao Feng's initial foray was into a mobile game with minimal performance requirements. The gameplay was straightforward, and the levels could be updated, thus alleviating some pressure in terms of design and costs. The primary character involved controlling a pixelated figure wielding a sword to vanquish foes, with critical hits achieved in sync with the rhythm of the music. At that time, the market for rhythm games was virtually non-existent, and it quickly garnered a positive response. Once he had trained a few capable leaders to manage the operations, Zhao Feng stepped back into a more supportive role. He also acquired a modest real estate company in Yingzhou, which had suffered a financial setback due to an unfortunate incident, and Zhao Feng intervened decisively. After conducting a thorough overhaul, he raised the salaries of the remaining employees. Thus, he found himself firmly entrenched in the real estate sector. His approach remained pragmatic. While game development could yield substantial profits, the current real estate market was somewhat lackluster. Zhao Feng subsequently connected with several seasoned veterans in Yingzhou involved in scrap steel recycling. He relied on their support to fortify his company's operations, forging close business ties. In return, he sought their assistance in shielding him and Jin Yu from prying eyes outside Yingzhou. During the busy periods, he barely had time to converse with Jin Yu from morning till night. Gradually, Jin Yu came to understand his hectic schedule, and on several occasions, Zhao Feng returned home to find her asleep on the sofa, having waited for him. Aunt Dong covered her with a blanket and sat nearby, knitting a scarf. Beside Jin Yu was a pom-pom, and the unraveled yarn had been twisted into a shape that vaguely resembled scarf. After Aunt Dong left, Zhao Feng took Jin Yu in his arms while she was still asleep. She stirred awake the moment her head rested against his chest. "Brother, you're home," she murmured. Zhao Feng responded with a soft hum, preparing to carry her to the bedroom. Jin Yu tugged at his collar, prompting him to pause and inquire what was on her mind. "I want to sleep by myself tonight." Zhao Feng fell silent for 4 or 5 minutes before casually asking, "What is the matter? Have I been coming home late and disturbing your sleep? It will be all right in a while. How about I finish work early one day and play a game of Go with you?" Jin Yu reached out from his embrace and gently touched the skin beneath his eyes. I can see you're quite tired, brother. I don't want to be a burden. Zhao Feng suddenly interrupted her. Where did you learn that? Is it Mr. Qiao who teaches you these things? Have you been too bored at home? I'll find you another school, and you can go out to study. Having kept her cooped up for too long, he felt it was time for her to breathe some fresh air. He just needed to carefully sift through the nearby schools to find a suitable one. Observing Jin Yu occasionally lost in thought on the surveillance monitors worried him. She had too much time to ponder. While Zhao Feng contemplated the appropriate schools in the vicinity, Jin Yu gently bumped her head against his chest. Aunt Dong and I tidied up the room. I can manage. Brother, you need not worry. Chapter 57. The start of school. Zhao Feng noticed the determination in Jin Yu's eyes. After a moment of silence, he carried her into the master bedroom. You might not sleep well in a different place. I'll take the guest room. Jin Yu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Aren't you going to praise me? Jin Yulu revealed a smile devoid of distractions, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Zhao Feng. Without exaggeration, Zhao Feng concluded his words and closed the door behind him. Jin Yu settled onto the bed, letting out a sigh of realization. Her brother had become increasingly difficult to manage lately. Standing at the entrance of the master bedroom, Zhao Feng was met by Aunt Dong, who was preparing to simmer the pot for breakfast. She called out to Mr. Zhao. Zhao Feng did not turn around. Instead, he lowered his head, resting his forehead against the door panel. With a sense of resignation, he shut his eyes. For the first time, Jin Yu took the initiative to sleep alone. Upon seeing Zhao Feng leave, she hastily arranged her toys across the bed, creating a nest in the middle as if to emulate the adoration of the stars surrounding the moon. She nestled herself into it, feeling a flicker of safety. Aunt Dong had mentioned that if she felt scared, she could simply leave the light on while sleeping. Lying on her side, she evaded the light from above. Whispering to herself, Jean, you can do it. Jean, you can do it. After approximately 20 minutes, a hint of drowsiness finally washed over her. One hand struggled to reach out and touch the Olympic mascot that now occupied the spot where Zhao Feng had lain. Her brows furrowed in concentration. The following morning, as Jin Yu wearily opened her eyes, she found several toys had tumbled off the bed due to her restless sleeping position. Sunlight streamed into the room, somewhat blinding. She glanced at the lamp. It was not lit. Had she turned it off before falling asleep? Zhao Feng opened the door from outside, and today, Song Duo had arrived exceptionally early. She stood behind Zhao Feng, peering into the room, but was soon obscured by his presence. Zhao Feng gently ruffled Jin Yu's hair, his tone slightly serious as he remarked, "You've got dark circles from lack of sleep." Jin Yu quickly touched her face and wrapped her arms around Zhao Feng's neck, exclaiming, "I missed you so much, brother." She nuzzled against the side of his neck, taking a deep breath, feeling a sense of contentment. Drowsiness began to resurface. Yet Jin Yu had no desire to release her hold on Zhao Feng. He allowed her to cling to him, his gaze drifting to the shoulder blades on her back. "Today is the first day of school for Song Duo. You should sleep a little longer. We can have breakfast later," he suggested. Jin Yu's eyes flew open, and she playfully tugged at Zhao Feng's hair. "I want to see her off to school." She urged Zhao Feng to sit on the edge of the bed, propping herself up and slipping on her little vest. "I arranged everything with Song Duo a few days ago." Zhao Feng responded with a nonchalant hum, reaching out to touch Jin Yu's warm back. "There's no rush. School doesn't start until later." Once she finished dressing, Jin Yu leapt off the bed and, before washing up, glanced back at Zhao Feng, who was lost in thought with his eyes downcast. Before long, the trio was ready, and Jin Yu filled her stomach with a hearty breakfast before departing the apartment. Aunt Bai had already prepared Song Duo's dormitory bedding, and the suitcase was pushed ahead as the three of them made their way downstairs. Jin Yu noticed the bulging luggage and asked Song Duo what she needed it for. Song Duo, now nearly pain-free while walking, had a sheen of excitement glistening on her forehead in the sunlight. She trembled with exhilaration, for she was soon to become a high school student. "I wish to reside at school, and, come the weekend, I shall return to spend time with you." Jin Yu counted the days on her fingers, feeling somewhat disheartened at how long it would be until she could see Song Duo again. "Shall you? Come sit in the front," said Song Duo from the back seat, as Jin Yu was ushered into the passenger side, where Zhao Feng glanced at her with a somewhat stiff demeanor. "Once we've dropped off Song Duo, I'll take you to see your school. You can begin attending tomorrow." Jeannie responded with a soft "oh," fastening her seatbelt. She was about to meet new friends. As the vehicle merged into the traffic, it soon halted before the gate of a prestigious high school. Above the iron gate, the name Ingzhou Third High School gleamed in red. Most parents were seen arriving in tricycles laden with students' luggage, with only a few vehicles present. Upon Zhao Feng's arrival, their car drew some attention. Jin Yu hopped out of the passenger seat, effortlessly closing the door behind her with a graceful flick of her foot. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were complemented by her fair complexion, which had not seen sunlight in quite some time. Dressed in a bright yellow sweatshirt and shorts, with knee-high socks and little leather shoes, she stood poised, resembling a popular doll on the market. Be careful not to wander off. Zhao Feng called to Jin Yu as he retrieved Song Duo's suitcase from the trunk. The creamy white suitcase, chosen by Aunt Bai, stood out amidst the sea of luggage bags carried by students. The sound of its wheels rolling over the asphalt was particularly attention-grabbing. Zhao Feng approached Jin Yu, offering his hand for her to hold, reiterating his caution against straying away. Song Duo, a newly enrolled freshman, initially lacked a student registration. It was only recently that she gained entry through a special examination pathway, having never attended middle school. After nearly 2 months of intensive tutoring, she finally passed her exams. Despite the sharp pain in her knees from her taut muscles, Song Duo's steps remained steady as she embarked on her high school journey. Given the striking trio, they were soon approached by a welcoming student sporting a trendy spiky hairstyle who inquired about Song Duo's class. Zhao Feng tightened his grip on Jin Yu's hand silently. Song Duo answered the boy's questions in turn, and he then turned his gaze to Jin Yu, asking, "And this classmate? Are you also a freshman?" Although posed as a question, he was certain she was not a senior. With such a distinctive appearance, he would have recognized her otherwise. Jin Yu slowly shook her head and edged closer to Zhao Feng. He gently rubbed her palm, inquiring if she felt tired. With Zhao Feng pushing the luggage and Jin Yu merely holding his hand, she felt no fatigue. She simply disliked the crowd. The boy's gaze lingered on Jin Yu's face for a moment, but Song Duo stepped forward, shielding Jin Yu as they quickly made their way to the designated reporting area. After Song Duo completed her forms and received her dormitory key, Zhao Feng accompanied her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Accepting her suitcase, Song Duo assured Jin Yu, "I'll come back to play with you this weekend. Don't worry." Jin Yu then asked how long she would need to attend this school. 3 years was the reply. Song Duo held up 3 fingers and said to Jin Yu, "I will get into a prestigious university and earn money to buy you delicious food in the future." Jin Yu beamed with delight, bashfully replying, "That sounds wonderful." As Song Duo dragged her suitcase into the girls' dormitory, Zhao Feng turned around and spotted the school leader approaching. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, the leader broke into a smile and stepped forward to shake his hand. There are not many young entrepreneurs in Ingzhou, and the principal thought it prudent to become familiar with him. Perhaps he could secure an investment for the school, enabling the construction of a modern plastic track. Chapter 58. Seeking trouble. The school leader warmly invited Zhao Feng to sit in his office. Before Zhao Feng could speak, Jin Yu nodded in agreement. Observing the office, everything seemed acceptable. A bald gray director looked at Jin Yu and inquired, "Who is this?" Zhao Feng placed his hand on Jin Yu's back and replied, "This is my younger brother." "Mr. Zhao's brother is indeed quite handsome," the director remarked, and Jin Yu recognized the compliment, instantly brightening up. "Oh, not at all." Jin Yu feigned maturity, waving his little hand and casting a proud glance at Zhao Feng. "Mr. Zhao, am I not very humble?" Zhao Feng paused, ruffling the back of his head. "Don't be silly." As they followed the school leader into the teaching building, they heard raised voices coming from the office. "I just can't get into college, so I'm considering studying sports. You're pushing me to my limits. I might as well attend a sports school." "What will you do after graduating from sports school? What job requires just muscles? Will you become a security guard? What is wrong with being a security guard? Why do you always think of career discrimination?" The voices grew louder, and when they arrived at the office door, it swung open with a bang. Jin Yu instinctively shrank back, only to be pulled back by Zhao Feng. A tall young man emerged from within, towering over the school leaders, with a bruised face. Dressed in basketball attire, he glanced at the school leaders, but said nothing before turning to leave. Following him was a female teacher and an irate father. who appeared to be fuming and panting, all the while apologizing to the teacher. "I'm sorry, teacher. My son has always grown tall, without much thought. No one can change him." The female teacher waved her hand, but added, "Xia Yuanbai has a point. Perhaps parents should consider this too." Expecting this remark to placate the father, she was surprised when it only darkened his expression as he stormed out of the office. Jinyu blinked, and the female teacher awkwardly returned to her desk. The school leaders had not anticipated such a scene and chuckled nervously, inviting Zhao Feng into the tea room for a chat. Zhao Feng nodded, but Jinyu tugged at his sleeve, pointing with a finger towards the sports equipment outside. He had spotted the swings. Zhao Feng halted, and the school leader quickly assured, "It's all right. The little student can play outside for a while. The students here are quite civilized." Jinyu fixed his gaze on Zhao Feng, determined, "Don't run far." Zhao Feng pointed towards the shade of the tree, suggesting they seek refuge there for a moment, promising to return with ice cream after finishing his tasks. Jinyu nodded and dashed off. Zhao Feng lingered, waiting for Jinyu to settle onto the tire swing, swaying steadily for 2 rounds before redirecting his gaze and following the school leaders inside. Xia Yuanbai exerted himself to hurl a stone, which clattered against the glass of a second-floor classroom, leaving a pale mark. After several attempts, he noticed Jinyu had stealthily approached from behind. Upon meeting his gaze, Jinyu pouted and quickly turned away, evidently still rattled. Despite having been roughed up to the point of resembling a frog, he maintained an intimidating demeanor. Xia Yuanbai scrutinized Jinyu, noting his designer attire and polished shoes, a stark contrast to the typical school uniform. With a slender frame, it was evident that he was a newcomer, likely a freshman. Turning back, he threw another stone, this one larger, which crashed against the glass with a resounding shatter. The sound of the breaking glass cascaded down to the first floor, with shards tumbling perilously close to Jinyu's feet. Xia Yuanbai grinned widely, positioning one foot against the window ledge. He nimbly shifted several footholds, resembling a youthful leopard as he squeezed through the broken glass. Jinyu gasped, and before he could utter a word, Xia Yuanbai swiftly emerged from the window, brandishing a pair of bright red, round gloves. As he landed in front of Jinyu, the latter, murmuring softly, gazed at the gloves in curiosity. "Those are called boxing gloves. Do you understand, fool?" Xia Yuanbai scoffed. Jinyu pursed his lips, feeling insulted. As he pondered a retort, a voice from inside the shattered window bellowed, "Who broke the window? Was it that brat Xia again? I told you not to hide your boxing gloves in the activity room. Call his parents immediately." Jinyu glanced around, only to realize the boy who had been standing there moments ago had vanished. The male teacher above, however, had noticed Jinyu. "Is it you who smashed the window? Look up." Jinyu honestly shook his head, but saw the teacher's expression shift from impatience to scrutiny. "Ah, young student, come here." A wave of apprehension washed over Jinyu as he turned, only to see several students with art boards approaching him. "Yalat, bring this young student up here." The students instantly complied, encircling Jinyu and playfully ushering him into the classroom. Upon reaching the second floor, the teacher intercepted Jinyu, increasingly pleased with his appearance. "Look at this young student. He is too handsome. It would be a waste not to have him model." Jinyu was pulled into the art room, where a window had already been broken. The wind rushed in, causing the artworks affixed to the back wall to flutter wildly. Xiao Jian exclaimed in admiration, leading Jinyu to stand upon the podium. "Today, whoever successfully captures the essence of this young student in their drawing shall be permitted to leave class early." Due to his profession, Xiao Xian has always harbored a unique appreciation for beauty. Moreover, considering the student's admirable facial symmetry, it seems he is lenient with these boys. The few individuals behind him gradually settled down with their drawing boards, and Jinyu surveyed the scene, noting each one burdened with a grimy, oversized palette. He was well acquainted with everything in the room. These were all items he had previously possessed. Xiao Xian inquired, "Young student, what is your name? Which class are you in?" Jinyu replied, "I am Jinyu, who has no class." Just as Xiao Xian was about to ask what he meant by having no class, the classroom door swung open abruptly. Zhao Feng, with beads of sweat on his forehead and a taut voice, ignored the classroom full of students and fixed his gaze directly on Jinyu. "Why didn't you inform me before running off? Are you seeking a beating?" Chapter 59. Teacher and son, though Jean, you had recently begun to place greater importance on his appearance. His first instinct was still one of guilt, as he waved his hands near his ears. No beating, no beating. Zhao Feng adjusted his disheveled sleeves, disregarding the diverse expressions of those in the room. Come on, we need to leave. Upon observing the scene, Xiao Xian discerned yet another instance of disdain for the arts. It baffled him that this seemingly affluent young man could fail to appreciate the significance of art. Jin Yu hurried to Zhao Feng's side. In his mind, although he had fled, finding Zhao Feng was what mattered. If he had not been located, that would indeed be a dire situation. He reasoned that one cannot remain upset over something that could not be found. Zhao Feng, however, said nothing further. Soon, a teacher approached from behind, visibly relieved upon spotting Jin Yu. It's good to have found your brother. Our campus security is quite reliable. He would not have been able to slip out unnoticed. Xiao Xian asked, is this young student not from our school? Jin Yu nodded, tilting his head to observe Zhao Feng's previously tense demeanor relax, his anger dissipating. He then told Xiao Xian, I can draw too. Xiao Xian surmised that Jin Yu was likely the child of someone in a position of authority. With a smile, he raised his thumb in approval. This high school student, seemingly spoiled like a child, possessed an innocence in his gaze that made one wish to carry him away. Zhao Feng glanced at the few students still engaged in their drawings within the classroom and exchanged a knowing look with Xiao Xian before they departed. Jin Yu followed Zhao Feng across the campus, nearing lunchtime. The path was mostly deserted, as most students were likely packing their belongings in the dormitory. Zhao Feng asked Jin Yu what he wished to eat, but Jin Yu was lost in thought, reflecting on the recent happenings in the art studio, and did not hear Zhao Feng's question. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Speak to me, Zhao Feng urged. Noticing an ice cream vendor outside the campus shop, he led Jin Yu over to purchase the most expensive creamy chocolate ice cream. The cool exterior of the ice cream bag pressed against Jin Yu's face, causing him to flinch slightly before his eyes brightened as he accepted the treat. May I have a taste? Zhao Feng playfully teased. Jin Yu hesitated for a few seconds before responding. No. Such an ungrateful little rascal, Zhao Feng muttered, bemused. After working for so long, Zhao Feng has garnered quite a reputation for his ability to conceal his emotions. Jin Yu, on the other hand, is as transparent as a poorly functioning cell phone. A mere glance at him suffices to determine whether he is upset. It is almost uncanny. Let's return home. A year in a paint, he declared. Within the classroom, Jin Yu observed numerous remarkably lifelike artworks, and he felt an urge to try his hand at creating something similar. Zhao Feng placed a hand on his shoulder, puzzled by the boy's sudden whims. Feeling stifled at home, he had only stepped out for a morning, yet was already eager to return. Did we not agree to explore your school? Jin Yu replied lethargically. I am too tired. Zhao Feng could only laugh in disbelief. Despite having studied diligently at home, Jin Yu's bravery had grown, yet his proficiency in mathematics and languages remained stagnant. Jin Yu recalled Song Duo's suitcase and sheepishly inquired, am I to stay at the school as well? Zhao Feng shot him a sidelong glance and replied curtly, do you wish to stay at the school? If you do, then by all means, go ahead. I shall only see you once every 10 days or so. And when I miss you, I will simply touch the doll on your bed. Jin Yu was taken aback by Zhao Feng's description, baring his teeth in displeasure. I want to stay at home. When they finally reached the car, Jin Yu remained adamant about returning home first. Reluctantly, Zhao Feng drove back. In the midst of this, a call from the company interrupted him, as he still had to visit a site in the afternoon. I will have teacher Qiao come and keep you company for the afternoon, and I shall return early in the evening, understood? Jin Yu nodded. Do bring me some cake. Zhao Feng feigned ignorance, asking, where does one buy cake? How come I am unaware? You are so foolish. Cakes are sold in the cake shop. How could you not know that? Jin Yu retorted, having unwittingly adopted the art of insult from Xia Yuanbai. Zhao Feng, listening to Jin Yu's articulate rebuke, nearly melted from the boy's cuteness. After arriving home, Zhao Feng promptly departed, leaving Jin Yu to indulge in the hot meal freshly prepared by Aunt Dawn. He savored every bite. Once finished, he hurried into his art studio, having left his previous work from S-City locked away in that room. Jin Yu retrieved a sheet of white paper from the cabinet, mimicking what he had seen at school, and affixed it to the easel. He applied colorful paints haphazardly, leaving a spectrum of hues on the canvas. When Xiao Langyue pushed open the studio door, he was greeted by this scene. Based on his usual teaching pace, Jin Yu's attention span would require a 10-minute break after every 3 minutes of focus on the written word. He could scarcely concentrate for even a minute on mathematics. Were it not for Zhao Feng's generous financial support and the absence of any academic assessment, Xiao Langyue would have found himself at a loss with Jin Yu. However, at that moment, upon entering the studio, Jin Yu did not even turn his head, appearing more focused than ever. Xiao Langyue casually chose a spot on the carpet behind Jin Yu and sat down, entirely unconcerned about the boy's studies. It would be foolish to disturb Jin Yu at such a critical moment, as it could easily ruin his mood. The stakes were higher in preserving his spirits than in the pursuit of knowledge. Jin Yu painted diligently for a solid 3 hours, during which Aunt Dong entered to deliver a glass of milk, which he obediently consumed. As Xiao Langyue gradually became intrigued, she tilted her body to observe Jin Yu's painting for a while. Although it lacked exceptional beauty, it was evident that he had depicted the treetops outside the window. The expanse of green was seamlessly blended, and Jin Yu even highlighted certain areas with a delicate touch. Once Jin Yu let out a sigh and wiped his soiled hands on the front of his customized pajamas, his overall appearance, aside from his artistic talent, exuded a vibrant essence typical of a budding artist, with colorful paint splatters and dark handprints adorning his chest. Xiao Langyue sent a message to her father. "I will video call you shortly to show you a painting. You must praise it with your eyes closed, understood, Dad? If I can please him, my bonus for this month will be secure, and I shall buy you that set of paints you adore." After 2 or 3 minutes, assuming her message had been read, she called out to Jin Yu. "The teacher has found a master in the art world to examine your work. Is that all right?" Jin Yu shook his head, insisting, "No need. I am the master." Xiao Langyue scoffed, but eventually, Jin Yu relented and allowed her to initiate the video call. "Is this not my esteemed teacher, Xiao?" Xiao Zhen feigned seriousness, and upon seeing him, Xiao Langyue promptly flipped the camera. The first thing visible on the screen was the same little classmate from the morning. The second thing that caught her eye was the unfortunate sight of a paint tube that had seemingly been crushed beneath the classmate's foot. The aluminum tube bore a logo, representing a brand that Xiao Zhen had hesitated to purchase, and it was a limited edition. Ah, what a waste! Do you know how disgraceful it is to squander such resources, you little rascal? The volume of her voice was such that even with her finger tightly pressed against the phone's volume control, it still managed to escape. Had she been present, Xiao Zhen's booming voice could have blown Jin Yu's hair back. Jin Yu took 2 steps back, gazing at Xiao Langyue in confusion. "Did you bring someone to scold me?" Xiao Langyue gasped, tossing her phone aside to grasp Jin Yu's shoulders. No, you misunderstand. What does explosive sweet treat mean?" Jin Yu's eyes widened, as the depth of cultural references left him somewhat perplexed. It sounds rather appetizing. Xiao Lanyue's instinct for self-preservation clashed with her professional ethics, rendering her speechless. However, Jin Yu was quickly distracted by another matter. "I've seen that old man." Xiao Lanyue, relieved for a moment, felt a wave of tension return. "You have seen him? When?" "In the school this morning." It dawned on Xiao Lanyue that Song Duo's high school, where she had gone to school today, was the same institution where her father worked. What a curious coincidence that they knew each other amidst so many teachers and students. Jin Yu nodded. "Yes, he even had others catch me." Xiao Lanyue exclaimed in disbelief, picking up her phone to discover that Xiao Zhen had not yet ended the call and was still talking as if in a silent film. She adjusted the volume slightly and heard Xiao Zhen's plaintive protest. "What do you mean I had my students catch you? That was merely to have you come serve as a model. Does your conscience not ache when you speak like that?" Xiao Lanyue manually muted the call once more. He comprehended the situation, rubbing his temples in exasperation, while turning his head to see Jin Yu nonchalantly preparing a new sheet of paper. Xiao Lanyue focused her phone's camera on Jin Yu's earnest profile, her voice tinged with an indescribable pride. Jin Yu had quite an affinity for painting, and it was the first time she had witnessed him so engrossed. Xiao Zhen discerned a hint of unspoken regret in her words. Having been a teacher for a considerable time, he had developed an understanding of such circumstances. With a grand gesture, Xiao Zhen declared, "If he loves to paint, that is simple enough. Send him my way, and I shall teach him. This statement cleverly aligned with Xiao Lanyue's sentiment. Not for any other reason, but that teaching requires tailored approaches. Jin Yu struggled with traditional subjects, and his lack of success rendered him disheartened. Zhao Feng had no expectations of his younger brother becoming a prodigy. As long as he found joy in life, that sufficed. The more Xiao Lanyue pondered, the more she felt there was merit in this notion, leading her to resolve to discuss it with Zhao Feng at the earliest opportunity. When Zhao Feng arrived home that afternoon, Xiao Lanyue had just inquired about Jin Yu's thoughts on learning to paint. Jin Yu, wide-eyed, asked, "Is there really a need to learn?" Xiao Lanyue fell silent for several seconds before asserting that learning was essential. Mastering, it could transform one from a mere artist into a great master. Thus, as soon as Zhao Feng entered, he was enveloped in Jin Yu's embrace. "I want to learn to paint, to become a great stone lion." Although Zhao Feng could not grasp the literal meaning of Jin Yu's words, he quickly understood the essence. He placed his briefcase and the newly purchased cake on the entrance cabinet, while Xiao Lanyue continued speaking. If Jin Yu pursued painting, he could join his father's class, which would not only bring him joy, but also allow him to interact with his peers. Zhao Feng patted Jin Yu's back gently, urging him to sit on the sofa. After removing his outdoor shoes, Zhao Feng calmly stated no. Before Xiao Lanyue could interject, Jin Yu had already grown anxious. "Why not?" Zhao Feng paused momentarily before reiterating, "No. You can paint at home. There is no need to learn elsewhere." Jin Yu frowned, feeling that students in the studio painted beautifully. "Mr. Zhao, Jin Yu's enthusiasm for painting is indeed quite strong, and there are no safety concerns within the school environment." "No, you're finished for the day." Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, casually brushing back his hair. Aunt Dong had long sensed the tension and retreated to her room. Upon seeing Zhao Feng's resolute demeanor, Xiao Lanyue felt compelled to withdraw for the time being. Within minutes, Jin Yu's companions had departed, leaving him alone on the sofa, fighting a solitary battle. "Why, Zhao Feng?" Zhao Feng glanced at him and replied dismissively, "There is no reason. I said you don't need to learn, and that is final." Jin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never faced such a harsh refusal before. He stood on the sofa, puffing up with determination as he approached Zhao Feng, striving to meet his gaze. "I want to go." Jin Yu gestured animatedly, but Zhao Feng swiftly grasped his hands, pinning them to his chest. He then pulled Jin Yu down from the sofa, maintaining his firm refusal. "No more arguing with your brother. Not going means not going." Jin Yu's eyes instantly reddened, and his full lips pressed into a straight line as he stubbornly gazed at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment. He could not bear to see Jin Yu in such a state of distress, so he attempted to offer a few explanations that Jin Yu might comprehend. "You've never attended a school like this before. What if the other boys are mean and bully you?" Jin Yu recalled the boy who had smashed the glass, and his expression faltered for a brief moment. Yet, he quickly straightened his posture. "It doesn't matter." Zhao Feng reached down to touch Jin Yu's feet, finding them snugly clad in socks. With a serious demeanor, he set Jin Yu down on the floor. "Have I ever harmed you? I only prevent you from going for your own good. Is it that you simply do not wish to study languages and mathematics, leading to all this nonsense?" Jin Yu resolutely shook his head. "I study well." He protested. No one had ever told him he was poor at learning. He received praise daily. So how could he not want to study? Zhao Feng was at a loss for how to dismantle Jin Yu's self-contained logic without hurting his pride. It seemed futile to argue, so Zhao Feng turned to change his clothes, leaving Jin Yu standing in the living room. When Zhao Feng returned, Jin Yu remained in place. Zhao Feng inquired, "Do you still want to eat the cake? I'll put it in the fridge. Eat your meal properly, and you can have the sweets afterward." A blaze ignited in Jin Yu's dense-lashed eyes. He resolutely shouted at Zhao Feng, "I won't eat. I will starve myself to death." Zhao Feng's heart jolted at the words, and his expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep talking like that, I will punish you." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu burst into tears, quickly biting his lip to suppress his sobs, leaving only tears streaming down his cheeks. He stared at Zhao Feng, looking extraordinarily pitiful, his toes digging into the ground in frustration. Zhao Feng placed the bowl of chicken soup on the dining table with a clatter, feeling a weight in his chest that made it hard to breathe since Jin Yu had declared he wouldn't sleep with him. "I will count to 3, and you will come eat." Chapter 61. A vengeful single-core processor Gene Yu was as stubborn as a little donkey. Sensing the situation was turning, he bolted into the bedroom like a cannonball. Zhao Feng chased after him, but the door slammed shut with a thud. As the lock turned, Zhao Feng could only stand outside in anger. Xiao Yu, who taught you to lock the door? Come out and eat. If you don't, I will finish your cake. Jin Yu's sadness intensified, and upon entering the room, he buried himself under his blanket. He cried out toward the door, "Just let me starve to death." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Feng interrupted from outside. Who taught you to speak like that? How can you use such terms against yourself? Jin Yu sniffled, unwilling to give up on negotiation. Let me go to school and I will eat. Zhao Feng was perplexed. This child ran off without notice, and it could only mean trouble. In just a short while, he had lost sight of him, and now he was unsure where he had gone astray. You cannot throw a tantrum with your brother. What if you get a stomachache from hunger? Jin Yu gently caressed his abdomen, swallowed hard, yet remained stubbornly silent. Zhao Feng called out to him twice, but Jin Yu did not respond. After a brief moment, hearing the footsteps outside fade away, it seemed as though he had completely resolved to ignore him. A soft whimper escaped his throat, revealing a trace of sorrow. After exchanging so few words, he was met with such disregard. In his heart, Jin Yu marked Zhao Feng with an enormous demerit. A minute passed in silence outside, prompting Jin Yu to hesitantly approach the door. If only he could coax him just once more, he would gladly step out for a meal. It wouldn't be fair for anyone to suffer, especially not the little cake. After all, it was meant to be devoured. And how disheartening it would be if no one indulged in it. With measured steps, Jin Yu moved closer to the door, contemplating whether to lower himself and call out, "Brother." Zhao Feng would undoubtedly acquiesce. Just as he pondered this, footsteps approached the door once more. Jin Yu froze in place, listening as it creaked open. He widened his eyes, quickly regaining a state of readiness. "I refuse. You can force me all you want, but I will not eat. I am determined to go to school." Zhao Feng, having just witnessed Jin Yu's resolute refusal to eat, had gone to the tool room to fetch the key to the bedroom. Refusing to eat was unacceptable. As soon as he opened the door, he found Jin Yu with his arms crossed, his defiance igniting Zhao Feng's temper. Before Jin Yu could finish his declaration, he felt his feet leave the ground, spinning in a whirlwind as Zhao Feng tucked him under his arm. A swift hand landed on his backside without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Feng seated the forlorn Jin Yu at the dining table, his soft form resting on Zhao Feng's thigh. Beneath the table, Zhao Feng locked his legs around Jin Yu's flailing limbs, while one hand restrained his upper body, and the other drew his bowl of food closer. "Eat well, or prepare for another smack." Jin Yu's struggles diminished significantly. A wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Yet, his lips remained defiantly resistant. "Why are you hitting me?" Zhao Feng squeezed Jin Yu's shoulders, noting that at least some of the weight he had lost recently had been regained. His tone softened unconsciously. "I can't let you starve. You'll remember this lesson, or next time, I'll ensure you truly learn your lesson." Jin Yu did not believe a word of it, but he was no longer as easily swayed as before. "Am I a burden to you?" Zhao Feng winced at the question, recalling that he had already been punished for uttering those very words. Just the thought of it made Jin Yu's backside twinge with pain. "I have my own affairs. You need not concern yourself with them." Zhao Feng had invested so much care into Jin Yu that he could decipher the meaning behind his seemingly nonsensical statements. Jin Yu's words conveyed a desire to settle scores from his previous punishment. His academic performance might be dismal, but his grievances were crystal clear. Zhao Feng almost laughed in exasperation. "What are you trying to achieve? Must we dredge up old grievances from so long ago? Are you trying to revisit past transgressions with me?" Yet, the more Jin Yu pondered, the more justified he felt in his reasoning. He remarked, "Does Zhao Feng need to manage everything himself?" Jin Yu sensed the prevailing atmosphere of intellectual and expressive repression within the family, a consequence of Zhao Feng's reign. As the sole member of the household, Jin Yu felt an honorable responsibility weighing upon him. Overthrow him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a warm bowl of rice was placed into his palm, the grains distinctly soaked in chicken broth, topped with a half portion of ribs and a rather unappealing serving of leafy greens. Upon finishing, he resolved, Do not expect me to heed a single word from you today. Jin Yu's fervent revolutionary declaration was abruptly silenced by the meal. With a disgruntled bite of the fragrant dish, he quipped to Zhao Feng, "It's not as delectable as what you make." Zhao Feng, after sampling a bite, frowned and replied, "Brother has long instructed Aunt Dong on the flavors you prefer. They are tailored to your accustomed palate. Your taste buds are quite discerning." Jin Yu shook his head vigorously, realizing that arguing was indeed a drain on his energy, nearly exhausting him. "It's different. My authority is more pronounced." As he swallowed his mouthful, a sudden realization struck him. He had yet to reconcile with Zhao Feng, and his head ceased its motion. Stealing a glance at Zhao Feng, he hoped he had not noticed his hesitation. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment and suggested, "Shall I inquire with Aunt Dong later about your dietary preferences?" Jin Yu feigned profundity, waving his hand dismissively. "No need. All pigs taste the same." This led back to discussions on ingredients, and Zhao Feng could only smile with resignation. Zhao Feng's legs no longer clutched Jin Yu's calves tightly, while Jin Yu maintained an air of composure in his upper body. His lower legs, however, swayed comfortably, playfully kicking Zhao Feng's pant legs with increasing vigor. The bowl was nearly empty, save for a few leaves, which Jin Yu defiantly placed before Zhao Feng. Wiping his mouth to declare his fullness, revitalized, his eyes sparkled with determination. "Shall we have cake?" "Yes." Jin Yu removed the outer plastic wrapping, instantly inhaling the cake's delightful aroma. After indulging, he followed Zhao Feng to the bathroom, intercepting him just after a shower. "I must resist." Zhao Feng sighed and remarked, "My hair has grown a bit long. Could you give me a trim?" Reluctantly, Jin Yu took the electric clippers and stood beside Zhao Feng. Over the years, Zhao Feng had consistently maintained a buzz cut. A 12mm guard was affixed to the clippers. One pass would suffice. This task, once performed by Zhao Feng alone in front of the mirror, had later been entrusted to Jin Yu. Now, it served as a preliminary task to engage Jin Yu's singular focus. Observing the pristine array of guard lengths in the box, he resolutely selected the 4mm option. Chapter 62. The victory of protest. Xiao Lanyue embarked on her commute to work early that morning, her bag containing various past artistic accolades belonging to her father. Although these bore some semblance of recommendation, Xiao Lanyue understood the reality. Aside from holding her brother in utmost regard, Zhao Feng placed little importance on others' opinions. Ultimately, it was solely up to Jin Yu to strive for his own endeavors. Xiao Lanyue exhaled softly, hoping that today the boss and the little boss would be in a better mood, thus making conversation more manageable. He knocked on the door. The room was exceedingly quiet, but fortunately, Aunt Dong opened it for him. Jin Yu sat on the sofa, her face contorted with disdain, while across from her sat a convict. Xiao Lanyue adjusted his angle to discern the scene clearly. It seemed the big boss had adopted a rather reformed style today. Jin Yu let out yet another exclamation, one of countless she had uttered that morning. So ugly. Zhao Feng, with a grim expression, lifted his head and sincerely inquired, "Are you still saying that?" With a single push, one could see the bluish scalp. If he didn't shave it all off, would he really go to work sporting a patchy head? Jin Yu averted her gaze and greeted Xiao Lanyue. He waved his hand anxiously, urging her not to focus her attention on him. Zhao Feng had just shot him a glare, after all. Zhao Feng put on his coat, glanced at the time, and prepared to leave for work. He, being a man, did not particularly care about hairstyles, but Jin Yu's relentless remarks about his appearance were making Zhao Feng's chest ache with frustration. As he passed by Xiao Lanyue, he noticed Xiao Lanyue hesitating to speak. Zhao Feng, still highly attuned to Jin Yu's comments, paused to ask Xiao Lanyue what was the matter. Xiao Lanyue dared not mention Jin Yu's foray into painting and quickly shook his head. Zhao Feng, somewhat uneasy, remarked, "Call me if you need anything," before departing from home. Jin Yu gazed sorrowfully at Zhao Feng's retreating figure, genuinely believing he looked unappealing. Xiao Lanyue felt that today was an exercise in futility, unable to voice his thoughts to Zhao Feng. In truth, if one were to focus solely on his features, Zhao Feng was undeniably handsome, with a high nose bridge, a well-defined jawline, and lips of perfect fullness. Not to mention his superb physique, with broad shoulders and a slim waist that would draw anyone's gaze. Yet, Zhao Feng possessed a pair of sharp, piercing eyes that seemed to overshadow his looks. When he frowned, his demeanor exuded an intimidating aura reminiscent of the underworld. The hairstyle Jinyu had arranged for him accentuated the intensity of his brow. Fortunately, once Zhao Feng left, Jinyu quickly reverted to her relaxed demeanor, oblivious to the trouble she had caused. However, judging by Zhao Feng's expression, he seemed not overly angry. Xiao Lanyue asked Jinyu, "You cannot have done that on purpose, can you?" Jinyu slowly diverted her gaze, glaring at Xiao Lanyue in indignation. "Why didn't you save me yesterday?" The memory of the previous day's events ignited her anger. "Traitor!" Xiao Lanyue chuckled lightly and replied, "Why so angry? You didn't get hit, did you?" Jinyu stiffened. "How could that be? I would never get hit." "Oh, then I'm relieved." Xiao Lanyue opened his bag and retrieved today's lesson plan. "Shall we begin studying?" Jinyu's spirit drooped once more. "I want to go to school." Xiao Lanyue displayed a troubled expression, but for the sake of his teaching ethics, he acquiesced, promising Jinyu he would find time to speak with Zhao Feng today. Jinyu glanced at him, as if to say, "You think your words will suffice?" Xiao Lanyue, unaccustomed to such provocation from his students, tightened his grip on his briefcase, pondering how to present his case to Zhao Feng compellingly. During lunchtime, when she found an opportunity to make a call, Xiao Lanyue took the time to emphasize the safety measures at the third high school, only to receive a faint acknowledgement in response. Jinyu, sitting nearby with his bowl of rice, gradually let his little head droop lower until he eventually set the bowl down and retreated to his bedroom, leaving everyone behind. Throughout the entire afternoon, Xiao Lanyue was unable to coax him out of his room. When Zhao Feng returned home in the afternoon, he heard about Jinyu's lack of appetite during lunch. Without even changing his clothes, he used a key to unlock the master bedroom door. On the bed lay a small mound, with Jinyu curled up inside, not a hint of skin exposed. Zhao Feng, without hesitation, pulled back the covers to reveal Jinyu's flushed face, his hair damp with sweat. Zhao Feng gently touched his hands and feet, lifting him into his embrace. "What's wrong? You were supposed to be troublesome, not to skip meals," he said. "You must be starving, or are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Upon hearing this, Jinyu realized he might have overdone it, and he shyly shook his head. "I want to go to school." Zhao Feng sighed. "Little one, it's not that I don't want you to go, but it's filled with high school students, and the atmosphere is so oppressive. You don't need to worry about the college entrance exam. I can find you an art teacher to tutor you privately. How's that sound?" It was nearly impossible to change Jinyu's mind once he had made a decision, and Zhao Feng could never find the heart to force him. "No," Jinyu protested softly, his damp forehead resting against Zhao Feng's chest. Zhao Feng gently pinched his ear, feeling a pang of heartache. "I brought you some candied hawthorn from outside. Would you like to have a taste?" Jinyu remained silent, prompting Zhao Feng to list several dishes. Just as he was about to get Jinyu's mouth watering, he finally relented. "I'll ask about it tomorrow, okay? Please don't do anything that makes me worry." He sighed deeply, adjusting Jinyu's damp forehead onto his shoulder, with his chin resting just above Jinyu's collarbone. It was already a challenge to put on some weight, and after a few days of fussing, Jinyu had lost some. According to Zhao Feng's reasoning, losing weight was never a good sign. It implied a weakened immune system and a lack of energy. The child was in such a state. And what good was there in being obedient and sensible? If Jinyu understood everything, what purpose would he serve? Zhao Feng set up a small table at the head of the bed, scooping vegetable porridge to bring to Jinyu's lips. After tasting a small bite, the bitterness born from hunger began to fade. After consuming 3 pieces of candied hawthorn, a bowl of porridge, and several large shrimp, Aunt Dong advised him not to eat too much at once when he was hungry, as it could harm his stomach. Zhao Feng accompanied Jinyu through a simple meal, and once Jinyu's sweat had subsided, he allowed him to get up and play for a while. At this point, Xiao Lanyue finally felt relieved. She said her goodbyes to Jinyu and prepared to leave work. Jinyu, avoiding Zhao Feng and Aunt Dong, gave Xiao Lanyue an okay gesture, which startled her and changed her expression completely. This child certainly knew how to stir up trouble. She had just seen Zhao Feng's expression and thought that today might mark the end of his professional career. Jinyu had just emerged from a refreshing bath, his hair still damp, As he entered the study, where Zhao Feng was diligently attending to his work, clad only in a bathrobe, he pushed open the door. Upon seeing him, Zhao Feng set aside the contract he was reviewing and led him to the bathroom to dry his hair. Although Jin Yu had achieved his objective, a lingering concern occupied his mind. Having grown accustomed to following Zhao Feng's guidance, he would internalize any reasons for Zhao Feng's refusals. "Brother, what if someone bullies me?" Zhao Feng paused for a moment, his voice merging with the hum of the hairdryer. "If Xiao Yu were to be bullied, it would reflect poorly on me, not you. Our Xiao Yu is the best in the world." Chapter 63. Learning to paint on Jin Yu's first day of school, it was Zhao Feng who accompanied him. The school leadership had specially provided Jin Yu with his uniform, a blue and white ensemble. When Jin Yu received it, the weight of the fabric felt substantial, and its cool texture brushed against his fingers. "If you dislike it, you needn't wear the uniform," the principal assured him. The grade director and Xiao Ran escorted the brothers towards the teaching building, mindful of the benefactor of the rubber track. They could not afford to offend him. Along the way, the grade director even praised Zhao Feng's distinctive hairstyle, while extolling Jin Yu's virtues to the heavens. With every step, Jin Yu's pride swelled. Casting glances at Zhao Feng. "Watch where you're going," Zhao Feng advised, ruffling his hair. Jin Yu felt as if his head were a polished walnut, likely to shine under Zhao Feng's attentive grooming. He quickly hopped a couple of steps forward to evade Zhao Feng's hand. Xiao Ran found Jin Yu quite amusing. It was no wonder her son spoke of this little student so often. The art activity room was a designated classroom, and upon arrival, Jin Yu noticed that the broken window had been replaced with new glass. The grade director informed him, "You may come to this classroom whenever you wish to learn. Your classmates will be occupied with their cultural courses, so you needn't concern yourself with them." Xiao Ran's office was right next door, and she frequently occupied this space, welcoming Jin Yu with open arms, smiling as she followed him. Zhao Feng set down Jin Yu's backpack, noting that studying art was quite different from the main subjects. Even the paints were notably heavy. Earlier that morning, Jin Yu had risen early to organize his bag, ensuring to pack a little of everything. The paints jostled within, creating a pleasant clatter. Zhao Feng, concerned that Jin Yu's small shoulders might burden him with the weight of the paints, reminded him that he need not worry about them after school. They could remain in the classroom. Inside, the students' practice works adorned the walls, vibrant colors framed by white borders. Zhao Feng, lacking an appreciation for such creations, felt relieved to detect no odd odors in the classroom, with the restroom conveniently located in the corridor. Xiao Ran selected a clean drawing board for Jin Yu and set it up on the floor near the podium. Although there was no strict rule about distance from the teacher in art class, Jin Yu's position was visually pleasing to Xiao Ran, far more appealing than the pale, emaciated figures of other students engrossed in their sketches. With time still on their side, the classroom held only Jin Yu as its solitary student, while Zhao Feng prepared to leave, having observed that Jin Yu was adjusting well. As Zhao Feng stepped out of the classroom and approached the stairwell, he was suddenly aware of the rapid footsteps behind him. In the next moment, his sleeve was tugged, and the grade director conveniently exited the scene, leaving Jin Yu grinning mischievously at Zhao Feng. "You know what time school ends, right?" Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "I seem to have forgotten. What time do you finish school?" "What?" Jin Yu exclaimed, visibly incredulous, reproaching Zhao Feng. "How could you forget such a thing? What should we do now? Why don't you just come back with me?" Jin Yu's expression turned troubled, his face scrunching up in dismay. Xiao Zhen, who had just stepped out, overheard their exchange and chuckled, reassuring Jin Yu. "It's all right. I'll take you home after school, and then Lan Yu will return you." "That's right." Jin Yu turned to Zhao Feng, beaming triumphantly, while Zhao Feng merely hummed lightly in response. "Go to class. When have I ever failed to pick you up?" After Zhao Feng departed, students began to trickle into the classroom. Upon seeing Jin Yu, one student's eyes widened in surprise. Jin Yu turned to Xiao Zhen. "Hey, they're staring at me." Xiao Zhen replied with a playful tone. "That's not staring. And how can you call me old man?" Jin Yu had clearly heard Xiao Lan Yu refer to him in such a manner. What was the issue? Xiao Zhen chuckled at his firm resolve. Several classmates had turned their gazes toward Xiao Zhen, astonished that the notoriously sharp-tongued individual could actually smile. As the class bell rang, Jinyu felt a sudden urge to snack. He unzipped his backpack, rummaging through the contents, and retrieved a stash of cookies hidden beneath his supplies. It was essential to pack his own items for convenience. Just as he was pondering this, Xiao Zhen clapped his hands. "Classmates, as you may have noticed, we have a new student in our class. Let us all strive to get along well, shall we?" Jinyu took a bite of his cookie and was about to swallow when he heard Xiao Zhen inquire, "Is it delicious?" All eyes turned to Jinyu, who swallowed hard and declared without hesitation, "Delicious." He heard a soft chuckle from behind him. After a morning filled with lessons, Jinyu plunged his paintbrush into a bucket of water at his feet, sighing dramatically. "They want tea, let me paint freely. I can't use the colors as I wish. Learning to paint is truly challenging." A boy behind him leaned over to catch a glimpse of his artwork, and for some inexplicable reason, his expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Jinyu was left with a multitude of questions. Xiao Zhen approached and affectionately ruffled his hair, suggesting, "It's time for lunch. Shall we head to the cafeteria? I'll buy you a chicken leg." Jinyu shook his head, explaining that Aunt Dong would bring him lunch, as his brother had claimed the cafeteria food lacked nutrition. Xiao Zhen, still unconvinced, noted that Jinyu had no plans for the midday break. The school had thoughtfully reserved a private lounge for Jinyu upstairs. Xiao Zhen showed him the room before taking his leave. Soon, Aunt Dong arrived with a lunchbox, and Jinyu, eager to find a spot to eat, took it from her. Although Aunt Dong intended to watch him finish before departing, he insisted otherwise, prompting her to leave with lingering glances over her shoulder. As Jinyu made his way to the designated rest area, he discovered a spacious terrace ahead, where the sunlight and breeze felt utterly delightful. As he ascended with his lunchbox, the wind tousled his hair, causing his pores to open comfortably. Zhao Feng usually prohibited him from dining outdoors, claiming that eating in the breeze was detrimental to the stomach. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Jinyu opened his lunchbox and began to indulge. However, the snacks he had consumed earlier in the morning had somewhat filled him up, and he soon found it difficult to continue eating. With a clang, he set the lunchbox aside and squinted his eyes to bask in the early autumn sun. Aunt Dong, who had just returned out of concern, happened to witness this scene from behind the door. She smiled reassuringly and, before leaving, sent a message to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was busy with his subordinates preparing for the launch of a new game when he heard the notification sound from his phone. He immediately reached for it. His subordinate observed Zhao's expression brighten as he gazed at the screen. With such a massive workload, how could he display such a demeanor? Unable to contain his curiosity, the subordinate leaned over to steal a glance at his superior's phone. On the screen was merely a picture of a blue sky with white clouds and the silhouette of the youth, his hair tousled as if it had been taken surreptitiously. Within seconds, Zhao Feng realized he was being observed and swiftly extinguished the screen. He then assigned a considerable amount of work to his subordinate, who internally lamented but gritted his teeth for the sake of his generous salary. After a while in the sun, Jinyu decided it was time to return. Upon standing, he suddenly realized that his lunchbox, which he had tossed a short distance away, was nowhere to be found. After searching in vain, he took out his phone and, without a second thought, called Zhao Feng. "Brother, I've lost my lunchbox." Zhao Feng moved to a secluded spot before inquiring where it had been misplaced. "Just moments ago. It had been perfectly fine, lying to the side." Jinyu stammered, hesitant to explain, prompting Zhao Feng to patiently reassure him. "It might have been taken by a stray dog. It's all right. We have more at home." "All right." Jinyu begrudgingly accepted the situation and, upon returning to his lounge, playfully pouted at Zhao Feng. "Did you miss me at all during this morning?" Zhao Feng, accustomed to Jinyu's antics when separated, replied, "I missed you so much that I could hardly work. Perhaps you shouldn't come in tomorrow?" Jinyu hesitated, bashfully responding, "Come on, bear with it." Zhao Feng, having anticipated this, sighed, "You've grown up. You don't need your brother anymore. I had initially planned to bring Tang Long Long over here." "Ah," Jinyu exclaimed. "Is Tang Long Long really coming? When? When?" Zhao Feng, not intending to disclose that Tang Long Long's tuition was due and that they had lost contact with his family, realized that the institution had contacted him regarding the situation. It appeared that Tang Long Long had been abandoned. He decided it was best to bring Tang Long Long here, ensuring that if his family sought him out, he would be alerted. Jinyu, on the other end of the line, chirped eagerly, asking when Tang Long would arrive. Zhao Feng calculated the timing and informed him that he would likely arrive by the afternoon the next day. Jin Yu had just been steadfast in attending school. But upon hearing this, he immediately changed his mind, insisting that he be excused from class the following afternoon to catch a first glimpse of Tang Long. Xiao Yu, aren't you being a tad heartless? Not at all, Jin Yu replied with a shy smile. I'm off to sleep now. Take care of yourself, brother. Zhao Feng, seldom privy to Jin Yu's concern, felt a tightening in his throat as he softly reassured. No need to worry, brother. I'm quite well, especially with Xiao Yu around. I couldn't be happier. After ending the call, Zhao Feng lingered for a moment before returning to the office, where everyone had gone out for lunch. He settled at his desk, allowing himself a mere 10 minutes of respite before immersing himself in work. Meanwhile, Jin Yu awoke from his slumber, quickly rising from bed and stepping out of the dormitory. As he exited, his foot inadvertently kicked something. Looking down, he discovered the previously missing lunchbox neatly placed at the door, its stainless steel interior glistening with droplets of water. Jin Yu picked it up, glancing around before his eyes widened in realization. Is this the wild dog brother spoke of? Such a clever, tidy, and polite creature. He was inclined to refer to it as the dog god. This thought led him to reminisce about Li Ke's promise of a puppy. Now that they had arrived in Yingzhou, it was likely that Li Ke could no longer find him, and the puppy would remain undelivered. With a sigh, Jin Yu resolved to bring more food tomorrow to feed the dog god, perhaps even earning himself a puppy in return. Striding back to the classroom, Jin Yu remained blissfully unaware of his tardiness, having neglected to set an alarm for his afternoon nap. He settled before his easel and began to paint, only for Qiao Zhan to soon stand behind him. While others fretted over Jin Yu's predicament, Qiao Zhan bent down, kindly pointing out a few details to him. Jin Yu nodded appreciatively. The next area he intended to paint had already garnered Qiao Zhan's enthusiastic approval. Qiao Zhan had previously seen Jin Yu's work through Qiao Lan Yue and recognized his exceptional grasp of form, albeit lacking a touch of aesthetic finesse. It was akin to the relationship between photography and painting. Jin Yu possessed a high-resolution camera, but lacked the corresponding photographic technique. Although his artistic layers did not rival those who had undergone formal training, Jin Yu's self-taught abilities were undeniably gifted. Today, the art studio was filled with seniors preparing for their upcoming entrance exams, their skills naturally surpassing Jin Yu's at this stage. Yet on this very day, several students were left awestruck by Jin Yu's remarkable talent. They had initially assumed him to be Qiao Zhan's grandson or relative, but now hesitated, contemplating the potential of this young boy. If he were to dedicate a few years to his studies, by the time he reached his senior year, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable competitor. Little did they know that this promising contender still struggled to grasp basic arithmetic within 100. Qiao Zhan's fondness for Jin Yu grew with each passing moment, and as the afternoon approached the end of classes, his expectations for Jin Yu escalated. At this juncture, Qiao Zhan remained unaware that his previously complimentary teaching style was, in fact, the key to unlocking Jin Yu's true potential. He casually remarked, "Can't you comprehend this perspective? Just add a bit more color. If it's not right, tear it up and start anew." The brush was tossed with a definitive thud into the bucket of water. Jin Yu lifted his head, frowning, his dissatisfaction directed at Xiao Jian. "I refuse. I will not make changes." Xiao Jian stood there in shock. After years of teaching, he had never encountered a student so spirited in resistance. However, he could not afford to lose such a promising talent. A lack of intellect was inconsequential. Dexterity was paramount. Many luminaries in the art world thrived despite their eccentricities. Everyone in the room had perked up, awaiting Xiao Jian's wrath. Just as he was about to speak, the school bell rang. Before anyone could leave their seats, Zhao Feng had already entered the classroom. Jin Yu stood up, ready to depart, and Zhao Feng inquired, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to your teacher?" "Goodbye," Jin Yu replied, casting a casual glance at Xiao Jian, his tone utterly indifferent. Xiao Jian stiffly nodded and asked Jin Yu, "Will you come back tomorrow?" Jin Yu pouted, huffing, "I will." Zhao Feng leisurely wiped the dried paint off Jin Yu's hands. "Did you enjoy your learning? It doesn't matter if you don't excel, as long as you finish your meal." Jin Yu had left quite a bit of food in his bowl today, but he dared not mention it and quickly tugged Zhao Feng out of the classroom. Zhao Feng turned back to Qiao Jian, saying, "Teacher Qiao, Jin will be here all morning tomorrow, but he has to go out in the afternoon, so he won't return." Qiao Jian was incensed by the parents' irresponsible remarks. What does it mean to simply eat a full meal? Are we raising piglets? Yet he had no opportunity to voice his thoughts, as Zhao Feng had already led Jin Yu downstairs. The remaining students exchanged glances, revealing a grim smile. Goodness, where do such parents come from? Chapter 65. Danger. Early the next morning, Jin Yu rose and asked Aunt Dong to pack him a lunchbox. Zhao Feng questioned him about the lunchbox, suggesting that they could eat at the company at noon, conveniently leaving to pick up Tang long afterward. Jin Yu exclaimed, "I met the dog god yesterday." He then recounted the incident of the lost lunchbox and its return, embellishing it with mythical flair. Zhao Feng paused, his first instinct to instruct Aunt Dong to discard that lunchbox. Turning back, he questioned Jin Yu, who was eating with a spoon. "Did you leave food yesterday?" Jin Yu instantly fell silent, realizing he had slipped up. Zhao Feng asked, "Don't you like it?" "I'll change the dish next time." With his eyes sparkling, Jin Yu replied, "Bring it for me today. I want to feed the dog god." What kind of dog god would be concerned about 2 bites of leftover food? Unable to withstand Jin Yu's insistence, Zhao Feng relented and had Aunt Dong pack a lunchbox for him to place in his backpack. Jin Yu hummed a little tune as he arrived at the school gate, where high school parents typically dropped off their children before departing. There were also students at the entrance checking for proper attire. Jin Yu glanced at his cardigan, anxiously asking Zhao Feng, "Will I lose points for not wearing the school uniform?" Zhao Feng inquired, "You have a total of 10 points, deducting 3 for not wearing the school uniform. How many points does Jin Yu have left upon entering?" "Ah, are you unable to count? That would leave 6 points, wouldn't it?" Jin Yu, fuming, strode to the entrance. There, he not only encountered the student council's red armband, but also the former head of his grade. The balding old man beamed upon seeing Jin Yu, exclaiming, "You're here, so early for school. How diligent." Jin Yu humbly nodded and gestured for Zhao Feng to follow. Zhao Feng glanced at the long queue of students at the entrance, still reciting vocabulary. Unsure of what to say, he realized that being a bit foolish indeed had its advantages. If Jin Yu were to endure the hardships of studying, he would struggle to cope. Today was Friday, and with Song Duo returning tomorrow for the weekend, the 3 of them could finally gather. The headmaster escorted Jin Yu to the classroom door, where Qiao Xian eagerly asked if Jin Yu had eaten yet. He had meticulously inquired about his son the previous night, noting that Jin Yu, being small, had fragile teeth and only consumed soft food. To encourage his studying, praise was essential. On the way back, the air was filled with the acrid scent of melted rubber from the construction of the track, and the headmaster pointed to the vacant lot beside the teaching building. This area would be ideal for a library. "Zhao, look, although our school boasts excellent faculty, the facilities truly lag behind. We cannot compare to the big cities." By noon, Jin Yu left the classroom early, reverently placing his lunchbox on a secondary platform on the terrace. To prevent the mischievous dogs from opening the lunchbox, he deliberately left a small opening. Upon his return, the bell rang just as Aunt Dong intercepted him in the corridor, inquiring if he was enjoying his studies. Jin Yu casually nodded. Today, Old Man Xiao remarked that he was exceptionally clever and quick to understand. The 2 joyfully boarded the vehicle arranged by Zhao Feng to pick him up. As soon as Jin Yu entered, he reclined in the back seat, while Aunt Dong in the front passenger seat reminded him to fasten his seatbelt. He fumbled a bit, but eventually secured it. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was still engrossed in work at the company during the lunch break. The office felt empty, and after briefly running the animation, he sensed something was lacking. At that moment, a noise unexpectedly emanated from the storage room. Zhao Feng's hand trembled slightly above the keyboard as he picked up his phone and called the driver. "Listen, take a detour and don't let Jin Yu arrive at the company just yet." The driver's expression sharpened, and he deftly turned the steering wheel to the right. Zhao Feng stood up from his desk, retreating to the wall to grab a folding chair. The cold metal sent a shiver through him as he tapped a few buttons on his phone. Every model had a quick alert function. Soon, security would arrive. But Zhao Feng dared not move from his spot. The safe in the storage room contained the core data of a new game. If it were lost, even if the game were launched, they would face accusations of plagiarism. If their adversaries came prepared and obtained the core data, they might even outpace them to market. Everything would be over. Sweat beaded on his palm. Yet Zhao Feng did not dare to let go. Silently approaching the door of the storeroom, he suddenly kicked it open with force. The safe hidden behind the cabinet had been pried open, and the thief was attempting to escape through the window. Upon noticing Zhao Feng's entrance, he instinctively reached for his waist. Zhao Feng's pupils trembled. At this point, the control over firearms had become exceedingly stringent. Yet there remained certain areas where one could still procure rudimentary guns illicitly. The thief clutched a bag containing a stack of documents and several small boxes. Evidently unable to comprehend their contents, he had opted to seize everything from the safe. With his other hand, he drew out the crude firearm, aiming it at Zhao Feng. The air was thick with the acrid scent of poor-quality gunpowder. Such weapons were typically employed by farmers for hunting wild boars. At this distance, a single shot would surely spell Zhao Feng's demise. In a flash, Zhao Feng contemplated his course of action. The contents must not fall into the thief's hands. As the thief edged closer to the window, Zhao Feng exhaled the pent-up blood from his chest and hurled the chair he held with all his might. He could not afford to enter the storeroom and meet his end. After discarding the chair to incite the thief's ire, Zhao Feng swiftly concealed himself behind the wall beside the door. The sound of the crude firearm at close range was unlike any firecracker. With a loud bang, Zhao Feng felt the wall he leaned against shudder, rendering his ears completely deaf. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed inside. The one fatal flaw of the crude firearm was that after firing a shot, it required reloading with gunpowder. Zhao Feng had but one chance. As he plunged into the billowing smoke of the storeroom, he lunged towards the thief, pinning the man firmly to the ground. The thief still clutched the unloaded firearm. The scorching barrel seared through Zhao Feng's shirt, hissing against the flesh of his shoulder. Oblivious to the pain, Zhao Feng tightened his grip around the thief's neck, pressing down with his legs on his chest while using his free hand to seize the bag containing the documents. The gunfire was deafening, quickly drawing the attention of others from both upstairs and downstairs. The security personnel swiftly wrested the firearm from the thief's grasp. It took 3 men to pull Zhao Feng away from the thief. The guards were inwardly astonished. Zhao Feng's muscles had tensed to the utmost degree. The thief was nearly choking, frothing at the mouth. Such was the ferocity of Zhao Feng's grip. At that moment, Zhao Feng's phone rang. The guard, about to urge Zhao Feng to relax, noticed the sudden change in his expression as he answered the call, his face paling. Mr. Zhao? The young master seems displeased. When would it be appropriate for us to arrive at the company? Continue circling. Do not return home or come to the company. Chapter 66. Turning point. After the driver hung up, he pulled over to allow Aunt Dong to switch from the passenger seat to the back seat. Jean Yu sensed the uneasy atmosphere and was enveloped in Aunt Dong's embrace as the vehicle restarted. The driver navigated through heavily trafficked routes, vigilantly keeping an eye out for suspicious vehicles. It was nearly half an hour later when Zhao Feng finally contacted the driver, providing a location for him to proceed to. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Jean Yu darted out like a fish, while Zhao Feng's expression darkened slightly as he stood by the roadside to catch Jean Yu. Managing to muster a smile. Your skills have improved, and you've even begun to throw tantrums. With a glance of melancholy, Jean Yu looked at the driver, feeling that the complaint had come far too swiftly. Zhao Feng grasped Jean Yu's hand and informed Aunt Dong, I just called the property management. Everything in our home has been ransacked. Once they complete their inspection and confirm there are no dangers, we must move. Aunt Dong was taken aback, unable to fathom how such a calamity could transpire in such a brief span of time, and she nodded vigorously. Then I shall return to pack our belongings. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, instructing, the driver will accompany you back. I'll take Jean Yu with me. Soon, only the 2 brothers remained by the roadside, with Jean Yu, half understanding, gripping Zhao Feng's hand tightly. They both climbed into the back seat of Zhao Feng's car. Are you hungry? Zhao Feng inquired. Jean Yu's stomach churned, but it was not hunger that stirred within him. He shook his head and asked Zhao Feng, Brother, you smell of blood. Are you hurt? Zhao Feng chuckled. Ruffling his hair, I merely crossed paths with some butchers on my way. I must have picked up the scent. Jean Yu nodded, sniffing the moist air, and gradually leaned his head against Zhao Feng's chest. I feel a little scared. Zhao Feng promptly covered Jin Yu's head with his hand. "Do not fear. I am here." This incident served as a stark warning to Zhao Feng. There was a mole within his company, one who not only knew the location of the safe, but was also aware of his residence. The ensuing investigation would undoubtedly be arduous. But Zhao Feng was resolute in his pursuit of justice. He could scarcely fathom what would have transpired had Jin Yu been at home today. Witnessing intruders rummaging through their belongings, armed with firearms. In this chaotic realm of corporate competition, Zhao Feng found himself vulnerable. Yet he was determined to fight with all his might. The future he envisioned for himself and Jin Yu depended on his current capabilities. Closing his eyes momentarily, he asked Jin Yu, "Shall we move again? Would you like a big house with a yard?" "That sounds wonderful," Jin Yu replied, his lips pressed together. Now aware of the source of the blood scent, his brother's shoulder was injured. Seeing Jin Yu's forced smile, Zhao Feng's heart ached with a pang of tenderness. After exchanging a multitude of words, he finally managed to dissipate the clouds of gloom from Jin Yu's face. "Once you adjust to the new house, I will take you to the pet store to buy the finest puppy, one with curly fur, small enough to fit in your arms and play with every day. All right?" Jin Yu, enchanted by Zhao Feng's description, nodded eagerly while embracing his brother's waist. Zhao Feng wiped the sweat from Jin Yu's nose, sighing. "What if you forget about me once you have a puppy?" Jin Yu quickly shook his head. "I could never forget." Zhao Feng, not wishing to provoke his anxiety, placed his hand on Jin Yu's abdomen upon seeing him shake his head. "You claim you're not hungry, yet I can feel you are as thin as a wisp." Jin Yu hastily patted himself down, unable to discern the severity Zhao Feng had described. Zhao Feng exited the vehicle and took the driver's seat, instructing Jin Yu to fasten his seatbelt as they were to pick up Tang Longlong after their meal. As Jin Yu settled into the back seat, he felt something hard beneath him. Pulling it out revealed a collection of white papers and boxes. Jin Yu examined them closely. The text was incomprehensible, and the photographs were unfamiliar to him. Who was the man wearing the military cap? Jin Yu squinted and racked his brain, yet he could not recall having any acquaintance with such a person. Zhao Feng glanced at him through the rearview mirror and, seeing him in high spirits, decided to let it be. The two found a hotel, enjoyed their meal, and then drove straight to the airport. To his surprise, Tang Longlong was accompanied by an unexpected individual. Zheng Heng had spent 3 hours playing chess with Tang Longlong, and, as he stepped off the plane, he finally breathed in the fresh air, feeling as though the world had transformed into a paradise. This world ought to categorize the ordeal of enduring a poor chess player's company as a form of torture. Upon seeing Tang Longlong, Jin Yu was overjoyed. The two jovially rolled aside, chattering in an unintelligible dialect as they reminisced. Seizing the moment while Jin Yu was still lost in delight, Zhao Feng briefly filled Zheng Heng in on the day's events. Previously, Zhao Feng had detected unusual fluctuations in the system, prompting him to summon Zheng Heng for assistance. He had anticipated that the opposing party would bide their time until after the launch, waiting to devise some hindrance upon witnessing the game's reception. To his astonishment, they had dispatched individuals to seize the game outright. Zheng Heng understood the rationale. After all, the reaction to their previous game had far exceeded expectations. Luckily, that had merely been a standalone pixel game. Had they followed their initial vision of creating a long-term online game with regular updates, the system maintenance workload would have been significantly greater and the profits even higher. Given the ferocity of the initial tiles they had released, it was only natural that others would covet the subsequent offerings. In this era, the majority of those reaping millions across the nation were the factories roaring day and night. Who would have thought that a group of people could achieve such figures while seated at computers? The early stages of development were indeed tumultuous. Yet Zheng Heng was mentally prepared. They were on the brink of transforming the era. Zheng Heng was one of the few who understood the intricacies of Zhao Feng's endeavors in Yenzhou. Currently, Zhao Feng and Jin Yu could not afford to be publicly visible, lest they attract the attention of Xiao Chongming. It was best to remain discreet. But now they had inadvertently been embroiled in a firearm incident. If Xiao Chongming discovered their whereabouts, it could hasten the timeline of their exposure. Zheng Heng found it hard to articulate the fortune of these two. After their conversation outside the vehicle, They each took hold of a rather naive individual and climbed into the car. Jin Yu and Tang Longlong settled in the back, with Jin Yu casually gathering the scattered items from the seat and stuffing them into Zheng Heng's hands in the front passenger seat. Initially, Zheng Heng assumed it was merely some worthless documents, but upon glancing at the text, his eyes nearly popped out in shock. If these papers fell into the wrong hands, their company could face immediate bankruptcy. Zhao, the CEO, how could he be allowed to handle such sensitive materials? Zheng Heng was exasperated. Zhao Feng glanced over and reassured him. It's fine. He won't carelessly tear anything. I'm keeping an eye on it. Nothing else lost. Is this something that can be casually handled with mere vigilance? Does he not realize the extent of his boss's obsession with his younger brother? Just moments ago, he had nearly been pummeled for these very documents. Zheng Heng removed his suit jacket and wrapped the files within it, cradling them like a sentimental mother holding her newborn. Jin Yu gazed at the photograph for a moment before reaching down to retrieve the image that had just slipped from his grasp. As he was about to hand the photograph to Zheng Heng, he heard Tang Longlong exclaim, pointing at the man in the military cap within the picture, Daddy. Chapter 67. A new place. Upon hearing Tang Longlong's words, Zheng Heng's outstretched hand hesitated momentarily. Tang Longlong, do you know whom you're calling? Tang Longlong nodded, indicating the photo of Xiao Chongming, and resolutely declared, This is my father. Zhao Feng exchanged a glance with Zheng Heng, who then took the photograph and fiddled with his phone for a moment. Take another look. Do you recognize this person? Tang Longlong touched Jin Yu's arm, overcome with emotion as if reuniting with an old friend. Zheng Heng gently prodded his chubby arm, prompting Tang Longlong to shift his gaze to the woman depicted in the photo on the phone. This is my mother. Zheng Heng's hands trembled. He realized that the child was indeed legitimate. Had he brought the legitimate offspring of Xiao Chongming and his wife all the way to Yingzhou? The car fell into a heavy silence as Zheng Heng sought information about Xiao Chongming's children. Official reports indicated there were 3 children, and Zheng Heng presented photographs to Tang Longlong one by one. Tang Longlong referred to the 2 older ones as brother and sister, while he was less familiar with the youngest. However, he produced a longevity lock from his collar that matched the one worn by the young boy in the photograph. Xiao Chongming's wife was named Tang Wan, suggesting that Tang Longlong was likely the 3rd child, bearing his mother's surname. Zheng Heng quickly pieced together the information, realizing that Tang Longlong might be inherently introverted, which could explain why the Xiao family had not publicly acknowledged this child. It seemed that they had raised him for a time, but for reasons unknown, they had relinquished him to an institution, where Jin Yu fortuitously encountered him. Zheng Heng struggled to articulate the fateful connection between these 2 unfortunate cousins. It was a twist of destiny. Yet, another dilemma loomed. Now that Tang Longlong had arrived in Yingzhou, did Xiao Chongming know that this child had been abandoned? If it were merely a misunderstanding, transporting the child here would create a significant rift. Tang Longlong might indeed serve as a catalyst for Xiao Chongming's discovery of the truth. Just as this thought crossed Zheng Heng's mind, Zhao Feng's timely words provided clarity to his uncertainty. It is indeed abandonment. I inquired with the authorities, and there were signs of neglect long ago. Tang Wan's last visit was over a year ago, and she had been using a false name to communicate with the institution. Otherwise, this situation would not have come to light so late. The tuition had been interrupted for over 6 months, and there were preserved records of communication, which confirmed the abandonment unequivocally. Zhao Feng paused, contemplating before continuing. 6 months ago was indeed significant, especially since the last tuition payment occurred in the year he turned 18. It all seems quite deliberate. The institution had quickly drawn conclusions, and the rationale for notifying Zhao Feng was quite straightforward. Children attending school reach a critical juncture at 18. Abandoning an infant may evoke reluctance, but the same cannot be said for an adult. For girls, it is all too common to find a man to marry and move away. For boys, the options are even more varied, from theft to a life of vagrancy. Such acts are all forms of abandonment, yet in human society, most seem unable to care. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Heng remained contemplative, while Zhao Feng appeared remarkably composed. If this were a lesson on the universal suffering of existence, he had already completed it when he personally buried the old man. At this juncture, Xiao Chongming could hardly afford a scandal, could he? Zhao Feng recalled that it had been 6 or 7 years since Xiao Chongming had been promoted. If he did not ascend soon, he would surely miss the opportunity. Although the outside world could be deceived regarding the recent shooting incident, the military would likely be aware. It was merely a matter of time before they discovered his whereabouts in Yingzhou. Thus, it would be prudent to use this event as a shield against him. As Zhao Feng broached the subject again, Zheng Heng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, this could serve as leverage if this matter were disseminated. Xiao Chongming would face at least a decade of fruitless labor. The two quickly reached a consensus, and they first proceeded to the apartment Zhao Feng had prepared for Zheng Heng in Yingzhou. The furnished abode lacked nothing, leaving Jin Yu and Tang Longlong in awe. Their mouths forming perfect O's. Zhao Feng lifted Jin Yu's chin, bemused, reflecting on how, despite the passage of time, they seemed to have gained little worldly experience. He instructed Zheng Heng to keep an eye on the two as he stepped out momentarily, promising to return for them later. Zheng Heng had no objections. However, after flying without rest, he felt fatigued. Once Tang Longlong's excitement waned, he too began to nod off on the sofa. Zheng Heng arranged for the two to share a bedroom before retiring to rest himself. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jin Yu asked Tang Longlong about the well-being of their life teacher at school. Tang Longlong nodded in agreement. Jin Yu then began to inquire about each teacher, ensuring even the 2 foreign instructors were included. Tang Longlong remarked that their language teacher had gained weight, but the life teacher insisted it was not weight gain, but rather pregnancy. Jin Yu mused that they could not see the baby yet and suggested sending a gift upon its arrival. Tang Longlong could not respond, as he had already succumbed to sleep, his head lolling to the side. When Zhao Feng returned to their previous apartment, accompanied by Aunt Dong, to pack Jin Yu's favorite items for the new home, and then drove to Zheng Heng's place, he found the 2 groups, one large and one small, fast asleep, each occupying a corner of the bed, sprawled comfortably. As Jin Yu rolled over, nearly falling off, Zhao Feng swiftly scooped him up and repositioned him on his back. His arm required a bandage change that night, so he needed to be cautious. When Jin Yu's small face rested against his back, he stirred awake, his nose catching the familiar scent of Zhao Feng, which brought a comforting smile to his lips. Jin Yu felt his dangling feet being grasped and, upon opening his eyes, saw it was Tang Longlong. With one hand rubbing his face, his eyes heavy with sleep, he greeted Jin Yu with a cheerful, "Good morning." Aunt Dong, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at the little chubby boy. "It's not morning yet. We will soon arrive at our new home, where you will reside in Yingzhou from now on." Tang Longlong, oblivious to the nuances of their situation, clutched Jin Yu's ankle with his small hand, urging, "Let us go, let us go." The 4 of them set off in an exuberant convoy to the outskirts of the city, where charming little villas and expansive greenery unfolded before them, resembling the cover of a storybook. Zhao Feng purchased a residence complete with an annex and a garden, featuring only 2 levels to facilitate convenient movement. As the vehicle entered the courtyard, an aunt was already waiting at the entrance of the annex. She was aware that the chubby child she would be caring for was this little one, yet despite her prior knowledge, she frowned upon seeing him upon arrival. Aunt Dong was busy introducing the 2 bewildered children. "This is Aunt Xiao Ho," she announced, "who will be living in the annex with Xiao Tang and will be responsible for his care." No sooner had she finished speaking than Aunt Xiao Ho approached and pinched the soft flesh on Tang Longlong's shoulder, making a clicking sound with her tongue. "From now on, I'll be taking this little chub out for meals. Sister Dong, you need not worry about him. With such a high body fat percentage, should he not lose weight and instead be saved for the new year like a festive pig?" Jin Yu had never before encountered such a candid assessment, and he quickly pinched his own shoulder flesh in alarm. Oh no, he too was soft. Upon witnessing his action, Zhao Feng smiled slightly and inquired, "Would you like to pinch your brothers as well?" Jin Yu intended to nod eagerly, but suddenly recalled the sanguine scent lingering on Zhao Feng, causing his eyes to redden instantly. "No." Zhao Feng was taken aback, and after Aunt Dong had efficiently assigned tasks, she ushered everyone indoors. Tang Longlong was taken away by Aunt Xiao Ho for a nap. Trailing behind Zhao Feng, Jin Yu was captivated by the decor as soon as they entered the house. The walls were adorned with expanses of green and yellow latex paint, complemented by wooden furnishings and rotund table lamps. The doors were custom-made into archways, resembling tree hollows with decorative hangings. Zhao Feng, thinking Jin Yu might find it overwhelming, gently patted his head and said, "The purchase was rather hasty. I couldn't find a place resembling our previous home. In the future, if you have a preference for a particular style, I shall arrange for modifications." This residence is situated in a renowned affluent community in Yingzhou, distinguished primarily by its advanced security system, with professional patrols present from dawn till dusk. Nowadays, many wealthy individuals have investments in stocks, which has contributed to the slower sales of the eco-friendly renovations. Moreover, Zhao Feng himself is one of the shareholders in the real estate business, allowing for an unexpectedly swift move-in process. Yet, in an effort to ease Jin Yu's transition, he had consistently chosen homes with similar decor styles. This time, however, was a temporary measure, and he was reluctant to have Jin Yu reside in a place he did not favor. Hence, he had prepared an interior design team to revamp the lavish interiors back to a more traditional aesthetic. Jin Yu blinked in wonder, finding the house exceedingly beautiful, and expressed to Zhao Feng, "I like this." However, come evening after dinner, he faced a dilemma at bedtime. The layout featured dual master bedrooms, with Jin Yu and Zhao Feng occupying adjacent rooms. His plush toys and various knickknacks had been arranged neatly in his room. Yet, apart from his stuffed companions, there was nothing familiar about the surroundings. The ceiling was different, and the view of the corner from his bed was unfamiliar. Jin Yu lay wide awake, glancing around restlessly. As he waited, he suddenly heard sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Climbing out of bed, he opened the door to find Zhao Feng's room lit. In his lifetime, he had never knocked on Zhao Feng's door. Jin Yu, barefoot, stepped onto the cool floor and pushed open the door to Zhao Feng's room. Zhao Feng was cleansing the wound on his shoulder with saline solution, the raw area revealing a crimson injury, the rinsed water tinged pink. Jin Yu softly called out, "Brother," and Zhao Feng, setting down the medicine bottle, turned to see Jin Yu on the verge of tears. He casually wiped his arm dry, rose, and approached Jin Yu. "Can't sleep? Your little face is all scrunched up like an old man. Don't cry. Come help your brother with something." Jin Yu's sorrowful mood was interrupted, and with a quivering voice, he inquired what assistance Zhao Feng needed. Zhao Feng retrieved a brown bottle from the side and handed Jin Yu a long-handled cotton swab. "Help me apply this medicine. Here, dip it and spread it on." Jin Yu accepted the bottle, nodding earnestly. After thoroughly soaking the cotton, he gently dabbed it on Zhao Feng's wound, his small hand trembling slightly. Zhao Feng exclaimed, "Little Yu's skills are even better than a nurse's. I didn't feel a thing. Little Yu can paint and take care of me too. I wonder what else you can't learn." Jin Yu's brows finally lifted a bit. Zhao Feng continued, "This medicine doesn't hurt at all and is applied evenly. With your care, I believe there won't even be a scar left." Hearing the keyword, Jin Yu looked up at Zhao Feng and said, "The scar removal medicine you applied on me before, you should use it too." Zhao Feng teased him. "Don't you want your brother to have scars and become ugly? What if I can't remove them?" Jin Yu tightly pressed his lips together, contemplating what would happen if scars truly remained. Fearing he might upset Jin Yu again, Zhao Feng quickly reassured him. Having scars is not a big deal for men. They are badges of honor. Jin Yu raised his head, puzzled. "Then why did you erase my badge?" Once Zhao Feng had bandaged himself up, he turned to find Jin Yu still deep in thought on the edge of the bed. He exhaled softly, cupping Jin Yu's face and kissing his forehead. "Are you afraid to sleep alone?" Jin Yu was reluctant to admit it, but fearing Zhao Feng might truly believe he was unafraid, he pinched a tiny gap with his fingers. "A little bit." Zhao Feng fetched a pillow from his room and tossed it onto the bed. "Tonight, sleep with your brother. I miss the little scent of you while you sleep." Jin Yu bathed daily and changed his pajamas each night. Tugging at the fabric on his chest revealed only a faint fragrance, not a foul odor. "Your nose must be broken." When lying down, Jin Yu carefully avoided Zhao Feng's injured arm, but he couldn't find a comfortable place to nestle. Observing Jin Yu's cautious demeanor stirred Zhao Feng's heart. What had Jin Yu needed to endure so much? "My shoulder doesn't hurt. Come, let us switch sides while we sleep. No need to worry." Jinyu nestled into the familiar crook of Zhao Feng's neck, arranging his limbs comfortably, his toes curling around Zhao Feng's calf. As if the final piece of a puzzle had clicked into place, he shut his eyes with remarkable speed. Zhao Feng leaned closer to Jinyu's hair, trembling as he inhaled deeply. The next morning, Jinyu was awakened by the loud calls of the soup vendor downstairs. "I can no longer run. Annie," he exclaimed, his speech noticeably more fluid. Jinyu leaned against the window, observing Annie Xiaohou as she wielded a slender bamboo stick to strike Tang Longlong's rear, compelling him to continue lifting his legs in place. The scene was undeniably brutal, teetering on the edge of savagery. Jinyu shivered slightly and, with a feigned charm, inquired of Zhao Feng whether he was required to exercise with Annie Xiaohou today. To his surprise, it was Saturday, and he had no classes. Zhao Feng glanced at the scenery in the courtyard, seemingly indifferent, and remarked, "You've lost so much weight that you can hardly withstand the wind. What more do you need to lose?" Upon hearing this, Jinyu finally sighed in relief. Even friends cannot share in misfortunes. After Zhao Feng helped him rise and complete his morning routine, Song Duo and Annie were picked up by the driver. She had actually finished school the previous afternoon, and upon arriving home, Auntie Bai informed her that Zhao Feng and Jinyu were moving away, asking if she wished to join them. After contemplating for an entire night, she realized that her living situation mattered little to her. However, Auntie Bai mentioned that Jinyu's departure was due to Zhao Feng's business dealings and that their home had been invaded by armed assailants. Song Duo froze for a few seconds before hastily packing her belongings. Although she held a rather indifferent view of Zhao Feng, she genuinely cherished Jinyu, who had brought nothing but positive changes since entering her life. Even if Zhao Feng no longer wanted Jinyu in the future, she was determined to earn a living to support him for a lifetime. If such danger truly existed, she felt it was imperative to protect that little fool. Chapter 69. Confrontation. Jinyu rushed out to greet Song Duo, asking how school was treating her. She nodded, explaining that she and Annie Bai had been assigned to the first floor of the annex, while Tang Longlong and Annie Xiaohou occupied the second floor. Tang Longlong, already exhausted to the point of dizziness, momentarily thought he was hallucinating when he saw Song Duo. He turned to Annie Xiaohou, lamenting, "It's over for me. I'm going to perish. Annie, you must flee, or I'll end up in prison." Annie Xiaohou playfully slapped his thigh, urging him to play while promising to teach him other routines later. The solid impact on his leg made Tang Longlong rub his reddened flesh, still unable to shake off the illusion of Song Duo's presence. Jinyu waved at him, urging him to hurry over. Only then did Tang Longlong dash towards her, seizing her hand and joyfully patting it, grinning foolishly. Song Duo sighed in exasperation. "Didn't I call you earlier? Your memory fades far too quickly." Tang Longlong continued to beam, exclaiming how wonderful it was that they were all together. The trio spent their time frolicking in the courtyard, the hours slipping by swiftly until Monday arrived. Zhao Feng had previously introduced Jinyu to several special education schools that could accommodate Tang Longlong for formal rehabilitation training. However, it was not a full boarding arrangement. He would stay at the institution for 5 days a week with Annie Xiaohou accompanying him, returning home for the weekends. Jinyu would be a day student, as only Song Duo in the household had hopes of taking the college entrance examination, so she insisted on residing at school. After bidding farewell to Annie Xiaohou and Tang Longlong, Jinyu and Song Duo made their way to Yingzhou Third High School. Zhao Feng drove ahead, while Jinyu and Song Duo discussed which classroom he was in. If she missed him, she could simply visit him in class. Song Duo nodded and informed Jinyu that she was in Class 1, Grade 2, advising her not to wander aimlessly but to seek guidance from the security personnel or teachers on campus. Jinyu, taking this to heart, nodded earnestly. Upon reaching the school gate, Song Duo alighted first to queue for a bag check. Inside the vehicle, only Jinyu and Zhao Feng remained. Jinyu furrowed her brows and inquired of Zhao Feng, "What class did Duo say she was in again?" Zhao Feng retorted, "Why didn't you ask her more when she was here? That would make me seem foolish, and I would lose face." Zhao Feng was perplexed as to why he was so concerned about maintaining his pride. He cautioned Jinyu against wandering around the school and prohibited her from seeking out others during classes. Jean Yu cast a conflicted glance at Zhao Feng, pondering the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. If something happens, just call me, she said defiantly. Surely, there are matters you wouldn't wanting to know about. Jean Yu thought, but dared not voice it, slamming the car door as she exited. In the next moment, Zhao Feng playfully pinched her cheek, leaving her momentarily dazed as they entered the school. After escorting Jean Yu, Zhao Feng promptly headed to the company. Zheng Heng had already arrived at the office, and despite the insider's skills being somewhat adequate, it took Zhao Feng 2 arduous days to unearth the principal perpetrator. When Zhao Feng arrived, a slight man was being subdued on the ground by police officers. With 3 daughters at home, he hastily sought a bribe and immediately rushed his wife to the hospital for in vitro fertilization to conceive a son. Realizing that Zhao Feng intended to pursue legal action and imprison him, he rapidly implicated the other 2 colleagues who had assisted him in the leak. All 3 were taken to the police station together, allowing Zheng Heng to finally breathe a sigh of relief and offer Zhao Feng a weary smile. Zhao Feng glanced at him and raised an eyebrow, remarking, "It's still too early to feel at ease. The real challenges lie ahead." Zheng Heng understood that the early days of entrepreneurship were grueling, but given the significant opportunities now presenting themselves, failure to seize them would be foolish. The exhaustion was worth it. Once everything was operational, Zhao Feng returned to his originally reserved office, having previously worked in the lobby for ease of communication. He finally had a private space. As his phone rang with an unknown number, Zhao Feng glanced at the display, moved to the window, and answered. "You dare offend me, just for that child from my sister's family?" Xiao Chongming seethed as he surveyed the chaotic room, wishing he could strangle the foolish woman he had been married to for so many years. Tang, one had been obsessively guarding the home, and having been in the military, he had neglected household matters. Little did he know that turning his back could invite such immense trouble. If word got out about abandoning a child with autism, he could very well retire to a life of regret. His family could suffer the consequences, and his first order of business would be to settle accounts with that foolish woman. His marriage to Tang had been arranged. It was quite normal in the ADS for a soldier to be away for years without returning home. Tang, one illiterate, could not write to him, and he only met his eldest child 6 months after birth. After a year and a half away, he returned to find a second child had been added to the family. During the years he was absent, he was unaware when Tang had given birth to a child named Tang Long Long, who also happened to have autism, and the boy had unwittingly grown into adulthood. Tang's face, marked with fine lines, was swollen from crying, her eyes red as she attempted to explain to her husband. Initially, she had no intention of giving up on Tang Long Long, but the task proved insurmountable. At 8 years old, he remained mute and unable to learn anything. She had patiently waited for the moment when Tang Long Long would be able to overcome his affliction, even showing him photographs of his father for recognition. Western medicine offered no hope, and she resorted to giving him incense ash for an extended period, seeking the guidance of a master from the temple. The master declared that he was merely a troubled soul, irredeemable. It was then that she, with a heavy heart, decided to send Tang Long Long away. Over the years, she had nearly forgotten that she had such a child, while Xiao Chongming ascended the ranks. Every woman in the courtyard envied her, praised her, and in mahjong games, she experienced only victories. Who would have thought that this matter could resurface and jeopardize her husband's prospects? She was once again reduced to a rustic, illiterate woman. Each time this thought crossed her mind, beads of sweat formed on Tang's brow. Her husband was on the phone with someone named Zhao Feng. The resolution of this predicament rested on him. "Is your courage truly so great? Do you not fear my gun might silence you?" Xiao Chongming, long accustomed to power, found himself seething with rage, unaccustomed to being at the mercy of another. Moreover, just the day before, he had discovered Zhao Feng's exact location, and that very night, a package had arrived at his doorstep, as if the universe had scripted his movements to ensure he dared not act rashly. Zhao Feng listened to the heavy breaths emanating from the other end of the line, his tone indifferent as he replied, "Yes." Xiao Chongming felt as though he had been grasped tightly by the throat, his voice raspy. "Zhao Feng, tell me, what is it that you desire?" The weather was pleasantly cool that day. Jean Yu received 2 lunchboxes sent by Aunt Dong and hurried to the rooftop. sitting on his usual steps. He opened the boxes. Even the dog god should not be picky. He ought to consume more vegetables. Jin Yu happily transferred the leafy greens from his bowl to that of the dog god. It was not pickiness. Fate must not be defied. And he seemed to have heard someone whispering in his ear, requesting more vegetables. Chapter 70. The dog god's fantasies shattered. Jin Yu mumbled to himself while shoveling a large mouthful of rice. So immersed in his meal that he did not respond when Xia Yuanbai called him several times. Seeing him furtively adding vegetables to his lunchbox, Xia Yuanbai remarked, "Don't take that. He doesn't like it." Jin Yu was so engrossed in his meal that he seemed oblivious, nearly burying his face in the bowl. But wait, he had indeed asked his classmates in the art class. They called him Jin Yu, observing the determination on Jin Yu's face. Xia Yuanbai lifted his own bowl to take a taste. It was delicious. Unable to resist, Xia Yuanbai inhaled deeply, only to catch Jin Yu gazing at him with a bowl in his hands. Xia Yuanbai, Jin Yu. Xia Yuanbai swallowed his food, suddenly feeling embarrassed under Jin Yu's incredulous stare, wishing to vanish into the ground. He had thought that Jin Yu was aware that he had consumed all the meals over the past few days. Before Xia Yuanbai could speak, Jin Yu stood up, angrily pointing at him. "You scolded me." With a sigh, Xia Yuanbai stood up, clutching his lunchbox. "Is it really not so?" Jin Yu continued to gaze at him. Xia Yuanbai scratched his head. "Did the teacher scold you that day?" "I apologize, but after just being punished, I certainly did not wish to engage in conversation." Jin Yu's expression gradually shifted from hostility to confusion, though the initial animosity had lessened. Xia Yuanbai chuckled softly, curling Jin Yu's delicate fingers into a fist, inquiring, "Why are you silent? Aren't you weary from holding your arm up like that?" Jin Yu, belatedly realizing, retracted his hand, but remained silent, turning away to eat his meal. Xia Yuanbai circled back in front of Jin Yu. "Please don't be upset with me. Could you at least retort? Am I not foolish enough?" Jin Yu finished the food in his lunchbox in one breath and, gritting his teeth, declared, "You are not even a true dog god." Xia Yuanbai laughed. "All right, you've retaliated, so let us not dwell on anger anymore." Jin Yu was perplexed by how this person could be so shameless. He had not truly retorted. "Are you daft?" Xia Yuanbai observed Jin Yu's annoyance and, after a moment, could only resort to calling him a dog and a fool. "Are you not calmed down? Let me teach you how to curse. Next time you argue with someone, you can say, 'You worthless turtle, stinky dog, I am your grandfather, and you are my grandson.'" Jin Yu's eyes widened as unfamiliar knowledge flooded his mind. Xia Yuanbai sighed, "My friend, I can't help but feel you may be a bit slow, but you are genuinely a good person. If anyone bullies you at school, tell me, and I will confront them for you." Jin Yu grasped this sentiment, and while still mired in the sorrow of not having a dog god, he managed to nod in acknowledgement. Xia Yuanbai's eyes brightened. "I know your name, but you don't know mine, do you?" "I am Xia Yuanbai." "Got it. But since you're not a dog god, your name matters little. Did you remember it or not?" Xia Yuanbai hastily finished his meal, gulping it down. He looked at Jin Yu with anticipation. Jin Yu, somewhat irritated, replied, "Xia Yuanbai," his words tumbling out like a dog chasing after something. Xia Yuanbai eagerly asked, "Will you bring me lunch again tomorrow?" Jin Yu glanced at Xia Yuanbai, who was a head taller than him, pondering how he could grow so tall without affording meals. Why? Jin Yu found this incomprehensible. Xia Yuanbai, feeling at ease, pulled Jin Yu back onto the steps. "Do you remember the day I got beaten? Ever since that day, my family has completely cut off my allowance, intending to force me to conform and study those wretched academic subjects." Jin Yu inquired, "What do you mean by academic subjects?" "You know, like language and math." Xia Yuanbai, with a nerve that could rival a telephone pole, diligently explained, "They say I should study hard now to get into a law school in the future. I think being a lawyer would be quite impressive." Jin Yu, overwhelmed by the vast amount of information, stammered, "Does being a lawyer mean you don't have to eat?" "Of course not. I scavenge your leftovers because I have no money for food." Jin Yu nodded, affirming Xia Yuanbai's reasoning. Math is not meant for humans. Xia Yuanbai cast a fleeting glance at Jin Yu, awkwardly altering his words. Indeed, it was not something one could learn from others. The two exchanged a silent look, and Xia Yuanbai became entranced by the expression on Jin Yu's face, while Jin Yu was lost in contemplation. "So, You cannot have puppies right now, can you? Xia Yunbai's expression reflected a bewilderment at how the conversation had veered into such territory. He murmured, I suppose I could never have puppies, could I? In fact, I can't produce anything at all. I lack that capability. Jin Yu cast a disappointed glance at his abdomen, causing Xia Yuanbai to feel a chill run through him. What on earth is this conversation about? Jin Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy for Xia Yunbai's ignorance, remarked, I originally brought a lunchbox to feed the dogs. I still need to take care of them. Xia Yuanbai let out a wry smile. Which dog would come to Tiantai Mountain for a meal? And who would wash the dishes afterward? Jin Yu, puzzled, replied, Is that not the case? Fine then. Nevertheless, he agreed to bring lunch for Xia Yuanbai. Xia Yuanbai expressed his gratitude profusely before rushing off to training, leaving Jin Yu with no time for a nap. Before long, he found himself alert as the afternoon class bell rang. It was time for class. Jin Yu patted his backside and hurried downstairs, his eyes nearly drooping shut, his eyelids threatening to conjoin with his lower lashes. The entire afternoon passed in a daze, causing Qiao Zhan's temples to throb. During a break, Jin Yu noticed a boy standing nearby, observing his artwork for a considerable time before departing. Amused, Qiao Zhan nudged Jin Yu's shoulder. Jin Yu, can you remember to close your paint box after school today? Every day, he would leave without securing the lid, and by the next day, it would resemble a patchwork of colorful tiles, tossed aside to make room for a new set. Qiao Zhan's eyes twitched in frustration. If he neglected to close it again today, he would stay behind to tidy it up after class. Jin Yu slowly nodded, indifferent, sure. Qiao Zhan smiled contentedly. That's more like it. Jin Yu had set aside his practice pieces over the past few days, and Qiao Zhan observed the chaotic state of the sketches, prompting him to suggest that Jin Yu dispose of any unnecessary rubbish in the back trash bin. I won't throw it away, Jin Yu declared decisively. My brother still needs it. Qiao Zhan asked, What does your brother need this for? It's all a mess. For collection, Jin Yu replied, as if he had hosted 10 sensational exhibitions around the world. After relocating several times, many of his canvases had been left in S City, and his brother had been quite upset about it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qiao Zhan felt that human civilization still required humility. Otherwise, his aging bones would struggle to keep pace with the youth's rapid ascent. Chapter 71. Exposure. Jin Yu spent his days carrying 2 lunchboxes in his backpack, heading to school to feed the dogs. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was busier than ever, often returning home to find Jin Yu already asleep on his bed. He could only embrace Jin Yu for a brief moment before hastily departing before dawn. Zhao Feng was acutely aware of the myriad complications that arose from being beholden to investors, leading to an array of cumbersome tasks merely to ensure maximum control. Consequently, he paid little attention to Jin Yu's dog-feeding endeavors. In the midst of the conversation, Aunt Dong acquired new knowledge and, with concern, inquired of Jin Yu whether dogs should not consume salt intended for human consumption. Perhaps she should prepare a separate meal without salt? Upon hearing this, Jin Yu promptly shook his head and, with a firm set of lips, asserted that salt should indeed be added. Aunt Dong nodded, though she felt a twinge of sympathy for Jin Yu. If he desired a dog, why not ask the school if he could adopt one? Aunt Dong would undoubtedly ensure that it was well-fed and plump, and it could also keep him company in the evenings. Naturally, Jin Yu was enchanted by this vision. It was unfortunate that Zai Yunbai was no ordinary dog. He shook his head in disappointment. Well, in due time, perhaps, Mr. Zhao could accompany you to choose a little puppy to raise. A dog would surely know how to be affectionate, unlike the enigmatic dogs at school. Jin Yu felt a pang of guilt as he listened, casting furtive glances. Aunt Dong gently patted his small shoulder, assuring him that he would soon be able to care for a pet. Zhao Feng had established a rule. As long as Jin Yu dared to venture alone into every room in the building, he would be permitted to keep a dog. Otherwise, the spirited puppy might feel abandoned if it ventured into places where Jin Yu did not dare to follow, resulting in a gloomy disposition. Today, Aunt Dong accompanied him to school, still feeling uneasy, and Jin Yu cautioned her along the way. As the weather would soon turn cold, he urged her not to wash dishes beneath the frigid school pipes. He was uncertain where he had learned this, but for the past 2 weeks, he had been returning with impeccably clean dishes. Aunt Dong often tenderly stroked his small hands. Jin Yu nodded, not daring to admit that it was always Zai Yuanbai who washed them. When noon arrived, Zai Yuanbai made his customary appearance. Having undergone a rigorous training session that left him breathless upon reaching the rooftop, Jinyu offered him a lunchbox, noticing the rosy hue of Zai Yuanbai's ears. "Your ears are red," he remarked. Zai Yuanbai roughly rubbed his ears and carelessly replied, "That's just how a boxer's ears are. They'll likely become deformed in a few years." Jinyu did not comprehend, and Zai Yuanbai was aware of his lack of understanding. Jinyu was indeed a unique individual. "Where will you have dinner?" Jinyu inquired. He was accustomed to bringing him lunch daily. But dinner was a different matter. "I'll dine at my grandfather's. I won't go hungry, so don't worry." Jinyu nodded, eager to say something, but inexplicably fell silent. He picked up his chopsticks and transferred some vegetables from the lunchbox into Zai Yuanbai's bowl. Zai Yuanbai scratched his head, popped a mouthful into his mouth, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Jinyu, you're truly kind." As the two enjoyed their meal with efficiency, a sudden commotion of footsteps approached from behind. "Oh, you. Is this how you spend your time eating with classmates?" "Zai Yuanbai, get up." Jinyu stumbled to his feet in response to the loud command, and Xiao Xian, panting, followed a familiar middle-aged man onto the rooftop. Zai Yuanbai had already assumed a defensive stance. "You, as a father, refuse to provide any financial support. What do you expect me to do? And you, as a son, disregard your father's words. If you don't obediently attend class, I'll ensure your grandfather stops providing for your meals. Just look at you, begging for food with your peers at school. How could I have fathered such a son?" Xia Yuanbai provocatively declared, "I not only beg for food, but I do so with unabashed boldness." By now, the entire school must be aware that Xia, the esteemed lawyer, is a negligent father who fails to provide his son with adequate nourishment, while squandering his resources on some widow. Having vented his words in one breath, Xia Yuanbai felt a touch of fatigue, yet he continued to taunt Xia Xian. Gripping his chest, Xia Xian was so incensed that his blood pressure seemed to rival a musical fountain. He pointed his finger, struggling to articulate a response. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yuanbai finished the rice in his bowl and remarked to Jinyu, "Take this. I shall take my leave, as he wouldn't dare strike me in front of you." With that, he turned abruptly and executed a spectacular leap from the maintenance ladder on the rooftop, plummeting down. This was the 4th floor, and Xiao Zhuan feared Xia Yuanbai had succumbed to despair and intended to end his life. He shouted and scrambled to the edge of the rooftop, only to witness Xia Yuanbai land safely and, without missing a beat, extend a middle finger toward him and Xia Xian. Infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, Xia Xian restrained himself from a rash pursuit, opting instead to graciously thank Xiao Zhuan. His gaze then shifted to Jinyu, and he mustered a strained smile to inquire about her name. Under the influence of Xia Yuanbai's demeanor, Jinyu held a rather mediocre impression of Xia's father, and her brother had advised her that no matter the situation, one ought not to leap from heights. Given Xia Yuanbai's evident fear of such an act, it was clear he had surely faced numerous beatings from his father. Thus, she kept her lips pursed in silence. Observing this, Xiao Zhuan suggested that Xia Xian accompany him to the office for a brief discussion. Before departing, Xia Xian again thanked Jinyu, to which she merely huffed in response and retreated to her rest area. Once alone, Xiao Zhuan shared insights about Jinyu, noting she was a good child who experienced slight developmental delays and was not particularly loquacious. Nonetheless, her peers in the art studio held her in high regard. Xia Xian nodded, having noticed that the child was well-dressed. Given that Xia Yuanbai had dined with them on multiple occasions, it was only fitting that he express gratitude to her parents. A fleeting glance revealed that the lunchbox even contained sautéed sea cucumber, a delicacy not easily afforded. He felt compelled to present her family with a fine tea. Xia Xian inquired of Xiao Zhuan, "Do you possess the contact information for Jinyu's parents? I would like to arrange a visit." Xiao Zhuan pondered and recalled that Jinyu seemed to lack parents, typically being cared for by her brother, so he would need to verify. He promptly called Xiao Lanhua. With her workload significantly reduced, requiring only periodic psychological assessments and basic exercises for Jinyu, her role was akin to that of a family doctor. Upon receiving her father's call, She hastily offered Zhao Feng's number without hearing the details, as matters concerning her brother were always prioritized, while professional matters required scrutiny. However, Jin Yu's situation was one that demanded immediate attention. Xiao Zhuan recognized the urgency, hung up, and directly provided Xia Xin with Zhao Feng's number, cautioning him to speak with utmost courtesy, as he was a benefactor of the library across the street. 200 kilometers away, Zhao Feng had just concluded a meeting and was preparing to respond to the state when his phone rang. He intended to call Jin Yu to inquire about her happiness earlier that morning. However, upon seeing an unfamiliar number, he frowned but still decided to answer the call. Chapter 72. Cold War. Jin Yu set down her pen just as the school bell rang. Xiao Zhan swiftly approached her, his gaze landing on her paint box. Jin Yu snapped the lid shut with a finger, causing Xiao Zhan to flinch slightly. "Compliment me," Jin Yu said, looking at Xiao Zhan. "Excellent," he managed to mutter through clenched teeth. Jin Yu beamed with pride, and their brief exchange elicited smiles from several students behind them. As Jin Yu slung her backpack over her shoulder and stepped outside, she spotted Aunt Dong. The expression on Aunt Dong's face was somewhat peculiar as she took Jin Yu's backpack without immediately speaking. Once they exited the teaching building and the path grew quieter, Aunt Dong finally asked, "Are you planning to bring a gift back for Mr. Zhao today?" Jin Yu patted her small chest proudly, declaring, "I am my brother's best gift." Aunt Dong's expression shifted to one of greater peculiarity, even closing her eyes in despair for a moment. Concerned, Jin Yu took Aunt Dong's hand and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Aunt Dong shook her head, insisting she was fine. In silence, they arrived home. It was Friday, and both Tang Longlong and Song Duo had returned, one doing homework while the other exercised in the annex. Jin Yu leaned against the doorframe to greet them before entering her room. The first floor was quiet, and Jin Yu quickly spotted Zhao Feng seated on the sofa. His head bent as he attended to work on his computer, despite their daily phone calls. Jin Yu felt as though it had been ages since she last saw Zhao Feng. Like a boneless worm, she languidly nestled into his embrace. Zhao Feng's hand gently steadied her at the waist, allowing her to settle comfortably. Jin Yu lifted her head, blissfully rubbing her forehead against Zhao Feng's chin. Reluctantly, Zhao Feng set aside his mouse, raising Jin Yu's face to meet his gaze. Oblivious to the simmering tension within her, Jin Yu nuzzled against his palm. "The meals you take to school are meant for others, aren't they?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Jin Yu froze, and Zhao Feng could distinctly feel the softness of her cheeks stiffening under his touch. Well, there was no need for her to admit it now. Zhao Feng felt a surge of anger rising within him. Jin Yu had learned to deceive. He truly couldn't comprehend what the school was teaching. Why would she give her food to someone else? With a feeble defense, Jin Yu replied, "There were 2 boxes. I wasn't starving myself for others. I simply prepare an extra." Zhao Feng's voice escalated uncontrollably. "Then why lie to your brother?" He delivered a light smack to Jin Yu's rear, causing her to shudder. Though it didn't hurt, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. "Give me a reason," Zhao Feng snapped, gritting his teeth as he withdrew the hand that had been supporting Jin Yu's face. A chill swept over Jin Yu's cheek, the cold air piercing her heart. Observing her expression, Zhao Feng couldn't help but soften his tone. In a slow and deliberate tone, he inquired, "I have checked that lad is a boxer. Has he threatened you? Did he intimidate you into bringing him meals, forbidding you from speaking of it at home? Tell me, brother, and I shall help you take your revenge." Zhao Feng paused momentarily, but continued, "Otherwise, you might as well stay home and draw. There's no need to attend school." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu abruptly lifted his head. Why does it always come to this? Why does he persistently utter words that discourage schooling? Jin Yu straightened his back, his face flushed with anger, resembling a young calf as he defiantly declared, "No one is bullying me. It's you. You simply do not want me to go to school. This is deliberate." Having said that, he wrenched his arm from Zhao Feng's grasp and dashed upstairs. This was the first time Zhao Feng had witnessed Jin Yu so incensed, leaving him momentarily speechless. What has become of this household? A well-behaved child transformed into one with an increasingly formidable temper. What could possibly account for this? Zhao Feng rose, rubbing his aching temples, and first went to nudge the door of Jin Yu's sleeping quarters, only to find it empty. It was then that he turned to inspect his own room, where the quilt on the bed was bulging ominously. Upon hearing movement, the corners of the quilt tightened even further. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng announced, "Aunt Dong has prepared the meal. Come down to eat with me, and later, we shall discuss matters properly." Jin Yu's indignant voice emerged from beneath the covers. "I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat." Zhao Feng frowned and lowered his voice. "Do not use your appetite as a means of tantrum. Who taught you to threaten your brother with hunger?" The bulging quilt fell silent for a long moment, until Zhao Feng was about to forcefully lift it, prompting Jin Yu to suddenly emerge. His hair, tousled from burrowing under the covers, appeared disheveled, akin to a small lion dog. As he exited, he had yet to fully straighten up, and his head collided with Zhao Feng's side. Concerned for his safety, Zhao Feng shifted slightly to accommodate him. The little lion dog was finally satisfied and trotted off to dinner. In the brief moment Aunt Dong turned her face, she spotted the two brothers at the dining table, their expressions increasingly sour. Jin Yu was clearly fuming, suggesting a significant quarrel had taken place. Zhao Feng, with a grim countenance, attempted to smooth Jin Yu's hair, but as he reached for the dark strands, Jin Yu abruptly stood up. He pointedly disregarded Zhao Feng and Aunt Dong, declaring, "I'm going to eat with Tang Long Long and Duo Duo." Before Aunt Dong could respond, Jin Yu had already dashed out the door. As he pushed open the door to the annex, he hesitated slightly at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Song Duo quickly rose. "What's wrong? You look so angry." Although Jin Yu was upset with Zhao Feng, he did not wish to speak ill of him in front of others, his expression a conflicted mess. Song Duo grasped his arm. "Come eat over here." Aunt Xiao Ho placed a bowl of rice in front of Jin Yu with a clatter. "Eat well. You're still a bit too slender. If you eat more now, you might even grow taller." Jin Yu asked Aunt Xiao Ho if it was true, and she chuckled in response, "Of course." Tang Long Long glanced at the fist-sized rice ball in his bowl, and, in that moment, felt the weight of differential treatment. Such is life, after all. No one inquired how Jin Yu had arrived for dinner. They merely picked up their chopsticks when another sound echoed at the door. Zhao Feng and Aunt Dong entered, bringing dishes, and Zhao Feng sat down beside Jin Yu without a word. Song Duo cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Ultimately, they managed to finish their meal in an uneasy peace, though everyone at home understood that the sibling rivalry had just begun. Before bedtime, Zhao Feng entered the bedroom and noticed a figure on the bed, with only the back of the head visible. The small shoulders and sleeping posture appeared quite awkward, clearly indicating lingering anger. Zhao Feng sat on the bed and leaned towards Jin Yu's ear, calling out Xiao Yu several times, but received no response. Observing the quivering eyelashes, he sighed in resignation. He lay beside Jin Yu, turned off the light, and waited for the rhythmic sound of breathing to stabilize. Like a reflex, his body unconsciously moved closer to the other person on the bed. Finally, he felt a warm body pressing against him, allowing the breath he had been holding to slowly escape as he gently enveloped Jin Yu in his embrace. Chapter 73. Reconciliation. Early in the morning, Jin Yu opened his eyes. With the temperature gradually dropping, he clung tightly to the warmth beside him, lazily closing his eyes once more. Zhao Feng was content to indulge Jin Yu in a bit of a lie-in over the weekend, but soon enough Jin Yu opened his eyes, looking conflicted as he gazed at Zhao Feng. It was not easy to keep his eyes shut and ignore him either, so Zhao Feng opened his eyes and met Jin Yu's gaze for a fleeting second. Suddenly, Jin Yu closed his eyes again, pretending to be asleep against Zhao Feng. Amused, Zhao Feng reached out to gently stroke his forehead, but Jin Yu remained still, melting Zhao Feng's heart. "Xiao Yu, I didn't mean to be harsh with you yesterday. Please forgive your brother. Want to you?" Jin Yu, unable to withstand Zhao Feng's gentle words, opened his eyes. Before he could speak, his hands had already tightened around Zhao Feng's arm beneath the blanket. "Thank you, Xiao Yu." Jin Yu reached out to smooth the furrow between Zhao Feng's brows, whispering at first, "I really thought it was a dog spirit." Zhao Feng's radar immediately activated as he inquired, "Did he trick you into bringing him food?" Jin Yu could only redirect Zhao Feng's wayward thoughts. "No, I didn't know he had eaten my leftovers at first." Zhao Feng's brow furrowed upon hearing this, admonishing Jin Yu, "In the future, leftovers are not to be shared with anyone. Understood?" Jinyu nodded, albeit half-heartedly, promising to discard any uneaten food immediately into the trash can. Zhao Feng's expression softened slightly, and he caressed Jinyu's delicate face. The meals Aunt Dong prepares for you are tailored to your nutritional needs. Do not waste them carelessly. If you lose weight, I'll one tea let you off easily. Zhao Feng sighed, acknowledging that while there were countless ways to instill a lesson in others, he found himself utterly powerless when it came to Jinyu. Xiaoyu, you must not lie to me or keep things from me, understand? At the mention of this, Jinyu felt a pang of guilt, shrinking back slightly as he allowed the blanket to cover half of his face. Despite his strong desire to agree with Zhao Feng, Jinyu found himself unable to take that initial step, his mind gradually growing more agile, yet held back by an inexplicable hesitation. Zhao Feng's heart sank with Jinyu's silence, as if he had yet to emerge from their intimate bond, while Jinyu had already moved forward, leaving him behind. Zhao Feng remarked, "Little Yu feels that he has grown up, that he can take charge of things himself, and no longer needs his brother. Am I right? Will there come a time when you resent your brother for being overly controlling and wish to move out and live independently?" Jinyu understood this sentiment, his expression shifting as he shook his head vigorously. Lying down, his hair tousled against the pillow, resembling a tangled seaweed ball. Jinyu bit his lips until they turned pale, prompting Zhao Feng to gently pry his mouth open, urging him to relax. "Let us speak calmly." Jinyu then confessed to Zhao Feng, "I will no longer hide anything from you, nor will I deceive you." After listening, Zhao Feng remained silent for a while, eventually reaching out to touch Jinyu's hair, steering the conversation away from that topic. "Your hair has grown long. Shall I give you a trim later?" Jinyu did indeed feel that his bangs were a bit distracting. When he was with his grandfather, he always sported a neatly cropped hairstyle. However, as his grandfather's health declined, the frequency of haircuts diminished, and his hair grew into a style reminiscent of the trendy sister head in the city. Zhao Feng would occasionally offer a trim to keep it manageable. "All right, but later," Jinyu replied, reluctant to leave the warmth of the covers as the air outside felt a tad chilly, and Zhao Feng did not press him. The two lay in bed, with Jinyu mumbling about school. Zhao Feng had already heard most of these stories over the phone, and he found no annoyance in listening again. By 8:30 a.m., concerned that Jinyu might go hungry, Zhao Feng finally coaxed him out of bed. Aunt Dong had prepared breakfast and set on the table. Just as the two brothers came down, warmly affectionate, she smiled slightly, knowing Jinyu's childish temperament. His anger would dissipate by morning. Although it was the weekend, Zhao Feng's work merely shifted from the office to home. After breakfast and a haircut for Jinyu, he retreated to his study to work. Recently, Jinyu had developed a fondness for puzzles. During one of Zhao Feng's business trips, he had bought several sets of 500-piece puzzles from a large mall. As Zhao Feng worked at his desk, Jinyu sat on the carpet nearby, pouring the puzzle pieces out of the box and methodically flipping them over with his fingers. After a while, Zhao Feng paused, stood up, and crouched beside Jinyu, gently touching his cold feet. He retrieved a pair of socks from the desk drawer and silently helped him put them on. Jinyu remained focused on his puzzle, accustomed to Zhao Feng's gentle interference. Zhao Feng mentioned that once Jinyu completed the puzzle, he would frame it and hang it in the living room. Jinyu nodded in agreement without looking up, his hands working even more diligently. Before long, it was Monday. Jinyu rose, dressed in the little vest Zhao Feng had chosen for him, and went to Aunt Dong to prepare 2 lunchboxes. He had already confided in Zhao Feng and had also promised Xia Yuanbua to bring him lunch. Aunt Dong cast a troubled glance at Jinyu, while Zhao Feng aptly seized the opportunity to continue Jinyu's conversation. "I have already spoken with Xia Yuanbai's parents over the phone. He will receive his allowance this week. If you bring him something, he won't eat it." The long-standing trust between them led Jinyu to immediately believe Zhao Feng's words. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he turned to Aunt Dong and said, "Then please just send me 1 portion for lunch, Annie." He punctuated his request by raising a delicate finger. A smile danced on Zhao Feng's lips as he grasped the strap of Jinyu's backpack. It had been quite some time since he had accompanied Jinyu to school, and the boy walked with an extraordinary lightness, as if he were about to take flight. This week, it was indeed true that Xia Yuanbai was receiving his allowance, but Zhao Feng's conversation with him had encompassed far more than mere pleasantries. At this age, Boys are often unpredictable, and Xia Yuanbai, notorious for his delinquent behavior, was particularly concerning to Zhao Feng when it came to Jin Yu's safety. Meanwhile, Xia Yuanbai climbed over the school wall with his backpack in tow, heading straight to the training ground for his morning session. The coach, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback. How did you get so many injuries? Did your father give you a beating again? Xia Yuanbai deflected the question with a casual denial, hastily donning a mask. Fortunately, the coach did not press further, quickly assigning training tasks to everyone. When it came to Xia Yuanbai, the coach scrutinized him several times. It took Xia Yuanbai a while to grasp that from today onward, he was required to undergo additional training during the lunch break, commencing immediately after their meal. Start right after lunch? Xia Yuanbai confirmed repeatedly, struggling to comprehend why his training duration differed from that of the others. I can't today. I have something to attend to at noon. His brows furrowed as he attempted to negotiate with the coach. The coach sighed in exasperation, retorting, "This training was scheduled precisely because you have something to do." Chapter 74. The puppy. When Jin Yu arrived on the rooftop with his lunchbox, Xia Yuanbai was, as expected, absent. With winter approaching, eating outside would soon become quite chilly. So Jin Yu returned to his resting spot to eat. Zhao Feng was still on the phone with him. As Jin Yu ate, no peculiar sounds emerged, leaving only the rustling of paper on the other end. The sudden transition from having a lunch companion to being alone left Jin Yu feeling somewhat lonely. Zhao Feng, hearing a sigh from the other side intermittently, felt a twinge of concern in his heart. "Brother will have the driver pick you up tomorrow. How about joining me for lunch?" Zhao Feng glanced at his schedule of social engagements. If he canceled the lunch meeting, his evening would merely be a bit busier. However, once Jin Yu's winter break commenced, he could accompany Zhao Feng to the office all day. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Jin Yu's drowsy, nasal voice. "No, brother. You work so hard." Zhao Feng paused, feeling a pang of disappointment as he inquired if Jin Yu was upset because of his busy work. "Little Yu is infinitely more important to me than my work. Once winter break starts, how about I take you to the hot springs?" Zhao Feng recalled how much Jin Yu had enjoyed their last visit to the hot springs in City S. Jin Yu pondered for a moment, then wearily shook his head. Realizing Zhao Feng could not see him, he finally said, "Let us discuss it later." At this point, aside from the clear affirmatives and negatives, he had gradually begun to express himself with phrases like "let us talk later" or "we'll see at the time." Noticing Jin Yu's distracted demeanor, Zhao Feng refrained from pressing him further. After Jin Yu finished his medication, he suggested that he take a short nap. After hanging up, Zhao Feng still felt uneasy. He sent someone to purchase some supplies for a pet dog, intending to take Jin Yu to select a puppy once he arrived. Meanwhile, Jin Yu had not slept long before he was abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks on the door. Upon opening it, he found a bruised and breathless Xia Yuanbai, who was carrying a large backpack. "Jin Yu, I'm late. I forgot to tell you in advance that you don't need to bring me lunch." Jin Yu, still groggy from sleep, had no time to respond before something warm was suddenly thrust into his arms. A damp little nose pressed against his arm, exuding a scent reminiscent of sun-dried firewood. Xia Yuanbai tossed the empty backpack into Jin Yu's room and closed the door behind him. "Make sure the teacher doesn't find out this afternoon, or you'll get in trouble," Xia Yuanbai warned, as the little dog's nose nudged Jin Yu's chin, its weight settling heavily in his embrace. "Is this for me?" Jin Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his entire being enveloped by the warmth of the puppy. "Yes. Haven't you always wanted to raise a puppy? I picked the largest one from the store," Xia Yuanbai exclaimed. "I think its name starts with Bo. I didn't catch it all, but it should be a Pomeranian. This breed has become quite popular lately." As Xia Yuanbai moved, he grimaced in pain, revealing his discomfort. "I fed it during lunch, so it'll all be just right for you to take home after school." Jin Yu's spirits lifted in response to Xia Yuanbai's enthusiasm as he carefully placed the puppy on his bed. "Thank you," he said. Xia Yuanbai chuckled. "What else with the thanks? I enjoyed your food as well." Before leaving, Xia Yuanbai asked for Jin Yu's phone number, as the school had recently installed public phones, allowing him to invite Jin Yu to hang out. Jin Yu neatly wrote down his number on a piece of drawing paper and handed it to Xia Yuanbai. They chatted for a while longer before Xia Yuanbai reluctantly returned to training. He had long intended to find an opportunity to thank Jinyu, but had previously been in a situation where he had no money to spare. Over the weekend, he sought out some veteran members of the boxing community and, after a bit of friendly persuasion, learned about a lucrative underground boxing venue in Ijo. In those preliminary matches, a win could yield a reward of 1,000 yuan. Last night, he faced an experienced lightweight opponent, enduring a fair amount of hardship before emerging victorious. With the prize money in hand, he returned home to find that his brother Xia Xin unexpectedly provided him with an additional 1,500 yuan for living expenses. He kept 500 for meals and dedicated the remaining 2,000 to the pet shop. Now feeling light and carefree, he found joy in seeing Jinyu happy, as if he was walking on air. Inside, Jinyu and the puppy locked eyes, each reflecting a sense of wonder. Although Jinyu may be somewhat slow-witted, he can't help but feel that this dog is rather large. Its mouth is sizable, its head nearly the size of a basketball, and its paws resemble fluffy, steamed buns. As soon as it reaches Jinyu's bed, it sprawls out lazily, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of a lion. Its large ears droop, and the snout is adorned with a patch of white, while two prominent dark eye patches extend towards the back of its ears, reminiscent of the little dog printed on his baby bottle. After a moment's hesitation, Jinyu embraces the dog and dozes off once more. Upon awakening, he discovers the dog licking his hair, leaving it drenched in saliva. For a brief instant, Jinyu is taken aback and mutters a soft rebuke, "Bad dog." Yet his hand continues to gently stroke the dog's head. After confining the dog temporarily to the room, Jinyu completes his morning routine, but still finds his hair to be unpleasantly odorous. After some contemplation, he bends down and rinses his sticky hair under the faucet before heading off to attend Xiao Wan's class. As soon as Xiao Wan sees Jinyu, she breathes a sigh of relief. Noticing his damp hair, she initially fears he is unwell and approaches to touch his forehead. "Is it hot in the room? The school has just started heating, so you shouldn't be sweating this much." Jinyu shakes his head, lowering it as he begins to draw a little dog in the empty space of his figure drawing. Xiao Wan hesitates, unsure whether to say something, but ultimately decides to let it go, guessing that Jinyu might find the practice tedious. As the end of the school day approaches, Jinyu inquires about how much longer is left. 5 minutes, Xiao Wan replies. Jinyu folds his drawing and places it into his backpack before making his way upstairs. For some unknown reason, he suddenly feels exceptionally fatigued, needing to pause after just a few steps, yet he perseveres. It takes considerable effort to stuff the dog, which resembles a small calf, into his backpack. Sitting on the ground, Jinyu contemplates whether this truly is a little dog. He lifts the curtain by the dog's mouth and glimpses its pink, tender teeth. Though puzzled, he zips up the bag and shoulders it. Perhaps it is simply an exceptionally unique puppy. As he descends the stairs, the school bell rings, and Jinyu immediately spots Zhao Feng waiting for him in the corridor. He calls out loudly, "Brother!" Zhao Feng looks up in a daze, disbelief etched on his face as he gazes at Jinyu. He has never called anyone in public like that before, and he had been anxious that Jinyu would drift away simply because he didn't call out to him. Suppressing the lump in his throat, Zhao Feng manages a smile. "Come here, Xiao Yu." Chapter 75. Caught a cold, Jinyu walks up to Zhao Feng, and the two stride forward side by side. Naturally, Zhao Feng attempts to take Jinyu's bag to carry it himself. However, this little shoulder, as if endowed with its own awareness, dodges away as soon as Zhao Feng reaches for it. After several unsuccessful attempts, Zhao Feng chuckles and asks, "What's going on? Where did you learn this? Your classmates carry their own bags because they have no brothers to pick them up. You don't need to." Jinyu glances at Zhao Feng, takes his hand, and in a conspiratorial whisper, as if fearing discovery by others at school, he reveals, "Brother, I have a puppy now." Zhao Feng initially believed that Aunt Dong had sent him food and had explained that they had yet to make a purchase. He suggested they head to the store to select a beautiful one. Observing that Zhao Feng seemed to misunderstand him, Jinyu retracted his hand, shouldered his backpack, and trudged toward the school gate. He felt he was walking briskly, but to Zhao Feng, it was merely a normal pace. As they exited the school, Jinyu suddenly halted. Zhao Feng inquired about the reason for his stop. Jinyu exclaimed, "I have a puppy in my backpack." He then took Zhao Feng's hand, and pressed it against his back. Just then, the previously silent dog emitted a loud bark. Zhao Feng's expression shifted. Fearing Jin Yu had brought home a stray dog, he swiftly yanked the backpack off Jin Yu's shoulders. The dog, still disoriented, tumbled to the ground with a thud. Startled, Jin Yu hurried to check his bag, but Zhao Feng swiftly trapped him under his arm. With his free hand, he unzipped the bag and shook it, causing the furry little creature to roll out. The dog, with its pristine coat, was instantly coated in dust, and, after a few awkward flips, it managed to right itself. Zhao Feng grasped the dog by the scruff of its neck and inspected it thoroughly. Upon noting its hefty paws and large head, his expression darkened further. He quickly shoved Jin Yu into the back seat of the car and tossed the dog into the trunk. Just as he closed the trunk lid, Jin Yu jumped out of the car, anxiously attempting to embrace the dog. Zhao Feng's face hardened as he ordered him to get back inside. Jin Yu hesitated for a moment, ensuring he could no longer hear the puppy's yelps before reluctantly returning to the car. Sitting in the front seat, Zhao Feng's tone was stern and icy. Where did this dog come from? Jin Yu, still irked by Zhao Feng's rough treatment of the puppy, pouted and remained silent. Not going to speak, huh? We can't keep a dog of unknown origins at home. I might as well go throw it away. Jin Yu, alarmed at this suggestion, sprang up in the back seat, accidentally bumping his head on the ceiling. Zhao Feng snapped, prompting Jin Yu to lean forward again. With his warm little hand tugging at Zhao Feng's arm, he indignantly declared, "It was a gift from Xia Yuanbai. He gave it to me." Hearing the name of the boy who constantly sought Jin Yu's attention infuriated Zhao Feng. He felt that the previous warning to Xia Yuanbai's family had been too lenient, allowing him to act so brazenly. "We cannot take others' belongings. This dog is unattractive, overweight, and tomorrow I will return it. Today, let me accompany you to the store to buy a proper one." Zhao Feng felt he was already suppressing his anger as he spoke. Yet Jin Yu continued to struggle against his grip. "I don't want that. I want this one. The puppy is not an object." Zhao Feng replied, "I just observed that this dog's frame is too large. When it grows up, it will weigh over 100 pounds. Little you, I'm not forbidding you from keeping a dog. This one is simply too perilous. If it were to harm you, wouldn't that mean jeopardizing my life?" Jin Yu had long been agitated by Zhao Feng's earlier remarks about giving away the puppy, and at that moment, he could absorb nothing else. With his neck stiffened, he vehemently insisted that the little dog must not be taken away. Though he had only cared for it for a mere afternoon, Jin Yu had already formed a bond. Having never had close encounters with small animals before, the experience left him resolute in his refusal to listen to any contrary opinion. Zhao Feng felt a throbbing at his temples as he contemplated the possibility of calling Xia Yuanbai's parents to take the dog away. Initially, he had only intended for Jin Yu to adopt a small dog that could follow him around. This way, even if the dog's temperament were less than ideal, it would not cause significant harm, and he would not be overly concerned. However, this particular dog was entirely at odds with his expectations. Zhao Feng struggled to convince himself that if the dog's behavior were indeed problematic, it would be unwise for Jin Yu to share a living space with it. Opting for a swift resolution, he gritted his teeth and declared, "No matter what you say today, you cannot keep this dog." Upon witnessing the resolute determination in Zhao Feng's eyes, Jin Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. The anger that had flared just moments ago transformed his eyes into pools of red, and tears streamed down his face as if they were being shed without cost. Zhao Feng's grip remained tight, yet he did not relent. The two remained in a stalemate, yielding no resolution. Zhao Feng started the car and gradually merged into traffic. Neither spoke a word. Under such circumstances, acquiring the dog was no longer an option, compelling Zhao Feng to drive home instead. On the way, Jin Yu's sobs gradually lessened, and by the time they reached the courtyard, he had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Sighing, Zhao Feng moved to the back of the car and lifted Jin Yu out. Jin Yu's head tilted and rested against Zhao Feng's neck. The unusual warmth of his skin immediately alerted Zhao Feng. He squatted down and gently called Jin Yu's name, who weakly responded with a soft brother before lapsing into silence. Zhao Feng's expression shifted, and as he carried Jin Yu into the house, he instructed Aunt Dong to summon a doctor. For Jin Yu seemed to be running a slight fever. Since Aunt Dong had begun caring for Jin Yu, She had never witnessed him unwell. Upon seeing the pale faces of both Jin Yu and Zhao Feng, she quickly made a call for assistance. Aunt Bai fetched warm water in an attempt to reduce Jin Yu's fever, but Zhao Feng intercepted the basin and handed the car keys to Aunt Bai. "There's a puppy in the trunk. Take it out and care for it. Let's not let it perish." Aunt Bai hurried off to attend to her tasks while Jin Yu lay in bed, still groaning in discomfort. Zhao Feng supported his head on his lap, and Jin Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Xiao Yu, wake up and talk to your brother. What did you do at school today? Did you play in the water or catch a chill from undressing? I'll discuss it with the doctor shortly." Zhao Feng endeavored to rouse Jin Yu's spirits, but Jin Yu remained listless, coughing weakly without vigor. Chapter 76. Transformation. When the doctor arrived, he found the bedroom dimly lit. With Zhao Feng seated at the head of the bed, one hand grasping a snow-white arm that extended from beneath the covers. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhao Feng did not turn around but leaned closer to the person lying in bed, softly whispering that the doctor had come. The bedridden individual emitted a weak, weary sigh. The doctor approached, and Zhao Feng retrieved a thermometer from under the blanket. The reading was 38.5 degrees. The doctor nodded, simultaneously taking out antipyretic medication while offering customary reassurance to the family. "It's nothing serious. Colds are quite common in autumn and winter." Zhao Feng remained silent, observing the doctor assess the condition, and added, "I consulted a teacher who mentioned that he attended class with wet hair at noon. Typhoid fever. I'll prescribe some medicine for him to drink, and today he will need to receive an intravenous infusion to bring down the fever." Although Zhao Feng was reluctant to allow Jin Yu to receive an injection, he recognized it as the only viable solution at this juncture. His cerebral nerves were inherently fragile, and if the fever persisted, he could not gamble on potential dangers. The 4-bag was hung on a drying rack, and as the disinfectant solution touched Jin Yu's wrist, he instinctively recoiled. Zhao Feng reassured him that it would only sting momentarily and would soon be over, yet he still covered Jin Yu's eyes with his hand. The doctor glanced at Jin Yu in astonishment. It was rare to see a child with intellectual disabilities so delicately nurtured. Rehabilitation training is a process devoid of warmth, laden with commands and enforced actions. Many children and parents undergo transformations during this time. Children may become timid, yet acquire a degree of survival skills, while parents often grow obstinate and controlling. Such tender relationships are exceedingly rare. As a needle drew blood, Zhao Feng's eyes remained fixed, his brow furrowed deeply. "His hand may feel cold. I will prepare a hot water bottle for him, and I will return later to remove the needle." After speaking, the doctor exited, and Zhao Feng gently removed his hand from covering Jin Yu's eyes. The tearful eyes beneath his palm gazed up at Zhao Feng, who felt Jin Yu's little nose twitch as he sniffled. "Brother, my throat hurts." Zhao Feng caressed Jin Yu's pale face, saying, "Then let us not talk. I will stay here with you. Can you sleep for a while?" Dizziness enveloped Jin Yu, but he struggled to articulate the sensation, instead gripping Zhao Feng's hand tightly. Despite the warm water bottle prepared for his cold hands, Jin Yu steadfastly refused to touch it. Zhao Feng settled at the edge of the bed, placing Jin Yu's hand against his abdomen while cautiously avoiding his pillow, covering his fingertips with his own to provide warmth. After less than half an hour of restless slumber, Jin Yu awoke. Zhao Feng inquired, "Does your throat still hurt?" The anti-inflammatory effects of the infusion took effect swiftly, and indeed, Jin Yu nodded, his delicate atoms apple-bobbing as he grimaced, and informed Zhao Feng that his mouth tasted bitter. Zhao Feng used a straw to feed him some water, enriched with Jin Yu's favorite orange powder. After a few sips, Jin Yu's small brows finally relaxed, and he said, "Brother, come here and hug me." Zhao Feng felt his heart melt. He would not hesitate to face any ordeal, not just to climb in a bed. Jin Yu was blissfully embraced by Zhao Feng, and after another half hour, his fever finally subsided. As Zhao Feng observed, the medicinal liquid was nearly depleted. He summoned the doctor to remove the needle. In the depths of slumber, Jin Yu felt a prickling sensation on the back of his hand, murmuring discontentedly with his eyes still closed. The commotion had carried on until past 8 in the evening, when Aunt Dong brought a bowl of congee and side dishes for the two. Jin Yu, having just awakened, was being attended to by Zhao Feng, who was gently wiping his face and hands in preparation for the meal. He longed for meat. There was a clear broth of pork bones, and he hoped to consume the meat and drink the soup, believing it would hasten his recovery for the next day. Aunt Dong, filled with concern, comforted Jinyu, reassuring him as she felt the warmth of his small hand. Zhao Feng advised, "Rest for a few days. Once you are well, you can return to school. I will stay with you at home during this time." Jinyu smiled, obediently replying, "All right." His daytime attire had been discarded carelessly onto the bedroom floor by Zhao Feng, and he was now clad in a fleece pajama set. Jinyu noticed Aunt Dong picking up the clothes to wash them, suddenly recalling that a dog was stowed away in the trunk, courtesy of Zhao Feng. The spoon clattered as he exclaimed, "Brother!" Zhao Feng, noticing Jinyu's sudden burst of energy, sought to temper his enthusiasm, responding in a measured tone. "The dog is downstairs for the time being. We will address that once you are better." Jinyu heard only the part he wished to hear and chuckled in delight. Zhao Feng felt a sense of relief as he watched Jinyu finish a small bowl of soup and consume 3 pieces of meat. Although the fever had subsided, the chill lingered, and Jinyu had not been ill for quite some time. This bout seemed intent on making up for the illnesses of previous years. As he had been coughing for over 2 weeks without improvement, Zhao Feng felt an ache in his heart. Previously, he had been so busy with work that he scarcely had time to rest, while Jinyu had remained healthy, waiting for him. Now that they had just entered a brief period of stability, it appeared Jinyu's spirit had relaxed, allowing him to fully succumb to illness. A fierce wind suddenly swept through Jingzhou, and Zhao Feng forbade Jinyu from leaving the house. During this time, Jinyu wandered slowly through every room in the house. Yet he could not locate the puppy. Zhao Feng caught Jinyu casting suspicious glances his way 3 or 4 times throughout the day. Frustrated, he remarked, "It's not lost." Zhao Feng maintained a degree of credibility with Jinyu, prompting him to lower his head and walk away. Having missed 2 weeks of school, it was no surprise that Xia Yuanbai could not find him when he searched the classroom. Upon entering the living room, Zhao Feng heard Jinyu's unattended phone ringing. He hesitated for a moment before answering, aware that few people had Jinyu's number. Zhao Feng initially presumed it was Song Duo calling from school. To his surprise, a male voice greeted him. "Hello, is this Jinyu?" "Jinyu?" Xia Yuanbai called several times without receiving a response, and, as the cost of the call was substantial, he prepared to hang up when he finally heard a voice on the other end. "I am Jinyu's brother. Is there something you need?" Xia Yuanbai recalled Jinyu mentioning he had an older brother, someone with whom he shared a deep bond. "Oh, hello, brother. I wanted to inquire whether Jinyu has recovered from his illness." It turned out this was not the first call. Jinyu had already informed him about his illness. After several seconds of silence, Zhao Feng replied, "He's getting better." Xia Yuanbai exhaled in relief and smiled, saying, "That's wonderful. The school is about to hold the winter sports meet, and he will be back just in time to watch." Zhao Feng responded with a faint acknowledgement. The phone call fell into silence, and unable to bear the toll of the call any longer, Xia Yuanbai hastily bid farewell and hung up. Holding the phone, Zhao Feng found himself at a loss for words in the face of his current situation. His feelings towards Xia Yuanbai were quite complex. On the night Jinyu recovered from his fever, he had looked up information about Xia Yuanbai, a boxer, a gambler, someone who scrimped and saved to buy a dog, which he gifted to a classmate who had fed him for 2 days. 3 years ago, his entire fortune amounted to less than 3,000 yuan. It seemed entirely natural for Jinyu to be fond of such a generous friend who catered to his whims. In fact, for the sake of his friend, Jinyu had learned to conceal things. It was evident that his brother detested Xia Yuanbai. Chapter 77. Raising a puppy after playing for a while. Jinyu suddenly remembered he had forgotten his phone and rushed to the living room, where Zhao Feng was indeed holding his device. A pair of delicate, pale hands reached out to Zhao Feng, demanding, "My phone." Zhao Feng glanced at Jinyu and placed the phone into his palm. "Your classmate called you just now." Jinyu paused in his tracks, about to say something, when he noticed Zhao Feng had brought him a cup of herbal medicine. The concoction was not as potent as traditional Chinese medicine. It resembled a cup of red tea. However, Jinyu knew that this small cup contained every flavor aside from sweetness. It was a challenge to endure. "I won't drink it." Zhao Feng hesitated before responding. "Today is the last day for this. Tomorrow, I'll change the medicine." Once you finish, I will take you to see that ugly dog. Jin Yu's eyes lit up, nearly bursting into a cheer, but the sudden movement made him cough. Zhao Feng gently patted his back, patiently waiting for his breathing to steady. Jin Yu asked, really? Zhao Feng replied with a subdued hum, explaining that the puppy had just received its vaccinations yesterday and could only play for a short while before needing a nap. As he handed over the herbal drink, Jin Yu bravely gulped it down. The next moment, he was spitting out a bright red tongue from the bitterness, his eyes still casting hopeful glances at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's gaze sharpened as he quietly observed Jin Yu for a moment before saying, I just received a call from your classmate. Why aren't you asking what they said? Jin Yu, feeling guilty, shifted his eyes and moved closer to Zhao Feng, wrapping his arms around one of his. Let's see the puppy first, and then talk about this, he thought, fully aware that if a quarrel erupted, he might miss the chance to see the dog. The sooner he could enjoy it, the better. Zhao Feng, though he had an inkling of Jin Yu's thoughts, couldn't help but smile. Jin Yu anxiously shifted his feet back and forth, prompting Zhao Feng to suddenly sit down on the sofa. Xiao Yu, who is more important, your brother or the puppy? Zhao Feng appeared utterly unconcerned about being compared to the dog. If his colleagues were to hear such words, their eyes would likely bulge in disbelief. Jin Yu leaned closer to Zhao Feng, whispering, of course, my brother is more important. His voice was barely audible, as though he feared the ugly dog lurking nearby might overhear. Zhao Feng chuckled softly, which is more important, your brother or your classmates? Jin Yu cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Feng, as if contemplating the unusual demeanor of his brother today. Yet he spoke candidly. In my heart, my brother is the best in the world. He emphatically patted his chest as he spoke. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. He recognized that Jin Yu had grown up and could no longer revolve his entire world around him. Nevertheless, he felt immense joy. It was only natural for Zhao Feng to focus solely on Jin Yu, fulfilling his role as an older brother. Just then, after Zhao Feng finished laughing, the door swung open, and a fluffy ball of fur was blown in by the wind, its coat in disarray. After 2 weeks apart, it had grown significantly. Aunt Dong straightened her bent back, panting as she complained, this dog must be nearly 30 pounds now. I can hardly carry it. Jin Yu leaped forward with a joyful shout, and he and the dog tumbled together in a playful scuffle. In the midst of their fun, Jin Yu coughed a couple of times, anxious that Zhao Feng would hear and revoke his privilege to play with the dog, so he stifled the sound. You can play for half an hour today, Zhao Feng implied, encouraging him to enjoy without fear. Jin Yu paused for a moment, then quickly accepted the offer. Thinking how wonderful his brother was today, Zhao Feng shifted his gaze to the floor, reflecting on why he had become a source of anxiety for Jin Yu. Had he inadvertently caused his brother distress? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the back of his hand brushed against a furry paw. Brother, quickly catch me. I can't hold on any longer. Jin Yu exclaimed as he lifted the dog, as if it were a mere toy, its hind paws flailing in the air. The front paws were held tightly by Jin Yu, making the dog's round face appear even plumper. Zhao Feng hesitated, instinctively thinking that the dog was simply too large, making it cumbersome for Jin Yu to carry. He subconsciously reached out, opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words, ultimately saying with a hint of resignation, it's called catching the dog, not catching you. Jin Yu chuckled playfully, grinning as he negotiated, it's all the same, really, in Zhao Feng's arms. The dog resembled a large plush toy, and as Jin Yu extended his hand, the dog eagerly chased after it, licking his fingers. Jin Yu was thoroughly enjoying himself, while Zhao Feng instructed him to throw a cushion, training the dog to retrieve it. So clever, Jin Yu shouted with excitement in the living room, and Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile in response. Aunt Dong observed the saliva-soaked, genuine leather cushion between the boy and the dog, uncertain whether to mention that they actually had a frisbee specifically for the dog. Zhao Feng informed Jin Yu that the dog's breed was Saint Bernard, which could stand as tall as him when fully grown. Will little you be afraid? If so, I can take care of it myself, and we can get you a smaller dog, all right? Jin Yu recognized the key phrase, and, in disbelief, asked, can we really keep this dog? Zhao Feng nodded and, seizing the moment of Jin Yu's joy, added, yes, but we can't just accept any dog from others. When you return to school, you'll need to repay your classmates for the cost of the dog, okay? In light of your fondness for the dog he purchased, it suffices to merely express your gratitude. After pondering for quite some time, Jinyu finally grasped the essence of the matter, affirmatively nodding his head and assuring Zhao Feng that he would fulfill the task. Zhao Feng added, "Brother would also like to meet your classmates." Jinyu, perceptive to the subtle shift in Zhao Feng's tone, leaped into his embrace, playfully rolling about. Zhao Feng affectionately ruffled his hair, holding Jinyu close in silence. After a playful bout that left them both perspiring, Jinyu's cough showed significant improvement. Before bedtime, Jinyu mysteriously retrieved his well-worn Chinese textbook. Zhao Feng inquired, "Are you preparing for university?" Clambering onto the head of the bed, Jinyu plopped down on Zhao Feng's lap, declaring, "I must name the dog." Zhao Feng suggested, "Simply call it Dog." Jinyu shook his head, pulling out a pen to inscribe the few characters he could manage in the textbook. Subsequently circling the two he found most appealing. Zhao Feng quipped, "You intend to name the dog Zhao Feng?" Jinyu sincerely replied, "I usually call you brother." Zhao Feng retorted, "So, the characters Zhao Feng are left unused, are they?" Jinyu shyly smiled, conceding a little. "That's not permissible." Zhao Feng playfully pinched Jinyu's rear. "You've truly become quite audacious lately. You little rascal." Chapter 78. The winter sports meeting. By the time Jinyu was able to return to school, it was nearly the new year. The winter sports meeting was scheduled to conclude before the first snowfall, and the day following Jinyu's return marked the event's opening. Expecting a display akin to the Olympics, Jinyu cheerfully accepted an invitation from Xia Yuanbai. Upon arriving at the playground, Xia Yuanbai waved enthusiastically from a distance. Clad only in a sleeveless athletic top despite the near-freezing temperatures, Jinyu waved back and asked Zhao Feng, "Is he cold like that?" Though attending art classes posed no significant issues, Zhao Feng remained concerned for Jinyu as he navigated the campus. Thus, he had made a point to accompany Jinyu to the sports meeting, hoping to also meet this Xia Yuanbai. "Not cold," Zhao Feng replied calmly. Xia Yuanbai had pinned a number cloth, marked with the number 13, to both his chest and back. "Jinyu, when I start running, you must cheer for number 13, all right?" After bidding farewell to a few friends, Xia Yuanbai approached Jinyu, eager to assemble his cheerleading squad. Uncertain of the purpose behind the cheers, Jinyu remained momentarily silent until Xia Yuanbai noticed Zhao Feng. The sports meeting was set for Saturday, and while numerous parents attended, few stood out as prominently as Zhao Feng. Towering among the other parents, his presence was strikingly distinguished. Observers might have mistaken him for a scout seeking athletic talent, unaware that he was merely there to support his younger brother. "You must be Jinyu's brother," a young boy remarked. Zhao Feng cast a downward glance at the boy, who was making a commendable effort to appear mature. "Does it not seem so?" Xia Yuanbai never anticipated that his first encounter with the legendary brother Jinyu, a significant investor in their school, would unfold in such a manner. As he silently pondered, he was unexpectedly met with a retort. Zhao Feng inquired, "Is that so? I was under the impression that Xiaoyu had informed you that we are not related by blood." "Oh, is that so?" Xia Yuanbai felt an inkling of disdain directed towards him. Jinyu asked, "Do I really have to be addressed that way?" It then dawned on Xia Yuanbai that there was also a connection with the network challenge Jinyu. "That's fine. I will lead you to a seat shortly. I'll have my cheerleaders sit beside you, and no one will dare silence them." Given Jinyu's brother's esteemed status at the school, it was unlikely anyone would want to cross him. The day marked the warmest weather before the new year, and initially, the sun graced Jinyu's seat, but soon clouds gathered. The seating in the playground consisted of plastic boards, making it quite chilly to sit upon. Jinyu longed to nestle into Zhao Feng's embrace, to warm himself against his legs. However, upon noticing the bustling crowd around him, he swallowed his words for the sake of his pride. Naturally, Zhao Feng and Jinyu had the best vantage point, and before long, Xia Yuanbai was joined by several chattering girls. In such cold weather, some wore skirts, and Jinyu gazed at the girls' exposed ankles, which had turned a shade of blue from the cold. Just as he was about to speak, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision as Zhao Feng covered his eyes and turned his head away. Jinyu expected Zhao Feng to utter something, yet after a prolonged silence, the hand was withdrawn. He had hoped to warm up, but the wind made his eyes sting. He tilted his head to look at Zhao Feng. feeling that he ought to say something. Before he could gather his thoughts, the announcement blared from the loudspeakers. The first winter sports festival has officially commenced. Jinyu's mouth fell agape, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Brother, isn't there a program? Did that old man just declare the start of the event? Unfamiliar with such formalities, Jinyu felt deceived and disheartened as he saw Xia Yuanbai approach the starting line. The starting gun fired, and Xia Yuanbai shot forth like an arrow towards the finish line. The speed of his start and finish was astonishing. Jinyu even heard the girls beside him inhale, ready to cheer, yet in the next moment, Xia Yuanbai had crossed the line. Zhao Feng remarked, "What is the point of cheering for a sprint?" Jinyu stared blankly at Xia Yuanbai, now surrounded by a throng of people, animatedly discussing his performance. He turned to Zhao Feng and said, "I was just wondering why that girl chose to wear a skirt in the winter and her shoelaces are untied." Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jinyu to be so perceptive, leaving him to ponder for a while. "Your classmate has finished running. Shall we return the money to him and head back?" Zhao Feng tightened his throat, suppressing his unnatural tone. Jinyu, with his amber eyes, regarded him for a moment before finally nodding. Zhao Feng exhaled, and as they stood, the surrounding girls dispersed. The hem of a skirt reappeared briefly in their line of sight before fluttering away. Jinyu turned back and grasped Zhao Feng's hand, whispering, "Brother, I will feel upset if you look at others." Zhao Feng opened his mouth, intending to inquire whether the other truly comprehended his own words, yet hesitated, fearing the repercussions of such a question. Jinyu cast a glance at him, and Zhao Feng should have retorted, "You cheeky brat, attempting to lecture your older brother?" However, the words lingered on his lips, stifled by that single glance. Zhao Feng's mind became a blank slate, and Jinyu understood. For the ensuing several minutes, the scene transformed into Jinyu leading the way, guiding Zhao Feng by the hand. Zhao Feng followed closely behind, his chest slightly puffed, resembling a tightly leashed dog. Upon spotting Jinyu, Xia Yuanbai let out a loud shout and hurried over, for the time allotted for the sports event was limited, with multiple events commencing simultaneously. As Jinyu approached the shot-put area, Xia Yuanbai quickly intercepted him, steering him to a more secluded spot. Logically, when two young individuals found themselves in such a situation, the parents should recognize that they were about to share private words. What could it possibly mean that Jinyu's brother remained so closely attached? Surely, he still harbored disdain for him. Xia Yuanbai sighed and addressed Zhao Feng, "Brother Jin, I, too, do not wish to appear so rebellious. My father, aside from infidelity, divorce, and remarriage, seems to have no other pursuits. He incessantly pressures me to study and attend law school. One cannot judge a person's character solely based on a parent's narrative, can one? If I remain silent, would you ever fathom the depths of my father's unworthiness?" Digressing from the topic, Xia Yuanbai continued, "I genuinely regard Jinyu as a friend. Rest assured, if I encounter cannibals, I would leap into the pot myself, allowing Jinyu to escape first." Zhao Feng's thoughts were still entangled in Jinyu's earlier remarks, rendering his responses to Xia Yuanbai rather perfunctory. Meanwhile, Jinyu was further perplexed. What did infidelity mean? Xia Yuanbai explained. Infidelity occurs when one partner in a couple engages with another. Zhao Feng narrowly interrupted Xia Yuanbai's explanation, gritting his teeth. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." Jinyu promptly nodded, retrieving a thick envelope from the pocket of his fleece hoodie. Chapter 77. New Year's Day. After listening to Jinyu, Xia Yuanbai, bewildered, asked, "Can I not buy you a dog as a gift?" Jinyu frowned slightly and recited the lines he had rehearsed with Aunt Dong. "That would be too expensive. We are all students and cannot exchange lavish gifts." Although still feeling disheartened, Xia Yuanbai reluctantly accepted Jinyu's reasoning, taking the money that Jinyu had held aloft for quite some time. "No worries, I can buy you snacks. I will cover all your snacks for the next semester." Jinyu's eyes instantly sparkled, somewhat bashfully admitting, "I adore sweets." Xia Yuanbai quickly responded, "I will buy you a small cake. How about a brown sugar chocolate cake?" Jinyu was nearly bewitched by his few words, yet still mindful of Zhao Feng standing nearby, reluctantly declared, "Next time, next time." The two reached a mutual understanding, and as Xia Yuanbai had other classmates to attend to, Jinyu bid him farewell and made his way back. Song Duo stood at the entrance of the playground, witnessing Jinyu converse with Xia Yuanbai, initially doubting her own eyes. How do you know him? Did he bully you? Xia Yuanbai is notorious for being a troublemaker in the second year. Song Duo scrutinized Jinyu from all angles before feeling reassured. Jinyu, without exerting much effort, explained their friendship and then glanced down at Song Duo's knees, inquiring, Duo, how has school been for you lately? Is your leg still hurting? Although Song Duo had regained her basic ability to walk, all the athletic events at the sports meet remained forever beyond her reach. On Friday, Jinyu had insisted that Song Duo return home after school, as he could attend the sports meet alone. However, Song Duo steadfastly refused to leave on Friday. Determined to stay until now, preparing to go back with Jinyu. As they conversed, Zhao Feng found little opportunity to interject, but upon reaching the school gate, Jinyu abruptly halted. Brother, I just turned down Xia Yuanbai's dark chocolate cake. Jinyu gazed at Zhao Feng earnestly, his face a canvas of expectation for a cake as compensation. After all, had it not been for Zhao Feng's presence, he would have indulged himself already. Zhao Feng chuckled lightly. Are you feeling guilty and trying to pin it on me? Jinyu continued to sulk, reluctant to relent. Zhao Feng queried. You remember the cake's name perfectly, but can you tell me the number on Xia Yuanbai's chest? Jinyu widened his eyes in surprise. He has a number on his chest? Song Duo, exasperated, chimed in, let me buy it for you. I earn a bit of money helping classmates with their homework. Zhao Feng cast a glance at Song Duo, his tone calm, as he replied, focus on your studies. Don't trouble yourself with trivial matters. You'll have ample opportunities to earn later. The trio entered the cake shop at the school entrance, where Zhao Feng purchased 3 cakes, one of which was for Tang Long, who remained at home. As the new year approached, Zhao Feng's work became increasingly hectic, leaving him with barely any time to sleep, and he was granted only 3 days off. That evening, he took Jinyu to the seaside in a neighboring province, where vast islands and coral reefs awaited them. The temperature was significantly warmer than in Yingzhou, and Jinyu felt the warm breeze greet him as soon as they disembarked from the plane. Zhao Feng loosened his scarf while Jinyu eagerly cast aside his coat. The hotel staff, tasked with picking up Zhao Feng and Jinyu, first stopped by the beach before they boarded a speedboat to the island. Their accommodation was perched above the sea, with shallow waters just below. As they entered the room, the sea breeze swept through, prompting Zhao Feng to remark, we'll only stay for 2 nights. The humidity is too high, which isn't good for you. Jinyu, however, paid no heed to this warning, eager to explore every room but fearing the sight of a gigantic octopus lurking behind any door, thus gripping Zhao Feng's hand tightly. Please, take me to see. Zhao Feng led Jinyu through each room, inspecting the wardrobe, beneath the bed, and outside the windows. One window opened to reveal the boundless ocean, with tiny yachts appearing like specks on the water's surface. The other window showcased a grove of coconut trees, prompting Jinyu to point at the treetops and exclaim loudly, I want to drink coconut juice. On the sweets table, Zhao Feng noticed coconuts, neatly arranged with holes already made. He frowned in distaste, suggesting, let us put these aside and go find a coconut farmer to buy a fresh one. Jinyu swiftly shed his heavy clothing and retrieved a set of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt from his suitcase. Although he never organized his luggage, the contents of his suitcase always met his needs perfectly. Jinyu cast a glance at Zhao Feng behind him, suspecting that he had some sort of surveillance device implanted in his mind. The two ventured forth lightly, purchasing 2 large coconuts from a vendor on the beach. Upon reaching the seaside, they were naturally inclined to indulge in the local seafood, as the hotel had a penchant for serving fresh fish sashimi. Jinyu was immediately captivated upon seeing it, pointing out every sashimi item visible on the menu. The clientele of this establishment were affluent, and the waitstaff had rarely encountered anyone ordering in such a manner. With an inquiring gaze, the server turned to the man seated opposite the young boy. Zhao Feng nodded, signaling for the dishes to be brought forth. The server mused about the carefree spending of lovers in the throes of romance. When a vibrant platter of tuna belly arrived, it bore only 5 slices of fish. Jinyu picked up a piece, dipped it into the sauce prepared by Zhao Feng, but as soon as he tasted it, his expression soured. Zhao Feng reached over, extracting the fish from Jinyu's mouth and tossing it aside. offering him a sip of coconut water to cleanse his palate. For a long moment, Jinyu remained silent, and when he next reached for food, he bypassed all the sashimi and opted for the familiar fried fish. Zhao Feng, unable to suppress a laugh, received several warning glares from Jinyu. Where had he learned to be so prideful? If it didn't taste good, he wouldn't eat it, but could his brother really let him go hungry? Jinyu glanced at Zhao Feng and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "This is a man's instinct." Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh, only to find a generous dollop of wasabi squeezed onto his plate by Jinyu. After they finished their meal, twilight descended, and Zhao Feng and Jinyu strolled along the beach, catching glimpses of the sunset. The orange-tinted waves shimmered, and Jinyu squinted, remarking that it was somewhat blinding. Zhao Feng suggested, "Just look at the sand. It's not blinding." Jinyu retorted, "Aren't you blinding?" Zhao Feng pinched Jinyu's cheeks, now flushed from the light. To him, Jinyu's face, illuminated by the sun, resembled a beautiful little monkey's backside. Jinyu immediately ceased his theatrical performance, covering his face and retreating a few steps. Zhao Feng amended his comment. Even if little Yu's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, it would still be the most exquisite. Jinyu attempted to accept the compliment, but found it difficult. A beautiful monkey's backside was still a backside. In the brief moment Zhao Feng turned away, Jinyu seized a handful of sand and stuffed it into his collar. The next second, sand began to trickle out from beneath his shirt. Zhao Feng, grappling with his burgeoning perfectionism, found this moment to be a serendipitous respite. After tossing the sand, Jinyu sensed something was amiss. As he turned to flee, he felt his feet lifted off the ground. Zhao Feng's grip was more adept than that of a seasoned fisherman binding crabs. Before Jinyu could even register his predicament, he found himself deposited onto the sandy beach. Like a sunflower swaying in the wind, Zhao Feng reached out to touch its head, narrowly avoiding a snap from the flower. Chapter 78. As they settled into the beach suite, the sound of distant waves lulled them to sleep. Throughout the night, Jinyu made several trips to the bathroom, with Zhao Feng standing vigil at the door. "Brother, I'm feeling a bit like a fat dog," Jinyu confessed. However, under Zhao Feng's firm insistence, the dog ultimately did not call out his brother's name. The street Bernard has a large appetite and grows rapidly, leaving no one in the household willing to carry it even a few steps. Behind its back, they affectionately refer to it as the fat dog. Upon hearing this name, Jinyu found it quite fitting and began to call it fat dog with a certain charm. He even consulted Zhao Feng about the name, to which Zhao Feng replied that as long as it was not named after him, it was acceptable, despite its considerable size. The young fat dog was unable to endure long journeys. In the dead of night, Jinyu expressed a yearning for a dog, prompting a disinterested chuckle from Zhao Feng. "What kind of dog are you thinking about at this hour?" Zhao Feng mused, unfazed by his remarks. Jinyu resolved to call home at first light to inquire about the well-being of Fat Dog. However, when dawn broke, he was reluctant to rise, the excitement having waned, and his arms languidly draped around Zhao Feng's neck. "Shall we visit the underwater tunnel?" Jinyu inquired. "What do you mean by underwater tunnel?" Zhao Feng explained. "It's a glass tunnel you can walk through beneath the sea." This was the primary destination of Zhao Feng's plan for their outing, as there were only a handful of aquariums in the country, let alone underwater tunnels. As soon as the tunnel was completed, Zhao Feng had received the news and promptly purchased tickets, eagerly awaiting the day when Jinyu would recover so they could embark on this adventure together. Jinyu, still drowsy with closed eyes, envisioned the underwater scenery and excitedly kicked his legs in anticipation from his bed. "Carry me and help me get dressed, brother. I don't wish to move at all today." Zhao Feng gently pulled down the garment that had slipped to Jinyu's chest, covering a portion of his bare waist. "All right, I'll carry you to see it." Upon their return from the trip, it coincided perfectly with January 1st. As Jinyu and Zhao Feng disembarked from the plane, they received a call from Aunt Dong. "We'll be home in half an hour," she informed Zhao Feng, discussing the dishes prepared in the refrigerator. She elaborated on how to feed Fat Dog and the quantity, sharing several minutes of instructions. Aunt Dong, along with a few other ladies, had taken the day off to leave Zhao Feng and the children to celebrate the holiday at home. She expressed her concerns, cautioning him for quite some time. Before ending the call, she mentioned that she had noticed someone loitering near their home, wearing a hat and glasses, making it difficult to see clearly. After having security escort the individual away once, she had encountered them again. She urged Zhao Feng to remain vigilant for safety in the coming days. Zhao Feng acknowledged her words and turned to remind Jinyu once more. Jinyu nodded, promising to share this with Duo upon returning home. Upon their arrival, Fat Dog dashed into the yard, bounding towards Jinyu and leaping into his arms, causing Jinyu to stumble back several steps to catch it. Long emerged from behind, expressing his discontent. When Jinyu inquired about his troubles, Long replied, Aunt Xiaoho said, I am just like Fat Dog. Jinyu was taken aback. In what way? Have you been sneaking dog food? Long felt a renewed sense of humiliation and left with a downcast expression. Jinyu, perplexed, hurried after him, insisting that he must never eat dog food. Although Fat Dog relished its meals, Zhao Feng had warned that humans consuming dog food could contract canine bacteria, leading to troublesome consequences. Zhao Feng opened a refrigerator and selected a few of his signature meat dishes before heading into the kitchen. Jinyu played with Fat Dog in the yard for a while, then turned to see Song Duo watching him from the first-floor window. He waved to Song Duo from the glass, suggesting it was nearly time for dinner. For individuals who were mere strangers, found themselves gathered around the same table to celebrate the new year. Zhao Feng and Song Duo remained rather quiet, while Jinyu and Tang Long engaged in lively conversation about various topics. After observing Jinyu for a moment, Song Duo suddenly remarked on the substantial changes she had undergone recently. Jinyu chuckled softly, somewhat bashfully touching her head. Zhao Feng casually placed a rib into Jinyu's bowl, nodding as he commented, perhaps by next year, Jinyu's intellect will reach a normal level. Despite being somewhat prepared for such a sentiment, Song Duo was nonetheless taken aback by his words. In truth, based on Song Duo's recent observations, Zhao Feng's financial expenditures were strikingly evident. At least 80% of his funds appeared to revolve around Jinyu. For instance, since their acquaintance, he had swiftly acquired high-end attire, even before embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. Even now, while Jinyu's bespoke clothing filled her wardrobe, Zhao Feng possessed only a few custom suits, reserved for formal occasions, with the remainder being ordinary clothing easily found in stores. Not to mention the expenses related to her and Tang Long, which were unnecessary. Each month, hospital staff would deliver medication for Jinyu's neurological recovery, collecting blood samples to prepare for the next month's prescriptions. In this day and age, company owners often flaunt their wealth through watches, whether for business meetings or casual outings, as a means of maintaining appearances. Yet, Zhao Feng's wrists remained bare, devoid of adornments. In contrast, Jinyu had acquired several electronic watches, carelessly misplaced without a second thought. Prior to Fat Dog's arrival, Zhao Feng had purchased a dinosaur toy for Jinyu, costing over 10,000 yuan. It could roll on the ground, express 12 different emotions, and its silicone surface would respond to human touch by soothing it to sleep. Jinyu adored it, though it consumed batteries rapidly. When Zhao Feng returned from his next business trip, he bought another one for her to alternate with. But as Jinyu's neurological recovery progressed, she grew bored of the toys, which were eventually relegated to the cabinet. If raising a child in other families is considered a form of indulgence, then Zhao Feng's treatment of Jinyu could be described as an extravagant form of support. Song Duo sometimes contemplated how these funds, if invested in expanding his business, might have doubled the company's current valuation. However, when Zhao Feng suggested that perhaps by next year Jinyu would be well, Song Duo suddenly realized that Zhao Feng may indeed view his work merely as a means to support Jinyu. His path to self-actualization was intricately intertwined with her, rather than the conventional notion of wealth. Otherwise, she could not fathom why a prosperous businessman would possess less than the value of Jinyu's socks. After the meal, Tang Long languidly reclined on the sofa. Jinyu approached him, urging him to stand up. Aunt Xiaoho said you need to walk several meters after your meal. Jinyu, not wishing to appear unreliable, inquired of Zhao Feng, how many meters did Aunt Xiaoho say for him to walk? Zhao Feng casually replied, 2,000 meters. Jinyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the exact distance. Tang Long chuckled softly. That is quite a lot to consume. Jinyu pondered this, and, upon lowering his head, received a phone call from Xiao Lanhua. Hello, Xiao Lanhua. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Lanhua couldn't help but laugh. Hello, Jinyu. Happy New Year. Jinyu responded, yes. I'm quite happy. He then added, with a touch of emotional intelligence, a couple of dry chuckles. As Zhao Feng passed by, he casually patted Jinyu's forehead, relieved to find he did not have a fever. Xiao Lanhua encouraged him to call a friend to extend greetings. Jinyu considered his friends and deemed it possible. After hanging up, he asked Zhao Feng if he could reach out to Xia Yuanbai. Zhao Feng suggested trying to call his father. Jinyu patiently waited at the side. After a brief exchange with Xia Exine, the call was handed over to Xia Yuanbai. Jinyu promptly leaned in to wish him a happy new year. Xia Yuanbai, holding the phone, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with tissue and quietly expressed his gratitude. Jinyu reciprocated the New Year wishes and inquired about his meal. Xia Yuanbai glanced at the leftover food on the table, paused for a few seconds in silence, and replied, I had dumplings. They chatted a bit more, agreeing to dine together on the rooftop when the school holiday arrived. After hanging up, Jinyu asked, Can we call Zhang Shichen? Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, Wait a minute, let me think of a way. After some effort, they successfully connected to Zhang Shichen. The other end was quite excited, asking if Jinyu could make phone calls now. Jinyu replied, Of course. It's quite simple. After exchanging New Year greetings, Zhang Shichen inquired whether he had recently found his biological parents. I heard from my family that they came to our town a while ago, but no one here knows where you both are now. However, it was said they even went to the prison for questioning. Impressive indeed. Jinyu, are your parents quite capable? Jinyu was taken aback, realizing they were still searching for him, which meant he could still be captured. He mumbled a few vague responses to deflect the conversation and hung up, feeling a chill run down his spine. Zhao Feng was uncertain whether to inform Jinyu that Xiao Chongming had already found them. They were merely in a stalemate due to having a compromising situation, which had bought them some time. Moreover, the subsequent events were rather unpleasant. Zhao Feng dismissed the thought after a fleeting moment. Fear not, brother is here. No one can take Xiaoyu away. Jinyu had complete trust in Zhao Feng. If he said it, he would certainly follow through. However, those chaotic days were still terrifying. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Feng's neck and settled down, resembling a koala, resting against Zhao Feng's chest without moving. As he sat, his feet dangled over the edge of the sofa, and his rounded toes were licked by the plump dog. Zhao Feng patted the dog's large head and pulled out a wet wipe from the table to clean Jinyu's feet. Jinyu turned to Zhao Feng and bargained. I am feeling quite scared today. May I have a plump dog sleep in bed with me? Zhao Feng remarked, If it takes the bed to sleep, then you have no place to rest. How about letting it occupy the bed while you and I share the floor? Jinyu could not acquiesce. Could we not perhaps procure a larger bed? A grand, spacious one? Zhao Feng replied, No funds cannot be exchanged. The day following the New Year, Song Duo was to return to school. Her academic achievements had propelled her into an advanced class, laden with far more demanding coursework than her peers. Jinyu stealthily placed numerous chocolates in her backpack. When it was time for him to return to school, he wished to replicate the gesture, but Zhao Feng intervened. You have indulged in sufficient chocolate already. The plan thwarted, Jinyu entered the art classroom, resembling a wilted eggplant. Xiao Jian inquired, Did you enjoy the holidays? You seem to have tan a bit. Jinyu retorted, What do you know? Men are all like this. Finally, midday arrived, and Jinyu ascended to the rooftop to await Xia Yuanbai. After several minutes, Xia Yuanbai had yet to appear, and Jinyu's sense of duty rendered him anxious. Fortunately, Xia Yuanbai had previously informed him of the boxing training location. Having filled his stomach, he descended to seek Xia Yuanbai himself. As he stepped outside the teaching building, he was surprised to find snowflakes gently falling. The students were napping, leaving the outdoors nearly deserted. He exhaled a cloud of warm breath. But after walking a mere 50 meters, he sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone was following him. Initially, Jinyu believed it was merely Xia Yuanbai arriving late, and he turned back with a smile, only to be confronted by a face strikingly similar to his own. Jinyu's smile vanished. His lips pressed tightly together as he prepared to flee. Xiang Chuan, not wishing to frighten him, but concerned that Jinyu might stumble in his panic, followed closely behind. Xiaoyu, do not be afraid. I merely wish to see you. Jin Yu's face stung from the cold wind, his eyes reddened, and he felt entirely at a loss. I found him! Xia Yuanbai! Help! Upon seeing Xia Yuanbai sprinting towards him, Jin Yu felt as though he had encountered Savior. Xia Yuanbai indeed accelerated, darting past him like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Xiang Qiwen emitted a muffled groan of pain. Xia Yuanbai positioned himself protectively in front of Jin Yu, glaring at Xiang Qiwen. Who are you? I've never seen you at school. I will call security. Xiang Qiwen lowered his hands from his face, revealing a bruised and bleeding mouth. I am his elder brother. Can't you tell? Ultimately, the three were escorted to the academic affairs office. The moment Zhao Feng received the call, he rushed over. Upon entering the office, the school leadership approached him to apologize. I'm sorry. Xia Yuanbai has struck your brother without restraint. We have already discussed compensation. Zhao Feng glanced over the bald head of the school leader and inspected Jin Yu closely, confirming there were no injuries. In the office, Jin Yu and Xia Yuanbai huddled together like two frightened quails, impervious to the attempts of the school leadership to separate them. The resemblance between Xiang Qiwen and Jin Yu was uncanny, making it evident to all that they were brothers. As Zhao Feng arrived, Jin Yu dove into his embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Zhao Feng cast a glance at Xiang Qiwen and stated, as long as Jin Yu is unharmed, that is all that matters. Xia Yuanbai and Zhao Feng locked eyes, the latter stating, Thank you. You may return to your training now. This matter does not concern you. This evident display of protection and favoritism rendered the school authorities momentarily speechless. Xia Yuanbai swaggered out of the office with an air of confidence. Zhao Feng then inquired of the school leaders, Is the security within the campus truly this lax? Any person can simply waltz in? The school officials were at a loss, acknowledging, indeed, these two students do appear harmless at first glance, and we cannot solely blame the campus security. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, his grip on Jin Yu's arm tightening. His lips reddened from biting. If one is incapable of maintaining proper vigilance, perhaps they should seek employment elsewhere. The teachers in the office exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Without casting a glance at Xiang Qiwen, Zhao Feng exited the office with Jin Yu in tow. He was acutely aware that Xiao Chongming, the cunning old fox, would not easily adhere to any agreement. Chapter 81. Amelioration. Jin Yu trailed closely behind Zhao Feng as they departed the school. Xiang Qiwen was also escorted out by the school officials. Jin Yu squeezed Zhao Feng's hand, prompting him to look down. Brother, I feel a bit weak in the knees. Zhao Feng paused, bending down to lift Jin Yu into his arms. Jin Yu's legs rested against Zhao Feng's waist, his arms encircling tightly around his neck, his head resting on Zhao Feng's shoulder, while his feet swung gently with each step. From his vantage point, Jin Yu caught sight of Xiang Qiwen following closely behind Zhao Feng, exuding an air of reluctance to part ways. With Zhao Feng's imposing presence, Jin Yu tilted his head to observe Xiang Qiwen. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance between them was minimal. Xiang Qiwen was evidently less handsome, with a rounder face that lacked symmetry. Xiang Qiwen licked his swollen cheek and involuntarily inhaled sharply, followed by a cough. Jin Yu furrowed his brow, noting that Xiang Qiwen did not appear as warmly dressed as himself. Is he planning to participate in the winter sports event? Upon lifting his gaze, Xiang Qiwen spotted Jin Yu peering at him from behind Zhao Feng's shoulder, a half-exposed face stealing glances. Observing his foolish younger brother, Xiang Qiwen felt a twinge of sorrow. Managing a smile, though thoughts of the chaotic situation awaiting him at home caused his lips to involuntarily droop. He addressed Zhao Feng. May I have a moment alone with Jin Yu? Before Zhao Feng could respond, Jin Yu shook his head vigorously, clutching Zhao Feng's arms even tighter. Xiang Qiwen swallowed a mouthful of dry, icy air and continued, Thank you for sending the evidence to my home. Zhao Feng abruptly halted, turning to regard Xiang Qiwen for the first time with unwavering attention. You can thank me for the evidence that put your father in prison? A pained expression crossed Xiang Qiwen's face, yet his eyes conveyed a sense of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, one must accept the consequences of their actions. What childish sentiment! Zhao Feng scoffed coldly. Indeed, after reveling for so many years, perhaps spending time in prison is quite a fitting retirement. If only the suffering of the victims could be equated with the severity of the punishment. No, the victims suffer unjustly. Thus, those who commit crimes must repay their debts 100-fold. This time, Xiang Chuan had been silent for quite a while. Upon reaching the car, his low voice finally emerged from behind. My mother, previously unaware of my father's actions, held genuine affection for Jinyu. Upon learning the truth, she immediately filed for divorce. Hearing her name, Jinyu blinked and cast a glance at Xiang Chuan. Zhao Feng did not respond to Xiang Chuan's words. He sensed Jinyu's previously tense demeanor had relaxed. Xiaoyu, would you like him to stay at our home for a few days? Jinyu felt the snow beginning to fall again, its coolness brushing against her face. A large snowflake landed on Xiang Chuan's hair, lingering there without melting for a considerable time. He appeared quite cold. Jinyu remained silent, and Xiang Chuan dared not speak. Both were waiting for Jinyu's response. As Jinyu's silence deepened, Xiang Chuan's heart sank into despair. What was this? At this moment, the two brothers should have been supporting each other. All right, Jinyu's voice was soft, barely audible. It reached the ears of the two troubled souls. Xiang Chuan blinked, unable to contain the moisture welling in his eyes. Zhao Feng remained silent as he helped Jinyu into the front passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. As he turned to the driver's seat, he told the nearly frozen Xiang Chuan to get in. Xiang Chuan settled into the back seat while Jinyu, intrigued, explored the front passenger area, oblivious to the undercurrents between the two men. With the car's heater activated, the chilly air outside began to lose its bite, and Xiang Chuan soon felt a sharp, burning pain on his face. He struggled to maintain his composure. Jinyu, feeling a bit drowsy as soon as she got into the car, squinted at the rearview mirror and noticed Xiang Chuan's pained expression. She bit her lip and hesitantly remarked, Xia Yuanbai hits quite hard. Xiang Chuan recognized that the young man in the office was indeed Xia Yuanbai and nodded vigorously. Yes, your friend hits with great force. It's quite painful. However, that was not Jinyu's intent, and noticing the conversation veering off course, Zhao Feng promptly soothed her emotions. He would not pursue the matter regarding Xia Yuanbai. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Feng finally stated, We all admire and will protect you. This was the first time Jinyu heard the term we from Zhao Feng, excluding her from the equation. She yearned to understand its deeper meaning. But Zhao Feng's gaze remained fixed ahead, and he fell silent once more. Fortunately, Xiang Chuan grasped Zhao Feng's words and reassured Jinyu, indeed. Your friend struck me only to protect you. I bear no ill will. Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, nodding and offering Xiang Chuan a more amicable glance. Unable to suppress a grin, Xiang Chuan found the blood seeping from his mouth rendered the smile far from beautiful. Jinyu withdrew her head and tightly shut her eyes. Upon arriving home, Aunt Dong awaited at the door with a coat, ready to drape it over Jinyu as soon as she exited the vehicle. The last cold snap had taught the household staff a valuable lesson, prompting Aunt Dong to frequently check the weather forecast. Yet, Jinyu's daily outfits still fell under Zhao Feng's purview, leaving her to merely supplement with an extra layer for warmth. It was just this time that Jinyu took a seat in the front passenger side. As the vehicle came to a halt, another individual emerged from the back seat. Aunt Dong was momentarily startled, for the newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to Jinyu. Rubbing his eyes, Jinyu stepped out of the car and was met with a dilemma upon seeing the clothing in Aunt Dong's hands. Thick garments were simply uncomfortable to wear. He gestured towards Xiang Chuan, indicating that he should don them. Xiang Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, touched by the gesture, and he quickly put on the clothes for Jinyu to see. Yet, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not outpace the concern of others worried about Jinyu falling ill. Zhao Feng called out, What are you waiting for? Hurry inside. Jinyu hastily made his way into the house, with Xiang Chuan trailing closely behind. Zhao Feng and Aunt Dong brought up the rear, quietly discussing the details of the nourishing medicinal dishes for Jinyu's health that evening. Xiang Chuan caught snippets of their conversation, silently committing them to memory. Upon entering the house, Jinyu immediately discarded his outerwear onto the sofa, and a large dog rushed out, leaping into his embrace. Jinyu in earnest inquired, Why didn't you come to greet me at the door today? Aunt Dong interjected, explaining it snowed outside, And what would happen if it tracked mud inside? What if it caused our little Jinyu to fall? Two muddy paw prints marred Jinyu's new attire. Accepting this explanation without hesitation, Jinyu tumbled playfully with the dog. Xiang Chiwen, feeling restless, was noticed by Aunt Dong, who approached him. "Young man, come here, let me apply some medicine to your face. In winter, if not treated properly, it can easily lead to sores." Chapter 82. The truth. By the time dinner was served, Jinyu had regained his spirited demeanor. Zhao Feng reminded him to wash his hands after petting the dog. Jinyu responded with a peculiar sound and went to the sink. After washing his hands, he cast several furtive glances in Xiang Chiwen's direction. In a hushed tone, he asked Zhao Feng, "What should I call him?" Zhao Feng paused briefly before replying. "Just call him Xiang Chiwen." Jinyu nodded, his voice still insufficient to completely conceal his words from Xiang Chiwen's ears. The only scent Xiang Chiwen could detect was the iodine near his nose, regretting that he could not discuss the flavors of the meal with Jinyu. However, Xiang Chiwen had matters he wished to convey to Zhao Feng. Now that he was welcomed into the household, his impression of Zhao Feng had improved, albeit slightly. After dinner, once the others had departed, Xiang Chiwen finally broached the subject of his visit. "My uncle did not disclose your whereabouts to my mother. I noticed he had withdrawn the people searching for you, and, realizing something was amiss, I went to his home to steal the address." Zhao Feng replied coolly. "Should I commend your astuteness?" Xiang Chiwen lowered his head in embarrassment, admitting later, "I was caught by my uncle, who instructed me to come here to inform you of the results of the interrogation." Zhao Feng remarked, "When I discovered that you are Jinyu's biological parents, I was struck by a particular suspicion. The substance that damaged Jinyu's brain was coincidentally the focus of your father's research, was it not? Even more coincidentally, when I questioned all those involved in the trafficking of Jinyu, they all insisted that no drugs had been administered to the child. I was skeptical, so I investigated other children who had passed through their hands, and they were all healthy, with no neurological damage." Zhao Feng paused in contemplation. Despite the passage of time, he remained perplexed. Why was it necessary to administer medication to Jinyu? Xiang Chiwen's trembling hand suppressed the strange sounds rising in his throat. He found it bothersome. "What?" Xiang Chiwen lifted his eyes, bloodshot and filled with emotion. "He deemed our sobs too noisy and thus compelled us to take the medicine. Jinyu had always been slightly smaller and thinner than I since birth." Zhao Feng opened his mouth. This topic was eternally painful for him, and he could hear his teeth chattering. Jinyu, with drooping eyelids, listened quietly, noticing the veins on Zhao Feng's hands bulging, his entire being tense as if carved from stone. Were it not for the medication, perhaps Jinyu would have cried the moment a stranger picked him up. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Xiang Chiwen insisted, "There are no ifs. Uncle, he employed some means to uncover the truth. He clearly witnessed the traffickers and noticed Jinyu being taken away. He was merely retaliating against my mother for leaving him to care for the child alone." In an instant, Zhao Feng was engulfed in silence, his reason unraveling like a frayed thread. How he wished that these burdens could be transferred from him. A clammy little hand grasped Zhao Feng's, momentarily numb to sensation. He failed to notice until Jinyu let out a small cry. Zhao Feng felt as though he was yanked back to reality, instinctively asking Jinyu, "Does it hurt?" Jinyu lifted his hand, and just as Zhao Feng leaned in to inspect, Jinyu's head bumped against his. "I'm just pretending it doesn't hurt." After speaking, he playfully tapped the top of Zhao Feng's head with his own. Zhao Feng exhaled slowly, gently patting Jinyu's head. Xiang Chiwen, fully aware that his family was unworthy of Jinyu's forgiveness, lowered his gaze and said, "If we were to discuss bringing Jinyu back, perhaps he would come to look down upon us." Finally, Jinyu heard a remark he could respond to and declared loudly, "Jinyu would never look down on anyone." Xiang Chiwen was taken aback, his eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. Jinyu paused, unsure why he felt compelled to cry. "Then what wrong have you done?" Jinyu asked Xiang Chiwen, perplexed. "I haven't heard anything related to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng gently touched Jinyu's cheek. Although reluctant, he admitted, "Jinyu is right. He is very clever." Xiang Chiwen cherished the moment, pulling off Jinyu's coat to wipe his eyes with his own shirt, striving to raise the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, Jinyu is very clever. I am the foolish one." The next day marked the weekend. And that evening, Jean, you could stay up a bit longer. The following morning, Tang Longlong would return. Jean Yu busied himself in the studio, painting and drawing, while Xiang Chuan stood at the door, gazing through the glass for quite some time. Zhao Feng approached, and Xiang Chuan remarked, "I saw Tang Longlong residing in the annex." "Correct? You saw?" Zhao Feng frowned at Xiang Chuan. I've been here for half a month." Only then did Zhao Feng recall. No wonder Aunt Dong mentioned on New Year's that there were suspicious figures lurking in the community. "Don't you attend school? Is your only occupation spying?" Speaking of which, the Major Xiang Chiwen was initially accepted into aligned with Xiang Ling's field. He withdrew from school shortly after it began, and Xiao Mei was indifferent to his decision. Upon learning that he intended to repeat a year, she simply let him be. Zhao Feng, upon hearing this, remarked, "The exams are next year. Make sure to prepare well." Xiang Chuan was taken aback for a moment and then nodded slowly, while Zhao Feng had already entered the house. Jin Yu, having enjoyed himself, stepped outside and spotted Xiang Chuan without any fear. He inquired what he was doing standing there, asking if he had no room to sleep in. Xiang Chuan replied that he did, thanking Jin Yu for his concern. Jin Yu, with a strong sense of ownership, said, "If you like it, feel free to stay. There are already plenty of people at home." Xiang Chuan wanted to nod in agreement, but hesitated before asking Jin Yu. "Jin Yu, my mother has been ill lately. She feels guilty for losing you and is recuperating in a sanatorium. When she feels better, would you be willing to visit her?" Jin Yu understood who he was referring to and felt a twinge of fear, but at the same time, his heart felt somewhat uneasy. He asked, "Can you promise not to hurt us? If you don't hurt us, that will be fine." Xiang Chuan held up 3 fingers and assured him, "Absolutely no one will harm Jin Yu." Jin Yu squinted, looking at Xiang Chuan with dissatisfaction. Xiang Chuan added, "And no one will harm Zhao Feng." "Okay." Xiang Chuan, glancing at Jin Yu, shyly asked, "Jin Yu, do you know what our relationship is?" Jin Yu nodded, indicating that he did. Xiang Chuan, with anticipation, asked, "Can you call me brother?" Jin Yu shook his head. "No way. If I call you brother, Zhao Feng will cry." Xiang Chuan immediately displayed a peculiar expression and asked Jin Yu, "Tell me the truth. Do you and Zhao Feng really intend to live like this for the rest of your lives?" He feared that Jin Yu might not understand the concept of forever and wanted to elaborate further. Yet, Jin Yu resolutely nodded. "Yes, Zhao Feng and I will stay like this. We will never be apart." Chapter 83. Transition. The next morning, Aunt Xiao Ho returned to school with Tang Longlong. Tang Longlong had lost a considerable amount of weight. His previously pale complexion had gained a healthy flush. His arms and legs were no longer soft and flabby, but bore a hint of strength. In the family's fat dog contest, Tang Longlong consistently achieved results second only to Zhao Feng. Upon returning, he noticed that there seemed to be an additional person in the house. He looked at Xiang Chuan, who was also gazing back at him. Regarding this cousin he had never met, Xiang Chuan felt both curious and somewhat hesitant to confirm. The Tang Longlong in the photo his uncle had given him did not resemble the sprightly figure before him now. Tang Longlong bore a striking resemblance to the Xiao family, even somewhat resembling Xiao Mei. "Who are you?" Tang Longlong broke the silence first. Xiang Chuan paused briefly and responded, "I suppose I am your cousin." Tang Longlong nodded. "Cousin? Huh." He clearly did not comprehend the significance of the term and appeared to be musing. "That's like saying pork and scallion filling, isn't it?" Xiang Chuan chuckled. And Tang Longlong inquired, "Has Jin Yu gotten up yet?" "Not yet. I haven't seen him come out," Xiang Chuan replied. Tang Longlong frowned. "If he hasn't tea, then he hasn't tea. What more is there to say?" Xiang Chuan realized he truly needed to refine his communication skills, feeling beleaguered by the disdain of 2 brothers. He was left somewhat disheartened. Jin Yu, having risen from his cocoon of blankets to visit the restroom, returned to find himself nestled atop Zhao Feng, drifting back into slumber. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Feng beheld Jin Yu sprawled upon his chest and inquired about the quality of his rest. Jin Yu lazily nodded, then curiously asked how long it would be until the new year. "Just over a month. After another week, you shall be on winter break," Zhao Feng replied. Jin Yu, seeking conversation, probed further, and then Zhao Feng suggested, "During the winter break, you might consider exercising with Tang Longlong. Otherwise, when the snow falls, you will only watch others frolic in it." Jin Yu's eyes widened at the prospect of exercise, for he was quite reluctant, yet yearned to play in the snow. The snowfall in Yingzhou was tardy and scant, unlike the abundant flurries of the north. Jin Yu could still fortify his resilience before the snowman-making commenced. Moreover, having consumed a greater quantity of medicinal cuisine recently, he found himself somewhat fiery at night. Zhao Feng had awakened several times due to Jin Yu's fidgeting against his leg, and he worried that if Jin Yu did not expend some energy, he might become restless. After both had completed their morning routines, they descended for breakfast. As it was customary for Tang Longlong and Song Duo to share their first meal together upon returning for the weekend, Tang Longlong was already seated at the dining table, awaiting them, while Xiang Chuan conversed with him from across the table. Song Duo, with her head bowed, busied herself with a puzzle game on her phone. As soon as Jin Yu took his seat, he overheard Xiang Chuan ask Zhao Feng, "My uncle mentioned that I could take Tang Longlong back to live with us." Zhao Feng was not taken aback. He had not kept Tang Longlong nearby merely as leverage against Xiao Chongming. He held no objections, simply stating, if Tang Longlong wishes to, then it is entirely permissible. Jin Yu inquired, "Is Tang Longlong leaving?" But he still has school. He racked his brain for a reason to keep him, eagerly awaiting Zhao Feng's intercession. Zhao Feng placed a piece of vegetables on Jin Yu's plate, replying, "It depends on Tang Longlong's thoughts." Tang Longlong cautiously set down the morsel of meat on his chopsticks and asked, "Will my mother come pick me up?" Xiang Chiwen paused before responding. "I will return with you. Your mother will meet you at the airport, and thereafter, you will live with your parents." Although the emotional foundation of their arrangement was uncertain, Xiang Chiwen added, "And your siblings too." Tang Longlong nodded thoughtfully, chewing on the tips of his chopsticks, lost in contemplation, observing his wavering resolve. Jin Yu quickly tugged at Tang Longlong's sleeve, causing him to sway unsteadily. Zhao Feng gently steadied Jin Yu's hand, advising, "Do not be hasty." Xiang Chiwen, feeling the tension, refrained from speaking, not wishing to be the bearer of news that might sever Jin Yu's friendship. Once they had finished their meal, Zhao Feng discouraged Jin Yu from pestering Tang Longlong with pleas to stay, leaving Jin Yu to seek companionship with Song Duo instead. Much of Song Duo's time was spent indoors, solving problems. Upon Jin Yu's arrival, she indulged him with a game of chess and listened to his tales from school. Unable to contain himself, Jin Yu divulged his blossoming friendship with Xia Yuanbai. Song Duo's expression betrayed her concern, but after gazing into Jin Yu's eyes for a moment, she began to relax. "No one would dare bully you. Jin Yu, you do not realize how beloved you are." Jin Yu discerned her praise, and, with a beaming smile, leaned over, falling into a comfortable position. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Zhao Feng arrived to take Jin Yu away. Just before departing, he caught sight of the towering stack of exercises on Song Duo's desk and let out a barely perceptible sigh. Jin Yu, peeking out from Zhao Feng's shoulder, said to Song Duo, "You must remember to rest while studying Duo, lest you wear yourself out." Zhao Feng affectionately ruffled Jin Yu's hair, acknowledging his somewhat clumsy nature, yet surprisingly astute in such matters. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained unclear. Zhao Feng remarked to Song Duo, "Even Jin Yu understands this principle. You should too." Song Duo, inherently sensitive, was eager to prove herself and attain independence swiftly. Though Zhao Feng supported her, his assistance inadvertently intensified her psychological burden. "I will have Aunt Bai come up to remind you to take breaks at regular intervals," he declared before exiting with Jin Yu in his arms. Jin Yu playfully touched the rough stubble on Zhao Feng's chin, while Xiang Chiwen, who trailed behind, observed their interaction, torn between wanting to speak and holding back. Upon turning around, Jin Yu noticed Xiang Chiwen's conflicted expression and inquired, "Aren't you preparing for the college entrance examination? Why aren't you studying?" Zhao Feng observed him, preoccupied with ensuring that diligent students took their well-deserved breaks while scolding the slothful ones. In short, he was overly involved, as if residing in the Pacific Ocean with no boundaries. Xiang Chuan quickly clarified, "My grades are excellent. I do study at night." Jin Yu looked at him in surprise and encouraged, "That's great. I also study quite well. We, along with Duo, can engage in academic discussions together." Zhao Feng interjected, "Perhaps you should take a break." Jin Yu nodded. I do have my moments of rest. Zhao Feng chuckled. Do you also find time for study? I attend classes every day. Jin Yu began to assert his authority as the head of the family. How long have you been in school? Who are you to reprimand me? Zhao Feng playfully lifted the squirming Jin Yu in his arms and said, even if you were to pursue graduate studies, I would still have the authority to discipline you. Jin Yu's eyes widened in confusion as he scratched his head. What does graduate student mean? After the weekend, Jin Yu returned for the final week of his semester. On Sunday night, Xiang Chuan intercepted Jin Yu and asked, may I accompany you to school? Jin Yu was not particularly fond of this clingy companion. I will be leaving soon. I want to spend more time with you. Chapter 84. The underground fighting arena during school hours. Zhao Feng wore a sullen expression as he escorted Jin Yu and Xiang Chuan inside. Jin Yu, focus on your studies. If he follows, ensure he doesn't disrupt your classes. Xiang Chuan nodded obediently and expressed his gratitude. Seeing him so compliant, Jin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Brother, may I visit the new library? Zhao Feng shot him a glance, irritation bubbling within him at this wayward child whose elbows seemed to veer outward. For what purpose? It's filled with formaldehyde. You are not permitted to go. Jin Yu sighed and fell silent. Zhao Feng then affectionately patted his hair, though he was less than pleased with its length. Has your hair grown again? I'll give you a trim when we return. Jin Yu felt it was acceptable. Zhao Feng was merely seeking something to criticize. Stupid dog, Jin Yu exclaimed. Zhao Feng, perplexed, furrowed his brow and asked, what did you say? Jin Yu, assuming he had lost his nerve, waved his hand dismissively and said, it's nothing, it's nothing. After Zhao Feng departed, Xiang Chuan settled onto his stool, observing the painting Jin Yu had been working on all morning. Xiao Zhan, somewhat puzzled, remarked to Xiang Chuan, isn't it easier to just look in a mirror? Xiang Chuan inquired of Xiao Zhan, Teacher Xiao, can Jin Yu paint portraits now? Upon hearing that Jin Yu could replicate faces and still addressed him as teacher, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of delight and replied cheerfully, indeed, he can even paint likenesses of dogs. After a brief silence, Xiang Chuan suggested to Xiao Zhan, could you assign him a task to create a self-portrait? Xiao Zhan shot him a glance and chuckled lightly. Are you hoping he will paint you? While the task may not be difficult, you won't be able to take it with you. This lad produces several mediocre paintings daily, all of which he brings back to frame for his unfortunate brother. Their family's taste seems somewhat questionable. My son remarked that the last time he saw Jin Yu's work, it was displayed in the living room. Quite a fright indeed. Xiang Chuan chuckled awkwardly and said, not being able to take it is no problem. I can always take a photo. Xiao Zhan replied, that's fine, but I haven't heard Jin Yu mention having a twin brother. Are you the elder or the younger? I am the elder, he responded. Ah, so you two are an elder brother. Why are your parents not overseeing you? Why allow twins to live separately? Xiang Chuan briefly recounted the tale of Jin Yu's abduction, explaining that he had only recently been reunited and had yet to foster a bond. Xiao Zhan was taken aback by the hardship Jin Yu had endured. When he first arrived, he had seemed like a withdrawn little tyrant. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's financial support for him was akin to pouring cold water on a hot day. Given his age, he was quite open-minded about familial ties. Jin Yu was indeed fortunate. Zhao Feng cared for him deeply, and having another person who cherishes Jin Yu was undoubtedly a blessing. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Chuan lowered his eyelids and agreed, indeed. At noon, Aunt Dong brought lunch for Jin Yu and Xiang Chuan. Jin Yu led Xiang Chuan to the rooftop to enjoy their meal, and upon stepping outside, they encountered a hurried teacher. The teacher hesitated upon spotting Jin Yu, recalling a previous altercation involving Xia Yuanbo on his behalf. Student, have you seen Xia Yuanbo? Jin Yu shook his head, about to inquire about the matter, when the teacher's phone rang. After answering, the teacher's expression shifted dramatically. Underground fighting arena? What is he doing there? Hurry and have the teacher go retrieve him. Contact his guardians. Startled by the sudden rise in tone, Jin Yu hesitantly asked Xiang Chuan, what is an underground fighting arena? Xiang Chuan was at a loss for words. Jin Yu's lips were tightly pressed together, his brows furrowed. I must go find him. With determination, Jin Yu turned and headed outside, fearing for Jin Yu's safety. Xiang Chuan rushed to follow. In this era, the regulation of underground fighting arenas was not stringent, The campaign against organized crime had not yet reached its peak. Numerous locations still harbored such illicit establishments. Jinyu waved down a taxi, slipping into the back seat like a little fish. Xiang Chuan could not stop him and could only follow him into the taxi. He initially thought that Jinyu would be unaware of their destination even after getting into the car, but to his surprise, Jinyu confidently instructed the driver, "Take me to the underground fighting arena." The driver nodded and started the engine. This development was indeed serious. Xiang Chuan discreetly sent a message to Zhao Feng while carrying Jinyu. Jinyu's mind was consumed with the fear that Xia Yuanbai might be in danger, his hands anxiously rubbing together. However, he remembered Zhao Feng's advice to inform his brother before leaving school. Thus, he called Zhao Feng. The phone rang only once before it was answered, and Zhao Feng's heavy breathing came through the receiver, as if he were walking briskly. Jinyu hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm stepping out of school. You need to get here quickly. Who allowed you to go to the underground fighting arena? If I catch you running around, I'll make you remember this lesson." No sooner had he spoken than the driver slammed on the brakes and said to Jinyu, "You've arrived at your destination." With a heavy heart, Jinyu stepped out of the car, only to be greeted by the sight of a man lying on the ground, his leg bent at an unnatural angle, gasping for breath. Surrounding onlookers seemed unfazed, casually waiting for an ambulance. Jinyu hesitated in shock. The phone still connected as he heard the car door close. Xia Yuanbai emerged from the bronze gates of the fighting arena, flanked by several burly men. Xia Yuanbai. Upon seeing Jinyu, Xia Yuanbai momentarily thought he was mistaken, frozen for 2 seconds before breaking away from his companions and rushing over. "How'd you find this place? You need to go back. This is not a good environment." Jinyu, relieved to see no visible injuries on Xia Yuanbai, asked, "Why aren't you at school?" Xia Yuanbai hesitated and replied, "I plan to transfer to a school that specializes in boxing." Jinyu, taken aback, asked, "Then why are you here?" Xia Yuanbai scratched his head, feeling embarrassed to expose his predicament at such an age. But Jinyu's gaze was so sincere. "My father won pay for my tuition, so I'm here to earn money." Jinyu quickly said, "I can give you money. Let us leave, okay?" Xiang Chiwen wanted to intervene, concerned that Jinyu's words might hurt his friend's pride. Xia Yuanbai lowered his gaze, understanding that Jinyu meant no disrespect, only concern for his well-being. "Getting hurt is quite normal in the fighting arena. I'll earn my tuition soon. I just might have to break my promise to buy you a cake for the next semester. But I can still get you a small cake now. How does that sound?" Zhao Feng pressed the accelerator all the way down, arriving at the cake shop. Through the glass, they could see 3 people inside, laughing and enjoying cake. Chapter 85. The Technical Performer S Act. Jinyu had just swallowed the last bite of cake, his eyes squinting with satisfaction, when he spotted Zhao Feng outside, exhaling clouds of white breath. The weather seemed quite cold. Jinyu smacked his lips and watched as Zhao Feng, with a serious expression, walked into the shop. "Brother." Jinyu's loud exclamation caused Xiang Chuan and Xia Yuanbai to shrink back like startled quails, clearing a wide space around them. Zhao Feng surveyed the trio and remarked to Jinyu, "I shall deal with you when we return home." Jinyu, feeling a hint of embarrassment, cast a displeased glance at Zhao Feng before slowly rising to his feet. Zhao Feng noticed the muscular bandages wrapped around Xia Yuanbai's hands and inquired, "Once you enter the underground boxing arena, you can never return to legitimate competitions. Do you understand? If you acquire a criminal record, you won't just be barred from official boxing matches. Even securing a job as a security guard will become impossible." Xia Yuanbai's eyes reflected humiliation, yet he replied, "I will not acquire a criminal record." Zhao Feng spoke harshly, emphasizing the brutal nature of the fighters in that arena, suggesting that a single defeat could leave one incapacitated by just a few blows. Despite the grim truth in Zhao Feng's words, Xia Yuanbai felt compelled to avoid losing. Initially, he had planned to merely bide his time as a reserve boxer, selecting only opponents he was confident he could defeat. However, Zhao Feng's subsequent statement shattered that notion. No one can win consistently. Losing in a formal match might simply mean defeat, but here, it could cost you your life. On their way, Zhao Feng had sought out a reputable boxing gym, discovering a training facility for professional boxers in a neighboring city. "When we return to school, Have your current coach write you a recommendation letter, and I will take you to the professional training venue. Before Xia Yuanbai could fully process this proposition, Jin Yu erupted with excitement, exclaiming yes. Xiang Qiwen tugged at the naive youth, whispering, "Keep a low profile. Didn't you hear you were just told to prepare for a beating?" Jin Yu's expression fell, yet his eyes continued to dart expectantly between Xia Yuanbai and Zhao Feng. Xia Yuanbai was clearly tempted, though his brow remained furrowed. Until a few days ago, he had never worried about finances. That was until Xia Xian remarried. His new stepmother was already pregnant, and Xia Xian had become increasingly preoccupied with establishing his new family, leaving Xia Yuanbai with diminishing opportunities to see him. Soon, Xia Xian would be able to send his new child to law school, making Xia Yuanbai feel abandoned, which he had anticipated. Surprisingly, Xia Yuanbai did not feel despondent. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. After his mother passed away, Xia Xian had remarried within a mere 15 days. From that moment on, Xia Yuanbai ceased to place any hope in his father. While his mother was alive, she endured Xia Xian's abuse, and after her death, Xia Yuanbai took on that burden. Multiple stepmothers had divorced him due to their inability to bear children, leaving Xia Yuanbai increasingly lost. What right did someone like Xia Xian have to intrude upon his life? At that moment, Xia Yuanbai was undeniably intrigued by Zhao Feng's news. However, the matter of money loomed before him as an insurmountable obstacle. "Could you grant me a little time? If only I could earn money swiftly, as quickly as possible." Zhao Feng interjected. "Are you aware of the newly opened Shanghai Plaza?" "What?" Xia Yuanbai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I know. There are job openings there. You should inquire. They need help with moving goods." Xia Yuanbai was not entirely oblivious to the news. He recognized that Shanghai Plaza was associated with Zhao Feng. He quickly responded, "I can go. I don't even need to be paid." Zhao Feng replied, "That works. We can consider it as tuition." Xia Yuanbai opened his mouth, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Jin Yu. "Hooray! I want to go too." Jin Yu exclaimed to Zhao Feng, "I want to take Fat Dog along. We can place our things on its back for transport." Zhao Feng rubbed his temples. "You should be quiet for now. There's no need to rush into trouble." Jin Yu retorted, "What do you mean?" His small hand reached out to tug at Zhao Feng's suit. "You look so good in that, brother. Buy me a set too?" Xiang Chuan had already covered his face with his hand. In such a scene, anyone with a modicum of sense would be at a loss. As this was clearly Jin Yu's territory, Zhao Feng snorted, "Indeed, you can just throw people out of the conference room to find you. Soon enough. I'll make you look even better than me." Jin Yu's gaze flickered, and with a stubborn face, he replied, "Next time, let us not do this." Zhao Feng remained stern. Jin Yu continued, "Well, you don't need to wait. I'm already better looking than you." Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle in annoyance. While Xia Yuanbai tried several times to interject, but was thwarted by Jin Yu's bizarre remarks, inadvertently missing his chance to speak. Zhao Feng pinched the back of Jin Yu's neck, lifting him out with irritation. Xiang Chuan hurriedly followed, and before Jin Yu exited through the glass door, he waved at Xia Yuanbai. "Don't go fight in the underground boxing ring. Let us head to the legitimate boxing arena next time." Zhao Feng shoved him into the car. Scowling, "Shut up." Jin Yu sulkily retracted his head out of the window and asked Xiang Qiwen, "Do I look that embarrassing?" Xiang Qiwen, with a vacant expression, chuckled softly. "Perhaps." The car swiftly merged into traffic, and upon arriving home, Zhao Feng instructed Jin Yu to hurry inside. "I need to return to the office. Reflect on your actions at home, and I'll deal with you when I get back." With that, Zhao Feng drove away, while Jin Yu sauntered into the house, leaving Xiang Qiwen feeling uneasy. "Will Zhao Feng hit you? Does he hit hard? Should we think of a way to calm him down?" Jin Yu gave Xiang Qiwen a puzzled look. "No need. By the time he returns, he'll be over it. I just need to eat some vegetables tonight." He sighed. "Are you actually sighing?" Xiang Qiwen was startled by the man with the broken leg earlier. With Jin Yu's impulsiveness, shouldn't he receive some discipline? As he pondered this, Jin Yu had already leaped into Fat Dog's embrace. The two of them lounged on the sofa, indulging in snacks. Jin Yu polished off the filling of an Oreo, casually tossing the cookie into Fat Dog's mouth. They appeared so harmonious, as if they hadn't just caused a ruckus. Aunt Dong seemed unfazed and even baked a plate of jam-filled cookies for Jinyu, placing them before him. Jinyu, unable to resist, stuffed a whole cookie into his mouth, instantly savoring its sweetness. Aunt Dong warned Jinyu to be careful not to get dog saliva on the cookies while feeding Fat Dog. However, Fat Dog was quite discerning about his diet and stopped eating after a few pieces, favoring the seafood-flavored biscuits instead. Jinyu leisurely finished the cookies on the plate and caught up on the latest episode of his animated series before finally pushing himself up from the carpet with one hand, revealing a melancholic expression as he sat on a small stool by the door. Xiang Chuan was about to inquire what was amiss when he noticed that Zhao Feng had entered through the door. Chapter 86. A temporary farewell. Jinyu, with drooping eyelids, bent down to fetch a pair of slippers for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng paused, casting a glance at Xiang Chuan, wondering what offended him. Xiang Chuan felt as though his worldview was being reshaped as his impressions of the two individuals before him began to crumble. Something is off, Aunt Dong interjected, noting that since their return at noon, Jinyu had not appeared this listless in quite some time. Zhao Feng frowned, bending down to lift Jinyu by the shoulders, urging him to stand upright. What is wrong? Who upset you? Speak to me. Just moments ago, Jinyu had been playing the role of Lin Daiyu, but upon sensing Zhao Feng's yielding demeanor, he struck Zhao Feng's hand with a crisp slap. Didn't you tell me to reflect at home? I see you increasingly disregard me. With that, Jinyu scampered upstairs. Aunt Dong wiped her hands on her apron and remarked dryly, "That child knows how to climb the ladder." Zhao Feng's hand remained suspended in the air, for Jinyu's strength was not enough to leave even a mark. He donned the slippers that Jinyu had brought him, silently reflecting, he has learned to fetch slippers for others now. Xiang Chuan was taken aback. Indeed, his recovery is quite swift, Aunt Dong added. Xiang Chuan, momentarily stunned, turned to Zhao Feng and asked, "Is Jinyu truly recovering?" Only upon uttering those words did he realize how filled with joy his voice sounded. Could Jinyu truly regain his former self? Zhao Feng cast him a glance and replied, "We shall see how Jinyu fares." No one could guarantee that Jinyu would fully return to the state of an ordinary person. Yet, for Zhao Feng, Jinyu's transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. Regardless of how far Jinyu progressed, it was a blessing for Zhao Feng. While Xiang Chuan remained lost in thought over this news, Zhao Feng had already ascended the stairs. Soon, the sounds of Jinyu's commotion echoed from above, and the two of them came down only at dinner time, which did not surprise Aunt Dong in the least. During the meal, Jinyu coughed twice, prompting Zhao Feng to pat his back, feeling a lingering unease. A temperature check revealed a slight fever. The new medication had a more pronounced effect than previous ones, and fearing that Jinyu might struggle at school, Zhao Feng decided to grant him an early winter break. Despite the fever, Jinyu's spirit remained high as he roamed about the house with exuberance. Zhao Feng permitted him to be free, though he restricted him from going outdoors to play. Aunt Xiaoho had devised a plan for Jinyu to increase his muscle mass and engage in fitness training. Zhao Feng purchased dumbbells encased in soft silicone for him, diligently supervising his half-hour workouts each day, primarily concerned that he might drop them and injure his foot. On the day winter break officially commenced, Zhao Feng informed Jinyu that Xia Yuanbai had already received a week's salary. The remainder, he insisted, Xia Yuanbai should not take, and Zhao Feng fulfilled his promise to cover his tuition. Privately, Zhao Feng had inquired whether Xia Yuanbai was determined to pursue boxing, knowing it to be a demanding path, and he worried that Xia Yuanbai, still young, might lack resolve. Xia Yuanbai's official enrollment would commence after the winter break, as the boxing gym did not adhere to a regular holiday schedule. On the 15th day of the 8th month, Summer Yuanbai sent his first medal, which was placed in a separate display case by Jinyu. However, Jinyu was currently troubled by his inability to venture outside as snow blanketed the ground. Tang Long Long and Fat Dog frolicked in the snowy courtyard, while Xiang Chuan informed Jinyu that he intended to depart the following day. Xiao Mei remained in the sanatorium, relying on the photographs of Jinyu sent by Xiang Chuan to sustain her psychological treatment. Xiang Chuan did not disclose Jinyu's whereabouts, nor did Xiao Mei inquire. The mother and son, bound by an unspoken understanding, faced their misfortunes together. As the new year approached, Xiang Chuan could not bear to leave Xiao Mei alone in the sanatorium during the spring festival. Thus, he had to bid farewell to Jinyu. Upon hearing Xiang Chuan's words, Jinyu replied, "I'll call you during the new year to wish you a happy new year. All right?" Xiang Chuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly, saying, "You can call me whenever you wish. After all, I am your brother." For the first time during this period of companionship, Jinyu did not contest his claim of brotherhood, which nearly brought Xiang Chuan to tears. In addition to Xiang Chuan, there was also the matter of Tang Longlong's future. Previously, Xiang Chuan had suggested that he ponder his decision. Jinyu and Xiang Chuan called the snow-covered Tang Longlong inside. After half an hour of hesitation, Tang Longlong expressed his desire to return home for a visit. Although Jinyu felt a pang of disappointment, Zhao Feng appeared behind him and embraced him, warmth radiating from his back. "We will meet again." Jinyu looked at Zhao Feng, seeking affirmation. Zhao Feng replied yes. At this, Jinyu finally smiled, and the family began to prepare Tang Longlong's luggage, snacks, fruits, a weight loss exercise plan, and one of Jinyu's cherished stuffed animals, which Zhao Feng later removed. As they prepared to leave, Zhao Feng gifted Tang Longlong a matching stuffed animal he had purchased. After seeing them off at the airport, only the diligent Song duo remained at home. As Jinyu entered the annex, he felt a tinge of melancholy. Noticing this, Song duo spent the afternoon playing chess with him, and after winning several games, Jinyu's spirits lifted. Aunt Dong presented a freshly baked cake, while Aunt Xiao Ho took Fat Dog for a walk, returning with the panting creature, who then had to be taken to wash its paws. The snowfall ceased after a day, coinciding with Tang Longlong and Xiang Chuan's departure. From that moment onward, the sky remained overcast with gentle flurries until New Year's Eve. At last, Jinyu was permitted to play in the snow for a while, and Zhao Feng even purchased fireworks for Jinyu and Song duo to enjoy. Disliking the sound of firecrackers, the household opted against buying any noisy ones. When lighting the fireworks, Jinyu mimicked Song duo's actions, using one firework to ignite another, only to accidentally scorch a hole in his down jacket. Zhao Feng promptly guided him to change his clothes, just as the phone began to ring. Jinyu answered, sniffling from a cold. On the other end, 2 breaths could be heard, sounding rather chaotic. "Jinyu, didn't you say you would call me during the new year?" Xiang Chuan spoke through the speakerphone, his palms sweating, anxious that Jinyu might have forgotten him again. Jinyu remarked, "Xiang Chuan, today is New Year's Eve," implying that their arrangement was not for the new year. Xiang Chuan momentarily faltered, surprised by Jinyu's meticulous reasoning, which made him appear somewhat anxious. Just as he was about to respond, Jinyu altered the logic, saying, "Then let us wish each other a Happy New Year's Eve." "Happy New Year's Eve," he echoed, along with his mother. A rustling noise arose from the other end of the line, and after a brief pause, Xiang Chuan replied, Thank you, Jinyu. Wishing you a Happy New Year's Eve as well." Jinyu chuckled softly and inquired, "What about wishing each other a Happy Lantern Festival? What other festivals are there?" Duo chimed in, mentioning the Qingming Festival, but added that one cannot say happy for Qingming. Listening to their exchange, Xiang Chuan felt a warmth in his eyes. Jinyu was soon captivated by the snowy scenery outside. They reluctantly bid farewell, and as Xiang Chuan heard the phone disconnect, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Mei, who had revealed her first smile in a long time. Chapter 87. A temporary farewell and return on New Year's Eve. Only Zhao Feng, Jinyu, and Song duo were present. Jinyu fixated on the fireplace in the living room. Although it was functional, its design was purely aesthetic. He insisted that Zhao Feng light it for him. Despite the presence of underfloor heating, Zhao Feng could not persuade him otherwise. Consequently, the three dismantled one of Jinyu's easels and, along with some firewood initially intended as decor, managed to ignite a fire in the fireplace. Once the flames danced, Jinyu wiped the sweat from his brow and announced to Song duo that he intended to stay up late. The dumplings Zhao Feng had prepared never made it to the dining table. Instead, they each held bowls and gathered around the fireplace to finish their meal. After clearing the dishes, Jinyu resolutely declared that he would indeed stay up. Zhao Feng reduced the fire's intensity and turned off the lights to cultivate a more atmospheric ambience for the night. Leaning against the dog's belly, Jinyu listened to the sounds of washing from the kitchen and gradually closed his eyes. Upon returning, Zhao Feng saw Song Duo draping a blanket over Jinyu and leading away the dog. Jinyu, slightly perplexed by the absence of the warming pad beneath him, shifted a bit, and Zhao Feng lifted him from the carpet, allowing him to rest his head on his shoulder as he extinguished the fire in the fireplace before carrying him upstairs to sleep. In the dead of night, Jinyu's phone suddenly rang. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw Zhao Feng looking at his phone, realizing it was the alarm he had set for midnight. "You're quite particular," Zhao Feng remarked, silencing the alarm and pressing Jinyu's head back onto the pillow. "Sleep well." Jinyu was quickly lulled back into slumber by Zhao Feng's firm hand, his breathing steady once more. Zhao Feng, using the soft glow of the snow outside, brushed Jinyu's forehead, tucked aside his bangs, and planted a gentle kiss on him before drifting off to sleep himself. Early the next morning, before dawn, Jinyu climbed atop Zhao Feng, vigorously shaking his shoulders. "Did I wish you a happy new year yesterday?" Zhao Feng, eyes still shut, let out a long sigh. "You did." Jinyu, feeling a bit skeptical but unable to recall, grew slightly frustrated. "Then did you wish me a happy new year?" "I didn't remember." "Say it to me 10 times. After the two had finished their morning routines, Zhao Feng finally completed the lengthy repetition of Happy New Year 10 times before they descended to the dining area. Seated at the table, Jinyu inquired, "Did you not say it to me less?" He had trouble keeping count earlier. Zhao Feng retorted, "Even if you counted until midnight, you still wouldn't grasp it." There was some truth to his words, prompting Jinyu to take a couple of bites of the shrimp dumplings. The dumplings, crafted by Zhao Feng, were filled generously with shrimp, and one bite revealed the freshness of the meat. Jinyu devoured more than a plateful, prompting Zhao Feng to gently pat his belly and suggest he play outside for a while to aid digestion. With the ants on holiday, the responsibility of walking the chubby dog fell to Jinyu and Zhao Feng. Song Duo had initially intended to join them in walking the dog, but Jinyu, fearing the dog would run off and cause her to fall, decisively declined. The property management within the community was quite diligent. With no remnants of snow on the main roads and the air crisp and dry, the couplets adorning their home were selected by Jinyu, who, as they walked, glanced around and insisted that his choice was the most visually appealing. The chubby dog barked twice, and Jinyu asserted that it was in agreement with his statement. In the evening, Zhao Feng assisted Jinyu in calling Tang Longlong. The two engaged in delightful conversation, exchanging words with great enthusiasm. As they were about to hang up, Jinyu heard someone on the other end calling Tang Longlong to dinner. Their leisurely lifestyle continued until the 3rd day of the new year, when a few ants returned, prompting Zhao Feng to resume his work. Jinyu had gained 2 pounds over the holiday, which Zhao Feng praised him for. However, when Aunt Xiao Ho returned and inquired about his weight, Jinyu felt a pang of guilt as he stood on the scale on tiptoes. His physical training was increased to an hour daily, and Jinyu, with a mournful expression, informed Zhao Feng that Aunt Xiao Ho wanted him to lose weight. Zhao Feng, amused by his reasoning, replied, "It's not about losing weight. It's about improving your resistance through more exercise." Jinyu rubbed his soft belly and then Zhao Feng's. "Will you accompany me?" Zhao Feng playfully pinched his nose, saying, "Such a bad habit. When have I not accompanied you?" Zhao Feng's training schedule was quite stable. However, Jinyu, after merely half an hour of training, would complain of exhaustion, not wanting to appear weak in front of Zhao Feng. As soon as the half-hour mark was reached, he would pull Zhao Feng to stop. On the 4th day of the new year, Song Duo was set to return to school, her accelerated class schedule demanding and busy. With her departure, Jinyu felt even lonelier at home. Xia Yuan Bai would occasionally call him, but Tang Longlong had become less communicative. On the 6th day, Jinyu received a call from Xiang Qiwen, who informed him that Tang Longlong wanted to return and was packing his belongings at home. Overjoyed, Jinyu leaped up on the floor, inquiring about his arrival. Xiang Qiwen calculated the flight and confirmed he would arrive the following morning. That evening, Jinyu shared the news with Zhao Feng, who, already aware, nonetheless played along and asked about Tang Longlong's arrival time. Tang Longlong expressed a desire to return and live with Aunt Xiao Ho, which Zhao Feng found unsurprising. He and Jinyu had been in Yingzhou for almost 6 months, and Xiao Chongming's transfer might indeed be headed in that direction. It is quite reasonable to send Tang Longlong over now. Externally, one could simply say that he has taken a step ahead and will reunite in Ningxiu later. Upon disembarking from the plane, Jinyu and Zhao Feng encountered Xiang Qiwen, who was trailing behind. Jinyu widened his eyes and, in a delayed manner, exclaimed, "You didn't mention you were coming." This time, Xiang Qiwen brought all his books, as Xiao Mei was adamant about having him stay with Jinyu, planning for him to remain in Ningxiu until after the college entrance examination. Although attributing this entirely to Xiao Mei's directive would not be accurate, Xiang Qiwen genuinely cherished the time spent with Jinyu. He refrained from announcing his arrival, however, due to Tang Longlong's precedence, had he declared his intentions earlier. But Jinyu's reception was not as warm as for Tang Longlong. It would have been rather disheartening. Zhao Feng discerned his thoughts and casually remarked, "One must not be overly narrow-minded." Xiang Qiwen's face flushed, yet he soon recognized his own pettiness. Jinyu, after a brief moment of astonishment, welcomed him warmly, delighted at the prospect of having another companion to share in his leisure. Xiang Qiwen explained that he had already secured a rental in Ningxiu, conveniently close to Jinyu's school, and offered that Jinyu could stay with him for a couple of days if he wished. Zhao Feng cast a glance at him, prompting Xiang Qiwen to straighten his posture and assert, "I'm also his brother. Why shouldn't he stay with me?" Zhao Feng appeared unimpressed by his defensive demeanor, having remained silent on the matter. Jinyu, just having rekindled old memories with Tang Longlong, quickly chimed in, Indeed, you haven't said anything at all." Chapter 88. Accompanying the examination, although Zhao Feng did not vocalize his thoughts, once Xiang Qiwen departed, he inquired of Jinyu before bedtime, "Are you able to sleep alone now?" Jinyu had presumed Zhao Feng would never broach the subject again, and he lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt and embarrassment. After all, he was merely a timid young man. Zhao Feng affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "Only when you can sleep by yourself will you be allowed to stay with Xiang Qiwen. Understood?" Jinyu nodded, contemplating whether the prospect of sleeping alone was more daunting than sharing a bed with Xiang Qiwen. Zhao Feng lightly tapped his head, interrupting his train of thought, and they both settled in for the night. As winter melted into spring and summer approached, the season of the college entrance examination drew near. During the day, Jinyu would occasionally escape school to have lunch with Xiang Qiwen, but he had never spent a night at Xiang Qiwen's place. The bedroom prepared for him remained vacant until Xiang Qiwen immersed himself in his studies for hours on end, prompting Jinyu to recognize the gravity of the upcoming exams. He informed Zhao Feng of his intention to stay with Xiang Qiwen for a couple of days. Zhao Feng, unfazed, merely asked with the exam tomorrow, "Are you planning to let Xiang Qiwen experience the sensation of insomnia?" Jinyu simply felt that Xiang Qiwen was looking forward to his visit and did not waver in his decision. Xiang Qiwen's rented apartment was in a newly developed neighborhood with decent security, yet Zhao Feng still arranged for 2 bodyguards to accompany them nearby. As Jinyu dragged his suitcase through the door, Xiang Qiwen's stack of papers clattered to the floor as he raised a hand to shield his eyes. "Am I hallucinating?" Jinyu reached out and gently pushed aside the hands covering his eyes, his large eyes wide open as he exclaimed, "Not at all." Xiang Qiwen tentatively reached out to touch the hair at Jinyu's temples, his voice betraying a hint of emotion. "I will go and air out your quilt." That evening, Zhao Feng inspected Jinyu's living environment with the scrutiny of an overseeing officer. Jinyu trailed behind him, rubbing his hands together, and inquired, "Can the chubby dog come to sleep with me?" Expecting Zhao Feng to refuse, Jinyu was taken aback when he pondered for a moment and surprisingly nodded. "But keep the chubby dog quiet. Do not disturb Xiang Qiwen while he studies, understand?" Jinyu eagerly nodded, nuzzling Zhao Feng affectionately. Although Xiang Qiwen had grown accustomed to their interactions, a sense of indescribable melancholy lingered in his heart. That night, Jinyu brought the chubby dog into his room, while Xiang Qiwen and Zhao Feng waited outside, seated in the living room. Xiang Qiwen asked Zhao Feng, "Have you and Jinyu always slept together?" It felt as if the game was nearing its conclusion, and the world's narrative was meant to converge at this moment, providing clarity. A sense of anxiety gripped Xiang Qiwen, fearing that the answer might be one he could not bear. Jinyu had been with Zhao Feng from such a young age. What if they were merely sleeping together, devoid of any deeper connection? Xiang Qiwen paused, sensing an expected realization that settled his heart back within his chest. I feel the same, he continued. I will explain things to my mother. I can apologize on her behalf for hitting you earlier. Zhao Feng remained silent for a moment, not uttering a word. Xiang Qiwen pressed on. But you do like Jinyu, don't you? Do you intend to spend your life with him like this? If you are planning to marry, I could take Jinyu away. No one should take him from me. Zhao Feng interrupted Xiang Qiwen with resolute finality. Understanding Zhao Feng's deep regard for Jinyu, Xiang Qiwen hesitated before saying, he may never fully comprehend your feelings for him. If he does not understand love, I absolutely cannot accept you crossing that boundary. Zhao Feng looked at Xiang Qiwen, who was the person Jinyu disliked the most among his acquaintances. Xiang Qiwen's presence always made Zhao Feng resentful, questioning why fate favored him while neglecting Jinyu. Zhao Feng replied, I have no obligation to explain my relationship with Jinyu to you. I fear more than anyone that he may suffer, let alone. He paused. Whether it's 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, I will wait for him. Whether he realizes it or not, he remains mine. Xiang Qiwen clenched his teeth and said, what if he meets a girl he likes? Zhao Feng remained silent longer this time, but finally responded, Jinyu can do whatever he wishes. My existence is to ensure that he does not endure hardship. Even if he wishes to grow old with someone else, it merely returns to the beginning. All I desire is for Jinyu to live happily, and I wish for the same. Faced with Zhao Feng's obstinate demeanor, Xiang Qiwen found himself at a loss for words. The two parted ways on an unhappy note. The next morning, Jinyu was awakened by the chubby dog's affectionate licks. Dressed in his pajamas, he handed the chubby dog to Xiang Qiwen for a walk while he prepared to wash up and get ready for breakfast. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Zhao Feng had already set the breakfast on the dining table, awaiting his arrival. Jinyu, with a cheerful smile, sauntered over and perched himself on Zhao Feng's lap. Swinging his legs playfully, even though only a single night had passed, he found himself missing Zhao Feng immensely. Just then, Xiang Qiwen returned home, and upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his younger brother seated on a man's lap, a rather striking visual. Come down and sit properly to eat, shall we? Xiang Qiwen gently urged Jinyu. In good spirits, Jinyu returned to his chair, though he remained closely nestled against Zhao Feng's side. At what time does the exam begin? Jinyu inquired. It starts at 9, replied Xiang Qiwen, glancing at the clock. Today, Jinyu's school was closed, so he instructed him to wait at home, promising to return for lunch. The sun outside blazed fiercely, with the weather forecast issuing a high-temperature red alert. Jinyu nodded, encouraging Xiang Qiwen to do well. As he was about to leave, Xiang Qiwen affectionately ruffled Jinyu's hair, feeling that his decision to take the college entrance examination in Yingzhou had been well worth it. After the final exam concluded, Jinyu and Zhao Feng, along with Song Duo, waited at the entrance of the examination hall. Jinyu and Song Duo shared a sunshade, huddling together as they awaited the steady stream of students emerging. Zhao Feng stood beneath a tree, and as soon as Xiang Qiwen appeared, he headed straight for Jinyu. Song Duo and Xiang Qiwen had become quite familiar through their discussions about the exam questions, and after exchanging pleasantries, they made their way towards the car. Zhao Feng, concerned about Jinyu's discomfort in the heat, kept the car's air conditioning running, and as soon as they entered, the sweat on their bodies turned cool. Jinyu asked Xiang Qiwen how he fared on the exam, to which Xiang Qiwen confidently replied that he had answered all the questions. Hearing this, Jinyu beamed with satisfaction and turned to Zhao Feng, asking, will I take the college entrance examination in a couple of years? Zhao Feng remained unperturbed, replying, you need not take it. Although Jinyu felt a twinge of regret, he quickly came to terms with it, realizing that his participation would not be fair to the other candidates. Indeed, being overly intelligent could be a burden in itself. On the summer roads, the most common sight was students riding bicycles to and from school. Jinyu leaned against the window for a moment, observing them. I want to learn to ride a bicycle. No, it's not safe. I want to learn to ride a bicycle. No,